Chapter 1. She no longer wants us both. In the stillness of the night, the moon cast a hazy glow, seemingly shyly concealing its face, while the woman upon the bed blushed deeply. She breathed softly, beads of perspiration dampening the strands of hair upon her forehead, as moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her skin with a crystalline sheen. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, gradually intensifying, a harmonious blend of her natural scent and the incense wafting through the room. With each breath she took, the aroma grew richer, captivating even the night beyond the window. Oh, you know who I am? The man's voice was low and seductive, his eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue. His breath became uneven as he gently grasped the woman's chin, eliciting a soft gasp from her lips. "I beg you." The man's gaze darkened, revealing the fervor within his deep, enigmatic eyes. The pressure of his grip intensified. "Do you know who I am?" "Your Highness." The woman's voice quivered with urgency as she struggled to break free, her gown slipping in the struggle to reveal her porcelain skin. A note of triumph tinged the man's laughter as he waved his hand lightly, his belt snaking from the canopy to gently pull the woman's hands back. "Very well, just wait." On the seemingly endless official road, the sound of hooves, the rumble of wheels, and the cries of the coachman continuously penetrated the curtain of the carriage. Suddenly, the man's eyes flew open, as if awakened from a profound dream, a flicker of confusion crossing his features before clarity returned. "Where are you?" "In the bustling capital of the Pei Kingdom, the streets thronged with a vibrant crowd, the shouts of vendors rising and falling in a lively cacophony. A carriage, simple yet elegant, glided through the bustling marketplace. The curtain of the carriage lifted slightly, revealing a corner. Inside, a man sat with a calm demeanor, holding a book that reflected his extraordinary countenance. A faint aroma of cedar wafted from within the carriage. Moments later, the curtain fell gently, and a clear command resonated from inside: "Return to the residence." The carriage gradually came to a halt before the prince's estate. A servant leaped down, swiftly positioning the footstep for the carriage. Another attendant, clad in azure, stood respectfully by the carriage, extending his hand to assist the man within. The occupant of the carriage was none other than Pei Xian, the crown prince of the Pei Kingdom. He rose slowly, stepping out of the carriage with an air of composure, his garments swaying gently with his movements, the golden embroidery glistening subtly in the sunlight. Pei Xian's gaze swept over the stone lion at the estate's entrance, his deep phoenix eyes scanning the guards nearby. Upon meeting his gaze, the guards bowed their heads in respect, unwilling to meet the prince's imposing presence directly. Not far from the stone lion, a ragged beggar, clutching a tattered bowl, stumbled towards them that a guard swiftly approached, forcefully shoving him away and barking, "Get away from here." In the next moment, the guard suddenly found himself struck, flying 3 meters before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Dazed and bewildered, the courtyard of the prince's residence bustled with activity. The ladies of the household were engaged in bathing, changing attire, and meticulously adorning themselves, urging the servants to hasten their pace with incessant chatter. "The crown prince has returned." "Oh, where is the prince now?" "Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived at the gate." "How clumsy. Why are you not swiftly preparing me for my audience with the crown prince? Should I be delayed, you shall face my wrath." 3 months prior, the city of Jingzhou was beset by an unforeseen flood disaster, leaving many of its citizens displaced. His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Pei Xian, had personally traveled to Jingzhou under imperial decree to address the calamity and provide refuge for the afflicted populace. Now, after 3 long months, he finally returned. The tranquility of the courtyard was shattered by the announcement. The crown prince has returned. The ladies of the household employed all their charms, secretly plotting how to entice the crown prince into their respective courtyards, akin to a ravenous horde vying for a singular exquisite delicacy. "Your servant humbly welcomes the crown prince." In unison, the ladies exclaimed, their voices tinged with anticipation and excitement, each adorned in vibrant attire, vying to outshine one another. It remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Pei Xian's gaze swept across the assembly, though it was but a fleeting glance. It sent hearts racing and cheeks flushing among the ladies. "Be at ease." Lady Yin Wanqing, the favored concubine, eagerly interjected before the crown princess Jiang Yao could speak. "Your Highness, you must be weary from your journey. Was it uneventful?" Pei Xian merely cast a cursory glance at Yin Wangqing's beaming visage, responding with a nonchalant hum. A brief silence enveloped the room. Seated in the principal position, Pei Xian's gaze traversed the assembly, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he asked in an emotionless tone, "Where is the young prince?" The ladies exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Pei Xian's expression grew colder, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Jiang Yao's countenance. Crown Princess? Crown Princess Jiang Yao, the daughter of the Prime Minister, wore a worried expression and softly replied, "Your Highness, the young prince has been under the weather these past few days and is currently recuperating in the front courtyard." Pei Xian's countenance darkened, the veins on the back of his hand protruding in anger as the beads in his hand twisted with increasing fervor. Ultimately, he left behind a chilling command: "You may all withdraw." Pei Xian's figure vanished from sight, and Jiang Yao's previously composed demeanor transformed into one of gloom. "Everyone, please leave." "Crown Princess, are you so eager to dismiss us?" Yin Wanqing spoke with a smile, her tone laced with provocation. Uninformed observers might mistakenly believe that the Crown Prince is presently ensconced in your fragrant chamber. "Lady Yin, do not overstep." Winterplum, standing beside Jiang Yao, stepped forward, clad in a light gauzy robe over a delicate lilac silk jacket, her water-green skirt swaying gently, exuding an air of haughtiness and aggression. "You are but a concubine. How dare you act so brazenly before the Crown Princess? Have you forgotten your station?" With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed as a vivid red mark appeared on Winterplum's right cheek. Yin Wanqing gently lowered her eyelids, her delicate fingers lightly grasping a silk handkerchief as she meticulously wiped her slender, jade-like hands. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the handkerchief fell like a forsaken petal to the cold ground. She walked with an enchanting grace, her embroidered shoes gently treading upon the silk, her gaze shifting like the waters of an autumn lake, imbued with a chilling essence. Extending her slender, jade-like index finger, she pointed directly at Dongmei, her voice laced with a hint of scornful laughter, and her tone dripping with disdain. "I am conversing with the Crown Princess, and you, a mere servant, dare to act so brazenly in my presence. If the Crown Princess cannot manage her own people, I would gladly take it upon myself to educate them." Upon finishing her words, she suddenly let out a light laugh, the sound reminiscent of silver bells swaying in the cold wind. Accompanied by her two handmaidens, she strode out of the hall, her skirts billowing with her every step, conjuring a fierce gust. The remaining onlookers, filled with trepidation, hurriedly bowed and retreated, for none wished to be entangled in the tumultuous relationship between the Crown Princess and concubine Yin, especially since the Crown Princess was not as gentle and demure as the outside world portrayed her. Once the crowd dispersed, Dongmei, tears brimming in her eyes, covered her face as she turned to Jiang Yao. "Crown Princess, I truly cannot bear to witness concubine Yan's disrespect towards you. After all, you are the principal wife, and she is merely a concubine." "Dongmei, regardless, she remains my superior. You are ultimately a servant." Jiang Yao interrupted sharply, her hands clenched tightly, the silk handkerchief crumpled in her grasp, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. "Please take your leave. She is simply venting her frustrations on you due to past grievances." "Yes." Dongmei concealed the sorrow in her eyes, bowed, and hurriedly exited, covering her face. "Crown Princess, the Crown Prince is also acting out of concern for the first son." Seeing Jiang Yao's displeasure as she gazed towards Pei Xian's departing figure, Chuntao softly offered comfort. Jiang Yao clenched her teeth, her voice tinged with barely concealed hatred. That illegitimate child has the audacity to be called the first son. 6 years prior, she had married Pei Xian with dreams in her heart, becoming his Crown Princess. On their wedding night, the red candles slowly burned down, droplets of wax quietly falling. She became the nominal Crown Princess, yet she would forever be devoid of the Crown Prince's affection. After 6 years of marriage, she remained childless. At the palace banquets, furtive glances were cast her way, as if silently mocking her. Yet, how could a child be conceived solely by her efforts? 3 years ago, the Crown Prince returned victorious from the northwestern battlefield, bringing back an infant and proclaiming to the civil and military officials, "This is my legitimate firstborn." But that child was merely an illegitimate offspring of unknown origins. How could he be deemed the legitimate firstborn? A legitimate son could only be born to her, the crown princess. All others could only be the offspring of concubines. Yet, the crown prince cherished him as a treasure, raising him personally. The emperor and empress lavished him with affection, carefully nurturing him. Before he was even a year old, he was enfeoffed as a prince. What immense favoritism! Her dignity as the crown princess was ruthlessly trampled into the dust. Within the estate, the concubines looked down upon her a mere side. Concubine dared to brazenly insult the handmaidens beside the crown princess. The noble scions looked down upon her, their mocking gazes incessantly piercing through the atmosphere of the royal banquet. Whispers spread among outsiders that the inner courtyard of the crown prince's residence bore no offspring, attributing it to her jealousy as the crown princess. Even that lowly, illegitimate child dared to belittle her, showing no respect for her as his rightful mother. And her own parents merely urged her to endure, forever echoing the mantra of patience. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Yet, whom should she direct her hatred towards? The crown prince? Or should she blame herself for having tirelessly sought to marry him? Pei Xian strode purposefully from the main hall towards the front courtyard, his steps swift and urgent that Su Qing hurriedly followed, attempting to explain, "Your Highness, the young prince caught a chill during the night. The wet nurse neglected to secure the windows. The wet nurse shall be punished." As he crossed the threshold of the courtyard, Pei Xian's gaze fell upon a delicate, porcelain-skinned boy seated on the stone steps, propping his chin on his hand, his complexion slightly pale. Several attendants anxiously surrounded him, trying to console him. Suddenly, the boy's eyes sparkled with recognition as he unsteadily rose and ran towards Pei Xian, exclaiming, "Father!" Pei Xian tossed the Buddhist beads he held into Su Qing's hands, his expression softening as he quickly approached and embraced the boy. "Father has returned." The boy, named Pei Chu, was the crown prince's sole heir. Pei Xian carried him into the courtyard, his gaze darkening as he surveyed the attendants. "All of you, step back and prepare for punishment." The attendants exchanged worried glances, their eyes shifting towards Su Qing, who wore a frown. His voice carried a note of sternness as he admonished, "You all, the young prince is still unwell. How could you let him out in the cold?" Afterward, Su Qing's gaze returned to the tender scene of father and son, their conversation audible from a distance, one voice sweet and innocent, the other steady and composed. "Father, didn't you say you were going to find a mother for Chua? Has she returned?" The boy's voice held a charming innocence, akin to a freshly bloomed bud. After a long pause, the crown prince finally replied, his tone seemingly laced with suppressed frustration. "She no longer wants us, father and son." Su Qing remained silent. Chapter 2. Solitude shall surely reclaim you. As twilight descended, the stars adorned the obsidian sky, and the moonlight caressed the earth like a silken veil. Below, the young prince had already succumbed to slumber. At this moment, Pei Xian sat intently at his writing desk, the tip of his brush dancing across the rice paper, leaving behind a trail of ink. Pei Xian did not lift his gaze, but responded directly. Su Qing hesitated slightly, internally conflicted about whether to broach another matter. "What else is there?" Pei Xian's expression remained composed, seemingly undisturbed. Su Qing cautiously observed Pei Xian's demeanor and softly reported, "Your Highness, today, Consort Yin struck the chief maid of the crown princess. It is said that the maid had reprimanded Consort Yin, prompting her to retaliate." He lowered his head, anxious, uncertain of how his highness would react. Within the chamber, the only sounds were the rustle of the brush gliding across paper and the gentle whisper of the wind outside. Just as Su Qing believed Pei Xian had not heard his words and prepared to report again, Pei Xian's voice emerged, imbued with a chilling indifference. "I'm already aware. You may withdraw. Such trifles need not be reported in the future." Su Qing respectfully bowed and slowly exited the chamber, gently closing the door behind him. At the moment the door was about to shut completely, his gaze lingered on the noble yet solitary figure at the writing desk. Throughout the realm, it is said that Crown Prince Pei Xian possesses the ability to govern with wisdom and to secure the nation with valor. His benevolence towards the people and his disinterest in carnal pleasures render him a pillar of the state and a paragon for the populace. At the tender age of 17, he took to the battlefield, displaying unparalleled courage and achieving remarkable feats that instilled terror in his adversaries. The name Pei Xian is known by all, and his virtuous reputation resonates far and wide. As a close attendant to the prince, Su Qing was aware that there resided within Pei Xian's heart an unspoken affection for someone. As the palace lights gradually dimmed, the prince found himself alone in the vast emptiness of his chamber, bearing the weight of solitude and longing that only he could endure. At the writing desk, Pei Xian's brush moved with increasing swiftness, synchronizing with the sound of the door's closure, replaying a dialogue in his mind. One large and one small. Father, did you not say you would find mother for Chua? Has mother returned? She no longer wants us, father and son. With a sharp crack, the brush fell abruptly into the inkstone, splattering ink about. Outside the door, Su Qing trembled, drawing in his neck and lowering his head. Since His Highness's return from the Northwest 3 years prior, his temperament had become exceedingly volatile, a phenomenon Su Qing had witnessed countless times. Pei Xian leaned against his seat, arms gently outstretched, his thoughts drifting back to a poignant incident from 3 years ago. Not good, not good. The lady has vanished. Pei Xian, cradling his newborn, immediately handed the child to the wet nurse and strode into the room with urgency. Inside, silence enveloped the space, and the still warm bed seemed to whisper of the mistress's hasty departure. That night, Pei Xian personally commanded a thorough search, yet it was as if she had vanished into thin air. After a futile fortnight of searching, he was compelled to return to court. Contemplating the inexplicable disappearance of that woman, Pei Xian's countenance darkened, as if capable of dripping with despair. Had she planned her departure of her own volition? Or was she coerced? He sat upright upon his esteemed throne, his hands firmly gripping the armrests, veins protruding like tendrils entwined around his arms. His knuckles turned pale from strain, as if they could shatter at any moment. In his mind, the incessant murmurs of the woman during her pregnancy replayed. Xianlang, do you think the child will resemble whom? Surely more like Jiao Jiao. No, it must be as handsome and elegant as Xianlang. How do you know it's a boy? Zili Xuanlong. It's surely what the baby told me. The chamber was dimly lit, with only a flickering candle in the corner casting mottled shadows. These shadows danced upon Pei Xian's face, rendering his expression even more menacing. His gaze was fixed ahead, eyes glinting with a perilous light, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey. Before him lay a map, its edges worn pale from his fingers' incessant caress. Intricate routes and locations marked in red. The cries of women and the wails of children filled the air, and Pei Xian's breath quickened, his chest heaving with each inhalation as he suppressed the fury ready to erupt, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Escape? I shall bring you back, slowly punishing you. Deep within the Valley of the Medicine King, there existed a serene and elegant courtyard. Towering green bamboos surrounded the courtyard, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. The entrance was crafted from precious agarwood, intricately carved, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur, with a plaque above inscribed with the words Yulon Residence. At the heart of the courtyard stood a delicate pavilion, its sheer curtains billowing in the wind, adding an air of mystery and ethereality. Inside the pavilion rested a Qin stand, upon which lay an ancient zither, its body adorned with exquisite carvings, the strings glimmering like silver under the sun. At this moment, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the soft visage of the woman reclining on the couch. She wore a gown of moonlit white, the hem gently cascading over the couch, rising and falling with her breaths. Her hair, cascading like a waterfall, lay carelessly beside her pillow, with strands of silver subtly interwoven. Her brows resembled distant emerald hills, her eyes like autumn waters brimming with waves. Long lashes casting delicate shadows in the candlelight, enhancing her air of enigma. Her skin, illuminated by the candlelight, was as pale as jade, exuding an ethereal coolness. Her red lips slightly parted, as if whispering in a dream. In her reverie, the man's fingertips, warm and gentle, grazed her lips, his breath brushing against her ear, repeatedly calling out a name both strange and familiar, his voice deep and rich, sending shivers down her neck. Gia. She could distinctly see the man's thick, fan-like lashes, his amber-hued, profound eyes filled with fervor, as though ready to break free from all constraints, igniting his very soul. His reddened gaze bore into her, as if yearning for something, his Adam's apple slowly rolling. Before she could gather her thoughts, his passionate kiss descended eagerly, exploring the sweetness of her mouth. A wave of dizziness enveloped her, her senses blurring, as if propelled by a surge of heat, unconsciously drawing closer to the man, clutching him tightly, viewing him as her sole salvation. The drapery of the bed gradually descended, veiling the enchanting scenery of the room. A startled exclamation shattered the tranquility as Jungu awoke from a profound slumber, a wave of discomfort coursing through her head, prompting her to furrow her brow involuntarily. Her hands instinctively cradled her temples, endeavoring to alleviate the sudden pang of pain. A question flickered through her mind. Why had she dreamt of such a peculiar scene? "Master, are you awake?" Fu Ling's voice resonated from beyond the curtains. Jungu gently lifted the soft bedding that enveloped her and slowly rose from the bed. "Come in," she beckoned, her voice infused with a weary languor, revealing that she had yet to fully emerge from the recent dreamscape. Once a woman of the 21st century, she had unexpectedly traversed time, reborn as an infant. In her previous life, she hailed from a wealthy family, possessing nothing but opulence. Although she could have relied on her family's wealth, she stubbornly chose to forge her own path. Yet, perhaps the heavens could not abide her arrogance. Just because she had watched a horror film, she had met her demise in such a manner. Others might have transcended through acts of valor. And yet, she had perished from a fright. However, perhaps she could consider herself the most unique of souls. "Master, do you feel unwell?" Fu Ling inquired with concern. Jungu gently shook her head, indicating that she was not in grave distress. Fu Ling carefully placed a basin of water on the table and then retrieved a soft silk cloth from beside her. She dipped the cloth into the water, wrung it gently, and approached Jungu, offering it with both hands. "Master, would you like to rest a while longer?" Jungu accepted the cloth, delicately wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, inhaling deeply as if to quell the tumult of her dreams. Her gaze fell upon the bronze mirror, which reflected the remnants of a rosy hue upon her cheeks and her slightly disheveled hair, all whispering of the dream's turmoil. "No need. Prepare me a fresh set of garments," she commanded. Fu Ling's worried gaze lingered on Jungu, and just as she was about to turn away, she was halted by a query. "Fu Ling, have I truly never stepped beyond the valley?" Junji's eyes fixed intently on Fu Ling's retreating figure, her tone laced with inquiry. Fu Ling paused, her steps faltering as she turned to face Jungu, recalling the old valley master as parting words. She lowered her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Master, you have grown up in this valley and have never left the Medicine King Valley." Concealing the doubt in her eyes. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Fu Ling affirmed. After a moment of silence, Junji's voice rang out again, tinged with a subtle melancholy. "You may leave now." As Fu Ling departed, tranquility enveloped the pavilion once more. Jungu approached the ancient zither, seated herself with grace, and let her fingers glide over the strings. Instantly, a cascade of sorrowful notes flowed forth, reminiscent of a gentle stream meandering through the mountains, imbued with haunting emotions and lingering sentiments that filled the serene space. She parted her lips, her murmurs betraying a hint of confusion and bewilderment. "Have I truly never ventured beyond this valley? Why does it feel as though the self in my dreams had lived outside?" Chapter 3. The Crown Prince's inability. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a pale hue, and the distant mountains emerged from a mist like a scene from a celestial realm. In the Yangxin Palace, the Emperor, Pei Zong, erupted in fury. Springing from his dragon throne, with strides reminiscent of tiger, he advanced towards Pei Xian, his voice resonating like thunder. "What do you mean by your earlier words?" Pei Xian, unshaken as if faced with a collapsing mountain, replied with calm composure. "In essence, it is simply that I am incapable." Pei Zong, the sovereign of the realm, was now in a state of agitation, pacing restlessly, his hand brushing against his forehead as he murmured to himself. Incapable? What does incapable mean? It refers to my son. Just as Pei Xian was about to elaborate, Pei Zong interrupted with a sharp command. Silence. I understand. No need for you, this rebellious offspring, to explain. Pei Xian obediently closed his mouth, standing at ease while observing the fluctuating expressions of the emperor, who alternated between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. Noticing Pei Xian's tranquility, Pei Zong's suspicion deepened, and he scrutinized him. Could it be that the crown princess has complained to your mother, prompting you to speak thus? Pei Xian's lips curled slightly as he suggested nonchalantly. If father does not believe, he may summon the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau for inquiry. After a brief interval, Zhang Lingruo, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, arrived in haste. Upon entering the hall, he quickly bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty and to his highness, the crown prince. Rise, Dr. Zhang, Pei Zong urged, his tone laced with urgency. Eager for him to speak, Zhang, looking apprehensive, stood up, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. The emperor's sudden summons filled him with trepidation. Though he surmised it was indeed related to the crown prince, for otherwise, Pei Xian would not be present. Dr. Zhang, regarding the crown prince's health. Pei Zong hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate the truth of the matter. Feeling the weight of their gazes, one filled with urgency from the emperor, the other subtly threatening from the prince, Zhang prostrated himself, his voice trembling. I dare not utter a single falsehood. The crown prince's health is indeed poor. After speaking, he endeavored to diminish his presence, fearful that the emperor's wrath might lead to his demise. Pei Zong did indeed raise his foot, only to lower it slowly once more. He crouched before Zhang, wearing a broad smile that appeared overly sycophantic. Dr. Zhang, lift your head. Zhang, momentarily dazed, raised his gaze to meet the emperor's, only to quickly avert his eyes, for the emperor's expression was terrifying. Your Majesty, even if he is incapable, you must ensure he becomes capable. Heal the crown prince. Initially frozen, Zhang glanced at the crown prince beside the emperor. Pei Xian's gaze was as calm as still water, but it was impossible to overlook its intensity. With a slight shudder, he spoke in a barely audible tone. Your Majesty, I am powerless. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang emerged from the palace as though he had endured a life-and-death ordeal, stumbling as he walked, wholly unlike a man in his 40s. Glancing back at the plaque of Yanxing Palace, he bowed and departed, murmuring to himself, Alas, what a calamity. However, no one noticed a slender dark figure swiftly passing outside the hall. After Dr. Zhang's departure, Pei Zong anxiously paced within the chamber, his steps growing increasingly hurried. Pei Xian felt a slight twitch in his eyelid and resolutely decided to leave. He could not fathom what scheme his father was concocting. Since the emperor had already inquired about the situation with the court official, he would take his leave. You stand right there? Pei Zong suddenly barked. Tell me, what is it that you find so insurmountable? Pei Zong's voice unconsciously lowered, wary of being overheard in such a disgraceful matter, yet tinged with a hint of frustration. He circled Pei Xian several times, his neck strained. You've grown tall, yet remain utterly useless. I recall a time when He abruptly halted, shaking his head. Enough of my past heroics. Return now. I shall have Sushi procure a few beautiful concubines for you. Perhaps, if you try, you might succeed. Pei Xian, with a grim expression, exited the inner chamber after Pei Zong's lengthy admonitions, followed closely by 4 enchanting maidens. Pei Zong stood at the entrance, stroking his chin, watching their retreating figures with a confident smile, as if he had foreseen Pei Xian's impending success. If you try, you shall surely succeed. I still care for the crown prince. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Shi, who had just entered the hall, the foot he had restrained from kicking out moments before suddenly lifted, delivering a swift kick to Su Shi's backside, accompanied by a scolding, You dim-witted fool. From a distance at the palace gates, Su Qing caught sight of the alluring women trailing behind Pei Xian, a knowing glimmer flickering in his eyes. The emperor had once again sent beautiful maidens to the crown prince. As Pei Xian approached, he stepped forward to respectfully bow. Your Highness, may I inquire about these lovely ladies? Su Qing feigned ignorance, yet his gaze wandered over the maidens. Alas, The emperor truly is indulgent. The crown princess quarters are nearly overflowing with beauties already, and he still seeks to present more. One might think he is overly enamored with charm. Pei Xian cast a cold, sidelong glance at him and succinctly commanded, "Arrange for another carriage to send him home." As soon as Pei Xian's words fell, he disregarded the bashful women behind him and proceeded directly to the carriage, leaving Su Qing and the maidens in an awkward silence, exchanging glances. Just as Pei Xian was about to step into the carriage, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind. "Your Highness is indeed blessed with such fortune." Pei Xian slowly turned around, and upon seeing the speaker, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, though it did not reach his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. "Perhaps I shall gift these beauties to Prince Shen?" The speaker was none other than the current emperor's eldest son, Prince Shun Pei Ci, the crown prince's elder brother. His countenance was equally handsome, yet in stark contrast to Pei Xian's imposing demeanor, his face bore a hint of a cynical smile. The malice glimmering in his eyes seemed incongruous with that smile, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. "This is surely a blessing I am unworthy of. How could I dare to seize the affection bestowed upon the crown prince by our father? I have heard that the Prince of Shun's residence harbors many beauties, so it is likely that he, too, is indifferent to the emperor's gifts." A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Pei Ci's eyes, his smile momentarily faltering before swiftly returning to its nonchalant guise. "Your Highness, how could I presume? If our father were to bestow upon me a reward, I would receive it with utmost joy. As the crown prince of Pei, I am bound to you, a prince of Pei as well. Our fates are intertwined, sharing both glory and ruin. I hope the Prince of Shun remembers this." Pei Ci's expression shifted subtly, yet quickly regained its composure. Pei Xian merely cast a cursory glance at Pei Ci before turning to step onto the carriage, his voice fading with the sound of the wheels. "Prince of Shun, I am fully aware of your intentions. I merely hope you refrain from actions that may lead to regret." As the carriage rolled away, Pei Xian's silhouette gradually vanished around the corner of the palace walls, leaving Pei Ci standing there, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Pei Ci's eyes. Though his smile remained, it carried a tinge of bitterness. His gaze fixated on the direction in which Pei Xian had departed, his thoughts surging like tempestuous waves. As the eldest son of the current sovereign, his mother was the noble consort, and his uncle wielded significant military power as a general. Yet, oh, how I lament my father. At the time of the ascension, the crown princess had just given birth to a legitimate heir, and without hesitation, the late emperor had requested that the title of crown prince be conferred upon him. Upon the late emperor's passing, the new sovereign, upon his coronation, appointed the crown prince, pouring all his favor into him alone. As they grew into adulthood, their father continued to pave the way for the crown prince, meticulously guarding against the other princes forging ties with powerful ministers. Father, do you truly harbor such favoritism? Is the position of crown prince destined to be Pei Xian's alone? His gaze shifted to the women left behind by Pei Xian, their beauty rendering them particularly enchanting in the setting sun, igniting a restless yearning within him. Yet all Pei Ci felt was hatred. The Prince of Shun, his father, the current emperor, seemed to be cautioning him, urging him to tread carefully and harbor no unwarranted ambitions. Caution? A sardonic smile curled at Pei Ci's lips. Was I, Pei Ci, destined to live perpetually in Pei Xian's shadow? No, I shall not concede so easily. Pei Xian, mark my words, I, Pei Ci, shall contend for this throne. Not far away, a eunuch hurriedly approached Pei Ci, his face etched with urgency, panting as he reported, "My lord, the princess and the secondary consort have quarreled, and the secondary consort has unfortunately fallen and miscarried." What? Pei Ci's expression changed dramatically. He had only 8 daughters to date, and the physician had asserted that this pregnancy would surely yield a son. Without a son, how could he aspire to claim that exalted position? Chapter 4. The little one who calls for mother in dreams the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a delicate lavender hue over the clouds, heralding the arrival of night. The sovereign of an entire nation stood hesitantly before the gates of Fengyi Palace, caught in a quandary. Should he enter or refrain? Would he be cast out once more? His foot took a step forward only to retreat, repeating this motion 7 or 8 times, yet he never crossed the threshold. Sushi stood nearby, her heart racing with concern. What is the emperor contemplating? To enter or not? Oh dear, truly, it is the emperor who is unhurried. While the eunuchs are anxious, the ruler of a nation dares not even enter the chambers of his own wife. Your Majesty, will you not step inside? Zong, kikt suundicesimo lightly, snorting in disdain. You insolent servant, are you instructing me on my duties? I would not dare, Your Majesty. With the peculiar gazes of the palace maids and eunuchs upon him, Zong seemed to have made up his mind. He cleared his throat, adopting a facade of authority, and strode boldly through the palace gates. Yet his thumb, nervously rubbing the ring on his finger, betrayed his anxiety. Greetings, Your Majesty. The attendants bowed in unison, their voices tinged with amusement. At last, the emperor had entered. Otherwise, they would have burst from holding back their laughter. Within the hall, a resplendent beauty dined elegantly, casting a casual glance at Zong as he entered. She parted her crimson lips, inquiring, "What brings Your Majesty to my presence today? Has the beloved consort failed to attend to you?" Today, word from Yangxin Palace has it that the consort brought a box of delicacies, she added. The lady was none other than the current empress, Yu Ilan, the mother of the crown prince. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance between the crown prince and her was striking. "I wish to see the empress today," Zong replied sheepishly, inadvertently referring to himself in the first person, the earlier pretense of authority dissipating instantly. The empress pursed her lips, lifting a piece of tofu with her chopsticks to her mouth, her luscious lips glistening with oil, appearing even more alluring. Zong's throat involuntarily moved in sync with her lips. "Have you dined, Your Majesty?" Zong regained his composure, suppressing the heat rising within his eyes, shamelessly seating himself beside her. "It was all that wretched Sushi's fault. She had neglected to prepare my evening meal, compelling me to come here to the empress." Sushi, standing at a distance, internally protested. "I distinctly recall asking if you wished to have a meal prepared, and it was you, Your Majesty, who insisted on dining in Fengyi Palace, was it not? No need. Was that not what you, Your Majesty, had proclaimed? Did you not wish to seize the opportunity to enjoy a meal with Her Majesty? Ah, it is truly challenging to serve as the Emperor's close attendant." The Empress cast a sidelong glance at Zong, her eyes reflecting skepticism. Zong cleared his throat and gestured for the attendants to withdraw. As they filed out, only the two of them remained within the grand hall. Zong hovered around the Empress, his demeanor as obsequious as a loyal dog, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he spoke softly. From a distance, Sushi observed, finally witnessing a hint of a smile gracing the Empress's lips. As night enveloped the palace, Zong hurriedly completed his bath, donning a bright yellow night robe, reclining upon the bed. Though his gaze fell upon the book in his hands, the pages lay frozen, unmoving for an extended period. As the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, he feigned calmness, turning the pages of a book until the queen gracefully settled beside him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and cast aside the tome in his hands. Soon, the two reclined together on the couch, and Zong broached the subject of the crown prince's health, discussed earlier in the Yangxin Palace. "Is it truly so?" The queen gasped, her sudden turn causing the neckline of her nightgown to slip, revealing her delicate pink undergarment and skin as flawless as jade. Zong's eyes widened, yet he swiftly averted his gaze, acknowledging the truth of the matter. "Tomorrow, I shall summon Xin'er to inquire," she mused aloud, unaware that Zong was intently gazing at her alluring lips, which moved enticingly. It was only when Zong's form enveloped hers that she regained her senses. Moments later, the chamber was filled with hurried breaths and Zong's suggestive words. "The crown prince has his own strategies. And tonight, the queen mused, 'Let us see how I fare.'" In contrast to the springtime ambience within Fengyi Palace, Xian returned to the prince's residence accompanied by 4 beautiful concubines, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. His usual sternness softened as he occasionally selected appropriate morsels for the young child beside him, who savored each bite with delight. "Father, I like this." Xian paused, recalling that she too had a fondness for such delicacies. Xianlang, this dumpling is truly delicious. Moderate your intake. It may lead to indigestion. No, no, I want to eat. Indeed, little Chewer bore an uncanny resemblance to her, did she not? Su Qing entered the palace quietly, casting a swift glance at the father and child relishing their meal, and reported in hushed tones, "Your Highness, the crown princess has arrived with urgent matters to discuss." Pei Xian's expression shifted from warmth to coldness in an instant. "Allow her to enter." Jiang Yao stepped in, a smile gracing her lips, only to find Pei Chu joyfully dining with Pei Xian, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. Pei Chu, already enjoying her meal, instinctively felt a twinge of fear under Jiang Yao's gaze, causing her spoon to clatter into her bowl. Pei Xian's eyes sharpened like a blade as he questioned Jiang Yao. "The crown princess has no business here. Return." Jiang Yao momentarily faltered, cursing under her breath, yet maintained a facade of pleasantness as she addressed Pei Xian. "I have come to consult your highness on how to arrange the newly arrived sisters." The thought of the 4 charming young concubines twisted her insides. The crown prince's harem never lacked fresh faces, and yet she must wear a smile while orchestrating their placements. Although the crown prince seldom visited the inner court, the mere sight of them unsettled her. Pei Xian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, speaking in his usual manner. Jiang Yao fixated on his expression, her fervent emotions barely concealed, oblivious to the disdain in Pei Xian's gaze. Reflecting on the past, had she not also been captivated by that extraordinarily charismatic crown prince? "I have arranged for several sisters to occupy the vacant loft." Pei Xian responded nonchalantly, continuing to use his silver chopsticks to serve Pei Chu several soft dumplings. If she enjoyed them, he would give her more. After all, would she cause a ruckus like her mother? The crown princess felt a burning jealousy in her heart. "Surely, your highness will invite me to dine with you?" She intentionally refrained from dining before her arrival, having long felt the pangs of hunger. With no pressing matters at hand, the crown princess decided to return and partake in a meal. As Jiang Yao stepped out of the palace door, she could still hear the gentle voices emanating from within. Just one more morsel would suffice. Her hand gripped the armor tightly, embedding itself in her flesh, with blood seeping out unbeknownst to her. The husband, who had always treated her with utter indifference, now lavished his affections upon that wretched offspring. Why? As night descended, the apothecary valley lay in serene tranquility. The moonlight, like silver, bathed the undulating mountains, adorning the medicinal fields, thatched cottages, and streams within the valley, rendering them akin to a fairyland. In the heart of the apothecary valley, a quaint stone pavilion glowed brightly. Surrounding the pavilion, several ancient pines swayed gently in the night breeze, and the occasional chirping of night birds among the pine needles added a touch of serenity. "Subordinates, pay your respects to the valley master." Jungu bore a faint smile as she sat at the head of the table. "Elders, please rise." "Valley master, this is an invitation from the Pei Kingdom. The birthday of the current monarch is set for early next month, and we have been specially invited to attend." The esteemed elder in the foremost position, Junqi, respectfully presented an exquisite invitation letter. Jungu accepted the letter, gradually unfurling it, her gaze lingering on the characters within. After a considerable pause, she spoke slowly. "Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter?" The apothecary valley, with a legacy spanning a century, had been passed down from her grandfather's generation. Coincidentally, her past life had been steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, and this lifetime she found herself intrigued to pursue it further. Determined not to replicate the stubbornness of her previous existence, she was prepared to rely on her family while also considering the prospect of opening a small shop. Little did she anticipate that her ventures would flourish across the 4 nations, to the point where she dreamt of wealth flowing into her purse. In this lifetime, she had indeed begun to earn her own fortune. It seemed that when she wished to rely on her family, she was abruptly thrust into a new reality. Yet when she sought independence, it felt as though her achievements were self-made. Was the heavens displeased with her? Coughing to regain her composure, she reminded herself to maintain a level of decorum befitting her role as Valley Master. The world was currently fragmented, although there was a temporary calm. The Pei Kingdom stood strong, while other nations could not be underestimated, harboring their own ambitions for resurgence. The currents of power in the world shifted like a chess game, and the clouds of war could loom once more at any moment. The Apothecary Valley had always upheld a stance of neutrality, refraining from worldly disputes. Yet all nations sought to leverage its influence to bolster their own strength. In previous years, the Valley had politely declined invitations from various countries, but given the present circumstances, it was likely that such refusals could no longer be sustained. Furthermore, given that the Apothecary Valley was situated within the Pei Kingdom, it would be difficult to decline this birthday invitation. Valley Master, in my humble opinion, our location is indeed part of the Pei Kingdom, and we cannot refuse this birthday invitation. It's akin to an arrow already drawn. We must release it. We have no choice but to attend. The second elder, Jun Ming, a venerable yet spirited elder, stroked his long beard as he spoke. His keen insight was reminiscent of an elder from her past life, who would chase her around with a feathered duster. While the Pei Kingdom was powerful, the Apothecary Valley should not be underestimated. A refusal at this juncture could incite the Pei Kingdom's displeasure, which would be detrimental to the valley. However, should our esteemed clan attend, we may be perceived by other nations as taking sides, thus jeopardizing our century-long reputation for neutrality. I believe it prudent for our clan to send representatives to extend our congratulations, yet they must exercise caution, avoiding political discourse and focusing solely on the art of medicine. The words of the second elder resonate deeply. Our representatives should emphasize medical exchange, steering clear of national affairs and political stances, thus celebrating the occasion in the spirit of medicine. The fourth elder, Lord Jun Yong, a robust figure with a resonant voice, also openly expressed his opinion. Very well. We shall proceed as per the second elder's counsel. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Jun Gu returned to the secluded residence of Yulan, and after a refreshing bath, reclined on the couch, gradually succumbing to slumber. In her dreams, a delicate and charming little boy, his face radiating joy, reached out to her, softly uttering, "Mother." Chapter 5. The bonds of matrimony in the early morning. The heavy gauze curtains discreetly concealed the lingering intimacy of the previous night. Within the confined space, the lingering scent of dragons' saliva intertwined with the memories of last night's enchantment. The queen shifted slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. As she gradually opened her eyes, she beheld Pei Zong, still with his eyes tightly shut. Her gaze lingered on his slumbering visage, where his long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow under the dim light. Unable to resist, she reached out, her fingertips brushing against his cheek, experiencing a sensation both familiar and foreign. His brow furrowed slightly, as if even in dreams he could sense her touch. Recalling how shamelessly persistent this man had been the previous night, the queen instinctively kicked her leg lightly, eliciting a low, muffled grunt from him. Half awake, he patted her back softly, murmuring, "Don't tease." The queen's body stiffened. How long had it been since she had heard him tenderly call her a? After a tea's worth of time, the queen sat at her dressing table, allowing the palace maid to style her hair. She cast a sidelong glance at the bed curtains, softly instructing, "Be gentle." Old Mama Lin, observing the blush on the queen's face, smiled and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we rouse the emperor?" "No need. Let him rest a little longer today and skip court." "Your Majesty is indeed considerate of the emperor," old Mama Lin jested. As the queen's wet nurse, she was treated like family, allowing her to speak so freely. The queen said little more, suddenly pointing to a long-neglected hairpin on the counter. "Let us wear this today." After her grooming, the queen, supported by the chief maid Lon Exon, gracefully stepped out of the sleeping quarters and made her way to the main hall. Once she departed, the emperor, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity replacing any semblance of drowsiness. He had clearly been awake for some time. His broad palm rested where the queen had just reclined, and a faint smile graced his lips before he closed his eyes once more. In the main hall, a multitude of concubines awaited the opportunity to pay their respects to the sovereign of the harem. A clear, melodious laughter broke the silence of the hall. "Oh, good morning, sisters." This voice, heard before its owner was seen, belonged uniquely to one with such presence, the noble concubine. The other concubines promptly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the noble concubine." Empress Guifei, supported by the palace maidens, entered with a graceful sway, settling into her seat. Her delicate hand caressed the intricate patterns on her sleeves before she softly commanded, "Rise." The concubines, half-crouched, bore their silent grievances, unable to voice their frustrations. Could they dare to reproach the empress for not summoning them earlier? It was customary for lower-ranking concubines to pay their respects to those of higher rank. And this empress was notoriously imperious. Yu Jiaoyi spoke with a hint of flattery. "Oh, your highness, your attire today is truly splendid. I have yet to witness such a beautiful gown. In the treacherous court of the Pei Kingdom, if anyone excelled at duplicity, it was undoubtedly Yu Jiaoyi." She possessed the uncanny ability to belittle while simultaneously flattering, akin to a rear guard in the palace intrigues. With a derisive arch of her exquisitely shaped brow, Guifei extended her slender, jade-like hand, her fingertips lightly gesturing towards Yu Jiaoyi. "Yu Jiaoyi, your taste is commendable. In my palace, there exists another gown, also a gift from my brother. However, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of its color. Since that is the case, I shall bestow it upon you, as a token of my favor." Her tone was laced with a condescending air of generosity, as if this gown was not a mere gift, but rather a divine favor bestowed upon Yu Jiaoyi. Her gaze swept across the faces of the concubines, reclining languidly in her chair, exuding an air of haughty superiority. "This gown of mine is, of course, extraordinary. It was sent to me by my brother, who traveled great distances from Ezhou. Crafted by the most skilled weavers of the region, it is made from the finest silk, adorned with threads of gold and silver, meticulously woven into a brocade of clouds." A radiant smile blossomed on Yu Jiaoyi's face as she stood to perform a deep bow, her voice quivering with excitement. "I am profoundly grateful for your highness's generosity. The affection that the general of the state harbors for you is indeed enviable." Yet, a fleeting shadow of jealousy flickered in her eyes, quickly vanishing. With numerous sisters in her family, she was but one among the many illegitimate daughters, never having tasted the sweetness of favor. Since entering the palace, she had not won the emperor's affection, nor had she borne any royal offspring. This opulent attire was an unprecedented sight for her. "Rise, look at your joy," remarked Xu Fei, seated opposite Guifei, observing her lofty demeanor as her jade hand delicately brushed the rim of her teacup, accompanied by a light laugh. "While the garment is indeed resplendent, should it transgress the established decorum, it may yield contrary results." "What do you mean by that, dear sister?" Xu Fei continued. "The motif of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix has historically been reserved for the empress alone. Has my sister perhaps forgotten the palace's regulations?" Guifei's expression shifted slightly, but quickly regained its haughty composure. "What are your eyes beholding, dear sister? The design of my gown is of 100 birds in homage, and the phoenix has yet to arrive. It cannot be compared to the empress's motif." Though her words reflected one sentiment, her heart felt another. Even so, what of it? Were it not for that Yushur, the position of empress would have undoubtedly been hers. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lady Yu hastily intervened, stating, "Indeed, the attire of the noble consort does not exceed propriety. It appears that Lady Shu has misunderstood." However, Lady Shu remained unfazed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Lady Yu possesses quite the silver tongue, adept at flattering the haughty and overbearing. Unperturbed by the presence of the mirror-hearted companion beside the noble consort, she rose abruptly. "Exudinha commandinha." What does Lady Shu mean by her words? Are you insinuating that I am haughty and overbearing? The empress, having listened quietly from behind, gradually revealed a look of delight, ultimately restoring her characteristic gentle demeanor as she emerged with the assistance of Lanxin. "I heard the joyous voices of my sisters from afar. Pray tell, what amusing tales are being shared?" The concubines promptly stood from their seats, respectfully greeting the empress. Seated upon her elevated phoenix throne, she cast a sidelong glance at the irate expression of the noble consort and the reverent visage of Lady Shu, covering her mouth with a handkerchief to suppress her amusement. "Sisters, please be seated. I felt a slight discomfort this morning, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lady Yu, sharp-tongued as ever, was the first to interject, oblivious to the watchful gaze of the noble consort. Your Majesty is too kind. I have heard that His Majesty visited the Fengyi Palace last night, and Your Highness dutifully attended to him. Your health is of utmost importance. The Empress smiled gently at her, while the noble consort shot a scathing glare at Lady Yu, turning her head away in disdain. Lady Shu's gaze fell upon the ornate hairpin adorning the Empress's coiffure, her eyes betraying a hint of jealousy, which she quickly masked with a broadening smile. Is that not the exquisite flying phoenix hairpin that His Majesty painstakingly crafted for you? Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes widened in surprise. Lady Shu remembers? How could I forget? This hairpin was crafted by His Majesty himself for you. And such affection surely inspires envy among us sisters. Is it merely a hairpin? Must we extol it so? As if no one else possesses one, the noble consort interjected, unable to conceal the jealousy that marred her visage as she glanced at the Empress's headpiece. In the days of yore, when His Majesty was still a prince, she had been more beautiful than the Empress, her figure more graceful. How blind was the Emperor? They had both fallen into the water on one fateful occasion. Yet he had rushed to save the Empress instead. She had fainted instantly, only to awaken and find him circling around the Empress. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Had the Emperor rescued her then, would this hairpin not have been hers? Lady Shu smiled gently. Dear sister, your words are misplaced. Though many may possess hairpins, this one signifies His Majesty's sentiments towards the Empress. It cannot be compared to an ordinary trinket. The noble consort's expression darkened. Lady Shu, are you implying that I lack understanding of affection? The Empress cleared her throat, instructing the palace maids to serve tea anew. Sisters, while we are gathered for greetings today, I have an important matter to discuss. Next month marks His Majesty's birthday, and emissaries from all corners will converge upon the capital. His Majesty also wishes to invite the esteemed figures from the Apothecary Valley. This is of great significance, and I require the united efforts of all my sisters to make this occasion a grand success. At this, the noble consort raised her chin defiantly. But Your Majesty, have you not previously refrained from discussing this matter? Why has she chosen to intervene this year? The Empress is the sovereign of the 6 palaces. How dare the consorts engage in such reckless discourse? The other concubines gazed as Pei Zong, his face clouded with displeasure, entered the main hall from the side chamber. Remarkably, the Emperor had yet to depart from Fengyi Palace. No wonder the Empress had not yet made her appearance. In a state of panic, the consort hurriedly knelt alongside the other concubines. We pay our respects to His Majesty. Pei Zong advanced with composure to the Empress, gently assisting her to rise. His gaze drawn to her delicate hairpin, the shadows of worry dissipating as a smile graced his features. The Empress, noticing this, also smiled softly. Since the Empress has made such arrangements, you shall follow her orders. The consort, consumed by jealousy at the sight of the Emperor and Empress seated together, felt a pang of envy. Enough. The time for your greetings has passed. You may all withdraw, lest you disturb the private moments between the Emperor and Empress. The concubines complied and retreated, while the consort, filled with resentment, stomped her foot and exited with the others. Within Fengyi Palace, the bond between the Emperor and Empress deepened. My Empress, did you tire yourself last night? The Empress surveyed her surroundings, noticing the palace maid's stifling laughter, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she feigned annoyance. Your Majesty, why do you disregard propriety? Between husband and wife, the bonds of kinship cannot be dismissed as disregard for decorum. Chapter 6. A little companion on her leg. The sky was a brilliant blue. The sun shone radiantly, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing coolness. A carriage sped along the cobblestone streets of Pei Kingdom's capital, finally coming to a steady halt before the Han Yun Inn. My lord, we have arrived. Gong Chao softly roused the drowsing Jun Ge. She slowly opened her eyes, delicately lifting the carriage curtain to gaze upon the bustling street. The capital of Pei Kingdom indeed appeared remarkably prosperous. You have yet to experience the grandeur of the Shanyang Lantern Festival. That is truly an extraordinary affair. Gan Gao Vima? her face alight with a hint of regret as she observed the thronging crowd. She frequently traversed the capital, yet had only attended the Lantern Festival once, leaving her yearning for more. Jungu offered a serene smile, donning a veil that obscured half of her exquisite visage. "Let us enter. Esteemed guest, do you require lodging?" The innkeeper maintained his cheerful demeanor upon seeing Jungu and her companion. "Yungi sotsli diestil." And the innkeeper's expression shifted to one of utmost respect as he bowed and said, "Please, follow me, honored guest." Under the innkeeper's guidance, Jungu ascended to the uppermost luxury guest room. Taking a seat, the innkeeper promptly bowed, saying, "My lord, Junjin is here to pay his respects." No need for formalities. Junjin poured a cup of tea, standing respectfully to the side. "Is your visit to the capital for the purpose of auditing accounts? If so, I can fetch the ledger at once." "There is no need. I have come to attend the birthday celebration of the sovereign of Pei Kingdom." "In that case, please rest. My lord, I shall no longer intrude." Yunki nodded slightly, watching Yun Din depart. She then lifted her teacup and drank it in one swift motion. Observing Jun Ji's contemplative expression, Gan Chao cautiously inquired, "My lord, do you sense something amiss with the innkeeper?" "Not at all." Gan Chao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My lord, please allow me to remain here while you venture out to investigate." Gan Chao quickly retorted, "My lord, Sister Fulling has instructed me to stay by your side at all times, never to leave your presence." The gentle smile on Jun Ji's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a fleeting chill in her gaze directed at Gan Chao. Sensing the shift, Gan Chao dared not speak further, bowing her head in acquiescence. "Yes, my lord." Jungu strode purposefully out of the room, leaving Gan Chao standing there with a heart full of lament as she watched her depart. Alas, her lord did not take her along for the outing. As Jungu recalled the myriad of obstacles Fulling had posed before her departure to the kingdom of Pei, her eyes darkened slightly. Why did Fulling hinder her from leaving the Yaowang Valley? In the respectful gaze of the innkeeper, Jungu exited the tavern, her eyes piercing through the throngs of people, fixing upon the bustling market ahead before making her way toward a few nearby food stalls. Meanwhile, in a tavern, a man gazed listlessly out the window, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah Xian, look outside." Pei Xian had intended to gather information within the city today, as envoys from various nations were gradually converging in the capital, marking a time of great tumult. Upon hearing the man's call, he merely raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance outside, only to find an expanse of emptiness. "What is it?" The man cast his gaze around outside, his expression one of confusion as he muttered to himself, "Strange, it was just here." Pei Xian, clearly indifferent, downed his drink in one gulp, narrowed his eyes, and stood up straight, heading outside. Returning now, the capital was exceptionally lively, as it was the birthday of the monarch of Pei, with envoys from various nations arriving, and the common folk joining in the festivities. As the time drew near, Jungu and Gan Chao boarded the carriage, heading to the royal palace. The carriage slowly navigated through the bustling crowd, eventually arriving at the magnificent palace gates. Jungu and Gan Chao disembarked, their eyes sweeping over the guards at the palace gates and the resplendent decorations before they calmly presented their invitation. Observing this, the guards whispered a few instructions, and shortly after, an older eunuch hurried forward, his voice respectful. "Lady Gu, the palace banquet has commenced. Please follow this humble servant." This was Su Shi, who, having been informed of the arrival of the Yaowang Valley's leader, had been waiting here at the behest of Emperor Peizong. Jungu nodded gently and followed Su Shi through the corridor, traversing the fragrant imperial garden. The night breeze caressed her, carrying the scent of blossoms, while the harmonious melodies of string instruments wafted from afar. This was Jun Ji's first time stepping through the gates of the palace. The sights she had previously seen on television paled in comparison to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. Indeed, it was a privilege to visit the palace in person. Such grandeur and solemnity were palpable. Little did she anticipate that she would one day reside within those very walls. As they neared the Ganlu Hall, the palace maids and eunuchs bustled about. The red carpet stretched along the palace path, appearing even more vibrant under the illumination of lanterns. Just as Jungu was about to reach the entrance of Ganlu Hall, she suddenly felt a small force wrap tightly around her leg, accompanied by a sweet, youthful call, "Mother." Upon hearing that voice, Junji's figure stiffened. Her heart felt as though it were sealed with adhesive, rendering her unable to move. She lowered her gaze to the little creature clinging tightly to her leg, her mind buzzing. Why did this voice and this face resemble that child from her dreams? Master Sushi turned around and, upon noticing, hurriedly pried the little one off Jungu, gently chiding, "Oh dear little ancestor, how did you manage to come out by yourself? This is the leader of June Valley, not her mother." He then bowed to Jungu, saying, "Leader, I apologize on behalf of the young prince." Jungu looked at the little one, whose face was filled with grievance, and couldn't he help but softly inquire, "May I ask, who is this child?" "The young prince is the direct heir of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Jungu suppressed the odd feelings bubbling within her. So that was the case. The direct heir, indeed. This meant he was the child of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Just as she was about to take a step, the little one grasped her hand tightly, seeing the stubbornness reflected in his eyes. Jungu felt a sudden pang in her heart. Master Su, she hesitated as he observed the scene, his expression complex. "No worries, I shall take him inside." The little one's eyes sparkled with delight as he tightened his grip on her hand. Jungu leaned down slightly, gazing at the expression on his face, and smiled gently. After all, he was still a child. What kind of parents could possibly give birth to such an adorable child? "Leader, please enter." Yoongi hesitated momentarily, glancing at the threshold, then looking down at the little one. Ultimately, she picked him up and stepped over the threshold. To her surprise, the little one wrapped his arms around her neck, unwilling to let go, his little head nuzzling against her neck like a puppy. Utterly charming. As Jungu pondered how to coax the little one down, every gaze in the hall converged upon the duo at the entrance, filled with curiosity and astonishment. In the end, Jungu could only gracefully carry the reluctant little one into the hall. Inside, the place was ablaze with light, the opulent decorations shimmering brilliantly in the candlelight. Jungu surveyed the surroundings, noting that the hall was filled with elegantly dressed nobles and officials, some whispering among themselves while others gazed intently at her and the little one, dressed in a white gown, with a pale blue ribbon tied at her waist that swayed gently with her movements. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely held up by a single jade hairpin. The delicate chain at the pin's tip swayed slightly, resembling droplets of rain. The attendees were all dignitaries, and the silk she wore was evidently from the finest lakes in Jiangnan, known as Yunshui Blue, produced in extremely limited quantities each year and thus highly precious. Only 3 bolts were available to the palace annually. With skin as fair as snow, features as picturesque as a painting, and lips red as cherries with pearly white teeth, she possessed a natural, ethereal charm. Particularly striking were her expressive eyes, exuding elegance and warmth tinged with a hint of indifference. The jade pendant at her ear chimed melodiously with each step she took, making her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting, captivating the hearts of those present. The little one in her arms seemed to sense the attention surrounding them, showing no signs of shyness. Instead, he raised his little face proudly, snuggling even closer to Jungu. Jungu gently caressed the little one's back, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction surging within her. "Sure, come here." A languid, deep voice echoed through the hall. The little one immediately turned, excitedly exclaiming, "Father!" Drawn by this voice, Jungu shifted her gaze towards its source, catching a glimpse of Pei Xian's countenance, her brows slightly arching. Is this the father of the little bundle? The crown prince of the current dynasty? His appearance is indeed quite handsome. The crown princess is fortunate, a charming husband and an adorable son. Chapter 7. The Resemblance of Two Actions Valley Master? Suonfe, the palace eunuch, softly called out. Jungu gradually diverted her attention from Pei Xian, gently placing the little one down, her voice tender. "Little one, go to your father." Unwilling to part, the little one stubbornly lifted his chin. "Mother, I am called Pei Chuer." His youthful words echoed in the grand hall, eliciting a wave of astonishment. It is noteworthy that this little prince has been enveloped in affection since childhood. The crown prince carried him back to court when he was less than a month old. As the sole offspring of the crown prince, he has received unparalleled favor from the emperor and empress, being conferred the title of prince before even reaching 1 year of age. Yet, this little prince has never addressed the crown princess as mother. And today, he suddenly refers to a stranger as such. How peculiar. Whispers began to circulate among the court, with glances directed toward Jungu as they scrutinized her beauty. Perhaps there is no one more exquisite than she in all the realm. The ardor in the eyes of the unmarried men present was nearly overwhelming. Could it be that the little prince acknowledges his mother based on her looks? Jungu faintly sensed the gazes around her. Even the emperor and empress on their lofty seats regarded her with astonishment. She knelt to meet the little one's gaze, softly saying, "You mustn't call me that. You can refer to me as Sister Jungu." The little one shook his head eagerly, tears welling in his eyes resembling hers. "No, no. Why are you crying?" Jungu pondered, having never cared for a child before. "How does one comfort?" Pei Xian's voice rang out once more. "Chuer, come here." Jungu watched in disbelief as the little one quickly wiped his tears and cast her a glance filled with longing before dashing to Pei Xian's side. Jungu thought, so did he cry or not? She observed the little one bouncing toward Pei Xian, then turned, her hands clasped respectfully as she bowed towards the imperial throne. "Valley Master Jungu pays her respects to your majesty and the empress. May your majesty's fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity equal to that of the southern mountains, with robust health. I am finally fortunate enough to have a distinguished guest from your esteemed valley. I am eternally grateful for the support of the Valley of the Medicine King towards my dynasty." The smiles on the faces of the envoys from the other 3 kingdoms instantly froze upon hearing this. Could it be that the Valley of the Medicine King stands with the Pei Nation? A flicker of intrigue crossed Junji's eyes as she lightly replied, "Your Majesty bestows too much praise. Healing the sick is the duty of the Valley of the Medicine King, and its members shall strive to aid all afflicted." As expected, as the third elder had said, the Emperor of the Pain Nation is indeed a cunning old fox. "Su Shi, do not delay. Please offer the Valley Master a seat." Upon hearing these words, the concubines in the inner palace breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jungu possessed both beauty and power, which inevitably caused them to worry that the emperor might be tempted to take a new consort. Competing for favor was already a challenge. The addition of another young and beautiful rival would only complicate matters further. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Zong mused, "Am I truly so lecherous? Besides, would he dare?" Meanwhile, Pei Xian listened intently as Pei Chu whispered explanations into his ear, then gently lifted him onto his lap, his gaze falling upon Jungu, a shadow of deep contemplation flickering in his eyes. Could it be, as Chu Air suggested, that it was indeed you? Jungu held a silver chopstick, her gaze wandering over the exquisite dishes on the table, yet feeling at a loss on how to proceed. Ultimately, she reluctantly set down the chopstick. These cold dishes seemed beyond the comprehension of how the nobility could find them appetizing. She recalled watching palace dramas on television, where merely viewing such delicacies would leave her hungry. How was it that she could now taste them, yet found no appetite? Was this what it meant to take for granted what one had acquired? "Your Excellency, does the cuisine not suit your palate?" Gan Xiao inquired from her side. Jungu gently waved her hand, her gaze sweeping through the hall. A wave of disappointment surged within her. The outside world indeed lacked the charm of the valleys. It was not as captivating as she had imagined. Pei Xian, who had been observing her intently, noticed this moment and gestured to Su Qing, whispering a few instructions. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Qing's eyes. Could it be that His Highness had developed an interest? Before departing the palace, Su Qing's gaze once again fell upon Jungu, laden with complexity and subtlety. Was His Highness also a man of indulgent desires? He pondered silently. Junji's attention drifted around the hall, landing on a particular concubine whose every movement exuded noble grace. Her hair bun soared high, reminiscent of a modern-day mobile signal tower, poised to transmit signals at any moment. Were this the modern era, she would undoubtedly save a considerable amount on data costs. shifting her gaze to a minister. She noticed his beard, so long it could serve as a mop. Junge mused that if this beard were to be auctioned, it might fetch a handsome sum of gold coins. As her gaze wandered further, she spotted a palace made carefully cradling a gleaming golden vase. Junge thought that should this vase accidentally shatter, the sound of heartbreak would resonate throughout the entire palace. Her eyes then fell upon the palace's opulent decorations. The intricately carved beams and painted pillars were exquisite, yet Junge felt that the dragons and phoenixes depicted could, if placed in the modern world, form an ancient version of a superhero team. This palace truly was a treasure trove of wealth. In a moment of distraction, her gaze met that of a small child perched on Pei Xian's lap. The child's eyes sparkled like a clear spring, radiating sincerity. They were much like the chicks from Aunt Lou's farm, gazing up at their mother, yearning for her care. A stirring within her heart prompted Junge to shape a heart with her hands in the air. The little one, intrigued and amused, began to mimic her gestures. Pei Xian discerned the subtle stirrings around him, his gaze shifting like ripples in a tranquil pool towards Junge. Caught unawares, Junge collided with those profound eyes, her heart racing as she hastily averted her gaze. In the hall, the Empress's voice suddenly rang out, inquiring if the leader of June Valley was already betrothed. Lost in the depths of those enigmatic eyes, Junge failed to realize the question was directed at her. Gan Chao gently nudged her, whispering a reminder, "My lady, the Empress is addressing you." "Oh." Junge snapped back to reality, responding with composure, "Not yet." The Empress continued her inquiry, "Do you have someone in mind?" Pei Xian's gaze instantly fixed upon Junge, a flicker of inscrutable emotion illuminating his eyes. Seated beside him, Jiang Yao had been keenly observing Pei Xian's every move and subtly noted the shift in his attention. Her gaze followed Pei Xian's, finally settling on Jun Ji's breathtaking beauty. A chill of hostility coursing through her as her eyes pierced into Junge like a sharpened blade. "Vixen," Jiang Yao silently cursed, sensing Jiang Yao's penetrating stare. Junge furrowed her brow slightly and cast a glance in her direction. What was this person's issue? Why the animosity? It seemed the crown princess was not all that impressive. As for how she knew, it was evident given her proximity to the crown prince. And there was only one of her, no concubines to speak of. Pei Xian casually glanced at Jiang Yao, who promptly withdrew her hostile gaze, replying to Her Majesty. "I am not in a hurry," Junge stated, anxious that the Empress might continue her inquiries. She quickly produced a gift she had thoughtfully prepared, saying, "I have also brought a congratulatory present for His Majesty." Pei Zong gently set down his wine cup, curiosity piqued. "Oh?" This pill is known as the longevity pill, capable of extending life by 3 years. The Apothecary Valley spent 5 years gathering the necessary herbs to create this pill, and I present it in celebration of His Majesty's birthday. Pei Zong laughed heartily upon hearing this, gesturing for Shi to present the gift. The eyes of everyone in the hall were magnetically drawn to the brocade box held by Shi, eager to snatch it away. 3 years. An additional 3 years to live. Who would be tempted? As Pei Zong opened the box, a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped the entire hall. Excellent. A fine medicine. I am deeply appreciative of the generosity shown by the valley leader. Junge nodded slightly and spoke with a calm demeanor, effectively quelling the crowd's aspirations. There is but one of this precious pill in the Apothecary Valley. The flames of desire within those who had entertained thoughts of acquiring it were instantly doused by cold reality, leaving them to gaze silently at the wondrous pill. At least they could feast their eyes upon it. After all, who would dare to seize a treasure from the emperor? Murmurs of discussion filled the hall. Yet Pei Zong remained unfazed as he handed the brocade box to the empress, his tone laced with concern. "You were injured during Xiaoning's birth. This pill would be beneficial for you." Having spoken, he disregarded any response from the empress and joyfully raised his cup towards the assembled officials, his voice brimming with imperial exuberance. "I am in high spirits today and wish to share this joy with all my beloved ministers." The queen gazed at Pei Zong's profile, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes, quickly masked by her adept composure. Junge silently observed the interplay between the emperor and empress, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She raised her wine glass, gently swirling it, the liquid within glimmering enticingly under the candlelight. Who claims that emperors are devoid of emotions? Jungu, master, it has been a long time. How have you been lately? After downing the contents of her glass, a warm voice from beside her reached her ears. She turned to see Yunjing, the crown prince of the Yun kingdom. How curious that he had come in the capacity of an envoy. What could this signify? It remained uncertain whether the people of Pei Kingdom were aware of his true identity. Brother Yun, it has indeed been a while. From a distance, Pei Xian watched the two greet one another, his pupils darkening as he tightened his grip on his wine glass. In that fleeting moment when his gaze met that of Su Qing, she instantly understood his implications. Master Gu, this dish has been specially prepared for you by our crown prince. Please enjoy. The unexpected interruption diverted Jun Ji's attention from Yunjing, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the dish. Apologies, I suddenly feel quite hungry. We shall continue our conversation later. Yunjing observed the gleeful woman who was savoring her meal, then glanced down at Pei Chu, who was equally delighted with her morsels. A glimmer of intrigue surfacing in his deep-set eyes. How remarkably alike they were. Yet, why did their faces differ so? Chapter 8. The wolf prepares to hunt its prey, Your Highness. Everything has been arranged. Spring Peach whispered cautiously into Jiang Yao's ear while standing beside her. Jiang Yao couldn't help but turn her head, her gaze landing on Pei Xian, who was tenderly wiping Pei Chu's mouth, then shifting to the blissful expression on Pei Chu's face. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Tonight, she would consummate her union with the crown prince. Ideally, she would bear a legitimate son. How could that illegitimate child be compared to her own? Be careful, and ensure that man is dealt with thoroughly. Spring Peach, observing the venomous expression on Jiang Yao's face, felt her palms grow clammy, responding with a trembling voice. This servant understands. She silently prayed that the palace maid would be reborn into a good family. Oh dear, I just heard that the Master Gu mentioned she is still unmarried. Jun Ji's slightly tipsy visage slowly lifted, her eyes searching for the source of the voice. A hint of confusion crossing her features. Why do they all inquire about her? She was exceptionally talented, accomplished in both the arts and martial prowess. Why should others concern themselves with her marital status? What a tiresome chatter. The Empress seemed to sense Jun Ji's bewilderment and gently elucidated. This lady is the He Guofei. Jun Gu suddenly understood, yet her reaction rendered He Guofei's expression momentarily stiff. Internally seething, she thought, this wretch dares to underestimate me. Just wait until you become my daughter-in-law. I shall teach you a lesson, He Guofei silently vowed. However, her face quickly donned a warm smile. I have heard of your exceptional medical skills, Master Gu. I have longed to meet you, and I did not expect you to be so young. Jun Gu tilted her head, playfully responding, Your Highness, are you unwell and in need of my treatment? Princess Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Is our esteemed imperial concubine truly unwell? Master Jun, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. Why not lend a hand? Perched in the seat of honor, Pei Zong, his senses clouded by intoxication, turned his gaze toward the Empress upon hearing the words regarding the concubine's ailment, and with genuine concern, inquired, My dear, are you unwell? At that moment, the complexion of Jun Gu gradually blossomed with two distinct shades of crimson, enhancing her allure. She rested her chin upon her hands, alternating between playful and dignified poses, capturing the attention of the men around her. Who would have thought she had such a fondness for wine? Pei Xian subtly raised his cup, artfully concealing the smile at the edge of his lips behind the rim. Yet, the next moment, he forcefully set the cup back onto the table, producing a crisp sound. I have heard that Master Jun is adept at the guqin. Might I have the pleasure of witnessing your skill today? Pei Ci, observing the ethereal yet alluring Jun Gu, cast a disdainful glance at the princess beside him, his eyes gleaming with determination as he beheld Jun Gu. If he could win the heart of this beauty, he would possess both the fairest maiden and the dominion of the world. After all, the power of the Medicine King Valley is formidable. The thought caused him to unconsciously swallow hard. What Pei Ci was oblivious to was that the young master was on the verge of a tantrum. Returning to the hall, Gan Chao gazed at the intoxicated Jungu, inwardly lamenting. It's over, the master is drunk. Once the master is inebriated, she ceases to be the master. Gan Chao's thoughts were lost to Jungu, who was consumed by a singular idea. Yet another pesky little brat dared to interrupt her drinking. How dare they disturb your ancestor? Clenching her tiny fists, she abruptly stood up and proclaimed loudly, "All right, you wish to hear the guqin? Bring it forth." Her sudden rise startled everyone in the hall. This youthful valley master possesses such a bold and unrestrained side. They had assumed her demeanor was gentle all along. Gan Chao despairingly closed her eyes. It's over. It's truly over. Yet, in Pei Xian's eyes, a glimmer of curiosity emerged, and he commanded in a stern tone, "Su Qing, bring me my cherished guqin." The assembly gasped in astonishment. It was well known that the crown prince's prized instrument was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. It was said that a woman had once touched the guqin in the crown prince's absence, and, as a consequence, her hand was severed. Jungu, with her blurry vision, approached Pei Xian, who gazed at her charmingly tipsy demeanor. In a rare moment, the crown prince revealed a smile. He smiled? The crown prince actually smiled? The empress, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy and wished to share it with Pei Zong, only to turn and find the emperor adorably dozing off. The empress felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, the crown prince was already betrothed. "Your Highness, the guqin has arrived," Su Qing reported respectfully. Pei Xian moved to Jungu's side, only to find her instinctively retreating a step. Pei Xian, the inebriated Jungu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the guqin. Her fingers danced lightly upon it. "Zheng, what a magnificent instrument!" As the exuberant Jungu stumbled slightly, she nearly lost her balance, prompting Pei Xian to instinctively reach out and steady her. With a gentle flick of her wrist, her sleeve slipped away, causing Pei Xian's gaze to fixate intently upon her delicate wrist. In the next moment, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Was there truly nothing there? The sudden chill emanating from Pei Xian startled the onlookers, who had only moments before been laughing. Why'd he turn so irate? Unbeknownst to Jungu, who was blissfully oblivious to the cold air radiating from the prince's gaze, she eagerly took her seat, poised to play the guqin. The crowd was captivated by the young woman at the center of the grand hall. As the first notes of her performance resonated, they sounded like a legion assembling quietly under the cloak of night, tense and enigmatic. Her slender fingers danced upon the strings. Despite her apparent inebriation, each pluck was precise, as if she were truly orchestrating a battalion, ready to launch an assault before dawn. With the progression of the melody, the intensity of the music escalated, mirroring her growing focus. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, yet in the next instant, her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if she were commanding an army on the battlefield. Each note infused with vigor and resolve. Her wrist moved with agility, akin to a charge in warfare, brimming with ferocity and resolve. As the piece reached its climax, her fingers flew across the strings with fervor, the sound of the guqin resonating like thunderous war drums, stirring the hearts of all who listened. Gradually, a faint smile of satisfaction graced her lips, as if she were reveling in the triumph of this musical conquest. Ultimately, as the final note faded away, the music dissipated like the smoke of battle slowly clearing. It was indeed a perfect ambush. In the stillness that followed, Junji's eyes grew increasingly dreamy as she stifled a long yawn. "Why are there so many people?" Her voice bore a hint of confusion, as if she had just awakened from a vivid dream. "Mother, I believe the Lord of June Valley has indulged too much. Perhaps we should have the palace attendants escort her to rest?" Having regained his senses after the performance, Pei Xi's fervor intensified, and he yearned for her, nearly ready to claim her as his own. She was meant to be his. Upon returning, he would dismiss the princess. "Su Qing." Before the empress could speak, Pei Xian coldly commanded Su Qing, "Take the Lord of June Valley back to the prince's residence. She needs to sober up." A tempest of emotions surged within Su Qing, yet she masked her astonishment. Yes, dazed, Junga followed along cheerfully upon hearing that they were leaving. Gan Chao could only follow closely behind, feeling somewhat helpless. Within the valley, the old valley master had strictly forbidden alcohol. It was unexpected that her master would be intoxicated after merely a brief absence. She would undoubtedly face punishment upon their return. Thankfully, her master was not accompanied by that insufferable King Shun, but rather by the esteemed prince. The way King Shun regarded her master was filled with a loathsome demeanor. She wished she could gouge out his eyes for daring to sully her master. The prince, however, exuded an air of integrity, truly remarkable. With her head bowed in thought, Gan Chao's mind wandered. When she finally looked up again, the sight before her caused her to pause in astonishment. Her master was obediently trailing behind the prince, resembling nothing less than a loyal hound. Heavens! The illustrious reputation of my master may soon be utterly obliterated this night. Her eyes widened even further. Ahead, her master appeared to be in dire straits, unable to ascend the carriage unaided, when the crown prince unexpectedly extended his hand and effortlessly lifted her into the carriage. My master, do you not recall your formidable martial prowess and unparalleled agility? Even more astonishing was the sight of her master smiling sweetly as she gently caressed the crown prince's face. Remarkably, the crown prince seemed unfazed, even smiling in return. At this moment, Su Qing's expression mirrored that of Gan Chao, as if they had both missed witnessing a legendary encounter. Why did the interaction between the two sovereigns resemble that of a married couple? Inside the carriage, Pei Xian remained oblivious to their unspoken sentiments. His gaze shifted between the slumbering Jun Ge by the window and the small figure nestled in his embrace. His long restrained hand gently lifted the sleeve of the girl's wrist, gazing intently at her flawless skin, as if a tempest brewed within his eyes. Was there truly nothing to uncover? Could she genuinely not be who he suspected? Yet, why did the melody she played resonate with such familiarity? Irritated, he tugged at his collar, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Why did he suddenly feel such an overwhelming heat? Unbeknownst to him, his eyes, fixated on the girl, sleeping soundly like a little pig, glimmered with a predatory green light, an expression brimming with desire, akin to a wolf poised to pounce upon its prey. Chapter 9. Caught you upon disembarking the carriage. Pei Xian cradled Jun Ge and strode forward. Poor little duke. Are you aware that the crown prince callously cast you aside to an old servant? Su Qing looked down at the chubby, slumbering figure in her arms, then glanced at the crown prince, who had just departed with a beauty in his grasp, his back exuding an air of triumph. Your Highness, did you not claim to be indifferent to women? What, then, is this creature in your embrace? Do you not recall that you have a son? Pei Xian, with his cherished companion in his arms, confidently made his way to his sleeping quarters. The servants along the route lowered their heads, fearing that a mere glance would earn them a scolding. The crown prince was actually holding a woman. Jun Ge seemed dissatisfied with her position, squirming and nuzzling against his chest, mumbling incoherently, "Not tasty." Pei Xian, what is not tasty? At last, they arrived at the chambers, where Pei Xian gently tossed her onto the bed. The sound echoed like a little pig tumbling into its pen. If she were an ordinary piglet, she would surely cry out in pain. However, Jun Ge was different. She merely burrowed into the soft bedding, turning away from Pei Xian, listening to her faint breaths. He slowly settled at the edge of the bed, his deep, dark phoenix eyes fixed intently on her wrist. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Jun Ge turned to face him. He recalled that 4 years ago, there had indeed been a mark upon that wrist. Yet now, that mark had vanished. He trusted his instincts, believing that air would not call someone mother without reason. For years ago, the tender woman in the northwest with whom he shared a bond was undoubtedly Jun Ge. Why did she vanish without a trace after giving birth to their child? Moreover, why was her true identity concealed from him? Pei Xian's heart was heavy with questions, a yearning to rouse her from slumber, yet he hesitated. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Jun Ji's crimson lips, which parted ever so slightly, as if beckoning him to unravel those unsolved mysteries. At that moment, a wave of heat surged through him, akin to being engulfed in flames. Damn it! This abnormal warmth instantaneously made him realize the truth. He had been poisoned. Pei Xian gritted his teeth, attempting to suppress the heat with his internal power. only to find himself ensnared in an even greater intensity. His wolf-like eyes roamed over Junji's figure. If he still harbored doubts about her identity, he had other means of verification. He recalled the fervor of her passion when her fragrant sweat would become increasingly intoxicating. Now, the familiar aroma lingered on her skin, yet he needed to ascertain its consistency. Pei Xian cast a lingering glance at the figure resting on the bed, then rose to personally close the palace door, instructing others to leave the courtyard. Meanwhile, the sycophantic courtiers, believing the prince to be a paragon of virtue, scurried about like headless flies in search of their master. They questioned the servants, who fled in a panic as if confronted by a monstrous beast. Or had the prince taken their master to sober up? Pei Xian moved slowly, his gaze fixed on the delicate person on the bed, his face devoid of expression, resembling a meticulously carved mask that concealed all his emotions. As he approached the bedside, his shadow elongated in the dim light, like an invisible hand slowly reaching for Junge. Under the flickering candlelight, Pei Xian gently ignited the incense by the incense burner. A wisp of cedar fragrance rising gracefully, as if flowing like a gentle stream, gradually enveloping the space. He slowly lifted his dark hand, loosening his belt, his robe sliding down until he stood by the bed clad in a thin white garment, pure as fresh snow. "Is it you?" Pei Xian lowered his head, burying his cheek in her neck, inhaling her essence. This night, as she cradled their child, such thoughts had taken root in his heart. This place could only be his dominion. He took a deep breath, then pressed his lips firmly against her skin. Junge, lost in her dreams, involuntarily shivered. Pei Xian tenderly licked the slight wound, the sharp sting awakening her, her eyes gradually opening in a haze, gazing confusedly at the figure above her. Her fist weakly flailed, but he effortlessly restrained it, pinning it above her head. "You have been poisoned." Junji's eyes brimmed with confusion, her gaze moist, as if questioning. "Who am I? Where am I?" At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, rendering her even more disoriented in her inebriation. "Quickly, bring me the antidote. It's hot. Too hot." Pei Xian's eyes shifted toward the nearby incense burner, where the smoke danced gracefully. He smiled slightly, the corners of his lips curving upward. "Very well. I shall provide you with the antidote." Upon the bed, delicate gauze enveloped this intimate space, rendering the woman's voice fragmented and disjointed. A quarter of an hour later, a low laugh emerged from the depths of her throat, mingled with soft gasps. "I've caught you. How should I punish you?" Amidst the tumult of the night, joy existed for some, while sorrow accompanied others. Crash, bang, clatter. In Jiang Yao's chambers, shattered glass lay strewn across the floor, mirroring the disarray of her heart. The handmaidens knelt in fear, trembling, none daring to meet the fury of her gaze. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." "Quell my anger?" Jiang Yao's voice was sharp and despairing. "How can I? Everything I meticulously orchestrated has become another's wedding attire. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield." "What is there to refuse?" Suddenly, a steady cadence of footsteps resonated from outside the hall, the sound of boots striking the stone floor. Jiang Yao's gaze snapped to the entrance, and upon seeing the visitor, her body involuntarily crumpled to the ground. The surrounding maidens pressed themselves lower, as if wishing to merge with the earth. Pei Xian entered the hall with measured steps, his footfalls resonating in Jiang Yao's ears like the echoes of a vengeful specter from the underworld, chilling to the bone. His gaze, cold and piercing, swept over the pale figure of Jiang Yao seated on the floor, before he commanded in a frigid tone, "From this day forth, the crown princess is to be placed under house arrest. The management of the estate is to be entrusted to Consort Yin and Consort Tong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's expression turned frantic, her voice laced with desperation and fury. "Does His Highness not feel the slightest remorse?" Pei Xian turned his back, his gaze directed outside the hall, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "What remorse is there? I have never compelled anyone." "Ha ha! That wretched woman!" Pei Xian abruptly pivoted, his brows furrowing, his eyes sharp as ice, piercing through Jiang Yao's crumbling sanity. "Where is that wretched woman? When you were entangled with her, did you, A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Pei Xian's eyes as he strode forward, unhesitatingly grasping her throat. "What right do you have to speak ill of her?" Jiang Yao gasped, her face drained of color. At that moment, Pei Xian's visage was etched with darkness and menace. "You would do well to remember. She is not one you can scorn. Should you dare disrespect her again, I shall make you taste the true essence of despair." Fear flickered in Jiang Yao's eyes, soon overshadowed by anger and defiance. She struggled to free herself from Pei Xian's grip, yet his strength was formidable, rendering her efforts futile. Pei Xian released her, refusing to cast her a glance. "Your Highness, is this how you treat me for the sake of a wretched woman?" Jiang Yao's voice trembled with tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Pei Xian scoffed, his coldness intensifying. "You are not worthy to be compared to her." With that, Pei Xian finally turned and departed, leaving Jiang Yao slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes brimmed with hatred, yet mingled within was a hint of regret. She could not comprehend why Pei Xian was so indifferent toward her. After all, she was his legally wedded wife. Within the palace, the furious roar of Jiang Yao echoed, yet Pei Xian appeared oblivious, his steps swift and unwavering. Su Qing followed closely behind, quickening his pace, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the hurried figure of the prince ahead. He glanced at the princess's palace, pondering silently. Could the princess truly be so misguided? The master of the prince's residence is undeniably his highness. How dare she exhibit such audacity, resorting to such measures against him? This is utterly outrageous. However, as Su Qing endeavored to keep up with Pei Xian, a flicker of doubt arose within him. It seemed that his highness might indeed have taken a liking to that individual. Recalling the sounds that emanated from the chamber last night, Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that his highness was taking advantage of a vulnerable moment? Chapter 10. A Mutual Affection Awakened? Junge gradually emerged from a hazy slumber. Her vision blurred as she surveyed her surroundings until Pei Xian's voice drew her attention back. With half-closed eyes, her focus sharpened, revealing Pei Xian seated at a round table, his elongated fingers delicately manipulating a string of prayer beads, his demeanor languid and composed. His Highness the Prince? Junji's eyes brimmed with disbelief, but in the next moment, clarity washed over her. Instinctively, she looked down to inspect her attire and felt the subtle discomfort in her body. As a healer, she immediately grasped the events of the previous night. Her gaze blazed with fury, directed at Pei Xian. The prince appeared impeccably dressed, yet he had taken advantage of her vulnerability. Pei Xian's typically stern expression softened into a faint smile, his voice both alluring and disconcerting. "Oh, I am no Lu Xiaohui. Since the esteemed leader of the Jun sect has so willingly presented herself, how could I possibly disregard such kindness? Moreover, it seemed to me that you found great enjoyment in last night's events, Junge." Fui's Junge's face flushed crimson. She hastily adjusted her nightgown, securing the belt, and leaped from the bed, clad only in her delicate nightwear. Her movements remained fluid and unimpeded. With a swift strike, she aimed a palm at Pei Xian, her anger surging forth as if to unleash all her discontent. Unfazed, Pei Xian deftly twirled the prayer beads in his hand and met her attack with them, the beads clashing with her palm, producing a faint sound yet sustaining no damage. Seeing her initial strike thwarted, Jungu pivoted, her toes barely grazing the ground as she launched another assault, resembling a nimble butterfly. Pei Xian rose gracefully, sidestepping her onslaught with ease, his movements elegant and unhurried, as if taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, each step exuding naturalness. Their skirmish flowed from the inner chamber to the exterior under the sun's rays, their figures intertwined, the surrounding leaves fluttering gently in response to their motions. Each of Junji's attacks radiated strength and swiftness, while Pei Xian employed a soft approach to counter her fierce strikes, each defense appearing remarkably effortless. "Your martial skills are indeed commendable, Your Highness," Jungu remarked with an ambiguous tone as she pressed her attack. Pei Xian chuckled lightly. "You flatter me, esteemed leader of the Jun sect. My skills are but a trifle compared to yours. We are merely equals in this regard." Their battle appeared fierce, yet neither had exerted their full strength. Ultimately, the two halted beneath a grand tree in the courtyard, Junji's palm resting against Pei Xian's chest, while Pei Xian's prayer beads gently pressed against Junji's wrist. "Your Highness, I shall not let today's events pass quietly," Jungu declared coolly as she withdrew her hand. Pei Xian responded languidly, a glimmer of affection in his gaze that warmed Jungu. "Master Jun, I eagerly await your retribution." Their eyes met in the air, seemingly tense, yet imbued with an indescribable understanding. "Father, mother." Pei Chu, with his short legs, scampered towards them, his little pigtails bobbing. "Careful, my dear. Slow down." Su Qing called out breathlessly from a distance, her tone laced with fondness. Junji's heart tightened with concern, fearing the little one might stumble. Yet she shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel such futile worries. If he were to fall, his parents would comfort him. It was not her concern. Suddenly, her legs were embraced by small hands, and a soft voice chimed, "Mother, Chuer misses you." Just as Su Qing caught up, she noticed the tender expression on her prince's face, darting a furtive glance at Jungu, whose nightgown bore a conspicuous mark on her neck. "Suing, what are you staring at?" Pei Xian's voice held a hint of danger, prompting Su Qing to immediately lower her gaze. "Ba, one should not gaze upon indecency." Was it merely a fleeting glance? The prince was being overly sensitive. Jungu looked down at Pei Chu, then at her own nightgown, gently pushing him away. "I am not your mother. Your mother is the crown princess." She turned towards the inner palace, yet an inexplicable pain pierced her heart as she spoke those words. Though she spoke the truth, why did her heart ache so every time she beheld this little one? Pai Chu gazed blankly at Junge's retreating figure, his small face scrunching up, tears welling in his eyes. Pei Xian, witnessing this, sighed helplessly and lifted him, tenderly stroking his forehead. Pei Chu clung tightly to Pei Xian's neck, sobbing. "Father, does mother not like me?" Pei Xian's deep gaze followed Junji's silhouette until she vanished from sight, before he gently replied to Pei Chu, "Be good, Chu. Mother merely forgot for a moment. Shall we forgive her?" "Allericht, Chu forgives Mutter." Suin, Fidbouth, was filled with astonishment. Was Master Jun truly the mother of a little prince? She dared to glance up, observing the father and son, their actions remarkably synchronized, silently gazing at the palace door, resembling a pair of forsaken souls. No. How could they be deemed abandoned? Yet, how had the prince come to know Master Jun? Why did it seem as though Master Jun did not recognize the prince? Inside the palace, Junji's gaze fell upon the neatly arranged garments on the table. Her hands instinctively clenched, a surge of complex emotions swelling within her. "How infuriating," she muttered under her breath, her cheeks tinged with a blush of indignation. Whether in her past life or this one, she had always been an untouched maiden, never anticipating that everything would transform in just one night. Alas, no wonder her father forbade her from leaving the Medicine King's Valley. Perhaps he feared his precious daughter would be trifled with. Soon, she forced herself to regain composure, inhaling deeply in an attempt to soothe the turmoil within her. It was futile, she mused, her voice laced with a hint of resignation and self-mockery. It was as if she had been bitten by a dog. She, a woman who embraced modern ideals, would never succumb to becoming a concubine. Was there not the notion of a cowherd in contemporary times? She could simply consider it a brief encounter with such a service. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Xian wore a confused expression as he and his son gazed expectantly at the palace door, finally seeing the person they had long awaited after a quarter of an hour. When Jungu emerged, she appeared slightly surprised to see them, having assumed they had departed. But she quickly regained her composure. Approaching them, she offered a slight bow. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your hospitality last night. I shall take my leave now." Pei Xian's gaze was profound as ink, shadowed by a discernible fury. "What do you mean by that?" Jungu looked at him with an innocent expression, wondering what the prince was implying. Was Jun, the Valley Master, attempting to shirk responsibility? Confused, she felt an urge to retort. It was not she, a woman, who had ever demanded he take responsibility. Yet, he expected her to assume it? Pray, she was the one at a disadvantage here. Besides, with his horde of concubines, Xian even complained. Jungu calmly clarified that this was merely a matter of mutual consent. No sooner had she spoken than he seized her hand tightly. Moments later, his knuckles protruded, his jawline taut, and his expression darkened, his deep-set eyes swirling with a tempest of danger. What a fine display of mutual consent. Jungu watched as Pei Xian, fuming, took the little one in his arms, the child gazing at her with an innocent yet fierce expression. Jungu pondered whether the father and son had both turned against her. Finally, she lowered her gaze to the trembling Su Qing beside her and sighed slightly. Might I inquire where my subordinate currently is? Reporting to the Valley Master. Your subordinate is awaiting you at the estate's entrance. Jungu glanced back at the sleeping quarters before turning to leave. Please guide me to the entrance, Su Qing. Su Qing led her towards the estate's doorway, muttering to himself, this Valley Master has quite the audacity. She is unafraid of His Highness. Finally, someone can hold him in check. In the next moment, his expression fell. The Valley Master was leaving with a smile, but who would bear the brunt of His Highness's wrath? Truly, when deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. As Su Qing escorted Jungu towards the grand entrance, Gan Chao hurriedly approached. Your Highness, where did the Crown Prince take you last night to sober up? Jungu replied, while Su Qing looked at Gan Chao with a perplexed expression, silently chastising the Crown Prince for his excessive behavior this time. What a preposterous affair this is. To awaken someone from intoxication right on the couch. Jungu had no intention of divulging this incident to Gan Chao. For that girl is quite loose-lipped. Informing her would mean that all those maidens would soon be aware, and they might very well come here to confront Pei Xian. Gan Chao returned to the Medicine King Valley. Subsequently, she inclined her head slightly towards Su Qing, requesting him to convey her gratitude to His Highness the Crown Prince. Su Qing promptly returned the gesture, humbly declining. This truly overwhelms an old servant. He assured her that he would deliver the message. And with that, Jungu's carriage gradually receded into the distance. Only then did Su Qing turn back towards the dining hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt two gazes piercing through him like arrows. Su Qing's legs suddenly grew weak. Heavens, save me. Jungu Master, please come back. Yet, he steeled himself and entered, reporting, Your Highness, Jungu Master has departed. After a lengthy pause, Pei Xian's voice finally emerged, devoid of any emotion. Did she leave any message? Su Qing, mustering his courage, replied, yes. Pei Xian's expression instantly shifted from overcast to sunny, transforming as swiftly as a monkey's rear. Oh, Jungu Master expressed her gratitude. Pei Xian's demeanor darkened again, and Su Qing silently lowered his head. Withdraw. Su Qing hastily retreated, and before leaving, he caught a glimpse of the matching expressions between the father and son at the dining table. Pei Xian gazed sullenly at the meal before him, while Pei Chu sat perched on a small stool, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Su Qing mused, well, it seems the injured party is solely him. Chapter 11. The dark-clad man on the journey within the Zhengjing Hall. Pei Zong furrowed his brow, fingers gently massaging his temples, as if enduring a hidden pain. Whenever the emperor was in a state of unrest, the palace attendants were all on edge, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. Su Shi stood outside the hall, maintaining a composed demeanor, softly instructing his young apprentice to serve the fragrant tea. Little Anzi, brimming with delight, mistakenly believed his master was favoring him, allowing him to shine before the emperor. Thank you for your grace, master. I shall strive my utmost to live up to your expectations. Su Shi nodded slightly, his tone gentle, advising him to be particularly attentive to the emperor's needs. Do not let any small oversight occur. Watching little Anzi enter the hall with exuberance, Su Shi then bared his teeth, gently rubbing his rear, which still bore the ache from the 3 kicks he had received from the emperor the previous night. The emperor had been inebriated and had kicked him thrice. The lingering pain had yet to dissipate. He wondered how long his old bones could endure such treatment. Well then, let little Anzi take his place for now. It would be beneficial for his training and broaden his horizons. The emperor would surely inquire why he had been in the empress's palace last night, only to awaken in the Yangxin Hall this morning. If he were to learn that he had been expelled from the Fengyi Palace by the empress, he might feel even more inclined to kick someone. After all, it is not uncommon for emperors to lash out, and one must be prepared in advance. Regardless, he could not withstand a fourth kick. He simply could not bear it. Pei Zong cast a glance at the beaming little Anzi, slowly lowering his hand to pick up a memorial. Has your master gone off to slack again? Little Anzi cautiously placed the tea on the table and respectfully replied to Pei Zong, Your Majesty, it was I who volunteered to serve you. Pei Zong fixed his gaze upon Xiao Anzi's expression, and after a prolonged moment, he chided with a smile, You are quite clever. He delicately picked up the teacup from the table, skimming off the foam before gently blowing on it and savoring a sip, letting out a soft sigh. Today's tea is brewed exceptionally well, a true delight. As if recalling something, Pei Zong set down the teacup and picked up a memorial, seemingly casually inquiring, Did I not visit the Empress last night? Why am I here in the Yangxin Hall this morning? Xiao Anzi's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat as he finally understood why his master had summoned him to serve tea. He had been waiting here all along. Not hearing a response from Xiao Anzi for some time, Pei Zong turned his head to look at him, noticing the perspiration on his brow. He threw the memorial onto the table with a sharp sound and coldly commanded, Speak. Did he strike the Empress? Xiao Anzi took a deep breath. He dared not conceal the truth from the Emperor and, in a manner akin to facing a formidable enemy, prostrated himself on the ground to report, Your Majesty. You indeed returned to the Empress last night, but what? But you were thoroughly intoxicated and caused a disturbance, prompting the Empress to expel you from Fengyi Palace. Pei Zong realized that it was not he who had struck the Empress, but rather the Empress who had cast him out of the palace. Why does my face ache? Su Shi, outside the hall, could only hear the sound of the teacup shattering on the ground, followed shortly by the sight of his apprentice emerging with a dejected expression. He stepped forward, gently patting Xiao Anzi's shoulder. Take a good rest today. You have suffered. Xiao Anzi rubbed his posterior and cast a resentful glance at Su Shi, realizing that his master had anticipated the emperor's anger. With an inscrutable expression, Su Shi advised, Learn from this. You are still quite inexperienced. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the crown prince making his way steadily towards the Xianjing Hall. Su Shi promptly composed himself and greeted. This servant pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Pei Xian's demeanor was cool and detached, his silhouette standing tall in the sunlight. Is father busy? The emperor is currently reviewing memorials inside, responded Su Shi. Upon hearing this, Pei Xian walked steadily into the hall. Su Shi stepped forward to open the door for him, closing it behind him once Pei Xian had entered, standing by the side. Xiao Anzi quietly asked, Master, should we not inform the emperor whether he wishes to meet? Su Shi playfully tapped Xiao Anzi's forehead, his gaze fixed on the interior of the hall. You foolish boy. Open your eyes. That is the crown prince, not some other prince. Xiao Anzi nodded in a manner that suggested he somewhat understood, standing by the side. After entering the hall, Pei Xian cast a calm glance at the visibly irritated Pei Zong. I pay my respects to father. Pei Zong huffed in annoyance. You're just like your mother. Pei Xian was the legitimate son of both him and the empress, and from birth he had held great expectations for him. Naturally, Pei Xian did not disappoint. He was capable of composing poetry at a young age, attended court at 7, and was making decisions in governance by the age of 10. Now, he was not only well-versed in both literary and martial arts, but also well-loved by the people. Pei Zong gazed at Pei Xian, his heart swelling with pride. Yet upon recalling past misunderstandings with the empress, his brow furrowed slightly. Father, I have an important matter to report. Seeing the seriousness on Pei Xian's face piqued Pei Zong's curiosity about the nature of this significant issue. Speak freely. Among the Yun nation's envoy yesterday, there was a person who is the crown prince of Yun, Yun Jing. Pei Zong swiftly approached Pei Xian, urgency lacing his tone. Is it truly so? Why did the crown prince of Yun conceal his identity? And what is his intent? In Pei Xian's mind, the scene of Yun Jing conversing with Jun Ge from the previous night lingered, her tone nonchalant. Perhaps it was for the sake of a beauty. Pei Zong. The emperor's furious roar echoed within the palace, startling both Su Shi and Xiaoan outside, leaving them exchanging glances. Crown Prince. This is the first time His Majesty has raised his voice at the Crown Prince in the Xianjing Hall. Could he truly be enraged? Yet, Upon witnessing the crown prince exit the hall with unwavering composure, Su Shi shook his head, secretly pondering that all must be well. Beyond a secluded bamboo grove, Jungu sat atop a carriage, her eyes closed in repose, while Gan Chao, seated beside her, skeptically inquired, "My lord, did the crown prince truly do nothing to you last night?" Jungu, upon hearing this, remained silent, leading Gan Chao to assume she had fallen asleep. Thus, she refrained from probing further and merely fanned her. Suddenly, Jungu sensed an anomaly and instantly opened her eyes, signaling Gan Chao with a glance. In an instant, both women sprang from the top of the carriage, which was ensnared by iron chains wielded by over 20 cloaked figures, their long swords glinting ominously in the moonlight. Jungu and Gan Chao exchanged a knowing look, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in their eyes. Jungu whispered, "Gan Chao, you take the left. I shall handle the right." Gan Chao nodded, and their figures darted through the bamboo with an ethereal grace, swift enough to bewilder the eye. Unbeknownst to Wen, a sword had appeared in Junji's hand, its blade emanating a ghostly blue light under the moon, the weapon she excelled in. The Feng Wu sword was a treasured artifact her father had fortuitously acquired during a distant journey. Upon seeing the sword, she had immediately taken a liking to it, prompting her father to generously gift it to her. Since then, it had never left her side. The cloaked assailants, upon witnessing this, launched their attack, but their movements appeared sluggish and clumsy in Junji's eyes. Her soft sword danced like a serpent, each strike imbued with a deadly shimmer. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, soon followed by the anguished cries of the assailants. Gan Chao, not to be outdone, struck with her palms, which landed with the weight of hammers, each blow precisely targeting the enemy's vital points. Though outnumbered, the assailants fell one by one under the combined prowess of Jungu and Gan Chao, as if autumn winds had swept away leaves. One cloaked figure, in his final moments, roared in fury, only to have his throat severed by Junji's blade. "If you kill me, the Pei royal family will not spare you." Finally, the last of the assailants collapsed beneath Junji's sword, her gaze serene, devoid of fear. She sheathed her sword, coldly surveying the corpses on the ground, then turned to Gan Chao and declared, "Our whereabouts have been compromised." The two exited the bamboo grove on foot, gazing upon the endless official road. Jungu gently touched her lips and whistled. Two splendid steeds galloped forth like the wind, and both Jungu and Gan Chao leapt onto their backs, racing towards the valley of the Medicine King. The appearance of these cloaked figures had undeniably stirred a tempest within Junji's heart. As they passed a riverbank, she caught sight of a man lying there, his clothes stained with blood, clad in the attire of the valley of the Medicine King. She hastily dismounted and rushed to the man's side, checking his pulse, her brow furrowing in distress. This man was beyond salvation. The individual, grievously poisoned and wounded in the heart by a blade, has managed to endure until this very moment, which is nothing short of miraculous. She produced a silver needle and adeptly pierced the man's acupoint. He let out a muffled groan and gradually awakened. Upon seeing Jungu, he was overwhelmed with emotion and coughed up a torrent of blood. The leader of the Valley of Clouds is in turmoil. The Valley of the Black King has emerged. Exercise caution, he warned, but before he could finish, he collapsed despondently. Gan Chao stepped forward to check his breath and gently shook his head at Jungu. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Junji's eyes. What assassination had transpired today? What was this Valley of the Black King? Who was the man cautioning her about? What was the true motive behind these actions? Chapter 12. Does my son harbor feelings for that leader of the valley? The Valley of Medicine King is concealed deep within the mountainous borders of Pei country, surrounded by numerous traps. Those not from the valley dare not tread lightly. There have been those who, in disbelief, attempted to challenge the Valley of Medicine King's mystery, only to meet their demise beneath the mechanisms. Since that time, no one has dared to intrude recklessly into the Valley of Medicine King. Fortunately, the valley concerns itself not with worldly affairs, but remains devoted to healing, earning the deep affection of the populace. As Jungu and Gan Chao returned on horseback, they had scarcely set foot within the valley when the steward elder, Junshi, greeted them with a smile inquiring if the leader's journey had been smooth. A shadow of gravity crossed Junji's eyes as she called for a meeting with the other elders immediately. Junji's originally gentle countenance turned serious at once. Complying, he promptly set about his duties. Seated in the grand hall, Junge lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her expression impassive, yet her heart churned with tumult. While the world appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of unrest simmered. To the south, the kingdom of clouds, though outwardly submissive to Pei country, was growing increasingly powerful. Its formerly pacifist emperor, Yun Fei, had suddenly become ambitious 6 months prior, amassing troops at the border as if awaiting a propitious moment. To the east, the kingdom of Yu, vast and affluent, enjoyed prosperous commerce, yet its climate was perpetually arid, and the intricacies of noble power within the court rendered the royal authority precarious. To the north, the distant kingdom of Nan, with its frigid climate, housed a fierce populace and formidable cavalry, posing a constant threat to Pei country. Meanwhile, the west, often termed the western regions, was remote and rarely visited, inhabited by solitary individuals, yet fraught with danger due to the prevalence of toxic substances. The tides of the world, when divided for too long, must inevitably unite, and when united, must eventually part. The steward elder hurried into the hall with the other elders of the Valley of Medicine King, each face etched with urgency. "We pay our respects to the leader." Junge withdrew her thoughts and responded softly. Did the leader encounter any misfortunes during her journey to Pei country? "Ganchao and I were ambushed on our return journey. Our disciples in the Kingdom of Clouds were brutally slain, and a force known as the Valley of the Black King has emerged." "What?" The elders gasped in shock. Rising to their feet, the Valley of Medicine King had weathered a century of storms and had never faced such an assassination attempt. Even during the chaos a decade ago, they had remained uninvolved. The very mention of the Valley of the Black King suggested a potential conflict with the Valley of Medicine King. "Leader, were you harmed?" "Worry not. Esteemed elders, we have sustained no injuries. The assailants dispatched that day were of mediocre skill. I surmise they did not genuinely seek my life, but rather had ulterior motives. Moreover, it seemed they never intended to return. Since the adversary shows no desire for survival, Junge too harbors no intention of sparing them. With a single stroke of the sword, would it not merely fulfill their fate? Yet what does this truly signify? Has the Valley Master uncovered the mastermind behind these events? Not yet. However, the future holds the promise of chaos throughout the realm. The Apothecary Valley has weathered a century of storms, steadfastly avoiding entanglement in the disputes of various nations. Now, there are those who seek to undermine the valley's neutrality, compelling us to choose sides or to confront the kingdom of Pei. The cloaked figures may merely be instigating discord between the Apothecary Valley and Pei. After all, the final words of the masked assailant clearly pointed to individuals dispatched by Pei. Yet, if it were indeed Pei, would they not have taken care to conceal their identities, leaving no incriminating evidence? The orchestrator behind this scheme seems rather juvenile. She had scarcely departed from Pei when she was attacked, clearly indicating an intention to frame Pei for this incident, especially given that it occurred within their territory. Along the way, she encountered a disciple of the valley who had met a tragic fate, yet miraculously managed to utter vital intelligence concerning the kingdom of Yun. Each event is intricately linked, suggesting that someone is aware of her movements and has meticulously orchestrated this predicament. It appears that a traitor lurks within the ranks of Pei. But are these two factions truly the same? Or could the disciple have been an informant sent from Yun, ultimately meeting his demise? The situation grows increasingly enigmatic, and Junge finds herself consumed by curiosity, yearning to delve deeper. Yet, who is the true puppeteer behind the scenes? Is there an intention to lure her to Yun for reconnaissance? Elder Junming gently stroked his graying beard, speaking solemnly. Although this assassination transpired in Pei, the question of whether it was indeed orchestrated by Pei remains unanswered. Pei would not be so foolish as to assassinate the Valley Master on their own soil, especially considering that the Master has just returned from a celebratory visit to Pei. The Crown Prince of Pei is beloved by the people and may one day emerge as a wise sovereign. Prince Shen appears carefree but possesses a heart as ruthless as it is cunning. Prince Xian is profound in thought, though the world perceives him as gentle. I find him elusive, unsure if he harbors aspirations for his brother's position. Prince Gong outwardly neglects court affairs, yet he is truly a pawn of Prince Xian. Prince Qi is straightforward, showing no interest in the throne, and remains fiercely loyal to the crown prince. Upon hearing the name of the crown prince of Pei, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jungu's eyes, yet she refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to listen attentively to Elder Junming's analysis. Despite Pei's strength, the other three nations cannot be underestimated. The ruler of Yun is currently ambitious, unwilling to remain subordinate to Pei, and internal strife plagues Yun, with fierce rivalry between the crown prince and his brother. The kingdom of Yu is affluent, yet its military is weak, likely seeking external assistance. The south is renowned for its cavalry, with fierce soldiers, posing another significant threat. After Elder Junming concluded his analysis, a heavy silence enveloped the room. After a moment of contemplation, Jungu spoke. In that case, I shall journey to Yun tomorrow to uncover the truth. Seizing the opportunity presented by the grand banquet of the Yun ruler. Esteemed elders, please intensify the training of our disciples, ensuring they master the essential skills for self-preservation. The Apothecary Valley has remained untouched by conflict for a century. If we are compelled to engage in battle this time, let us choose a wise sovereign to assist. In a world marred by turmoil, why not unify the realm in one decisive sweep, thus ending the strife? Indeed, the world is restless, and change is imminent. A few elders watched as Jungu departed, exchanging meaningful glances. Could it be that the Valley Master has decided to abandon neutrality? On the other end of the palace, Pei Xian swiftly lifted Pei Chu into his arms, crossing the threshold of Fengyi Palace and slowly entering the hall. Mother, today I was nearly driven to fury by my elder sister. A clear voice of complaint resonated within the hall, causing Pei Xian to raise an eyebrow slightly. What troubles my child? Is it not the elder sister? She insisted on coming to my palace, accidentally colliding with one of my maidens, and ordered that maiden to be punished to death. This young girl, merely 14, was Pei country's fourth princess, the legitimate daughter of the queen and the younger sister of the crown prince, Pei Xiaoning. The eldest princess, Pei Yuexiang, was born of the noble consort Shu, residing in Yunyanzhai. The second princess, Pei Fuyu, was born of the consort Yi, residing in Qinyuexian. The third princess, Pei Yuyao, was born of the consort Li, residing in Feishua Garden. The consort Yi was originally a princess of the southern kingdom, while the consort Li hailed from the kingdom of Yu. Both were married to Pei country within the same year and were ultimately bestowed upon the then crown prince by the late emperor. Each bore only a single daughter. It is evident that Pei Zong would never permit a son of foreign blood to remain in Pei country. Among the imperial concubines, only the commoner-born Princess Zhuang of the Cloud Kingdom had a son, yet she was not favored in her homeland, severing ties with the Cloud Kingdom upon arriving in Pei country. As the youngest daughter of the emperor, Pei Xiaoning had been cherished from a young age, possessing a simple nature that could not bear to see the innocent suffer. At this moment, while savoring pastries, she indignantly reported her elder sister's actions to the queen. The queen gently stroked her head, and the girl's face radiated innocence and joy. Since giving birth to Pei Xiaoning, the queen's body had become unsuitable for further childbirth. Yet she was content with her son and daughter. Her son had assumed the role of crown prince, shouldering significant responsibilities, with his education entrusted to the emperor himself. As for her daughter, the queen took it upon herself to nurture her, intending to find a trustworthy and honest husband for her in the future. Under the protection of her father, the emperor, and her brother, the crown prince, no one dared to deceive her, allowing Pei Xiaoning to retain her innocence. The queen also wished for her daughter to remain untouched by the intricate court intrigues, as she herself had grown weary of the palace's tumult. She merely wished for her daughter to live joyfully, and that was enough. However, the daughter of consort Shu had recently become increasingly arrogant. It seemed time to impart a lesson. Had Ning Ning properly managed the aftermath concerning that maiden? Oh, dear mother, these matters have already been handled by the matron, who even provided some compensation to that maiden's family. The queen looked at her carefree demeanor, ready to say more, but was interrupted by a bright voice exclaiming, "Grandmother!" Turning her gaze, she saw Pei Xian entering, cradling Pei Chu. "Oh, my little grandson has arrived." As soon as Pei Chu was set down, he hurried into the queen's embrace. "Grandmother, I missed you so much." The queen's face beamed with joy as she examined him from head to toe. "Grandmother missed you too. Let me see if you have grown thinner." Pei Chu tilted his small head, replying, "Not at all." Nearby, Pei Xiaoning feigned anger, saying, "Oh, so you don't want to see your aunt, do you, Chua?" Pei Chu pouted in dissatisfaction, her eyes fixed intently on Pei Xiaoning, seemingly disinterested. The hall was filled with laughter and merriment. The empress glanced at her son seated at the lower end and subtly gestured to Pei Xiaoning. "Chu, why not play outside with your aunt for a while?" Pei Xiaoning took Pei Chu by the hand, passing by Pei Xian, and playfully greeted him, "Elder brother." Although Pei Xian maintained a stoic expression, a rare tenderness flickered in his eyes. The empress instructed the palace servants to withdraw, allowing Pei Xian to take his seat first, and then commanded a maid to serve tea. However, her words made Pei Xian abruptly lift his gaze. "My son seems to have an interest in the Lord of June Valley." Chapter 13. The worthy king after enjoying lunch at Fengyi Palace. Pei Xian and Pei Chu slowly departed. The little one had become so engrossed in playing with her aunt that she lost track of time and was reluctant to leave in the end. Eventually, she agreed to come back to the palace in a few days, albeit with a heavy heart. Inside the carriage, Pei Xian gazed down at the little one resting on his lap, on the verge of slumber, and his thoughts drifted back to a recent conversation with his mother. "Ah Xian, my son, you must remember that as the crown prince, you bear the immense responsibility of the realm. And how could the crown princess, the daughter of the chancellor, be dismissed without cause? This is a matter of great national importance, not to be trifled with. Although I held little affection for the crown princess initially, we must accept the will of fate. In the past, your father required the chancellor's support, who held immense power in the court. Thus we had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Now that the situation has stabilized, we cannot speak lightly of her dismissal. What do they call it? Ah, yes, burning the bridge after crossing it. As for the Lord of June Valley, she is extraordinary. How could she willingly accept a subordinate position? Not to mention her formidable backing, I admire her character as well. Yet, she is not an ordinary woman. Our royal family cannot retain her. Not belonging to the royal family, she is inherently part of it. Who says she must be a concubine? I could never allow her to be one. They have already borne such a large son. How could there be no ties? Perhaps on that fateful night, their passionate entanglement might have resulted in her expecting a lovely and vivacious daughter, just like her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of gentle emotion washed over him. The carriage gradually came to a halt in front of the crown prince's residence. Pei Xian carefully lifted Pei Chu from the carriage, his movements exuding infinite tenderness. Su Qing silently mused. Our prince truly embodies both father and mother. After entrusting Pei Chu to the waiting nurse, Pei Xian turned to face Su Qing. "What is the situation?" Su Qing followed closely behind the prince as they entered the residence. "Reporting to your highness. This old servant has dispatched people to investigate and ultimately discovered over 20 corpses of black-clad men in the bamboo grove within the city. The Lord of June Valley is unharmed." Pei Xian abruptly halted, and Su Qing hastily ceased his steps. "Truly unscathed?" Su Qing's eyelid twitched slightly. The Lord of June Valley possessed unparalleled martial prowess. How could she be easily injured? However, he dared not voice this thought, fearing his fate might mirror that of the Shadow Guard from the previous day. "Rest assured, your highness, the Lord of June Valley is entirely unscathed." Pei Xian furrowed his brows slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qing before continuing to stride toward the study. Upon reaching the entrance of the study, he was met with a cacophony emanating from the doorway, further deepening the furrow of his brow. Su Qing felt a surge of anxiety. The women of the rear court were truly a source of concern, and his gaze involuntarily flitted about. He hoped the crown prince would not take offense at this. If he were to become enraged, let it not be directed at him. Consort Tong, who prided herself on her virtue, had deigned to personally deliver delicacies to his highness today. Consort Yen, adorned in an exquisite crimson gown, her golden hairpin swaying gently with her movements, appeared particularly striking. Consort Yin, what do you mean by that? Do you believe only you are entitled to present offerings to His Highness? Consort Tong retorted, a gentle tone laced with firmness. Clad in a pale blue gown, cinched at the waist with a delicate jade belt, she exuded both grace and elegance. The dispute between the two consorts at the entrance of the crown prince's study grew increasingly heated, prompting the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to discreetly withdraw, wary of becoming embroiled in the fray. I am presenting His Highness with his favorite osmanthus cake. Well, what have you brought? Surely not those cloyingly sweet confections again? Consort Tong's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, responding coolly, how do you know His Highness's favorite is osmanthus cake? What he cherishes is the sentiment behind the offering. Consort Yin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her complexion darkening in response to Consort Tong's remark. Pei Xian stood at the doorway, his brow knitted, his gaze shifting between the two women. What a disgrace! His voice, though not loud, carried an unmistakable authority, instantly silencing both consorts. I pay my respects to His Highness. Pei Xian strode into the study, his gaze heavy as it swept over the two women. I have previously issued an edict forbidding anyone from approaching the study without cause. What is the meaning of your presence here? The two consorts, intimidated by Pei Xian's commanding presence, lowered their heads, refraining from further speech. Consort Yin slowly lifted her gaze, her voice tinged with a playful reproach, and upon closer inspection, it quivered slightly. Your Highness, it has been many days since I last saw you, and I have missed you dearly. Beside her, Consort One rolled her eyes at the scene. Pei Xian chose not to engage with them further, walking directly into the study, while Su Qing discreetly performed a bow before closing the door. In Qingtang Palace, a maidservant announced, I have come to convey the Empress's decree, and I urge you, Consort Shu, to listen attentively. Lin Mama, standing beside the Empress, held a decree and spoke respectfully to Consort Shu, who reclined on a soft couch. Casting a glance at Pei Yuexiang, who sat at the dining table sipping bird's nest soup. Consort Shu's deference to the Empress was a topic of much discussion among the women of the palace, yet her private actions were well understood by the Empress. Who could deny that Consort Shu's son was regarded by the populace as the second heir apparent, next to the crown prince, often referred to as the virtuous prince? Consort Shu glanced at Pei Yuexiang, who had suddenly shuddered, gently nodded, and rose to pull her down to kneel. The Empress has decreed that the eldest princess has been behaving excessively flamboyantly of late, not only acting willfully within the palace, but also disregarding palace regulations and committing acts of unjust violence, which is indeed unbecoming of royal dignity. Although Granny Lin's tone was calm and gentle, each of her words was like a meticulously sharpened blade, aimed squarely at the vulnerable spots of Consort Shu. The expression on Consort Shu's face darkened instantaneously. This rebellious daughter had caused such a significant calamity, allowing the Empress to seize her weakness, thus bringing her shame. The Empress ordered that the eldest princess be confined to the Heart Harmony Chamber for 1 month, during which she was forbidden to step beyond its threshold. Furthermore, the eldest princess was required to transcribe 10 copies of NZE as a demonstration of her contrition. The Empress particularly instructed Consort Shu to strictly oversee the eldest princess henceforth, ensuring that she would not again bring disgrace upon the royal family. Consort Shu took a deep breath, forcing a semblance of a smile. Though her heart brimmed with resentment and fury, she recognized that this was not the moment to argue. This consort understands, and I am grateful for the Empress's guidance. I shall certainly keep a close watch over the eldest princess. Seeing that Consort Shu had accepted the Empress's decree, Granny Lin offered no further words, bowed, and withdrew. A sharp slap echoed through the hall, shattering its tranquility. Consort Shu raised her hand and struck the kneeling Pei Yuexiang fiercely across the face, instantly leaving half of her delicate cheek swollen and red. Did I not warn you to avoid provoking the fourth princess? Do you take my words lightly? The eldest princess, in shock, covered her face, unable to believe that her mother would resort to violence against her, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, how could you strike your own daughter? It was clearly Pei Xiaoning's doing. I merely executed a maidservant. What fault is that? Moreover, that wretched girl, silence. Consort Shu interrupted, fearful of being overheard, and issued a stern warning. The eldest princess, initially saddened by the slap, instantly rose with resentment upon hearing Consort Shu mention her brother. Brother, brother, mother, your heart only holds love for him. Am I not your daughter? With that, she cast a resentful glance at Consort Shu and stormed away. Consort Shu, filled with anger, watched her daughter's departing figure, then sank onto the soft couch, slamming her palm on the table twice. She complained to Granny Gue beside her, the audacity. After all I have done to raise her, she repays me in this manner. Not only does she bring me disgrace before the Empress, but she also dares to defy me. Granny Gue maintained a gentle smile, soothing Consort Shu. Why allow yourself such distress, my lady? The eldest princess is still young. With time and patience, she will surely come to understand. Still young? She is already 16. The emperor recently mentioned arranging a marriage for her. Why is mother so enraged? Is it because the maidservants have not served her well? At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from the entrance. I pay my respects to His Highness, the virtuous prince. Instantly, the anger on Consort Shu's face dissipated, replaced by excitement, while Granny Gue observed, feeling a pang of pity for the recently departed eldest princess. Alas, how unfortunate. This eldest princess was not truly raised by Consort Shu. Just look at the contrast. The young man, adorned in exquisite satin robes, bore a gentle smile, his handsome features radiating an air of scholarly tranquility that rendered the palace maidens around him flushed with shyness. He was the son of the virtuous concubine Shu. Prince Pei Xian. Son pays his respects to mother, he said. Concubine Shu rose, took Pei Xian's hand, and warmly remarked, Xianer has arrived. Pei Xian, smiling, settled onto the soft cushion beside her. Mother has yet to inform me why she is upset. His voice remained gentle, his warm eyes narrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Concubine Shu's face, as if still incensed by recent events. It is your sister who, despite her age, remains oblivious and has caused me to lose face before the Empress. Pei Xian's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor consistently gentle as he glanced at the waiting maidens and matrons. If my sister is foolish, why must mother be angry? It must be that those below have led her astray. Would it be acceptable for me to command that those serving my sister be punished? The benign facade of his face belied the chilling nature of his words. The maiden's shyness swiftly transformed into pallor, and those attending the eldest princess knelt in terror, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare us. Concubine Shu cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling maidens, silently signaling to Pei Xian. He sipped his tea, then laughed heartily, gazing kindly at the prostrated servants. Why are you so fearful? I was merely jesting. Chapter 14. Simply pretend not to see. Once the maidens quietly withdrew, only mother and son remained in the chamber. Although Concubine Shu's face bore a look of reproach, her words lacked any trace of blame. In the public eye, why voice such sentiments? I shall play the villain, while you maintain your carefree, gentle prince persona. The emperor is currently in good health, and the crown prince's position is as solid as a mountain, impervious to disturbance. The reputation cultivated over the years must not be tarnished by a moment's folly. The emperor has relaxed his vigilance towards us over the years. Yet should we show any desire for the throne, he would not be lenient. Mother need not worry. I was only joking, Pei Xian reassured. Even so, such jesting may be taken seriously. There are no secrets in the palace. One must speak more cautiously henceforth. Pei Xian nodded slightly, surveying the room. Where has Yuer gone? Concubine Shu snorted lightly. Do not concern yourself with her. She will return once her temper has cooled. Shifting the topic, she inquired with genuine concern. How is your rear court? Any good news? Her foremost worry was her son's progeny. Although he had acquired several concubines, some of whom were already pregnant, they had thus far only borne daughters, deemed of little use. The crown prince had but one son. Prince Shun had 8 daughters. Her own son had 7 daughters. Prince Gong had 1 son and 5 daughters, while Prince Qi had no offspring at all. In this regard, the brothers held no advantage. Only the crown prince and Prince Gong had sons, while the other 3 had none. were it not for compelling evidence. Concubine Shu might even suspect that the emperor had covertly manipulated affairs to safeguard the crown princess position. After all, the emperor's affection for the crown prince is renowned. One need only glance at the beauties in the backyard of the crown prince's residence to understand. These are all personally selected by the emperor. As for the courtyards of his other sons, he scarcely casts a glance, as they are typically chosen by their respective mothers and presented to the emperor for his decree. As long as they do not pose a threat to the crown prince's position, he generally acquiesces. Such favoritism is simply unparalleled, and one cannot help but worry about the hearts of his other sons. Upon hearing the question from the noble consort, Paisien's eyes glimmered with a hint of calculation. "Not yet," he replied. The consort reproached, "Your princess is quite ineffectual. She has yet to bear even a son or daughter," while she did not hold those who had daughters accountable. Her dissatisfaction was palpable towards a princess who had produced nothing. At the very least, the other concubines had daughters. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes brightened. In a hushed tone, the consort inquired, how is your princess's health now?" "Still the same. She often requires medication," he responded. "Then why not allow the empress mother to select another for you?" The virtuous king's consort originally hailed from a humble background, her rank barely reaching the 5th grade, and thus was unworthy of the title. However, to quell the emperor's suspicions, the mother and son ultimately decided to choose a girl of lower status, settling on a diligent young woman from the Nye family. To their dismay, she proved to be quite unfit. A flicker of malice crossed Paisien's gaze. Yet he feigned helplessness and replied, "I shall heed mother consort's arrangements." "Very well. I shall seek out suitable noble ladies in the capital. As long as their ranks are not excessively high, your father will surely consent, though they shall not be as lowly as Nieme," she concluded. In the Phoenix Harmony Palace, the empress reclined languidly on a soft couch, indulging in the gentle ministrations of her maidens. Granny Lin, having washed her hands, took up a cloth to dry them and gently replaced the maid, addressing the resting empress with a soft voice, "Your Highness, I have returned." The empress slowly opened her bright eyes, a distant look flickering within them. "What news of Consort Shu?" Consort Shu said little, silently accepting the empress's will. However, the maid caught wind of a commotion within the hall, seemingly involving the slapping of the eldest princess, with palace attendants witnessing her rush out, clutching her face. A subtle smile graced the empress's lips, her laughter tinged with deeper meaning. She was indeed willing to take action. As for Consort Shu, her feelings towards the eldest princess were rather lukewarm, for she had not raised her personally, and her thoughts lay not with the princess. "I have heard that the virtuous king has entered the palace today." "Oh, that is indeed rare. Let us observe," the empress remarked. As her words faded, the empress closed her eyes once more, fatigue from recent affairs weighing heavily upon her, particularly the burdensome accounts of the inner palace. Granny Lin, observing the empress in her moment of repose, suppressed her unspoken words, reflecting that perhaps the empress would not concern herself too deeply with the matter. After departing the palace gates, Paisien discreetly instructed his personal attendant to secretly summon a physician to his residence. "Remember, this matter must remain confidential," he whispered. "As you command, Your Highness," the attendant replied respectfully before hastily departing. Paisien watched as the figure of his attendant vanished from sight before he signaled the coachman to set the carriage in motion. His thoughts drifted back to that unforgettable evening at the banquet, where the enchanting silhouette of a woman lingered in his mind. However, he knew that his beloved father, the emperor, would never consent to such a union, especially given her association with the formidable power of the Medicine King Valley. A woman of her stature could only be admired from afar, leaving him with a tinge of regret. That night, the crown prince's sudden declaration undeniably confirmed that she was the object of desire for all, including his pampered elder brother. Thus, Pei Jing found himself more concerned about the crown prince's intentions. Was his intervention that night merely to thwart the first prince? Or did he harbor his own ambitions toward the influence of the Medicine King Valley? Recently, Paisien had been feeling increasingly restless. The crown prince's position was firmly established, and the officials in the court dared not act recklessly. He could only engage in clandestine dealings with those of lower rank, all while exercising utmost caution to avoid drawing attention. At present, it seemed that his only viable option was to seek a change in consorts. The thought of his ailing consort, bedridden in the manor, cast a fleeting shadow of displeasure across his countenance. The daily pretense of civility had grown tiresome. When his mother proposed this course of action, he readily acquiesced, recognizing that refusal would not easily quell her insistence. Meanwhile, Pei Yuexiang stormed out of Qingtang Palace in a fit of rage, opting not to return to Xinyan Studio for her confinement, but instead making her way directly to the vicinity of Zhaixing Tower. Frustration radiated from her as she plucked the petals from the flowers in her hand, letting them drift to the ground. Why does the eldest princess linger here alone, lost in sorrow? A voice suddenly inquired. As Pei Yuexiang discarded the final petal and cast aside the stem, she raised her gaze to the speaker. It was a young man with eyebrows arched like ink strokes, exuding a carefree audacity, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It was none other than the son of concubine Zhuang, Prince Qi, Pei Qi. However, Prince Qi had always been at odds with the virtuous prince, and the empress had cautioned her since childhood to steer clear of him and his ilk. Your concern is unnecessary, Pei Yuexiang replied coolly. Prince Qi, undeterred by her tone, jested, How could I presume to meddle in the affairs of the eldest princess? I merely lament the fate of such exquisite flowers, which should not be wasted. Pei Yuexiang's gaze fell upon the scattered petals, her expression growing even more sullen. I relish it, she retorted, but as her eyes inadvertently drifted towards the young man beside Pei Qi, her expression froze, and she instinctively covered half of her swollen face. The young man possessed an air of aloof elegance, his garments billowing gently in the breeze like drifting clouds. Holding a scroll in his hand, he emanated a refined grace and noble bearing, unmistakably a scion of a prestigious family. Captivated by his cool demeanor, Pei Yuexiang felt a blush creep on her other cheek, even as the swollen side was beyond the point of embarrassment. With a hint of shyness, she inquired, May I ask who this gentleman is? The young man, Qian Shuyuan, with an impassive countenance, bowed slightly and replied in a calm voice, I am Qian Shuyuan, son of the Deputy Minister of Justice, here to pay my respects to the Grand Princess. Pei Yuexiang responded in a gentle tone, urging young Master Qian not to be overly courteous. At that moment, the matron beside her hurried over, bowed to the three present, and then addressed Pei Yuexiang, saying, Your Highness, the Empress commands you to return to the palace immediately. A flicker of displeasure crossed Pei Yuexiang's eyes, yet upon recalling the presence of Qian Shuyuan beside her, her face transformed into a composed smile. Then, I shall take my leave, she said gracefully. As she departed slowly, she occasionally glanced back, casting a shy look towards Qian Shuyuan. Pei Qi observed her retreating figure, his face revealing a look of astonishment, nearly overwhelming him with nausea. What was that peculiar expression she wore? Qian Shuyuan remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged, merely pretending not to notice. Chapter 15. This brother has always been gentle. Your Highness, the physician has arrived. Pei Xian's personal attendant, Sheng En, leaned in with a cautious tone. The world speaks of the virtuous king as benevolent, treating the populace as his own children. However, only Sheng En knew that this king's gentleness was merely a fade, concealing a heart that was, in truth, venomous and cruel. Within the virtuous king's manor, each year, palace maids and eunuchs mysteriously vanished. While outsiders remained oblivious, Sheng En's mind was as clear as day, haunted by the tragic fates that returned to him in the dead of night. Yet, as a confidant of the virtuous king, he understood he was tied to the king by a single thread and dared not disclose any of these secrets. Pei Xian gently set down the scroll in his hands and spoke calmly, Let him enter. Shortly after, a middle-aged man was ushered into the room, dressed in a simple green robe. With an old medicine chest slung over his shoulder, he bore an unmistakable air of tension and unease. Upon entering, he hastily knelt and saluted. This humble citizen pays his respects to your highness. Pei Xian's gaze swept over the physician, his tone remaining consistently gentle. No need for formalities. Rise. The physician stood but kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet Pei Xian's eyes. Despite the widespread belief in the virtuous king's kindness, the dignity of royalty remained too formidable for him to gaze upon directly. "What is your name?" Pei Xian inquired. "This humble citizen's surname is Li, and my given name is Changsheng," the physician replied respectfully, his head still lowered. Pei Xian nodded slightly, signaling Sheng and to hand a box to Li Changsheng. "My wife is gravely ill and may not have much time left. Do you understand my intentions?" Li Changsheng's heart raced as he glimpsed the box filled with silver. It was evident that, without even examining the pulse, the king was insinuating that time was running out. This was clearly a transaction for a life. The rumors of the deep affection between the virtuous king and his queen now seemed to suggest that the king desired her demise, instilling fear within him. Trembling, he knelt again. "Your Highness, I am terrified." Pei Xian personally assisted him to his feet, his voice remaining gentle yet suffused with an unsettling undercurrent. "Li Changsheng, I hear your daughter is soon to be married?" Li Changsheng's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, ultimately gritting his teeth and responding, "This humble citizen understands." A vague smile curled at the corners of Pei Xian's lips. "I have a fondness for clever individuals." Before long, Pei Xian guided Li Changsheng to Huamei residence. As the name suggests, Huamei residence was named after the virtuous king's consort, Niamei. It is said that on the day of his grand wedding, the wise king personally inscribed the name of his beloved's residence as Huameiju, a testament to his affection. Yet now, as Li Changsheng gazes upon the plaque, his heart is consumed by profound dread. Regret gnaws at him. His daughter is to be wed next month, and he yearns to amass more wealth for her dowry. For the sake of a mere handful of silver, he has dared to enter the royal palace. Indeed, the wise king's thoughts are inscrutable. In the corridor leading to the royal chambers, the air is thick with the hurried bows of palace attendants. Pei Xian strides directly into the sleeping quarters. The chief maid, Jin Sei, the intimate attendant of the royal consort, has just lowered the curtain and, upon turning, locks eyes with Pei Xian. Her visage betrays a mix of shyness and trepidation as she hastily kneels in reverence, her voice soft and delicate. "This servant greets His Highness." Pei Xian merely casts a fleeting glance her way, letting out a gentle sigh as he inquires, "You are indeed loyal. How fares the royal consort these days?" Upon receiving Pei Xian's compliment, Jin Sei's cheeks flush, yet when the conversation drifts towards the royal consort, a hint of disdain flickers in her gaze. Replying to Your Highness, the consort's health has not been well. She raises her gaze, locking her eyes onto Pei Xian's, her heart racing. No one knows that on the night she kept vigil by the consort's side, she had fallen in love with him during their clandestine rendezvous outside the royal chambers. She is determined to become the king's woman, convinced that he must harbor feelings for her, for he would not have sought solace with her even amidst the consort's dire illness. "Your Highness, I am here for you." Pei Xian silently draws back the curtain, revealing a pale and emaciated face devoid of any color. Despite being in the prime of youth, she appears utterly worn, akin to an elder long tormented by illness. Pei Xian furrows his brow. He recalls that Niamei was once renowned throughout the capital, a beauty of both talent and grace, captivating the attention of countless young elites. The only shortcoming was her humble origins, overshadowed by the identity of the royal consort. "Ame, I have come to see you," Pei Xian utters, suppressing his inner discontent as he gently pats her frail hand. Niamei slowly opens her eyes, and upon seeing Pei Xian, a soft light flickers in her gaze. "My lord, what brings you here today?" Pei Xian sits at the bedside, offering tender reassurances. "Do not fret, Ame. I have specially invited a renowned physician from outside the palace to attend to you. Your ailment shall surely be cured." Niamei forces a bitter smile, her voice frail. "My lord, your efforts are commendable, but alas, I fear this affliction may be beyond remedy." A bittersweet expression crosses Pei Xian's face, yet his heart swells with joy. He knows her illness is not beyond salvation, but rather a malady of the heart, difficult to mend. Ever since her mother's untimely passing and her father's subsequent remarriage, she has languished in sorrow, her health deteriorating with each passing day. "Li Langzong, please attend to the royal consort," Pei Xian commands. Li Changsheng hurries forth, while Sheng deftly places a silk handkerchief beneath Nian Mei's wrist. Pei Xian's eyes gleam with satisfaction. Despite his disdain for Nian Mei, she remains his royal consort, deserving of protection from any outsider's touch. Li Changsheng bows his head to take her pulse, yet his heart is tumultuous. The royal consort's affliction is primarily emotional. If only her spirits could be lifted and her heartache alleviated, her body would naturally recover. Yet Pei Xian lamented that the virtuous consort had little time left, sending a chill coursing through Li Changsheng. In his fear, his palms grew cold, his heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, as his fingers trembled incessantly upon Nian Mei's wrist. Pei Xian's voice was soft and deliberate. "What is the situation?" From these 4 words, Li Changsheng discerned an underlying threat. With a thud, he knelt upon the ground, his head bowed deeply, his body trembling. "I am but a humble subject. Alas, the consort's days are surely numbered." Impudent! Pei Xian's roar caused all within the hall to kneel, yet each held differing thoughts in their hearts. Li Changsheng was engulfed in terror, while Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, and Jinsei's eyes sparkled with the joy of dreams come true. "Why must you distress others, my lord? I am well aware of my own condition," Nian Mei gently consoled. Pei Xian, with a pained expression, tightened his grip on Nian Mei's hand. "I do not believe it." He then turned to Li Changsheng, commanding, "Hurry and fetch medicine for the consort." At the same time, he signaled to Sheng, who understood and departed with the remorseful Li Changsheng. In the 12th year of Zhaozong, at a quarter past the hour of the monkey, the virtuous consort Nian Mei passed away, her beauty extinguished at the tender age of 21, leaving no offspring. The virtuous king was engulfed in grief, shedding tears like a fountain for 3 days, until he was beset by a slight illness. Within the prince's residence, in the study, Pei Chu sat perched upon Pei Xian's lap, his small face alight with focus. His cherubic visage, adorned with sparkling eyes, glimmered with a thirst for knowledge as he pointed to a line in the book. "Father, what does this sentence mean?" Pei Chu blinked with curiosity, eagerly awaiting a reply. Pei Xian paused momentarily before patiently inquiring, "My dear Chu, do you recognize this sentence?" "Of course. To learn and to practice what you have learned. Is it not a joy?" Pei Xian gazed at the earnest little head bobbing up and down, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. He had always been exceptionally bright, and Chu's mother, too, possessed remarkable wisdom. Her intellect was such that she could devise a plan and quietly depart from him. Their child would undoubtedly not be of a dull disposition. How delightful it was to see Chu display such intelligence at such a tender age, clearly resembling both of them. During her pregnancy, she had read to the child within her womb. He wondered if she would have taken joy in her child's brilliance had she known. This sentence means that after acquiring new knowledge, one should frequently review and practice it, for this will bring immense joy, he explained. Pei Chu nodded, his little head bobbing as if he were striving to comprehend this profound truth. Su Qing entered the study quietly, witnessing this tender scene and hesitating to intrude. Yet, thoughts of the troubling news from outside compelled him to speak. "What is it?" he asked, casting a glance at Pei Chu before whispering. "The virtuous consort has passed away." A flicker of darkness crossed Pei Xian's eyes. He recalled the court physician's words about the consort suffering from a heart ailment, serious yet not fatal. Her sudden demise stirred doubts within him. As if struck by a thought, a chill flickered in his gaze. "My dear brother, who has always been gentle, it seems I must lend him a hand." Su Qing, investigate the true cause of the consort's death. Chapter 16. The unshakable old man as dusk descended. Tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Gazing up at the night sky, a luminous moon hung high above. Yunge, feeling exasperated, rolled her eyes at the old man who had just snatched the grilled fish from her hand. Although Zhu Jing and Xiao Yao were eager to confront him, Junge held them back. The old man, who referred to himself as the crazy old man, indeed exhibited peculiar eccentricities. However, when she took his pulse, she discovered that his mind was remarkably clear and he bore no ailments. 3 days prior, Junge had embarked on a journey to the kingdom of Yun, accompanied by Zhu Jing and Xiao Yao, both adept in the art of poisons. While Junge had some knowledge, she was not as proficient as they were. Fu Ling consistently urged her to refrain from venturing out, while Gan Chao, lacking assertiveness, invariably acquiesced to Fu Ling's counsel. Despite their protective intentions, Jungu remained unaware of their underlying reasons, and given their long-standing companionship since childhood, she felt reluctant to impose strictures upon them, opting instead to limit their excursions together. Only Zhu Jing and Xiao Yao, who spoke little, consistently adhered to Junji's directives. Upon passing a temple outside Xing'an County, they stumbled upon an injured old man, reeking of alcohol, with a gourd of wine hanging from his waist. His arm bled profusely, and compelled by her medical instincts, Jungu halted to tend to his wounds. Unexpectedly, the old man clung to her thereafter, declaring that he too was bound for the kingdom of Yun. Neither persuasion nor dismissal proved effective. He doggedly followed her, akin to a persistent adhesive, appearing at every stop, regardless of whether they rode horses. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accommodate him. Zhu Jing and Xiao Yao shared a horse, while the other was allocated to the old man. Regrettably, Jungu soon lamented her initial decision. Within a mere 3 days, he had consumed 3 jars of wine, one each day, and insisted upon the finest quality. If she failed to procure it for him, he would create a ruckus in the streets, denouncing her as an unfilial granddaughter, attracting the scornful gazes of passers-by. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his demands. Although Jungu possessed an abundance of wealth, her attachment to money was undeniable, and she felt a pang of regret as it slipped away. Following his antics, he shamelessly insisted it had all been a jest, leaving her exasperated. When inquired about his origins, he would cryptically reply, "My name and lineage are of little consequence. Our fates are intertwined. We shall meet as destiny intends." Shaking her head, she resumed her task of skewering a fresh fish over the fire. The old man, while savoring the grilled fish in his grasp, eyed the others enviously, muttering, "Your skills are commendable, barely half of my own prowess. Grill another for me." Once satiated, the old man reclined languidly upon the solitary stone bed within the cave, squinting his eyes as if he were in his own home. Meanwhile, Jungu sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, while Zhu Jing and Xiao Yao stood sentinel at the cave's entrance. In the wilderness, nightfall heralded the peak activity period for beasts, thus ensuring a vigilant watch was indispensable. Jungu planned to alternate night watches with Xiao Yao as the hours deepened. The tides of the world, after being united for a long time, must inevitably divide. After being divided for too long, they will surely reunite. Suddenly, Jungu abruptly opened her eyes, her sword unsheathing with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at the old man's throat. Xiao Yao and Zhu Jing, alerted by the commotion, swiftly exchanged glances and leapt to Junji's side. Jungu regarded the old man, who appeared unfazed, a smile still lingering on his face. "Who are you truly? You, little girl, are exceedingly rude, lacking any semblance of femininity." A tempest surged within Jungu. To conceal their identities, the three had undergone transformations, disguising themselves as men, completely altering their appearances. One of Junji's proudest skills was her art of disguise. She was confident that even seasoned figures in the martial world would struggle to see through it. Not even her father had discerned her true form in her childhood. Yet, this old man seemed to have pierced through their ruse with a mere glance. "Old man, if you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for being merciless with my sword." Junji's tone turned increasingly frigid, the tip of her sword pressing firmly, leaving a trace of blood on the old man's throat. Unperturbed, he slowly sat up, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Little girl, your swordsmanship is commendable, but you must temper your temperament. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know who you are." She recognized the deeper meaning in his words, yet she would not easily trust anyone, especially given the uncanny coincidence of this old man's presence. "If you know something, it is best you speak now, otherwise." Though she did not finish her threat, the implication was unmistakable. The old man sighed softly, a hint of profound regret lacing his breath. "Little girl, I harbor no ill intentions. I am aware of the purpose of your journey," he continued. "However, I must caution you that matters concerning the Yun kingdom are not as simple as they appear. Our fates are not yet intertwined. We shall meet again." Before he departed, he wished to present her with a token, instructing her not to reveal it to outsiders. Jungu maintained her grip on the sword, lowering her gaze as the old man produced a jade pendant intricately carved with dragon and phoenix designs, gently placing it in her palm. In that moment, her sword slipped from her grasp, and the old man vanished like a fleeting breeze, leaving only the echo of hooves resonating in the night. Jungu chased after him, witnessing only the silhouette of the old man riding into the darkness, alongside his voice echoing in the night sky. "Remember, I am called Shinchongfeng." His voice faded into the wind. She remained oblivious to the faint glimmer of the jade pendant in her hand, which flickered briefly before succumbing to the shadows. Xiao Yao observed the seriousness etched on Junji's face and cautiously inquired, "Master, although you usually wear a smile, you become remarkably solemn when it comes to serious matters." Junji's gaze shifted slightly as she looked up at the luminous full moon, speaking slowly. "Did he not say that our fates are not yet concluded? We shall meet again." At the Prince Gong's residence, a man sat before the desk, his long hair, as deep as the night, cascaded smoothly to his shoulders, resembling silken satin. His skin was fair and delicate, not bearing the pallor of illness, but rather resembling the smoothness of lustrous white jade, pure and immaculate. His exquisitely shaped willow-like eyebrows, sharp as a blade, accentuated his androgynous yet strikingly handsome visage, which bore a chilling smile. Third brother is indeed generous. Do not forget to assist him in erasing traces. Our esteemed prince brother is not one to be easily deceived. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." The young man was none other than Pei Qi, the son of the emperor and the virtuous consort. The sounds of indulgence emanated from within the chamber, prompting Pei Qi to click his tongue dismissively. "Little one, it seems you have played enough." Moments later, the raucous atmosphere gradually subsided. A similarly delicate-featured man, clad in semi-transparent attire, emerged with a languid grace. His trousers hung loosely, and his robe was unfastened, revealing a voluptuous chest, adorned with a seductive smile. Pei Qi swiftly pulled him onto his lap, a wild grin gracing his face. "How does it feel to be my consort?" The man's fingertips grazed Pei Qi's cheek, trailing slowly down to his earlobe, neck, and chest. Suddenly, he extended his tongue to lightly caress Pei Qi's thin lips before nestling against his chest. How could that old woman, the consort, be compared to the prince? Pei Qi's desire was ignited, and he forcefully pinned the man against the table, his movements growing increasingly fervent. He playfully smacked the man's backside, whose face pressed against the table, revealing a countenance filled with unending resentment, yet his voice was teasing. "Gentle now." Pei Qi leaned in, his tone laced with mischief. "It seems the previous amusements were insufficient. Let me thoroughly satisfy you." At that moment, Pei Qi remained oblivious to the icy glint in the man's eyes, a stark coldness devoid of any warmth. "Please, grant me your indulgence." Chapter 17. Rescuing the Leaf family in the tranquil morning courtyard. Shrouded in a delicate mist, Pei Xian stood resplendent in a simple white robe, wielding a 3-foot-long blade. Positioned at the center of the courtyard, his feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, the sword tip lightly touched the ground, its blade perpendicular to the earth. His gaze, intense and unwavering, pierced the horizon, his breaths deep and rhythmic. With a soft exclamation, Pei Xian gripped the hilt tightly, twisting his wrist, causing the blade to carve an elegant arc, its tip now inclined towards the sky, while his left hand formed a sword-like gesture, counterbalancing the sword's point, creating a poised equilibrium. The sword's movements flowed like water, at times swift as lightning, at others slow as drifting clouds, each stroke executed with impeccable precision, the blade slicing through the air with a subtle whoosh. Following a series of strikes, Pei Xian suddenly pivoted swiftly, the sword moving in harmony with his body, its tip tracing a circular arc before executing a spinning slash, the blade shimmering like dew in the morning light. Pei Xian lightly touched the ground, his body soaring into the air, the sword trailing behind him, drawing a flawless curve before landing. The sword tip once again making contact with the earth, his body slightly bending, embodying a poised readiness. He abruptly straightened, the sword slicing downward with immense force, as if cleaving the very air before him. As the final stroke concluded, Pei Xian gradually retracted the sword's momentum, its tip once more brushing the ground, his body relaxing, breaths regaining their tranquility, and the blade slowly returned to its sheath. Pei Xian accepted the handkerchief respectfully offered by the attendant, casually tossing his sword to the side as he leisurely wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Su Qing entered, leading 3 ragged and disheveled citizens, faintly identifiable as a family of 3. Your Highness, as per your directive, I have located the Li Changsheng family. Coincidentally, 2 groups of men in black were making their way to their residence. I dispatched someone to rescue them. Those pursuers were relentless. So we executed your previous strategy and substituted them with 3 prisoners from the cell. As anticipated, the assailants killed the decoys and departed. I tracked their movements and discovered that one group was affiliated with the Xian Wang, while the identity of the other remains unknown. Upon uncovering the cause of the Xian Wangfei's demise, Pei Xian harbored suspicions, believing that the Xian Wang would likely seek to eliminate future threats. Therefore, he instructed Su Qing to rescue Li Changsheng and his family, ensuring their safe escape. Pei Xian lowered his gaze, continuing to wipe his hands, then raised his head, his eyes resting on the family kneeling before him. We, the commoners, pay our respects to your Highness and express our deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace, Li Changsheng said. Ever since leaving the Xian Wang's residence, a sense of unease had plagued him. While preparing medicine of the Wangs, he had sensed his grim fate. He had not intended to survive, for before his father passed, he had imparted a vital lesson. My son, remember, the practice of medicine is to save lives, never to harm. Otherwise, your father shall not rest in peace. He felt he had betrayed his father, forsaking his initial purpose for monetary gain. Yet, he yearned for his wife and daughter to live, so he hurried home to prepare their escape. Little did he expect the Xian Wang truly intended to silence them. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the men in black in the courtyard, he realized it was too late. However, fate took a turn when a group came to rescue his family. It was not until they arrived at the princess residence that he learned it was the prince who had saved them. Pei Xian gestured for Su Qing to assist them to their feet, his voice slightly hoarse from exertion. I save you not out of obligation, but because I cannot bear to see you perish unjustly. After all, this situation was forced upon Li Longzhong by the Xian Wang. Had it not been you, it would have been someone else. I shall provide you with some funds. You must not remain in the capital, but seek a quiet town to start anew. As for the events in the capital, let them fade away. He then turned to Li Longzhong. However, you too have your transgressions. I impose upon you the condition that after leaving the capital, you shall practice medicine only to save lives without charging for consultations, only accepting fees for medicine. Can you comply? Li Changsheng, already burdened with guilt, found it impossible to refuse. We, the commoners, thank your Highness and shall certainly obey. Su Qing bowed to the prince and then led them away from the courtyard, providing them with ample funds and arranging for a coachman and guards to escort them. Pei Xian gazed up at the sky, the dawn breaking, and took a deep breath before finally turning to head towards the front courtyard. Who, then, were those other individuals? Were they allies of the Xian Wang or something else? In a corner of the capital, within an elegant residence, a middle-aged man paced anxiously, his steps hurried. In the hall, a strikingly beautiful woman parted her crimson lips, her tone tinged with a hint of impatience. My lord, your incessant pacing is rendering me quite dizzy. The man immediately halted, gently approached her side, and tenderly brushed her forehead. It is my fault, Runyang. Are you feeling any better now? This man was none other than Lord Nye, the father of the noble queen, a 5th-rank scholar at the Hamlin Academy, whose official status had remained unchanged for a decade. The enchanting woman, Runyang, was someone he had encountered in a brothel. He fell for her at first sight and resolved to take her as his wife, even marrying her less than a month after the death of his first wife. Lord Nye had been massaging Runyang's head, but suddenly lost interest and seated himself in a nearby chair. That May girl was truly useless, dying at such a young age. I had hoped her marriage to the noble king would bring me good fortune, But alas, she proved to be of no value. Runyang rolled her eyes in disdain. Hidden from his view, with such a man, how could he ever hope for promotion or wealth? He ought to take a good look in the mirror to see his true worth. At that time, when Lord Nye had first set his eyes on Runyang, he had unhesitatingly decided to redeem her from her previous life. She too had wished to escape the confines of that indulgent place, serving men day in and day out, and thus agreed. Little did she know that this lecherous man would become so infatuated as to harm his own wife. Upon discovering this, Runyang was filled with regret. Had she known of his vile nature, she would never have allowed him to redeem her. Yet, it was too late, and she found herself facing this man daily. A bitter pill to swallow. She had initially thought him a man of great stature, only to realize he had ascended through the favors of women, which made her look down upon him even more. My lord, how can you speak so of the young lady? Her untimely death warrants an investigation into the truth. Runyang retorted. Runyang, you do not comprehend. We cannot provoke the noble king. The sight of his timid demeanor made her stomach churn. Yet, what he uttered next repulsed her further. Runyang, I am now without children. Would you be willing to bear me a child? Looking at his corpulent figure, she suppressed her revulsion, sitting upon his lap, her fingers lightly tapping his chest, feigning shyness. Oh, dear Lord, how could you expect me to respond in such a public setting? Lord Nye embraced Runyang and carried her towards the inner chamber, taking the opportunity to grope her voluptuous form, lewdly bringing his lips close to hers. Father, that hurts Runyang, she teased. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of his debauchery, his lewd words echoing in the air. Runyang, you are truly beautiful. Please indulge me. Give me a healthy son. Runyang stood by the bed, watching the man, under the influence of aphrodisiacs, lost in his own pleasure. She swiftly turned and walked to the adjoining room, shedding her garments and using rouge to create marks upon her alabaster skin. Satisfied with her handiwork, she heard the man's lascivious moans and disdainfully curled her lip. A quarter of an hour later, silence finally enveloped the room, and she slowly approached the bed. Witnessing the revolting scene, she grimaced and pulled the covers over him. Truly an eyesore. Chapter 18. The appearance of the master of Tianyin Pavilion half a month later. Junge, disguised as a man, stood at the gates of Yun Kingdom. She witnessed a serpentine procession slowly entering the city gates, trailing behind a man of simple demeanor. Junge lightly tapped the man's shoulder, causing him to turn around warily. Who are you? He inquired. Junge handed him half a tael of silver. Her voice subdued. Brother, I wish to inquire about something. The man's expression shifted instantly. He bit the coin to ascertain its authenticity before regarding Junge with newfound enthusiasm. Brother, feel free to speak your mind. A quiet chuckle emerged in Junge's heart. Indeed, the novels she had perused in modernity were not in vain. The potency of money is truly formidable. What is transpiring within the city? Why is there such stringent vigilance? She queried. The man cast a glance at the soldiers conducting searches nearby and whispered, You must be an outsider. Recently, several women and children have mysteriously vanished, and numerous men have been slain. His Highness the Crown Prince has ordered a city-wide search, particularly scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Junge exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang and pressed further. Why did His Highness issue the order? What of the Emperor? The man's voice dropped even lower. Without Junge's internal strength, his words would have been nearly inaudible. That I cannot disclose. The Emperor is gravely ill, leaving the Crown Prince to govern in his stead. The ruler of Yun Kingdom is gravely ill? Why have there been no news from the city spies? Has there been a significant upheaval within? Junge furrowed her brow slightly, forcing a smile. Thank you for your information, brother. She turned to leave, her smile vanishing in an instant as she coldly remarked. They are in trouble. We shall re-enter the city tonight. The three quietly departed from the line, veering towards the depths of the nearby forest. As night fell, the city's vigilance began to relax. Seizing the opportunity, Junge slipped through a concealed hole she had discovered earlier that afternoon. The trio hastened towards the Hanyun Inn. Innkeeper, please arrange for 2 superior guest rooms. Junge instructed as soon as she entered, gesturing to the busy middle-aged innkeeper behind the counter. The innkeeper remained unfazed. leading them to the highest floor. Once satisfied that no one was nearby, he cautiously closed the door. Has our master come to Yun Kingdom for that significant matter? Jungu was oblivious to the specifics of the matter at hand, yet she maintained her composure. What is the current situation in Yun Kingdom? I have heard unsettling reports of strange occurrences within the city. Furthermore, why has the ruler of Yun Kingdom suddenly fallen gravely ill? Why has this information not reached the headquarters? Logically, such news should have already been relayed, yet it remained silent. Master, I dispatched a letter to headquarters a month ago, yet have received no response, and therefore dared not act rashly. Junji's fingers lightly drummed on the table, and the others in the room remained silent, refraining from interrupting her contemplation. A month prior, even at full gallop, the round trip would take less than 10 days. At that time, she should still have been at the Medicine King Valley, right before her journey to the Pei Kingdom. Thus, that letter should have arrived by now. It seems the deceased disciple was not sent by Jun Xing. According to this timeline, she ought to have received the letter before her departure to the Pei Kingdom. And moreover, that disciple bore no correspondence. The correspondence from the Medicine King Valley always carried specific markings. It could never be conveyed verbally. In the past fortnight, she has ambled along her path, not in haste to reach the Kingdom of Clouds, pausing frequently for rest. Even if the letters were delayed in their delivery, the elders could not possibly refrain from responding. They would undoubtedly inform their spies in the Kingdom of Clouds of her journey. However, the expression on Juanxing's face seemed to indicate he was not lying. This could only imply one thing. Unless those letters never reached the Apothecary Valley at all, our messenger must have encountered an unforeseen mishap, and that letter may have never arrived at the Apothecary Valley. Alternatively, Jigging suddenly interjected, revealing her discovery. Or perhaps the letters dispatched by the elders were intercepted along the way. Yungi nodded silently. Juanxing gazed at Jungu with concern, which would imply that their master's whereabouts had been exposed. Not necessarily. Perhaps the elders employed our valley's unique method of secret communication. Suddenly, Jungu pushed aside Xiaoyao, drawing her sword from its sheath. With a resounding crash, an arrow shot through the window, embedding itself in a pillar. Jigging peeked outside, but found no one around. Shaking her head upon returning, Jungu strode to the pillar and removed the small note attached to the arrow's feather. Upon unfolding it, she read a powerful message. Welcome, Master Jun, to the Kingdom of Clouds. A mischievous smile graced Junji's lips. How intriguing indeed. Jigging and Xiaoyao exchanged a glance, shivering involuntarily. This was dire news. Whenever their master displayed such a smile, it indicated her true ire had been stirred. The consequences of her wrath would be exceedingly severe. As anticipated, they soon heard her ominous voice declare, "Then I shall play with them, for I wish to uncover who is scheming behind the scenes." In the deep of night, the distant sound of the town crier echoed through the air. At the witching hour, one must be cautious with fire. Jungu slowly opened her eyes and retrieved a golden mask from her bosom, donning it gently. She leaped from the window, departing soundlessly. Skillfully evading the patrols of soldiers within the city, she ultimately arrived at the most secluded courtyard, softly knocking on the door. A voice inquired from within. The night wind stirred. Jungu responded in a low voice, "The sky is clear." As her words fell, the door swiftly opened to reveal two masked women. "Master." Jungu quickly entered the courtyard, making her way directly to the hall. Despite the surrounding silence, the courtyard bustled with activity, yet not a single lamp was lit. Since the age of 10, Jungu had gradually established the Tianyin Pavilion to gather intelligence from around the world, occasionally accepting assassination tasks. The headquarters of the Tianyin Pavilion was not located in Pei Country, but was situated in the Kingdom of Clouds. The members of the Tianyin Pavilion were orphans whom Jungu had taken in, both male and female, some of whom joined later. As the ranks swelled, the reputation of the Tianyin Pavilion gradually spread. Renowned for their precise execution of tasks, the Tianyin Pavilion had never recorded a failure. Yet, no one knew the exact location of the Tianyin Pavilion. Should anyone seek the services of the pavilion's assassins, they need only leave a note at the dilapidated temple in the city, and someone would come to make contact. The Tianyin Pavilion adheres to 3 principles of non-assassination. Do not kill the innocent. Do not kill members of the royal family. Do not kill the wronged. In the beginning, some citizens expressed skepticism regarding how the Tiananmen Pavilion discerned the identities of the individuals in question. However, each time the pavilion revealed the identities of the slain, the public's doubts dissipated like mist. Those they executed were undeniably deserving of their fates. The citizens held the Tiananmen Pavilion in high regard, for it represented justice. Nevertheless, the pavilion faced an equally formidable adversary, the Fengyun Tower. Although these two powerful organizations adhered to similar principles, they were at odds with one another. Yet they refrained from instigating conflict. Their strongholds were in close proximity. Should war erupt, it would only result in mutual devastation. Jungu sat regally, her face obscured by a mask, betraying a meticulous seriousness. "What is the situation?" she inquired. The pavilion's left guardian, Inwu, replied without a flicker of emotion. "Mistress, after receiving your command, I have meticulously compiled all matters, great and small, occurring in the city for your review." Jungu took the comprehensive report, and after perusing it, she ignited a firebrand, reducing it to ashes. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing skyward at the moon shrouded by dark clouds, murmuring to herself, "Is it once again the Black King Valley?" Chapter 19. The concubine assists the prince in taking a new consort within the imperial palace of the Pei Kingdom. The concubine, graceful and dignified, led a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs as she approached the Yangxin Hall, where the emperor attended to official documents. Sushi stood outside the hall. His gaze narrowed as he observed the concubine's approach. After a brief moment, he smiled and stepped forward. "I humbly greet you, concubine. Suonfe, does His Majesty have the leisure to receive me?" the concubine inquired. Sushi's smile remained warm. "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I shall report your presence to the emperor at once." As the concubine watched Sushi's figure disappear beyond the hall doors, she could not help but scoff inwardly. If it were the empress, that sycophant would surely be eager to welcome her inside. What a contemptible creature. "Your Majesty, the concubine requests an audience," Sushi announced. Pei Zhongzheng, basking in the pleasant memory of having spent the night at Fengyi Palace with the empress, was in high spirits as he perused the documents. However, the sudden arrival of the concubine cast a shadow over his mood. "Why is it not who seeks me?" Pei Zhongzheng grumbled, setting the documents aside. "What business does she have?" Sushi, bowing respectfully, murmured to himself, "When a consort comes to see you, what could it possibly entail? Merely trivial matters." Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, patiently awaiting the emperor's command. "Let her enter." The emperor's tone shifted abruptly, followed by a light cough. Suonfe Basil glanced at the sovereign seated upon the throne. Pei Zhongzheng, displeased, commanded, "You dullard, why not inform the empress that I have coughed?" She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied, slowly exiting the hall. He sighed inwardly. At this rate, my old bones will surely be worn to pieces by the emperor's whims. As the concubine entered, holding a food box, she found Pei Zhongzheng engrossed in the documents. A flicker of complex emotions crossed her gaze as she gently placed the food box on the table, then quietly stood beside him, her eyes fixed on his concentrated profile. She recalled the days of her youth, filled with dreams and aspirations of spending her life with the one she cherished. At that time, she harbored deep affection for the prince, who was destined to become the emperor, and envisioned him as the man to whom she would entrust her heart for eternity. Yet, within the confines of the palace, love was ultimately no match for the relentless pursuit of power and the machinations of the human heart. In the emperor's mind, it seemed there were always more pressing considerations, and she gradually came to realize that her place in his heart was perhaps not as significant as she had once hoped. He could likely accommodate only one person in his affections, and regrettably, that person was not her. The gentle consort spoke softly, "Your Majesty, you have toiled throughout the day. It is time to rest. I have prepared some delicacies for you. Perhaps you might partake before attending state affairs." "Leave it for now. I am not hungry," the emperor replied. The consort's hand faltered slightly in opening the food box, but she quickly regained her composure, quietly extracting the treats and standing silently by. After finishing the memorials, Pei Zhong stretched and, catching sight of the consort still standing nearby, remarked, "Ah, you are still here. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Peizong casually picked up a piece of the pine nut and lily pastry, only to discover it was something he did not particularly enjoy. "What brings you here today, consort?" he inquired. Seeing the treat in his hand, the consort smiled knowingly, aware that the emperor still appreciated her culinary efforts. "Your Majesty, it has been a month since the passing of Siener's wife, and there is no one to manage affairs in the household. I believe it is time for Siener to take a new wife. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Peizong was about to indulge in the overly sweet pastry when the consort's words caused him to pause, his brow furrowing slightly. He set the pastry down and gazed intently at her. "Oh, is there a candidate?" The consort, seemingly oblivious to the subtle shift in the emperor's demeanor, remained absorbed in her own delight. "Your Majesty, I have meticulously selected several young ladies from the capital known for their grace and virtue, and I believe the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Justice is particularly suitable. How do you feel about this?" Peizong observed the barely concealed excitement on the consort's face with a casual interest. "The Deputy Minister seems to have only one daughter, does he not? Moreover, I have heard he dotes on her quite a bit. The position of a third-rank civil official is neither too high nor too low, and the role of a justice minister is not trivial. Yet, I wonder if this move by the third son is thoughtless or if it carries deeper implications. It seems my son is growing up, and his thoughts are becoming harder to conceal." The consort finally recognized that the emperor's expression was not as agreeable as she had anticipated, and her countenance turned a shade pale. Could a mere third-rank official truly pose a threat to the crown prince's position? She clenched her hands tightly, the armor pressing painfully into her flesh. Yet she remained oblivious to the discomfort. Eventually, she released her grip and knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I implore you to understand my maternal concern for Siener. The Nief family was once of humble origin, yet since Siener took a liking to her, I acquiesced. But who could have anticipated that the Nief family would be incapable of managing their household, allowing a concubine to wield power? What kind of order is that? It is evident that a woman of humble origin is ill-suited to assume the role of the matriarch. I merely wish to select a princess for Siener, one capable of adeptly managing the affairs of the royal household. I have heard that the daughters of the esteemed Vice Minister of the Left are highly praised in the capital for their domestic management skills. Thus, I believe she could effectively oversee the royal matters on behalf of Siener." The noble consort, with tears in her eyes, articulated these reasons, yet above her, the emperor's emotionless voice echoed, approved. The noble consort was momentarily taken aback and softly uttered, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, you may withdraw." She could only suppress the doubts in her heart and slowly turn to leave. However, her silhouette betrayed a hint of joy. Peizong coldly observed her departing form. He was not oblivious to the underlying implications of her words. Initially, she had proposed a new marriage for her son with the tender heart of a mother, leading him to believe it was her own idea, unbeknownst to the virtuous prince. Subsequently, she pointed out the shortcomings of the late virtuous princess, noting her inability to manage the household and her humble background. Finally, she recommended the esteemed daughter of the Vice Minister of the Left, declaring her a capable steward. Would denying this not imply a lack of concern for the virtuous prince? How could Peizong remain unaware of the noble consort's machinations? He sipped his tea thoughtfully, setting down the cup, a profound expression flickering in his eyes. It seemed the Vice Minister of the Left could no longer be of use. No sooner had the emperor nodded than the noble consort eagerly transmitted the joyous news to the residence of the virtuous prince, informing Peizong that this matter was settled. Did father truly agree? Peizong's face was a canvas of astonishment. He had anticipated that his mother would require several days of negotiation, never expecting father to acquiesce so swiftly. This sparked a sense of doubt within him. Could it be that father's affection for that elder brother, the crown prince, was not as profound as they had perceived? After all, the position of Vice Minister of the Left was of considerable significance. The eunuch delivering the message bore a smile, his tone tinged with pride, assuring the prince that this was indeed the words of the consort herself, and they now awaited the astrologers to select an auspicious date. Peizong could no longer suppress a smile, yet quickly faded, replaced by a sorrowful demeanor. "I have wronged mayor in the capital, who was unaware of the virtuous prince's deep affection for the late princess, to the extent that he had not set foot in the rear courtyard for a month. Sheng En, the loyal attendant who had served Pei Xian the longest, possessed keen insight. Your Highness need not grieve excessively. The spirit of the princess would not wish to see you in such sorrow. However, the master and servant, immersed in joy, remained oblivious to the fact that the new princess's maternal family would no longer receive the emperor's favor. In Fengyi Palace, the empress inquired, "Oh, the emperor is truly ill?" I recall him leaving Fengyi Palace in good health this morning. Casting a glance at the downcast Su Shi, she handed the fish food to the nearby Zhu Ying, her gaze settling upon the lively fish in the pond. She then proceeded into the hall with the assistance of Nurse Lin. Su Shi gently wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead, cautiously following the empress into the hall. Indeed, after returning to the Yangxin Palace this morning, the emperor had coughed severely. Perhaps he had caught a chill, and the servant felt genuine concern for his well-being. Thus, the servant boldly approached the empress to request a cup of snow pear drink, for within the entire palace, only her concoction was most to the emperor's liking. Very well, Lin Mama, hasten to prepare some snow pear drink for Grand Eunuch Su Shi. Su Shi, unfazed, performed a courteous bow, and upon raising his gaze, a subtle, obsequious smile graced his face as he proposed, "Your Majesty, would it not be prudent for you to personally visit the Yangxin Palace? Perhaps the emperor's health may improve more swiftly." Chapter 20. Home is much warmer than the palace in the Grand Hall. Pei Zong's expression was grave as he scrutinized the murmuring ministers and officials below. The ruler of Yun State lay critically ill, yet there was no indication that the upcoming Qinqiu banquet will be cancelled. What insights do you, my esteemed ministers, have on this matter? Though Pei State is formidable, the other three nations are not to be underestimated, and this mission is imperative, yet selecting the right envoy poses a dilemma. The officials whispered among themselves, and ultimately, Prime Minister Jiang stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I propose that sending an envoy suffices. Should we dispatch a prince, it may tarnish the dignity of our Pei State. At present, Pei State stands at its zenith, and Yun State poses little threat." "I concur," came the voices of agreement, echoing through the hall. Pei Zong, resting his forehead upon his hand, surveyed the ministers, though in his heart he was not pleased with this proposed course of action. Pei Xian met Pei Zong's gaze directly, exchanging a glance before he spoke with a cool demeanor. "I must respectfully disagree." A glimmer of light flashed in Pei Zong's eyes. He had awaited this moment. Yet, he observed the prime minister's displeasure, internally exclaiming about his audacious son. Such forthrightness was rather excessive. "Crown Prince, it is inappropriate to so bluntly counter your father-in-law." However, Pei Xian remained oblivious to his thoughts and continued, "The alliance between our two nations has endured for 9 years, and the development of Yun State cannot be overlooked. This journey presents an opportunity to gauge their true intentions under the guise of the banquet. It is indeed a wise strategy. I am willing to venture to Yun State, and I beseech your Majesty for your approval." The Prime Minister snorted coldly, offering no rebuttal, clearly expressing accord with the Crown Prince's words. Pei Ci, seeing no opposition, stepped forward to offer his counsel. "Father, I believe it unwise for the Crown Prince, as heir apparent, to travel to Yun State. Allow me to undertake this task instead." Pei Zong's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. "This matter requires the Crown Prince's personal involvement. After court, the Crown Prince shall visit me in the Yangxin Palace." Su Shi promptly announced, "Court dismissed. We bid farewell to your Majesty." Pei Ci cast a cold glance at Pei Xian, taunting, "The Crown Prince is indeed far-sighted." Pei Xian remained silent, proceeding directly to the Yangxin Palace, while Pei Ci felt as though his words had struck nothing but air, leaving him in a state of vexation before he ultimately strode away. Pei Xian observed the entire scene, pondering to himself that his elder brother seemed yet to grasp their father's intentions. The Crown Prince's suggestions had never faced opposition from their father. Moreover, it was evident that this had been prearranged between their father and the Crown Prince, merely articulated by the latter. After all, who could forget that he was the Crown Prince? Pei Xian stepped forward and entered the Yangxin Palace. His gaze fell upon Pei Zong, whose face was etched with disappointment. Father, summon me. What are your commands? Pei Zong descended the steps slowly, gently patting Pei Xian's shoulder, only to notice the latter's eyelid flicker ever so slightly. My dear prince, I wish to impart to you that as a sovereign, we must heed the teachings embedded within Pei Zong's words. However, Pei Xian appeared somewhat impatient, interrupting Pei Zong's lengthy discourse. Father, please state your matter directly. There is no need for circumlocution. Pei Zong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as if they had lodged in his throat, rendering him uncertain on how to proceed. Ultimately, he sighed, crossed his legs upon the mat, and extended his hand in an attempt to beckon Pei Xian to sit beside him. Unfortunately, this gesture nearly caused Pei Zong to lose his balance, his head almost grazing the ground. Pei Xian awkwardly released his grip, straightened himself, and gazed up at Pei Zong. My prince, do you not realize that the chancellor is your father-in-law? We must afford him some dignity in the future. Pei Xian regarded his father seated upon the mat. Noticing the silver strands woven within his once dark hair and the deepening wrinkles upon his face. The father who had once cradled him and taught him to read, and right now appeared to be gradually succumbing to the ravages of time. Father, in the present court, the power of the maternal relatives has waned, and the chancellor's authority is also diminishing. I have never harbored fear of him. Moreover, I have matured and am capable of standing on my own. You need not worry about me any longer. What you should focus on now is how to mend the heart of our beloved empress. Upon uttering these words, Pei Xian felt a profound discomfort within, turning to depart and leaving Pei Zong, who sat bewildered on the mat. Regaining his composure, Pei Zong gazed at his son's retreating figure, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. He muttered under his breath, "That impudent boy," before speaking aloud, "Be cautious on your journey to the Yun kingdom. Your mother, sister, and I shall await your safe return at home." Pei Xian paused momentarily, refraining from looking back, yet a smile graced his lips. Home! That word resonated with warmth far surpassing that of the palace. In the Lanqi palace, the virtuous consort leaned gracefully against a soft couch, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze resting upon the elegant man beside. Pei Qi first cast a glance at the virtuous consort before turning to the gentleman nearby, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Historically, the bond between mother and son has always been easy to navigate, whereas harmony between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law often necessitates his role as a mediator. Pei Qi approached the virtuous consort, gently seated himself beside her, and softly began to massage her shoulders, inquiring with concern, "I have heard from Granny Fei that you have been feeling fatigued of late. Are you unwell?" Though the virtuous consort felt a measure of relief from her son's concern, she found Pei Qi's technique unbearable, forcing herself to endure the discomfort without revealing it. Fortunately, Granny Fei noticed the virtuous consort's unease. She stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, allow me to assist. You seldom visit the palace, and should spend more time conversing with the Empress." Pei Qi, relieved of his burden, moved to sit aside, inadvertently drawing the gentleman closer and delicately caressing his slender wrist. The virtuous consort observed this scene unfold before her, and the joy she had felt from her son's visit swiftly turned to heaviness in her heart. She softly called out, "Qi." Pei Qi responded curtly, "Mother." Yet, the impatience in his voice startled the virtuous consort, prompting her to ponder why her son, whom she had not seen in a while, now felt so unfamiliar. The once affectionate son had never before addressed her, his mother, with such cold reprimands. Her gaze fell upon a man named Shen Machel. A decade prior, Pei Qi had rescued him during his travels, and, since that moment, he had become Pei Qi's devoted attendant. Initially, the virtuous consort paid little attention, merely finding the man overly enchanting. However, as subtle behaviors began to emerge, she discerned an increasingly intimate bond between Pei Qi and Shen Machel, one that was difficult to articulate. Her heart brimmed with unease, prompting her to observe their every interaction closely. It was not until that fateful year, when Pei Qi chose to rest in a secluded chamber of the palace, claiming exhaustion and retiring early, that the virtuous consort overheard the sounds of indulgence emanating from the inner sanctum. Peering through the crack of the door, she witnessed an unimaginable scene. Her son was exchanging lewd words with this man, and in that instant, her heart surged with an overwhelming tide of anguish. From that moment on, she became aware of Pei Qi's inclination towards men. Fortunately, Pei Qi still lavished attention upon the concubines in the harem, resulting in his current lineage of 1 son and 5 daughters. Despite her profound disgust, the virtuous consort endured, allowing Shinmacho to remain by Pei Qi's side, but strictly forbidding him from entering the palace. Yet once again, Pei Qi defied her wishes. Reluctant to jeopardize her relationship with her son over an outsider, she smiled and inquired, "I hear your princess is with child?" Pei Qi exchanged a discreet glance with Shinmacho and replied, "Indeed." A smile of joy finally graced the virtuous consort's face as she gently admonished, "This will be your legitimate son or daughter. You must take excellent care of your princess." Although Pei Qi's household already boasted 1 son and 5 daughters, all born of concubines, the virtuous consort held a greater fondness for her legitimate grandchildren. A flicker of something unusual crossed Pei Qi's eyes before he burst into laughter, proclaiming, "What you say is true, mother. This is the child of my beloved, and I shall cherish them dearly." The mother and son engaged in warm conversation, while Shinmacho, standing silently to the side, lowered his head to conceal the hatred in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, when Pei Qi's hand was not firmly grasped, Shinmacho's fist clenched tightly, only to gradually relax. Chapter 21. Jungu investigates the corpse. Jungu searched the hidden corners of the city for half a month, yet found nothing. The archer from that night had not reappeared. Today, she planned to venture into the bustling streets, hoping to uncover some clues. To her surprise, as soon as she arrived on the main thoroughfare, she sensed a follower. "Be cautious, someone is trailing us," she murmured to Jieging while standing at a cosmetic stall. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao had been dispatched to gather information around the dilapidated temples. Jieging paused momentarily before a glimmer of alertness crossed her eyes. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings and indeed spotted 2 suspicious men lingering nearby, their gazes frequently darting in their direction. "Let's part ways," Jungu suggested in a hushed tone, "and meet at the entrance of the Divine Physician Pavilion." Jieging nodded in agreement, the two exchanging a knowing glance before swiftly separating. Jungu deliberately slowed her pace, heading towards a narrow alley, while Jieging quickened her steps, blending into the throng of the crowd. 2 men who were tracking her noticed the situation and followed her closely. Jungu intentionally meandered through the alley, alternating between brisk walking and leisurely strolling, occasionally pausing to observe various stalls, compelling the men to frequently adjust their positions to avoid detection. At one turn, Jungu suddenly quickened her pace and swiftly darted into a narrow alley. The men pursued her closely, only to discover that it led to a dead end. Realizing the predicament too late, Jungu had already exited through another side. The man glanced around, only to find that Jungu had vanished without a trace. Frantically searching for clues, he ultimately had to concede defeat and return to report his failure. Meanwhile, Zhu Jing adeptly took advantage of the crowd's cover to easily shake off her pursuer. She skillfully navigated through the throngs of people, sometimes feigning interest in items for sale, at other times engaging in conversation with passers-by, making it difficult for the man to pinpoint her whereabouts. Ultimately, Jungu arrived at the entrance of the Divine Healer Pavilion ahead of schedule, standing quietly beneath a concealed large tree, patiently awaiting her companion. Before long, Zhu Jing's figure appeared at the street corner and swiftly made her way to Junji's side. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes meeting in silent understanding as they stepped into the elegantly antiquated building before them. Seated in a private room on the top floor, Jungu idly toyed with an empty teacup, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the door. Only when the sound of approaching footsteps drew near did she feign nonchalance, while Zhu Jing's eyes sparkled with amusement beside her. "Gur." The voice arrived before the person did, prompting Jungu to stifle a laugh. The newcomer was a young woman clad in a blue garment, with a black sash embroidered with silver at her waist, accentuating her poised yet graceful figure. Her complexion was not pale, but a healthy wheat tone, and her long hair was casually secured with a wooden hairpin, a few strands dancing in the breeze, adding a touch of wildness to her appearance. Her features were strikingly delicate, her brows hinting at a spirited disposition, and her eyes shone brightly like stars. Upon entering, the woman embraced Junge tightly. "Sister, I miss you terribly." Junge felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her heart racing in response. "Sister Fu, I can hardly catch my breath. Oh dear, I must be too excited." Jun Fu released Junge, but then playfully patted her back, inadvertently causing her to cough violently as she had been drinking. "Cough, cough, cough. Sister Fu, you'll either suffocate me with your embrace or drown me with water." Junge looked at Jun Fu with a pout of grievance. The two had grown up together in the valley, with Jun Fu being the daughter of the esteemed elder Jun Xian. 5 years prior, Jun Xian had taken the 19-year-old Jun Fu from the Medicine King Valley to manage the Divine Healer Pavilion in the Cloud Kingdom. The rationale behind the headquarters being established in the Cloud Kingdom remains a mystery to outsiders. Commonly, it is believed that the Medicine King Valley and the Divine Healer Pavilion are rivals, yet unbeknownst to many, the Divine Healer Pavilion is actually a branch of the Medicine King Valley, merely proclaiming independence to the outside world. It had been 5 years since Junge last saw Jun Fu, and with their similar ages, they quickly fell into playful banter. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "It is Elder Jun Xian. Fuer, do not act recklessly." As the words fell, Jun Xian's figure appeared at the doorway. He donned a dark, flowing robe, and though strands of silver had begun to weave through his hair, he still exuded an air of vitality. His gaze, while gentle, subtly betrayed a hint of reproach. "Subordinate pays respects to the esteemed lord." Junge hastily stepped forward to offer support, her voice soothing as she remarked, "Elder, your current state is truly disheartening for me. I've always regarded you as a father figure." Upon hearing this, the elder's face lit up with a smile, yet his tone remained solemn. "The Lord has matured. It is only natural for the subordinates to understand the distinction between rank and respect." Jun Fu rolled her eyes dismissively, signaling to Junge with her glance. "I leave this stubborn old man in your care." A wry smile graced the corners of Junge's lips, curiosity lacing her voice. "Elder, might you allow me a glimpse into the ice chamber, to witness firsthand the bodies that have met untimely ends?" She too wished to delve into the peculiar case that had captivated the common folk. The remains were housed within the Divine Healer's Pavilion due to the ice chamber's capacity to prevent decay, facilitating the investigations of the criminal department. Moreover, the Divine Healer's Pavilion was held in high esteem throughout the Yun Kingdom, earning the trust and admiration of the populace. The elder bowed respectfully, a note of reverence in his voice. "Lord, please follow me." They traversed a winding corridor, ultimately halting before an ancient stone door. Yun Fu gently pushed it open, and a bone-chilling cold rushed forth, prompting Junge to shiver involuntarily. "Are you all right, Ge?" Jun Fu inquired with concern. "I am fine." Inside the ice chamber, 8 male corpses lay in serene repose, each draped in white cloth. Junge first bowed deeply to the bodies, a gesture of respect for the deceased. Then, with a calm demeanor, she reached out to lift the cloth, only to be firmly grasped by Jun Fu. "Gur, the state of these men's deaths." Jun Fu's voice faltered, unable to continue. Observing her sister's anxious expression and hesitant demeanor, Junge finally directed her gaze towards Jun Xian, whose countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake. "Sister Fu, I am a healer. In the eyes of a healer, there are no others." Junji's tone was resolute. Ashamed, Jun Fu released her grip and silently followed at her side. Junge slowly lifted the white cloth. The features of the corpses appeared unnaturally stiff in the chamber's chill, yet their faces still bore traces of their former selves. However, as her gaze lowered to their intimate regions, her brow furrowed in distress. Producing a silver needle, she commenced a meticulous examination. All 8 bodies bore injuries in the same area. The wounds were conspicuous, some had withered, while others were rendered entirely incapacitated. A foreboding sense welled within Junge. These men had undoubtedly endured inhumane torment before their demise, likely forced into carnal unions with women, as evident from the unmistakable signs of such encounters upon their bodies. Some corpses displayed distinct lash marks on their backs and chests, whereas others remained unscathed, suggesting 2 distinctly different manners of death. Those uninjured might have succumbed post-mortem or during unconsciousness, while the injured clearly bore the marks of brutal whippings following their resistance. By the side of a corpse's leg, Jungu discovered a trace of residual semen, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. In stark contrast, the other bodies were immaculate, leaving no traces whatsoever. Who would deliberately wipe away semen from a victim after committing murder? Was the killer's intention solely focused on the semen? Yet, what purpose could it serve? A fleeting spark of insight flickered in Jun Ji's mind, only to be abruptly interrupted by Jun Xian's voice. Master, perhaps we should first head to the council hall. The chill here is quite intense. Though her thoughts were momentarily disrupted, Jungu held no suspicion towards the elder's sudden interjection, understanding that he too was concerned about her succumbing to the cold. Gura, let us depart swiftly. This place is rather eerie, Jun Fu said playfully, shivering as she grasped Jun Ji's hand. All right. The three of them slowly exited the icy chamber, with the elder leading the way, while Jungu and Jun Fu followed closely behind. Amid their playful banter, Jungu vaguely noticed that the elder's right foot seemed to be slightly impaired. She intended to inquire with Jun Fu, but the elder unexpectedly turned around, speaking gently. Fuer, you should return first. I have some private matters to discuss with the master. Chapter 22. The elder's anomaly on this journey to the Yun Kingdom. Pei Xian had brought Pei Chu along. Since Pei Chu's birth, he had rarely left his side. The only exception was during an illness that had kept Pei Chu at home while Pei Xian traveled to Jingzhou. Initially, he intended to send Pei Chu to the Fengyi Palace to be cared for by his mother, but his father, the emperor, displayed a rather shameless attitude. Utterly outwitted by him, one could hardly say whether his mother valued her grandson more than her husband. My son, although your father loved Chuer as well, you must not interfere with the world of your father and mother. Why not bring Chuer along, so he may witness the outside world? Ultimately, Pei Xian did set off with Pei Chu. The reason was that news had arrived from his subordinates that a certain woman was also heading to the Yun Kingdom, and Pei Chu had grown quite attached to her, perhaps as a means of apology. The journey took nearly 10 days before they arrived. Upon seeing the little one sleeping soundly on the couch, Pei Xian ordered Su Qing to guard him closely, with dark sentinels stationed all around. In a foreign land fraught with peril, Pei Chu was, without a doubt, Pei Xian's Achilles heel. Donning a golden mask, Pei Xian quietly departed from his residence, traversing the city until he arrived at a secluded courtyard. Upon closer inspection, the path he tread mirrored the one Jungu had taken that night. With the two courtyards standing opposite each other, Pei Xian lightly knocked 3 times on the door, paused momentarily, and then knocked 3 more times. The door opened in response, revealing 2 men, also masked, standing on either side. Master, please enter. Pei Xian, with his back to the 2 formidable guardians in the Grand Hall, concealed a cold expression beneath his mask. Has there been any development regarding the recent peculiar case in the city? Master, this matter is quite perplexing. Since half a month ago, the incidents have abruptly ceased. It is likely that someone is concerned about the investigation, especially since envoys from various nations have been arriving in the Yun Kingdom during this time. What news from the Yun Royal Palace? Currently, Yun Jing is overseeing the state, appearing exceedingly gentle outwardly, yet internally seems intent on eliminating several of his brothers. The situation in the Cloud Nation remains temporarily stable, though the recent actions of King Mo have been rather peculiar. We shall continue to monitor closely, ensuring we grasp all recent developments in the Cloud Nation, particularly concerning the Qinqiu banquet. Understood. Feng Yi, the left protector of Fengyun Tower, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Master, the head of Tianyin Pavilion arrived here half a month ago. Pei Xian abruptly turned around. Oh, she has come in person? Indeed. Tianyin Pavilion has also been investigating the unusual occurrences within the city. Pei Xian slowly seated himself, his face concealed behind a mask, lost in contemplation. Since its inception, Fengyun Tower's greatest rival has been Tianyin Pavilion. Although they appear to be adversaries on the surface, the reality is far more nuanced. He had never clashed directly with the head of Tianyin Pavilion, only knowing her to be a woman. To be frank, he felt a flicker of curiosity, a desire to gauge her prowess and ascertain the true nature of her character. Suddenly, the image of a petite woman flitted through his mind, and he shook his head, striving to pull his thoughts back to the present. though a profound light glimmered in his eyes. Feng Yi and Feng Er exchanged a glance, remaining silent. It was not until Pei Xian's emotionless voice resonated from above that they were stirred. In 3 days, arrange a meeting with the head of Tianyin Pavilion. In recent days, Junge had been perusing texts at the Divine Physician Pavilion. After examining the corpse that day, she had been struck by a sudden insight, only for it to vanish just as quickly. What purpose did this semen serve, and what of the missing women and children? Yet, no new discoveries had emerged in the past half-month, and the forces behind these events had remained dormant. Was it fear or something else entirely? Her thoughts wandered back to that conversation with the Grand Elder. Did the Pavilion Master uncover anything? Jungu pondered for a moment before responding, recalling the Grand Elder's previous discoveries. The Grand Elder sighed, his voice tinged with regret. You know my limitations, my skills in medicine are not profound, and my understanding of poisons is merely superficial. It is only through the previous Pavilion Master's favor that I have been entrusted with the management of the Divine Physician Pavilion. Even with the assistance of various esteemed elders, we have found nothing. Junji's nostrils flared slightly as she caught a whiff of blood, her eyes narrowing. She then rose, casually strolling about, a smile gracing her lips as if engaging in light banter. It has indeed been a while since I last saw the Grand Elder. I miss him dearly. The Grand Elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh, a light hiss escaping his lips. If the Pavilion Master longs for my company, perhaps you should linger a while longer in the Cloud Nation. The corners of Junji's eyes drooped slightly, concealing the glimmering emotions beneath. As she observed the Grand Elder's suddenly pale complexion, concern etched on her face. Grand Elder, are you injured? The Grand Elder seemed to casually adjust his robe, revealing a wound on his thigh that was seeping blood. Alas, I sustained a minor injury while examining the corpse some days ago. Junge's brow lifted gently, and she crouched down to inspect the wound closely. At first glance, it appeared to be a scratch, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a knife wound. She recalled that the Grand Elder was not skilled in martial arts. Narrowing her eyes, she lifted her gaze, restoring her smile. This injury is not grave. With proper rest, I shall arrange for my personally formulated ointment to be delivered. Apply it daily, and you shall be healed within 10 days. The Grand Elder set aside his robes and raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. It seemed that the Master's medical skills had significantly improved. Jungu cast a glance at his palm, a smile flickering in her eyes. Is that so? I find myself lacking in progress. The Grand Elder picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Jungu, casually inquiring, Did you discover anything while examining the body? A glimmer of light flashed in Jungu's eyes as she took a discreet sip of tea. This tea, she abruptly set down the cup, a trace of sorrow in her gaze as she looked towards Jun Xian. There were no discoveries. Had my father been here, he surely would have found something. No matter, this case ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Master, perhaps you should take the opportunity to enjoy your time in the Kingdom of Yun. Yungi suppressed her inner doubts, questioning why the Grand Elder had reminded her to be mindful of her identity before Jun Fu, yet now encouraged her to roam the city. The mention of the Ministry of Justice investigating the case seemed rather unusual coming from the Grand Elder. Jungu pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping left and right, before she raised her head to ask the Grand Elder, Have you not reported the circumstances in the city of Yun to the headquarters recently? She noted the slight stiffening of the Grand Elder's hand resting on the table after her words, and she slowly shifted her gaze, altering her tone. However, I understand. You have been busy lately with the investigation of the bodies, and the affairs of the Divine Healer Pavilion are numerous, so it is only natural to occasionally forget. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief at her words, a smile gracing his face. You are indeed correct, Master. This past month has been rather hectic, but I dispatched someone to send a message back yesterday. Jungu stood from her seat, brushing off her dress, and said with innocent enthusiasm, Very well. I shall go find Sister Fu, and we will stroll around the city together. Please feel free. I will ensure that Fu will keep you company. The Grand Elder escorted Jungu to the door, closing it only after her figure was out of sight. Little did he realize, after he closed the door, Jungu silently reappeared at the entrance. Chapter 23. Jungu probes Junfu about the Grand Elder. Jungu had never anticipated that one day she would harbor doubts about the Grand Elder. In her heart, he was akin to a fatherly figure. When she was very young, her father had always been strict with her. If she failed to recite the pharmacopoeia, she was forbidden from dining. Whenever she faced her father's punishments, the Grand Elder would quietly bring her warm food without her father's knowledge, regaling her with tales of her father's youthful misadventures. In her heart, aside from her parents, the Grand Elder was the closest person to her. However, the series of discoveries that day sowed the seeds of doubt within her. Did the scent of blood truly emanate from the wound on his leg? Logically, that mark should not carry such a potent odor, yet she distinctly perceived it. Moreover, those tea leaves appeared to have been stored for an extended period. The Divine Healer Pavilion held a meeting each month, relaying its contents to the headquarters. The council chamber seemed to have been in use for quite some time, a layer of dust accumulating on the surface, and the tea leaves had not been replaced. Furthermore, if the Grand Elder claimed not to have communicated with the Valley of Medicinal Kings, then who had sent the disciple who was killed that day when the assassination took place? Moreover, the mark upon that disciple indeed bears the insignia of the Medicine King Valley. It cannot be a counterfeit. Before the disciple's demise, she uttered a warning to be cautious of someone formidable. Could it be the Grand Elder? Yet, the Grand Elder has never engaged in martial arts. During her formative years of training, he was always by her side. He once claimed to lack the aptitude for martial practice, and she had confidently proclaimed, "In the future, I shall protect the Grand Elder." But how does one explain the thick calluses now adorning his fingers? And what of the grievous wound and the weighty sounds emanating from within since her departure? In recent days, she has sensed the presence of someone following her. Yet she has not yet had the opportunity to investigate the council hall. These revelations have left Jun Ji's thoughts in disarray. She would rather believe that all is mere coincidence. Gia, a voice calling her name, jolted Jungu from her reverie. Her gaze fell upon the suddenly appearing Junfu, and she gently set aside the book she had been holding to focus on her. "Sister Fu, what brings you here?" Jungu inquired softly. "Father has instructed me to accompany you on a stroll, to explore the shops in the city and select some delightful trinkets for a young lady." Junfu replied with a playful tone. Junji's brows knitted slightly as she scrutinized the innocent demeanor of Junfu, a silent sigh escaping her lips. She couldn't help but ponder whether her sister's guileless nature was a blessing or a curse. Perhaps she could glean information regarding the Grand Elder through Junfu. "Very well. I was just thinking of visiting Qianwei Lu to sample their culinary offerings," Jungu replied with a smile. "Rest assured, I have already inquired. They have recently introduced a new dish, drunken fish, rumored to be exquisite," Junfu assured her with confidence. The Grand Elder and his associates would never suspect that Junji's establishments permeate various sectors of Yin country. Naturally, these enterprises remain clandestine, all falling under the auspices of Tianyin Pavilion, unbeknownst to the individuals of Medicine King Valley, except for the inn, which is indeed registered under their name. Junfu exuberantly ordered all the signature dishes from Qianwei Lu, filling an entire large table. "Sister Fu, with so many dishes, we shall never finish. It would be a shame to waste them," Jungu remarked, her head throbbing at the sight of the bounteous spread. "Do not fret. The leftovers can be taken back for the newly accepted disciples to enjoy," Junfu replied nonchalantly, nimbly using her chopsticks to grasp a piece of drunken fish, which shimmered enticingly in the light. "Indeed, it is utterly delicious." Jungu paused momentarily, casting a glance at the drunken fish Junfu had just picked up. It did appear delectable. It seemed Qianwei Lu's new offerings were indeed a success. "Has the Divine Physician Pavilion recently accepted new disciples?" Yunki inquired. "I have not heard the Grand Elder mention it." "Yes, about half a month ago, Father, moved by compassion upon seeing these orphan children, took them in and allowed them to assist with minor tasks within the pavilion," Junfu explained. "Children?" Jungu continued her inquiries with an impassive demeanor. "They're merely boys and girls of 7 or 8 years, quite frail. I bring them treats daily," Junfu remarked, as she served Jungu several pieces of sweet and sour ribs. "Gur, these are your favorite. Do have a taste." Jungu displayed a pitiable demeanor. lamenting that it had been quite some time since she last had a heartfelt conversation with Sister Fu. "All right, let us converse while we dine," she suggested. Jun Fu could hardly bear to see Jun Ge in such a state, for she cherished her above all else. "Sister Fu, it has been 5 years since I last saw the Grand Elder, and it seems he has changed considerably," Jun Ge remarked. Jun Fu, nibbling on a pig's trotter, sighed softly. "You are not alone in this sentiment. I share your thoughts." Jun Ge set down her chopsticks and leaned back in her chair. "Oh, in what ways has he transformed?" 3 years ago, he underwent a sudden change in temperament, imposing restrictions upon me. "This is forbidden, and that is forbidden," Jun Fu reminisced. "Moreover, he no longer urges me to study medicine as he used to. Back in the valley, he would wield a stick to drive me to my studies. However, this has turned out to be a blessing for me, as I have little inclination towards medicine and far prefer the study of poisons. At times, it feels as though he has changed, yet at other moments, it seems he remains the same. You sense constancy, but also undeniable transformation. It is difficult to articulate." Jun Ge had not anticipated that Jun Fu would share her feelings. After all, the Grand Elder was the one most eager for Jun Fu to pursue a career in medicine. How could he suddenly alter his stance? "Ungeresund Hermid. Let's not dwell on this. When you have the opportunity, please show me those children. I'm still unfamiliar with the affairs of the pavilion and do not know where they reside." "Of course," Jun Fu replied. Jun Ge particularly urged Jun Fu not to inform the Grand Elder about her inquiries concerning him today, fearing it might alert him to her intentions. Nevertheless, she trusted that Jun Fu would keep this matter confidential. Perhaps it was an instinct, but Jun Ge felt that even if the entire world were to betray her, Jun Fu would remain steadfast. After enjoying a hearty meal at the tavern, Jun Ge felt a palpable heaviness in her stomach. Once they had packed the leftover dishes, she proposed a leisurely stroll, seizing the opportunity to allow those who were observing her to lower their guards. Previously, she had deliberately leaked her arrival in Yun country to the Apothecary Valley. Now that her whereabouts were exposed, she might as well let it become even more apparent, thereby drawing out those lurking in the shadows. She always sensed that those hidden figures who had lured her to Yun country did not wish for her to be revealed to others. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched merely a single messenger. Yet, she found herself defying their expectations. The Apothecary Valley was not to be underestimated in the eyes of the world, for even the most perplexing dilemmas that left the Divine Physician Pavilion at a loss were often resolved with ease by the Apothecary Valley. Ever since news of her arrival spread, there had been no further occurrences of bizarre murders in the city. Was this due to the fear that those individuals harbored regarding the Apothecary Valley potentially unveiling their secrets, or was there another underlying reason? Jun Ge vaguely sensed that a pair of eyes was covertly monitoring her every move. It felt as though an unseen force was obstructing her with each step she took. Why was all of this unfolding in Yin country? Was it related to the royal family, or perhaps to a certain sect within the martial world? What schemes did the hidden puppet master harbor? What secrets lay behind the deceased men, as well as the missing women and children? Chapter 24. The identities of the couple are unveiled as twilight descended. Jun Ge and Jun Fu finished their exploration of the bustling marketplace. Jun Ge then announced her intention to return to the Hongyun in that evening, opting not to return to the Divine Physician Pavilion. She planned to find an opportune moment to investigate the palace, as her movements were rather constrained within the confines of the pavilion. Though Jun Fu felt a tinge of reluctance in her heart, she refrained from expressing it further, merely reminding Yunga to visit the Divine Healer Pavilion once her affairs were concluded. Subsequently, she returned to the pavilion with a countenance marked by desolation. As she crossed the threshold, she unexpectedly encountered the Grand Elder. "Father," Jun Fu greeted softly. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, warmth flickering in his gaze. "Where is the pavilion master?" he inquired. "Gidger has returned to the Hongyun Inn," Jun Fu replied. The Grand Elder's fingers lightly stroked his back, as if pondering something, and he unconsciously asked, why did she choose to return to the inn? Curiosity piqued. Jun Fu circled around the Grand Elder. "Father, you seem quite concerned about Gidger's whereabouts?" The Grand Elder maintained his composure, speaking in a calm tone. "Nonsense. I merely worry about the recent peculiar occurrences in the city. fearing they may jeopardize the pavilion master's safety. Upon hearing this, Juanfu's anxiety lessened. It was as she suspected. She mentioned that she had agreed to attend the upcoming grand banquet of the Cloud Kingdom's sovereign in 5 days, and to avoid exposing her identity, she had opted to stay at the inn. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Juanfu's expression, then shifted his attention elsewhere. Has the pavilion master inquired about anything? As Juanfu ascended the wooden steps, she replied without looking back, not at all. Merely some idle chat about amusing tales from the Medicine King Valley. How astute Gidger was, even knowing that her father would inquire about her. She wondered what riddle she was playing at. Just as Yunga stepped over the threshold of the inn, Juanqing discreetly handed her a small note. Mistress, this is a message entrusted to me by a lady for you. Yunga took the note and strode directly to her room. Once inside, she swiftly shut the door and eagerly unfolded the note, only to find a blank sheet. A secret message from the Tianyin Pavilion. She picked up the teapot from the coffee table, poured a cup of tea, and gently sprinkled it over the note. Gradually, faint characters began to emerge on the formerly blank paper. Mistress, at the 3rd watch of the night, the master of Fengyun Tower invites you for a meeting at the place situated between the 2 pavilions. The writing faded within the span of half a cup of tea, and even when re-wetted, it would not reappear. Yunga placed the note over the candle flame, watching it turn to ash. Fengyun Tower? That enigma has made an appearance? She was indeed looking forward to meeting this intriguing figure. At the 3rd watch of the night, the darkness enveloped the streets in silence. Only the low-hanging black clouds seemed to press down upon the tranquility. In a secluded corner of the city lay a courtyard, long abandoned and seldom visited. Legend had it that this place was once haunted by specters, thus the townsfolk avoided it, unwilling to settle there. Yet on this inky night, 2 large doors quietly swung open, revealing 2 mysterious figures emerging from the courtyard. Both donned exquisite masks, the gold material glimmering strikingly in the night. The woman's mask depicted a phoenix poised to take flight, accompanied by the exclusive emblem of the Tianyin Pavilion, while the man's mask was adorned with a dragon soaring through the heavens, boldly displaying the insignia of Fengyun Tower. Clearly, these masks were custom-made, perhaps existing as the only ones of their kind in the world. 2 figures stood face to face, the atmosphere seemingly fraught with animosity. Yet they resembled a pair entwined in a complex dance. Above the courtyard wall, a line of shadowy figures cautiously emerged, rendering the scene rather absurd. Below, a man and a woman exchanged knowing glances at the wall, yet neither disrupted the tableau. Master Feng, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The woman's voice rang out, clear and melodious. Master Tianyin, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, the man replied, his tone deep and resonant. Both voices had undergone a modulation, yet an unmistakable familiarity lingered between them. As the winds stirred, dark clouds billowed in the night sky, obscuring the once bright moonlight. The street lamps in the distance flickered in the breeze, casting a patchwork of shadows. Standing in the dark, the tranquility was pierced by their deliberately subdued conversation. A duel, perhaps? The woman's voice brimmed with eager curiosity. Would Master Tianyin care to engage in a friendly spar? The man's tone remained as calm as a placid lake. As the wind howled, they converged. The woman, as agile as a swallow, leapt gracefully, her hands weaving like a serpent, fingertips glinting with the cold sheen of a blade, an embodiment of her years of inner strength cultivation. The man, observing her swiftly, evaded like a wraith, his palm subtly shifting to dissipate her attack effortlessly. They crossed paths mid-air. Upon landing, the woman lightly tapped the ground and launched another assault. Her techniques were multifaceted, at times tempestuous like a storm, and, at others, flowing gently like a brook. Each strike bore a unique force and angle, rendering her movements unpredictable. The man, however, countered with unwavering steadiness, his responses impeccably timed, neither overly forceful nor weak, always neutralizing her advances at the most opportune moments. As their sparring progressed, the sharpness of their techniques softened, and they began to sense each other's essence, a familiar and comforting sensation. The woman's strikes became more intricate, each one seemingly a test, while the man's responses grew increasingly nuanced. Their movements began to resemble a mutual exploration rather than mere competition. Suddenly, the man surged forward, his arm extending gracefully to circumvent the woman's defenses. With a gentle tug, he drew her into his embrace. His lips brushed against her neck inadvertently, and in that fleeting moment, both felt the unique aura emanating from one another. The woman's heart raced, her cheeks beneath the mask flushed, while a flicker of surprise flashed in the man's gaze. Taking a deep breath, the woman's form turned supple, akin to a nimble snake. As she slipped from his grasp, with a delicate wave of her hand, a gentle force of inner energy propelled him back. The man retreated a few steps, a trace of annoyance flickering in his eyes, but tranquility soon reclaimed him. Once more, they faced each other, their gazes infused with an equal measure of resolve. Their techniques grew increasingly cautious, each strike imbued with a sense of probing. Movement slowed, each interaction resembling a careful testing of the other's skill. At last, the movements of the two ceased entirely, and they stood in silence, gazing into each other's eyes. A glimmer of mischievous amusement flickered in the woman's gaze, her voice laced with playful mockery. "Your Highness, you truly conceal your depths well." Beneath the mask, the man's expression darkened, as if he were struggling to suppress his emotions. "Master June, are you not also adept at hiding your true self? We are indeed alike." A gentle breeze brushed by, and under the moonlight, their figures appeared particularly harmonious. In an instant, they vanished from their original spot. Those who had been lurking on the walls, peering in, tumbled down one by one in disappointment. However, the earlier scene had been enough to leave them gossiping, for both parties had exchanged formidable blows. Inwu peeked out, stealthily observing the direction in which the two had departed, a faint smile gracing her icy visage beneath the mask. Yet, when her gaze inadvertently met that of Feng Yi on the opposing wall, her smile evaporated, replaced by a look of impatience, before her figure too disappeared, leaving Feng Yi to emit a low, amused chuckle in the night. Chapter 25. Pei Chu is your son and mine. Pei Xian and Junge weaved through the eaves, enacting a lively chase. Pei Xian clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on the spirited little woman ahead. Suddenly, he surged forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and nimbly leaping into a concealed corner, landing with poise and pinning her firmly against the wall. Pei Xian's breath quickened, his gaze sharp and intent, as if seeking to penetrate the veil of her mask. Junji's heart raced in response, yet she did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her chin defiantly to meet his gaze. How infuriating! How could this man possess such strength? She could not escape him. "Your Highness, might you release me?" Junge decided to humbly plead for freedom. Preserving her dignity was paramount. There was no fear of losing her advantage as long as no one else was privy to her defeat. She feared that his revelation of her shortcomings might tarnish her reputation. As her suspicious eyes flicked towards him, Pei Xian discerned her intentions immediately. However, he feigned ignorance to her plea, lifting his elegantly knuckled hand to slowly unveil the mask obscuring her face. Beneath the mask, apart from her familiar, lively, and alluring eyes, the rest of her visage was strikingly unfamiliar. Pei Xian's countenance darkened, his eyes cold as ice, fixated upon her. His fingertips pressed firmly against her face. Yet he could find no flaw. A cold smirk spread within him. So it was, she had once employed the art of disguise to draw near him. Junge felt uneasy under his brooding gaze, yet her mind raced, questioning why she should feel discomfort. Shouldn't he, the rogue, feel more unsettled? "You hurt me," she protested. Upon hearing her complaint, Pei Xian slightly relaxed his grip, though he did not fully relinquish his hold. This cunning woman, having evaded him right under his nose all those years ago, he would not allow to slip away again. Junge gazed silently at the man who oppressed her. Her reflexes quickened as she reached out to remove his mask. To her surprise, Pei Xian offered no resistance, bowing his head in silence as she took off the mask. As she glanced back, Pei Xian's pallid countenance met her gaze, his phoenix eyes now brimming with a chilling intensity that sent a tremor through Jungu's heart. This man was utterly perplexing. She thought this to herself, not realizing she had voiced it aloud. Faced with Pei Xian's increasingly grim expression, Jungu stammered in her defense. "You lowered your head and allowed me to remove the mask. How can you blame me?" With that, she sulked and turned her head away, making a childish face. Pei Xian found himself amused by her retort. Before he could broach the subject of her sudden departure 3 years prior, she had already resorted to her petulant ways. Though her form and agility had evolved over the years, her delicate disposition remained unchanged, easily flustered by the slightest discomfort. Yet, he was inexplicably drawn to her charm. He couldn't fathom how she maintained her dignity before her subordinates. Nevertheless, he had more pressing inquiries to address. Grasping her chin, he turned her face to meet his steady gaze, their eyes locking. "Do you recall your time at the Northwest battlefield 4 years ago?" Jun Ji's expression shifted to one of confusion, her pupils reflecting Pei Xian's own. With a look that suggested he was jesting, she replied, "This is absurd. Was the battlefield a place I was meant to be? What could a mere woman like me achieve there? Surely, it was the crown prince's duty to be present. Didn't he go? If you're asking me if I went, the answer is certainly no. Associating with your royal family feels like a stroke of ill fortune." Listening to her incessant claims of wanting no connection with him, Pei Xian felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Ultimately, he lowered his head fiercely, sealing her displeasing lips with his own. A flicker of panic flashed in Jun Ji's eyes, quickly replaced by indignation. She attempted to push Pei Xian away, only to find her once proud inner strength rendered insignificant before him. Her resistance seemed to ignite his desire to conquer her even further. His arms enveloped her tightly, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Their breaths intertwined, saturating the air with a tense yet intimate atmosphere. Jun Ji's struggles gradually waned, her heart racing, and a blush creeping across her cheeks. Pei Xian's gaze deepened, as if he sought to devour her very soul. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, their world reduced to the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats. Jun Ji's lips trembled slightly, her heart awash with a tumult of emotions, anger, fear, and an unacknowledged flutter of excitement. Pei Xian's kiss softened, his hand gently caressing her cheek, as though soothing a startled fawn. As Jun Ji's resistance gradually waned, her body slowly relaxed in his embrace, her heartbeat synchronizing with his, her gaze becoming hazy. Between their lips, there was no longer a struggle, but rather an indescribable tacit understanding. A surge of bittersweet emotion welled up within Jungu. She was uncertain whether she was enchanted by his breath or drawn to his dominance. She conceded that this man was indeed rather handsome and capable. His skills were commendable, at least sufficient to best her, albeit by a narrow margin. That previous night, though somewhat domineering, had its merits, even if she did not derive pleasure from it. The sole insurmountable issue was that he had a wife and an array of concubines in his courtyard. While watching modern palace dramas, where emperors of yore had throngs of beautiful women in their harems, the thought of having to compete with those enchanting sirens for a man's affection made her uneasy. Moreover, the prospect of being unable to outmaneuver those cunning palace consorts was daunting. She recalled scenes of the queen's wet nurse, whose long needle could silently pierce the skin, inflicting unbearable pain while remaining undetectable. There was a moment in the drama where the wet nurse, under the queen's orders, inflicted the punishment of embroidery needles upon a newly entered consort. The woman was bound to a pillar, the wet nurse's expression impassive, skillfully piercing the woman's fingers and toes with precise, excruciating accuracy, each jab not lethal, yet heart-wrenching. Then there was the favored concubine, whose methods were even more sinister. She was adept at administering poison, often covertly lacing exquisite wines and dishes during palace banquets. Her concocted poisons were colorless and tasteless, eluding even the most astute imperial physicians. On one occasion, to eliminate a rival who threatened her position, she surreptitiously mixed a slow-acting poison into the rival's rouge, leading to the woman's gradual demise, oblivious to her fate. Furthermore, there existed the cunning Jowie, who excelled at manipulating human emotions, frequently spreading rumors within the palace to incite discord. causing other consorts to turn against each other. She once orchestrated a scheme that implicated a favored consort in a plot against the crown prince, leaving the woman defenseless and ultimately condemned to death. Zhao machinations were so profound that even the emperor found himself ensnared in her web. It is said that even the most formidable individuals, upon entering that square palace, would find themselves reduced to mere bones. One could only wonder about the veracity of such claims. Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. Overwhelmed by these terrifying images, Jungu involuntarily struggled once more. Pei Xian, sensing her resistance, displayed a flicker of confusion. Had she not just been lost in the moment? Yet he gradually loosened his hold, his gaze reflecting both satisfaction and deep affection. Jungu seemed to awaken from a dream, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, her lips slightly swollen. Her voice emerged raspy as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, only to find herself at a loss for words. Pei Xian chuckled softly, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Still obstinate? Spare me those words I find unpalatable. A wave of irritation surged within Jungu, compelling her to slap his face. Pei Xian, caught off guard, received the blow, which resonated sharply in the air. After the altercation, Jungu was engulfed in regret. She had struck a prince. And not just any prince, but one she could not hope to defeat. Under Pei Xian's icy gaze, she stumbled through her explanation. You have so many wives and a son. Why would you kiss me? I still intend to marry and bear children. You are still considering marrying someone else. At last, Pei Xian could no longer contain his frustration. He swiftly lifted her into his arms and returned to his quarters. In Su Qing's astonished gaze, he pressed her onto the couch, bellowing in fury. Pei Chu is your son with me. Chapter 26. Where's your birthmark? Tell me. Half an hour later, Pei Xian's words echoed in Junji's mind like thunder, leaving her dizzy. He revealed the entire chain of events, yet she remained incredulous. For years ago, wasn't I just 16 or 17 then? Did I truly give birth at 17? This is utterly unimaginable, despite being a native of this ancient realm, where girls often wed and bore children at 13 or 14. She held modern beliefs that advocated for monogamous unions, where men must be at least 22 and women 20 to obtain a marriage certificate. Though she had never sought to alter others' perceptions, recognizing that customs varied across dynasties. How could she reconcile the notion of bearing a child at such a tender age? This was, without a doubt, a profound psychological shock for her. She had no recollection of such memories. Did anything happen at the birthday banquet? Nothing. Pei Xian fixed his gaze intently upon her, observing the flicker of disbelief in her eyes. He suddenly grasped her wrist, directing her attention to a specific spot, his voice trembling slightly. Where's your birthmark? Tell me. Jungu, in a daze, looked down at the area he indicated, her complexion paling. He then ushered her to the adjacent guest room, where a noticeable bulge was apparent on the bed. Pei Chu's delicate face peeked out from beneath the disheveled blanket, his small mouth emitting soft breaths of varying depth. Pei Xian carefully drew Jungu closer, gently revealing Pei Chu's left hand, pointing to a unique birthmark on his wrist. As she focused her gaze, her legs turned to jelly, fortunate that Pei Xian steadied her, allowing her to sit at the edge of the bed. The birthmark was exceptionally distinctive, neither round nor oval, but rather a complex design resembling an ancient symbol or the silhouette of a dandelion. The hue of the birthmark was a deeper shade than the surrounding skin, presenting a rich brown with sharp edges, akin to a meticulously crafted pattern. Suddenly, Jungu recalled her mother telling her in childhood that this birthmark would only appear on her descendants. Pei Xian observed the moisture gathering in Jungu's eyes as he lowered his gaze to her wrist. Perceiving his attention, she slowly retrieved a vial of potion from her bosom. Upon seeing it, Pei Xian's eyes widened, and he hastily took the vial, first cleaning her face to reveal the familiar visage beneath. Then, with trembling hands, he applied the potion to the spot on her wrist that lingered in his memory. Before long, a birthmark identical to Pei Chu's appeared. Clang! The potion bottle was cast aside by Pei Xian, rolling into the corner of the room. He held Jungu tightly, his voice laced with anger and determination. I knew it was you. He seemed to seek affirmation of her identity. his lips tender yet urgent as they brushed against her forehead, eyes, nose, cheeks, neck, and the corners of her mouth, kissing her over and over again. I will not let you go again. They were enveloped in their own world, one lost in kisses, the other stiffly receiving them. They remained oblivious to the fact that little Pei Chu had already awakened, covering his face with his hands, eyes wide with curiosity as he watched them. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, little Pei Chu stifled a laugh behind his hand. Upon hearing the laughter, Junge mechanically turned her head. His hair was soft and fine, reminiscent of willow catkins in early spring, gently draping over his small head. His eyes, clear and bright, sparkled with a depth akin to Pei Xian's. Each time he blinked, his long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. His small mouth curved slightly upwards, appearing exceptionally adorable even when not smiling. His tiny hands seemed so small that Junge felt she could envelop them entirely with one of her own. His face bore a striking resemblance to Pei Xian, with distinct features that made their relationship unmistakable. Yet, she now recognized that a part of him, 3 out of 10, was undeniably like her. Those lively eyes, the subtle upward curve of his mouth revealing a small dimple, were strikingly familiar. Junge found herself at a loss for words. The passionate entanglement she had dreamt of with that man was indeed real. The small bundle of joy calling her Mother Empress in her dreams was also true. Everything was real. The discomfort she felt whenever she gazed upon the little one was genuine. But what had she done? Had she truly abandoned him after giving birth? Recalling the harsh words she had spoken a month prior, I am not your Mother Empress. Your Mother Empress is the crown princess. Her heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. He must have felt immense pain at that time as well. Junge experienced profound agony, her hand instinctively clutching her chest, nearly unable to breathe. Pei Xian hastily steadied her shoulders, calling out. Pei Chu rushed over, grasping her hand and gently blowing on it. Mother Empress, let me blow for you. In that instant, Junji's eyes brimmed with tears, and she held him tightly, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's my fault. Meanwhile, Pei Chu, momentarily dazed in her embrace, brightened when he realized she wasn't releasing him. He nuzzled against her chest eagerly, like a little piglet, completely oblivious to the dark expression on his father's face as he observed his antics. This is the second time Mother Empress has held me. But why was she saying sorry? Yet, little Chu would never hold a grudge against her. Even if he were angry, one embrace from her would be enough to erase it. He secretly envied his slightly older neighbor, Feng and Yu, whom he affectionately called Brother Yu. Yugong possesses a remarkably affectionate mother who embraces him every day. Though he lacks a biological mother, he is comforted by the presence of a maternal figure, as the old nurse informs him that this maternal figure is synonymous with mother. Yugong proudly claims that his name was conceived by both his father and mother, and he secretly harbors a deep envy over this. He often wonders if his own name was also a collaborative effort between the king and his queen. Moreover, Yugong's father is Uncle Hong, a cherished brother of the king. Each time he returns home from Uncle Hang's house, he eagerly inquires when his parents will come back to find him. The king consistently assures him that it will be soon. However, the king's promises often seem untrustworthy. While waiting by the door for his father's return, he always hopes to catch a glimpse of the queen hiding behind the king, wishing they could play a game of hide and seek. Those who attend to him insist on referring to the king's consort as his mother, asserting that she is the king's legitimate wife. Yet, he vehemently disagrees. She is not his mother. Furthermore, her piercing gaze terrifies him, akin to the sudden roar of thunder. Indeed, it instills great fear within him. Why is it that others can reside with their mothers, while he cannot? Though they claim his father is powerful, he too possesses strength, being the youngest prince. Yet, why is it that the mightiest of men cannot even retrieve his own queen? He overheard the servants whispering that the king never married the queen, labeling him as a child without a mother. In tears, he approached Uncle Suching for answers. But Uncle Suching remained silent, later punishing the servants for their words. In his anger, he found himself wishing they deserved such punishment for declaring him a child without a mother. He knows he has a mother. As his father himself assured him, she merely stepped away for errands and would return soon. His father never lies to him. Only those people speak falsely. They deserve their fate. He also feels a surge of anger towards his father for not marrying the queen. Yet upon seeing the weariness etched on his father's face after returning home to teach him to read and write, his anger dissipates. He resolves to trust his father once more, believing that he will indeed bring the queen back. In chapter 27, titled In This Life, You Are the Only One, Yugong realizes that his father, much like himself, longs for the queen, albeit his father finds it too embarrassing to articulate. He knows this because he secretly discovered 5 portraits hidden in his father's study. So this is his mother. He cannot divulge how he identified her, but he is certain of her identity. His father loves him dearly, and he loves his mother. Therefore, his father must also cherish her, which explains why he would paint her likeness to gaze upon daily. Uncle Suching has declared him the most astute, so he is confident in his deductions. On a particular occasion, when his father brought him to a royal banquet, he sneaked out and spotted his great-grandfather, Lord Sushi, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Unable to contain himself, he rushed over and embraced her, calling her mother. Yet, Lord Sushi insisted she was not his mother, though in his heart, he knew she truly was. Though she may not resemble the portrait of his mother in the study of the king, she too shall grow. With growth comes beauty. They all said he could not walk before, yet now he can, which means he will grow, and so will his mother. Yes, she is indeed his mother. He feigned reluctance, and ultimately, his mother, filled with compassion, took his hand and led him into the palace. The threshold was too high for him, being so small. He could not cross it alone, as he was usually carried by the king. In truth, he yearned for his mother to carry him inside, yet he hesitated, fearing she might dislike him on their first meeting. Thus, he wished for Uncle Sushi to assist him over the threshold. To his surprise, his mother lifted him in her arms. This was the first time she had embraced him, and on their very first encounter, no less. He giggled. Did his mother truly like him? Nestled in her embrace, he experienced the warmth of having a mother for the first time. Just as Brother Yu had said, she possessed a fragrant, soft, and uniquely comforting scent, a scent unlike that of the king, the empress, or the emperor. It was distinctly his mother's essence. He reveled in this aroma, longing for her to hold him more, but the king called him over. His mother gently set him down, calling him Little Dumpling. Disappointment washed over him. It seemed his mother did not know his name, one not bestowed by her and the king together. Yet, that was of little consequence. He could simply inform her. She requested that he call her sister Yunga, and he was overwhelmed with tears. She was not a sister. She was his mother. Only when the king called him a second time did he wipe his tears and run to him. He secretly confided to the king that he recognized his mother, uncertain whether the king believed him. Later, he rose early, hearing Uncle Suching mention that the king and his mother shared a bed. Ecstatic, he rushed to find them. Would he henceforth be the happiest child? For they said that if the king and his mother slept together, it meant they were married, and marriage would lead to a baby, and he was that baby. Would his mother not leave him then? Initially, he joyfully called for the king and his mother, only for his mother to declare that she was not his mother. His true mother was the crown princess. This could not be true. Did his mother not want him? Was she contemplating leaving him? Was he not obedient enough? Yet he had been so well behaved. Why did she not stay with him? The king explained that his mother had forgotten, though he did not grasp the meaning of forgetting. Did it mean she had forgotten him? The king urged him not to blame his mother. And of course, he would never. She was his greatest love. The king would always come second in his heart. However, the king was not petty and would certainly not feel jealousy. Now, lying in his mother's embrace, he felt a warmth akin to that of a snowy winter day, where one need not wear clothing to feel cozy. Yet, he did not understand why such happiness was tinged with tears. The empress had said that joy should bring laughter, while sorrow should lead to tears. But he was undeniably happy. He wanted to laugh. Yet, as he laughed, tears fell, salty and slightly bitter. Yunga noticed her garment becoming damp and, in a fluster, gently withdrew Pei Chu from her embrace. Seeing the little one's tear-streaked face, a wave of profound guilt surged within her. Gently, she wiped away his tears and softly reassured him, There, don't cry anymore. The once uncontrollable tears of Pei Chu suddenly ceased as he froze in surprise. Sniffling, he inquired in a sweet, nasally voice, "Did my father and mother give me the name Tuan Tuan together?" Jungu was momentarily perplexed. What name? She seemed unable to keep pace with the little one's thoughts. Noticing her silence, Pei Chu, even neglecting to wipe away the tears on his face, hurriedly stood up to explain. "It's just that brother you said his name was given by his parents together, and parents means father and mother." The poor little Pei Chu felt compelled to clarify the meaning of parents, worried that his mother might not understand. Jun Ji's mind buzzed, and she slightly parted her lips, staring at Pei Xian for a while. Pei Xian's gaze gently settled on Pei Chu, his urgent demeanor contrasting sharply with Jun Ji's calmness. The expressions of the mother and son were a study in opposites, one filled with anxiety, the other exuding tranquility. With a soft sigh, he explained in a tone laced with affection, "The brother Yu he refers to as the legitimate eldest son of Princeton, Feng and Yu. This name was chosen by their couple together. As for Pei Chu, he is throwing a little tantrum, discontented that his name was given solely by me. He wishes for us to name him together." No sooner had he finished speaking than Pei Chu pouted even more, his little fists lightly thumping against Pei Xian's chest as if in protest. "Father, you're talking nonsense." To Pei Xian, this punch felt like a mere tickle. Observing the tear-streaked face of his son, he stood up and instructed Su Qing to fetch a basin of warm water. Under Pei Xian's disapproving gaze, Su Qing wiped the corners of her eyes and set about her task. "Oh, how wonderful! The little prince has finally found his mother." Pei Chu, oblivious to Su Qing's joy on his behalf, was eagerly seeking confirmation of his name. "Mother." Jungu embraced him once more, smiling as she wiped his tears away. "Yes. Tuan Tuan is the name your father and I gave you. Aren't you happy?" "Yay." His delight lasted scarcely a moment before he cautiously tilted his face upwards and asked, "Can Tuan Tuan make a little request?" "Of course." "Can mother hold Tuan Tuan to sleep every night?" "Brother US mother does that." "All right. And can mother give me a kiss every day?" "Brother US mother does that too." "Yes." Jungu promptly leaned down and bestowed a kiss upon him. To her surprise, the little rascal pressed on with his requests. "And mother?" Jungu continued to smile as she looked down at him, who was playfully squirming in her embrace. Not far away, Pei Xian, witnessing Jungu kissing Pei Chu, clenched his teeth in frustration. He stepped forward, lifted Pei Chu, and placed him back in his bedding, saying, "Sleep now. We shall discuss this tomorrow." Pei Chu kicked his little legs, exclaiming, "Father, you're so mean." Jungu wished to interject, but Pei Xian suddenly fixed his fiery gaze upon her. "You have never kissed me." Jungu. As she awaited Su Qing to bring hot water, Pei Chu had already succumbed to slumber, yet his hand remained tightly clasped around Junji's, as though he feared her departure. Jungu observed this, her heart swelling with both joy and sorrow. Pei Xian wrung out a towel and gently dried Junji's face himself. Watching the remarkably handsome prince attend to her with such adeptness stirred a bittersweet sensation within her, prompting her to inquire, a hint of unrecognized acidity lacing her tone. "How many women have you tended to in this manner?" At her words, Pei Xian paused, intensifying his strokes across her face before discarding the towel into the basin, splashes of water erupting from the impact. His eyes widened with ire as he spoke each word with deliberate precision. "You're the only woman for me. I have never touched another. In this life and the next, it shall always be you alone." Chapter 28. An enigma in the early morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a harmonious scene upon the bed. Pei Xian lay on his side, his arms securely encircling Jungu, who nestled contentedly against his chest, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Poor little Pei Chu lay on the outer edge, his small hands clutching Pei Xian's clothing, and his tiny feet resting on Pei Xian's waist, his body angled precariously as he slept soundly, blissfully unaware that a mere shift could send him tumbling from the bed. As Jungu stirred from her slumber, instinctively wrapping her arms around the figure beside her, she was startled by the unfamiliar sensation and abruptly opened her eyes. There before her lay a partially exposed torso, adorned with well-defined abdominal muscles. Shaking her head in confusion, she attempted to rise and assess the situation. only to be drawn back into Pei Xian's embrace. "Sleep a little longer," he murmured, his voice husky, igniting a blush and rapid heartbeat within her. She stealthily extended a hand, brushing against his abdominal muscles, her fingers gliding over the hard contours, akin to touching stone, each inch radiating strength. She swallowed hard, her fingertips tracing the lines of his muscles, each contact accelerating her pulse, as if she could sense the immense power within him. Beneath her palm, Pei Xian's abs subtly rose and fell with each breath, the delicate rhythm enhancing the authenticity of her touch. Oh my! She was actually caressing the chiseled abs she had only seen on television. Junji's heartbeat resonated against Pei Xian's chest, the cadence synchronizing with her own, enveloping her in an inexplicable sense of comfort and intimacy. Her cheek instinctively pressed against his chest, absorbing his warmth and heartbeat, a sensation that left her both bashful and entranced. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed above her, causing Jungu to freeze momentarily, her instinct urging her to find a hole to burrow into. Pei Xian's arms tightened around her, drawing her closer to his body. His breath brushed against her ear, laced with languor and satisfaction, as if silently inviting her to continue her exploration. Embarrassment surged through Jungu, her toes curling in response. How foolish she felt, craving the feel of his abdominal muscles, having indulged in a secret touch that had turned into an addiction, ultimately caught in the act. A delicate flush crept across her cheeks, followed by her neck, until her entire body felt ablaze. "I merely wished to touch." Pei Xian rested his forehead on one hand while the other encircled her waist, gazing down at the blush that adorned her entire being, unable to suppress a teasing remark. "Why have you ceased to touch? What is there to be shy about?" Jungu buried her face deeper, reluctant to retort until she heard a statement that left her astounded. Before heading to the Cloud Nation, I instructed my mother to issue a decree for the women in my courtyard to leave. I have not laid a finger on them. Truly, you are the only one. At the time he made this request, his mother was indeed infuriated, yet ultimately had no choice but to treat those women with kindness. He even insisted that she clarify they remained untouched, free to marry whomever they wished, which was beneficial for all, sparing them from meaningless jealousy in the courtyard. For in his heart, aside from the petite woman before him, there was no space for anyone else. Why did you not speak to the emperor? This was because he understood that such words would bear no weight. His mother's agreement was tantamount to the emperor's approval. After all, he was the emperor's son, a notion often echoed among the common folk. Jungu had not anticipated such an act from him. Upon hearing him recount the entire story last night, she felt bewildered by the twist of fate. Regardless of her prior acquaintance with him, there was an inexplicable sensation that stirred within her whenever she beheld him. Their encounter at the palace banquet, for years ago, was etched in her memory. For reasons unknown, she had ventured alone to the northwestern border during a time of relentless warfare, where she stayed to assist with the injured, albeit in disguise, her true visage concealed. Subsequently, when Pei Xian was poisoned, she delivered the antidote, though unbeknownst to her, she had become his remedy. Upon awakening, she thought little of it, continuing as usual. In her muddled state, engrossed in tending to the wounded, she forgot to take her contraceptive, ultimately leading to an unexpected outcome. Pei Xian claimed she had insisted on keeping the child, and she found herself in agreement, for she had always possessed a fondness for children. The two had fallen for each other amidst their daily interactions, much like their subsequent encounters, where she again served as his antidote. Such is the wondrous nature of fate. However, when inquiring about that evening at the palace banquet, Pei Xian remained tight-lipped, leaving her to wonder what he might be concealing. Nevertheless, she was determined to uncover the truth. It was intolerable to be drugged without knowing which audacious scoundrel had dared to do so. Yet, she had not yet divulged to him another matter. Although the events of 4 years ago were shrouded in my memory, several aspects had always struck her as peculiar. You claim I left the moment I gave birth to Tuan Tuan. Yet I remain uncertain whether my departure was voluntary or if I was sought out by those within the valley. I lean towards the latter, for I am not one to abandon husband and child. Upon hearing the term abandon, Pei Xian's demeanor shifted, a grin almost breaking free, as if a small tail might wag in delight. However, the memories of that year elude me entirely. When I awoke, those around me recounted that I had accidentally fallen into the water and remained unconscious for over a month. I found this hard to believe, for with my skills, it seemed impossible to have fallen in. Yet, as they insisted, I chose to accept their account. Later, I took over the Valley of the Medicine King. The inhabitants of the valley claim that I have never departed from it, yet my dreams reveal that I indeed left the Valley of the Medicine King. Those around me frequently prevent my departure, asserting it was my father's command. Moreover, the birthmark on my hand is something my father instructed me to conceal 3 years ago, leading me to suspect that he orchestrated my removal. However, the reasons behind his actions remain a mystery, as does the collective silence of the valley's denizens regarding my departure. Pei Xian noticed the pauses in her speech and narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "What visions haunt your dreams?" Images of entangled moments with a man on a bed surged in Jun Ji's mind, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Is this the crux of the matter? The significance lies in what follows. It is essential to discern the nature of your dreams to draw conclusions. Unable to withstand his relentless pursuit, Junge called out his name, Pei Xian. Seemingly ceasing his teasing, he adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Where's your father now?" Her fingers gently traced circles on his abdominal muscles, relishing the perfect fusion of firmness and softness, before she sighed. "After I assumed control of the Valley of the Medicine King 3 years ago, my father took my mother on a journey." Pei Xian, distracted by her delicate touch, found himself once again losing focus. It had been a while since he had indulged in intimacy, and with her warmth in his embrace last night, he was not one to remain unmoved. However, with nightfall approaching, actions would soon become inconvenient, yet a bowl of soup would still be permissible. Thus he turned, pinning her beneath him, and amidst her astonished gaze, leaned in slowly. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated in their ears. Pei Xian and Junge sprang up, staring in disbelief at the now empty bed. Did someone fall? Chapter 29. Another homicide. Pei Chu sat comfortably on Jun Ji's lap, his eyes half closed in satisfaction as he savored the breakfast she had lovingly prepared for him. This warmth harkened back to the morning's events. In the early hours, Pei Chu had unexpectedly tumbled from the bed, producing a thud. Rather than cry out in pain, he groggily rose, gazing at his unyielding parents on the bed. Upon spotting his father occupying his rightful place, he could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Eventually, it was Junge who gently soothed him, carefully tending to the small bump on his forehead. Fortunately, it was merely a minor bruise. Otherwise, Junge mused that she might have inadvertently kicked Pei Xian off the bed, allowing him to take her son's position. Pei Xian sat at the dining table, watching Pei Chu assert his dominance in the embrace of the petite woman, feeling an unsettling sensation in his heart. He thought to himself that this boy had only been born a couple of decades after him. Raising him had never been bothersome, but now he found him increasingly irksome, especially after the morning's interruption of his pursuits, which almost led to his own ejection from the bed. Su Qing entered with a grave expression, first assessing the displeased Pei Xian, then the harmonious scene of mother and son. He pondered how his lord appeared to be an outsider in his own domain. As Su Qing's gaze met Pei Xian's, a sudden tension gripped his heart, causing him to hastily lower his head. "What has transpired?" Pei Xian inquired. Su Qing quickly cast a glance at the little one, who, understanding the unspoken cue, gently covered his ears. "Your Highness, a man's corpse has been discovered within the city, along with missing women and children." Junge immediately turned to Pei Xian, who instructed Su Qing, "Stay here with Chu Air today. Remember, do not leave his side." Junge released the little one's ears and softly said, "Tuan Tuan will stay here to play with Uncle Su Qing. All right? Father and mother have matters to attend to." The obedient Chu Air nodded, replying, "Okay, Tuan Tuan will behave. Mother, don't forget to buy me candied hawthorn." He had sampled the candied hawthorn bought by his father, but had yet to taste the kind his mother would procure. "All right," Junge responded with a smile. Junge disguised Pei Xian. Her identity was known, yet it was inappropriate for Pei Xian, the crown prince of Pei country, to meddle in the affairs of Yin country. The pair swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident, only to find 2 officials present, who informed them that the body had already been removed. "The corpse has been taken to the Divine Physician Pavilion," one official stated. Junge pondered deeply, astonished at how quickly the Grand Elder had acted. Suddenly, something in the corner captured her attention. Pei Xian deciphered her gaze and stepped forward to shield the two officials' view, while Jungu hastily picked up the item from the ground. Leading Pei Xian, Jungu rushed through the corridor of the Divine Physician Pavilion, making her way to the ice chamber. Though doubts lingered in his heart, upon hearing the title of the Grand Elder, everything became clear to him. Pavilion Master. Jungu cast a glance at Pei Xian, signaling that she would explain later. As customary, she respectfully bowed to the corpse before slowly unveiling the white cloth that covered it. This body, unlike the previous 8, showed no signs of discoloration and appeared to have recently departed from life. The upper half of the corpse bore no wounds. And just as Jungu was about to examine the lower half, Pei Xian seized her hand. "What do you wish to see?" His expression darkened, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Jungu calmly replied, "Naturally, I intend to examine the lower body of this man." Pei Xian's countenance grew even graver. His voice tinged with anger. "Turn around. I shall assist you. I am a healer. It is my duty," she asserted. "Less chatter. You direct, and I will perform the task." With no choice but to comply, Jungu reluctantly turned away, internally lamenting the man's possessiveness. The Grand Elder quietly observed their interaction from the side, ultimately standing in silence. Silver needles gently probed into the lower body, assessing for any change in hue. None was found. "Are there any signs of atrophy or decay?" After a brief pause, she attempted to turn her head, only to find it fixed in place, rendering her unable to move. A wave of frustration surged within her. "There are signs of atrophy. Are there any traces of semen present?" "None." Upon hearing this, Jungus softly uttered, "All right," and when she turned, she discovered the white cloth had been replaced. Pei Xian stood silently behind her, his dark eyes intently fixed upon her. Jungus shot him a furtive glare before solemnly addressing the Grand Elder. "Let us proceed to the council hall." The Grand Elder led the way in silence, while Pei Xian's gaze subtly fell upon the belt of his robe, only to eventually shift away without a sound. Upon re-entering the council hall, Jungu meticulously surveyed her surroundings, discovering that everything had undergone a remarkable transformation. She brewed herself a pot of tea, unexpectedly noting a change in its flavor as well. A faint smile graced her lips as she discreetly pressed them together. Indeed, today's tea possessed a distinctive charm. This tea was the freshly harvested pre-rain long jing of the year, its fragrance refreshing and its aftertaste enduring. Previously, it was my negligence. The council hall had not been utilized for quite some time, and we had conducted many discussions within the study. The last time the pavilion master visited, this place was quite dusty, and the tea leaves in the pot had not been replaced in a timely manner. Junga nodded slightly, gently blowing over the surface of her tea before savoring a sip, the aroma gradually enveloping her palate. How intriguing it was! Each layer of explanation seemed to veil something deeper. Such coincidences in this world. Was the Grand Elder's action truly unintentional or deliberately orchestrated? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, accompanied by an announcement. Reporting to the Grand Elder, "There is news from the government. They have apprehended the assailant and request your presence. You may withdraw for now. I will join shortly." Jungu caressed the rim of her cup, a smile playing upon her lips. "In that case, let us personally investigate who is truly pulling the strings behind this." As she stood, she accidentally knocked over the teapot, staining her gown. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, "Grand Elder, please proceed. I must change my attire. There is no hurry. I shall await the pavilion master in the carriage." Moments later, Jungu and Pei Xian departed in opposite directions, with Jungu having transformed her appearance into that of a young man. "Will not the pavilion master as friend accompany us?" Jungu leaned against the carriage, her eyes gently closed. "He is an old acquaintance from the Cloud Nation. We chanced upon each other today, and he must return home to prepare medicine for his ailing mother." "I see." As the two entered the grand hall of the magistrate's office, they were immediately met with a fervent confession. Outside the hall, a throng of townsfolk crowded at the entrance, jostling one another and murmuring animatedly. "Yes, I am the one who killed them. The women and children were taken by me as well." The magistrate suddenly slammed his hand upon the table, producing a sharp sound. "Preposterous! You wretch! Why would you so cruelly harm innocent people?" Chapter 30. The Scapegoat. Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly burst into laughter, his boisterous mirth tinged with profound bitterness. Innocent? Were they truly innocent? I was once a humble farmer, destined to grow old with my wife as we raised our son together. However, all that was abruptly shattered on that dark, rainy night. When I stepped through my door that day, the sight before me twisted my heart into agony. My wife lay lifeless on the cold ground, and my child. Oh, my child. His body was found in the river. It was only later that I learned of the 3 villains who, merely passing by my home, saw my wife and child in helplessness and harbored ill intent. They first violated my wife, then cruelly took her life, and ultimately, my child was not spared. Driven by rage and sorrow, I struck down those 3 fiends and subsequently took their families away. I once believed that vengeance would bring me solace. Yet the thrill of bloodshed has left me disoriented, unable to quell my restless hands. One by one, I pursued those with malevolent intentions. Was I truly in the wrong? Jun-gu and the elder entered the hall, quietly standing to one side, listening as a man hastily articulated his motives for his malevolent deeds. However, a flicker of doubt arose within Jun-gu. She sensed an inherent dissonance between the man's words and demeanor. His speech was rife with fury, yet his gaze remained unnaturally calm, betraying a hint of panic. Moreover, his pale complexion starkly contrasted with the visage of a farmer. "May I have a word with him, my lord?" Yun-gi politely inquired. Lord Zhou, seated at the head of the hall, cast a glance at the elder before subtly nodding in acquiescence to her request. Jun-gu approached the man slowly, crouching to meet his eyes directly, and asked, "Are you aware of the injuries sustained by the victims?" At her words, the man stiffened, exclaiming loudly, "I am the one who killed them. How could I not know? Is that so? Then please elucidate," Jun-gu urged, her tone unhurried. The man began to stammer, his expression growing increasingly flustered as he attempted to conceal the truth. "I fear these details may frighten you, esteemed lords." Jun-gu, shifting closer, whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "I know the truth." As her gaze fell, the man instinctively lowered his head, his demeanor suddenly tightening. She murmured softly, "They below have been rendered useless." Observing the man's complexion drain to a pallor, Jun-gu rose, satisfied, and clapped her hands. Turning to Lord Zhou, she declared, "My lord, I have concluded my inquiries." She then approached the elder, whispering, "This man is likely the true culprit." Lord Zhou, his expression impassive, questioned the man once more. "Xiao De Lang, do you wish to confess?" The man hesitated momentarily before lowering his head. Acknowledging his guilt, the commoner confesses. Once the man was officially detained, Lord Zhou descended the steps, his demeanor reflecting a sense of relief, as he remarked, "At last, we have resolved this peculiar case. I can now report to His Highness." He then shifted his gaze to Jun-gu, inquiring, "And who might you be?" Jun-gu respectfully performed a gesture of deference, introducing herself. "I'm the head of the Divine Healer's Pavilion, Jun-yi. Honored to meet you, Lord Zhou." Lord Zhou appeared somewhat taken aback, then gently patted her shoulder, exclaiming, "I did not expect the renowned head of the Divine Healer's Pavilion to be so youthful, truly admirable. The younger generation is formidable." "You flatter me. It is your investigative prowess that deserves commendation," she replied. Hearing this, Lord Zhou turned to the elder, continuing, "Regarding this case, I must express gratitude for the invaluable clues provided by the elder, who informed me." Suddenly, an officer hurriedly approached, interrupting their conversation. "My lord, His Highness urgently requests your presence." A glint of sharpness flickered in Jun-ji's eyes as she swiftly glanced at the smiling elder, then quickly regained her composure. Lord Zhou, with an apologetic tone, addressed both the elder and Jun-gu, saying, "I must excuse myself for now. Once I tend to my affairs, I shall certainly join you both for a drink. The adults are busy. I shall accompany you at any moment." After Jun-ji's expression turned cold as the Grand Elder's carriage gradually departed from the Honyun Inn, she entered the inn with haste, signaling Jun-shing to follow closely behind. "Are you aware of the Grand Elder's movements in recent years?" she inquired softly. "Master, the internal affairs of the Divine Physician Pavilion are beyond my reach, and moreover, our contact with the Grand Elder has diminished significantly. Initially, I did not perceive any anomalies, but it has since escalated to the point where we are not permitted to enter or exit the Divine Physician Pavilion freely. Jungu instructed him to convey a message to Jieking and Xiaoyao, and then left the inn, making her way towards the courtyard where Pei Xian resided. What discoveries have you made? Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed Pei Xian waiting at the entrance, which drew a smile from her. Your Highness, you look as if a wife awaits her husband's return, she teased. You used to call me Xian Lang. Pei Xian gently reminded her. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. Pei Xian gestured for Su Qing to wait outside, then closed the door, turning his gaze toward Jungu, who was slumped in a chair. Are you weary? He asked with concern. Spiritually drained, she sighed softly. Pei Xian tenderly massaged her arms and stood behind her, easing her shoulders. Have you encountered a troubling matter? I suspect all of this is related to the Grand Elder, but I lack definitive evidence. Perhaps your suspicions are not unfounded. Pei Xian's words startled Jungu, prompting her to swiftly brush away his hand from her shoulder and press for clarification. What do you mean by that? Pei Xian remained unperturbed as he calmly took a seat. In the council hall, I observed that the pattern on the Grand Elder's belt is identical to that on the pouch discovered at the crime scene. Even the disarray of the stitching mirrors one another. Upon hearing this, Jungu suddenly recalled the pouch. She produced it and scrutinized it closely. The stitching was indeed unrefined and appeared chaotic, indicating that the embroiderer's skills were lacking. What did you uncover in the council hall? She pressed. It turned out that Pei Xian had not accompanied her to the government office because Jungu had instructed him to investigate the Divine Physician Pavilion while the Grand Elder was absent. The sounds he heard and the scent of blood he detected that day were also clues. She had deliberately dampened her dress to discuss these findings with Pei Xian, urging him to explore the council hall. Pei Xian's departure from the Divine Physician Pavilion alongside her was also a tactic to obscure their intentions and prevent the Grand Elder from becoming suspicious. Behind the council hall, there was a mechanism concealing a hidden compartment, which contained a blood-stained dress, exuding a strong fragrance, as if to mask something. Jungu mentally reviewed some critical clues. The pattern on the belt matched that of the pouch. What is the relationship between the Grand Elder and the owner of the pouch? The bloody dress suggests that the scent of blood that day did not originate from the Grand Elder. Could it be that the perpetrator is this woman? Who orchestrated the scapegoat? Today, Lord Zhou's sudden mention of the clues provided by the Grand Elder seems rather coincidental. Well, the outcome of this matter will be discussed in detail when they return tonight. Pei Xian embraced Jungu, allowing her to sit on his lap, her head resting lightly on his shoulder. You ought to tell me, what exactly did you wish to see about that man today? Chapter 31. Dispersing the rear courtyard the palace of the Pei Nation. Your Highness, Miss Jiang, the Crown Princess, is currently kneeling outside the palace gates, beseeching an audience. Nurse Lin quietly presented a bowl of bird's nest soup to the Empress while discreetly reporting the activities outside the hall. Since half a month ago, Miss Jiang has persistently led a group of supporters in an attempt to persuade the Empress to reconsider her stance. However, as time has passed, the number of her followers has dwindled, leaving only a few high-ranking individuals still resolute. Let her continue to kneel. If it proves futile, we shall wait for the Crown Prince's return to decide. The Empress felt a surge of anger at the thought. The unexpected visit from Pei Xian to Fengyi Palace had indeed taken her by surprise. As he matured, his demeanor grew increasingly aloof. He seldom visited the Fengyi Palace unless absolutely necessary. This was all the Emperor's doing, having raised her son to be so cold and distant. Meanwhile, Pei Zong, engaged in discussions of state affairs with the ministers in the hall of Xianzhong, suddenly sneezed, prompting a flurry of exchanged glances among the officials. Could it be that the Emperor has fallen ill? The Empress's thoughts drifted back to half a month prior. Empress, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, seeks an audience. Initially intending to rest for a moment, the Empress was elated by Pei Xian's visit. Sitting up straight from her soft couch, she eagerly beckoned for the Crown Prince to enter. I have a request for you, Mother. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time the Crown Prince had sought her assistance. Pray tell, I shall listen. I humbly ask for your decree to dismiss those in my inner court. The Empress was momentarily taken aback. Her usually gentle demeanor transformed as she abruptly stood, her voice trembling. Have you lost your mind? Yet just a short while later, She found herself staring blankly at Pei Xian's departing figure, her expression clouded with confusion. After a considerable pause, she turned to Nurse Lin. What did I just agree to with Xianer? Your Highness, you consented to issue a decree to dismiss the Crown Prince South Inner Court. Although the Empress had already acquiesced, she still needed to discuss the matter with the Emperor. Thus, she promptly dispatched someone to invite Pei Zong to Fengyi Palace for dinner. Upon learning of the Empress's invitation, Pei Zong felt restless, spending the entire afternoon anxiously inquiring about the time. Finally, when the hour arrived, he hurried to Fengyi Palace. Empress, what prompts your invitation for me to come to Fengyi Palace today? I still have to meet with the ministers later. Pei Zong attempted to mask his urgency, feigning calmness as he posed the question. Sushi could not help but roll her eyes. Who was that hasty individual that had come rushing in earlier? Observing Pei Zong's demeanor, the Empress felt displeased, silently reflecting on her son's shortcomings and upbringing. If the Emperor has pressing matters, he may leave at his discretion. That is not my intention, Pei Zong replied. Sushi thought to herself that the Emperor was creating unnecessary trouble. It would be interesting to see how he navigated this situation. To her surprise, the Emperor sat down with a thud and began to eat, even bypassing the customary rituals of serving dishes. After handling petitions all afternoon, I am indeed rather hungry, Pei Zong remarked while eating. Sushi inwardly chuckled at the Emperor's brazen demeanor. The Empress raised an eyebrow slightly and said in a neutral tone, The Crown Prince has requested that I issue a decree to disband his inner court today. Pei Zong was sipping his soup when he heard these words, and he couldn't help but spray it out, fortunately turning aside in time to avoid staining the dishes on the table. Sushi looked down at the wet marks on his boots, feeling helpless in his heart. Pei Zong stood up and began pacing beside the dining table, murmuring to himself, What? Dissolve the harem? Has he grown wings? As the Crown Prince, having 3,000 concubines is the norm. Just look at his offspring. There is only one. And he wants to dissolve it? Can he bear children himself? Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately set down her chopsticks with a resounding clap. Indeed, Your Majesty, you have 5 princes and 4 princesses. No one can rival your sons. Why not take in a few beauties and have more children? Pei Zong halted, hurriedly defending himself. No, we're discussing matters concerning the Crown Prince. Why are you bringing me into this? We're talking about the Crown Prince. Suonfei. The Emperor has finished his meal. See His Majesty back. The Empress continued to savor her soup, directly instructing Su Shi to escort Pei Zong away. Su Shi watched the imperial couple with trepidation, fearing for his own life. Your Majesty, Pei Zong snorted coldly. I can walk on my own. The next day, the people of the Crown Prince's residence received the Empress's decree. The Empress's decree, by the will of heaven. The Empress proclaims, I am compassionate and consider the young ladies in the Crown Prince's courtyard, all of whom come from respectable families and should enjoy familial bliss. How can they remain in the depths of the palace and waste their youth? Thus, I hereby decree that within a month, you shall pack your belongings and return to your hometown. I have made it clear that you are all virtuous maidens, pure and unblemished, and may choose your own spouses in the future to forge new unions. For those who marry, I shall bestow generous dowries from the palace as a token of favor. I hope you will not disappoint my intentions and quickly return home to seek happiness. This decree is to be announced to the world so that all may know. The eunuch who read the decree respectfully handed it to Jiang Yao, softly saying, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yao was incredulous as she swiftly took the decree and began to read it carefully. Her eyes widened in shock, revealing her disbelief. This is impossible. This cannot be true. It must be a forgery. The eunuch, looking troubled, quickly retorted, Miss Jiang, you must not say such things. How could I dare to offend Her Majesty the Empress by falsely conveying a decree? After the eunuch hurried away, the young ladies in the Crown Prince's courtyard turned their gazes toward Jiang Yao. She immediately commanded, Someone, prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace at once to see Her Majesty the Empress. Even Yin Wan Ning, who usually held a grudge against Jiang Yao, appeared flustered and followed closely behind. Everyone knelt before Fengyi Palace, pleading in unison, Please, Your Majesty, retract your decree. Granny Lin slowly stepped forward, her gaze benevolent as she surveyed everyone present. She gently parted her lips, speaking softly. Ladies, Her Majesty the Empress is slightly unwell and unable to meet you in person. But she cares for you all and has specially instructed me to convey her message. Ladies, why not obey the decree and distance yourselves from the Crown Prince? You are all chaste maidens, and the Crown Prince does not involve himself with the harem. How can you let your youthful beauty be wasted in this deep palace? Growing old in solitude? Why not seek other suitors? The palace will generously provide you with ample means to ensure a comfortable life and seek your happiness. Jiang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the prince's decree or the empress's command? It was both the prince's intention and the empress's edict. The empress had privately warned her not to disclose that this was the prince's wish, lest he be subjected to criticism from the court officials. I am the empress's chosen consort for the crown prince, and I demand an audience with his majesty. The others behind her began to waver, their hearts stirred by the empress's words. They were of lowly status, lacking standing in the prince's residence. Could they not choose to leave this gilded cage in pursuit of an ordinary, stable life? However, Jiang Yao cast a furious glare at those who faltered, striding resolutely towards the hall of political affairs, disregarding her own poised demeanor. The next day, in the court, the officials engaged in fervent discussions, accusing the prince of disregarding ancestral rights and indulging in personal desires, dismantling the inner court and corrupting the atmosphere. Some even went so far as to blame the empress for condoning the prince's actions, failing to restrain him and allowing him to act recklessly, thus neglecting her maternal duty to the realm. Pei Zong's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping across the officials until it landed on the one who had just accused the empress of immorality. In that solemn hall, the emperor's rebuke echoed like thunder. You are talking nonsense. Chapter 32. The empress protects the prince after the court session, Pei Zong, without even changing out of his official robes. Hurriedly made his way to Fengyi Palace, his heart ablaze with fury. The palace maids and eunuchs along the path seemed to sense his wrath, hastily stepping aside, as if wishing to become invisible. Upon entering the hall, he found the empress quietly enjoying her breakfast. She was both dignified and radiant, her brows resembling distant mountains adorned with a faint hue, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, her skin fairer than snow, and her lips red as if brushed with vermilion. Strangely, at the moment his gaze met hers, his anger dissipated like mist. His steps unconsciously slowed as he approached and sat beside her. Mama Lin quickly provided a set of utensils, then signaled for everyone to withdraw, leaving only the emperor and empress in silent companionship. After finishing her meal, the empress picked up a silk handkerchief to dab at her lips and calmly inquired, "Has your majesty come to reprimand me today?" Pei Zong placed his chopsticks down, his gaze softening upon her. It had been long since he had seen her spoiled demeanor. "Ai, you should know that I have never had the heart to blame you." Silence enveloped them, with only the aroma of breakfast lingering in the hall. "Your majesty, allow me to assist you with your attire." The empress stood, her gaze directed toward a nearby set of casual robes. Pei Zong followed her line of sight, feeling a tender stirring within him. He instinctively walked over and opened his arms. The empress first removed the protective armor from her fingers, then stood before him, ready to help him dress. Pei Zong looked down, witnessing the empress attending to him as a humble wife would for her husband, and a pang of bitterness surged within him. Once, she had dressed him like this every day, but he had wronged her. I am sorry." The empress paused, and after a long moment, her voice emerged, as if it could be carried away by the wind at any moment. "Zonglang, although my wishes remain unfulfilled, I sincerely hope our son can follow his heart and live the life he desires. Throughout my existence, despite holding the esteemed title of empress, I have merely been a solitary vessel adrift in the depths of the palace. I once aspired to share my days with you, to witness the splendor of the world together. Alas, that was but a fleeting illusion. Now, my only desire is for our son to be free from the confines of this gilded cage, to avoid the fate of spending his days in the company of insincerity as I have. I understand your commitment to the realm, and I would not wish for you to forsake your ambitions for my sake. I merely wish for you to provide for our child. The political landscape has stabilized, and there is no necessity for the offspring of court officials to make sacrifices, nor for our son to forfeit his happiness. Let him freely embrace the role of crown prince. Pei Zong endeavored to calm the tumult within, unable to restrain himself, as he explained, in truth. I drafted the imperial edict last night. You merely acted a step ahead of me. Su Shi, unaware of the nuances of imperial discourse, noted the smile lingering at the corner of Pei Zong's mouth as he departed. He approached and accepted the formal robes Pei Zong had shed, casting a furtive glance at his new ceremonial attire. How splendid! The Empress's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Pei Zong paced within the Hall of Declarations, neglecting the memorials, while Su Shi observed him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Clearing his throat to break the silence, Pei Zong inquired, "What do you think of my attire?" Su Shi beamed at his ostentatious display, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this outfit is resplendent, embodying your majesty and poise. The Empress has indeed outdone herself. Oomph. How dare they claim that my Empress lacks virtue and talent? Let them witness my regal attire, personally prepared by the Empress herself." Su Shi added, "At the Duke of Cheng's residence." De Jong hesitated outside the hall, the echoes of boisterous laughter from within reaching his ears. He wavered, torn between interrupting the revelry and remaining silent, sensing the urgency of the prince within. Inside, Pei Qi, drenched in perspiration, leaned against Shun Mo Cho, his calloused hand gently gliding along Shun's spine. "Have you already feasted elsewhere, little one? You are responsible for my satisfaction." His grip tightened possessively around Shun's waist, his fingers digging into his shoulder. On the bed, the air was thick with desire until it was pierced by a voice from outside the hall. "My lord, news has arrived from the prince's residence," De Jong's cautious tone announced. Pei Qi paused momentarily, but soon chose to disregard it, continuing to make the outer attendants wait. This time, however, his touch was no longer gentle. It was as if he sought to completely subdue Shun Mo Cho. Shin bit his lip, determined to suppress any sound. Yet Pei Qi seemed resolute in his intention to break him, pressing down with fervor, the sounds echoing within the hall silencing De Jong's hesitation to intrude. Time ticked away, minute by minute, until a quarter of an hour later, Pei Qi finally adjusted his attire, opened the hall doors, and stepped outside. A look of satisfaction adorned his face, his voice tinged with the rasp of post-ecstasy. "Let us depart." After Pei Qi departed, Shun Mo Cho lay quietly on the couch, remaining motionless for an extended period, with only the creased fabric attesting to the recent turmoil. In the residence of the virtuous king, Pei Xian's gentle countenance gradually revealed a hint of impatience as his gaze shifted towards Sheng. He instructed him to ascertain whether the Duke of Gong had been delayed on his journey. Just as Sheng was about to exit the grand hall, an irreverent voice echoed from outside. "I apologize for keeping third brother waiting. I was occupied with trifles within the residence." In an instant, the look of impatience vanished from Pei Xian's face, replaced by a smile. However, the next moment, his expression abruptly stiffened. Pei Qi's collar was slightly disheveled, faint marks visible on his neck, and his belt was carelessly fastened, making him appear as though he had just risen from an intimate embrace. Could it be that such trivial matters caused the delay? Observing Pei Xian's expression, Pei Qi sat down directly and remarked, "Why do you regard your younger brother with such a gaze? The enchanting ladies of the residence are quite insistent. One cannot neglect to show them proper affection." Pei Xian laughed heartily in response. "Indeed, fourth brother understands the art of enjoyment. What urgent matter brings you here today?" He commanded Sheng to withdraw, while De Jong shot a glance at Pei Qi before following suit. "Are you aware that the crown prince has disbanded the women of the rear courtyard?" This was already common knowledge among the officials. Yet I believe the crown prince truly lacks appreciation for delicate sentiments. If it were me, I would surely cherish them well. Pei Qi spoke with a feigned expression of regret, causing a flicker of disdain to cross Pei Xian's eyes. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his gentle tone and continued, "What is the true intention behind the crown prince's actions? These women of the rear courtyard exist to garner support from their families. Yet the crown prince has abruptly disbanded them. It is essential to recognize that the backgrounds of these women are quite formidable, including those connected to the chancellor, the grand preceptor, and the esteemed general of the state." Pei Qi cast a discreet glance at Pei Xian, then replied nonchalantly, I am aware. Oh, what do you know? Fourth brother? The crown prince is impotent. At the hour of Su, de Jong entered the grand hall, quietly reporting to Pei Qi, Your Highness. It is rumored that the crown prince disbanded the rear courtyard due to his condition. Without pausing for a moment, Pei Qi completed his final stroke on the painting and gazed at his work with satisfaction. De Jong discreetly glanced at the painting, which unmistakably depicted the prince himself and young Master Shun on the bed. My third brother does seem to be rather hasty. Chapter 33. A night visit to the palace of Yun Country in Yun Country. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight hazy, the common folk deep in slumber. Within the palace, the lights were sparse, with only a few dim lanterns swaying in the wind. Two figures, one male and one female, clad in fitted night attire, moved nimbly and silently through the high walls and deep courtyards of the palace. Inside the hall of diligent governance, the lights shone brightly, yet an eerie silence prevailed, with not even a guard in sight. Jungu and Pei Xian concealed themselves behind a sturdy pillar, holding their breath and keenly observing their surroundings. Jungu lightly touched Pei Xian's arm, signaling him to come closer. He complied, and soon he heard her whispering. The hall of diligence stood unguarded. A most unusual sight. Hush, Pei Xian whispered, his gaze fixed intently on a shadow, cautiously stepping into the hall. The figure was clad in a tight-fitting garment, with a mask obscuring their face, rendering their identity indistinguishable. A low murmur of conversation echoed within the hall. Is it safe? Everything is in place. Someone has taken the blame in the city, and, according to the report from the informant, the Valley of Medicinal Kings and the Hall of Divine Healers have been led to believe it to be true and will not delve further. How could the Valley of Medicinal Kings and the Hall of Divine Healers be involved together? Because their master is one and the same. Jungu exchanged a knowing glance with Pei Xian, continuing to hold their breath and listen intently. You must fulfill your promise to the master after this matter, or the master will not continue to assist you. Once this is over, I shall deliver as promised. Suddenly, the masked man's gaze sharpened, and he demanded in a fierce tone, Who? He rushed outside, only to see a cat darting past. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no further anomalies, he re-entered the hall. Beneath a window on the other side, Jungu placed a hand on her chest, exhaling deeply, before pulling Pei Xian closer to eavesdrop. The earlier scene had startled her. The sudden appearance of the cat had truly frightened her. She feared being startled to the point of crossing over again. What if, in a moment of distraction, everything she had worked for vanished, leaving her with naught? Today, the capital of the Cloud Kingdom was imbued with an extraordinary festive atmosphere. It was the grand celebration for the Emperor's longevity, with the Crown Prince praying for the Emperor's swift recovery and ordering the people to revel together in the festivities. Outside the palace gates, a long banquet table unfurled like a flowing river, with the jubilant cheers of the populace rising and falling in a vibrant chorus. At that moment, two carriages came to a leisurely halt at the palace entrance. Jungu gently lifted the carriage curtain, her gaze meeting that of Pei Xian in the other carriage. They exchanged a smile and promptly alighted from their respective carriages. Crown Prince, it has been too long, she greeted. Valley Master Jun, it has indeed been a while. I have missed you dearly, he replied. Jungu regarded the seemingly aloof man before her, who could utter words that quickened one's heartbeat, and playfully made a silly face before stepping ahead into the palace. Pei Xian followed closely, maintaining a careful distance. His expression inscrutable, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. The Crown Prince of Pei has arrived. The Valley Master of Medicinal Kings has arrived. With the eunuch's announcement, the previously boisterous banquet fell into an immediate hush. Pei Xian, adorned in a deep-hued robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns, shimmered under the candlelight, his handsome features exuding an air of indifference. His deep-set eyes bore the sharpness of a drawn sword, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. His hair was simply tied back with a black ribbon, with a few strands casually framing his face, adding a touch of recklessness. In contrast, Jungu wore a flowing gown of moon white, the hem delicately embroidered with exquisite orchids. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features painted with elegance, and her clear, enchanting eyes stirred the heart. Her long hair was gently pinned up with a jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading by her ears, enhancing her gentle allure. A pale blue ribbon cinched her waist, lending her an air of both grace and vivacity. Those familiar with her are well aware that no matter the occasion, she is always adorned with a delicate azure ribbon at her waist. As the two walked side by side, the aloofness of Pei Xian harmoniously blended with the gentleness of Jun Ge, creating an impression that, if one were not privy to the reclusive nature of the Medicine King's Valley or the indifference of the Crown Prince of Pei towards romantic pursuits, they might easily mistake them for a match made in heaven. Pei Xian gradually raised his right hand, palm outward, fingers aligned, with the tips gently angled downwards, a ceremonial gesture unique to the esteemed court of the Great Shang, known as the Blessing of Heaven. The motion was slow yet deliberate, each detail exuding regal authority and nobility. With his head slightly bowed, yet his gaze unwaveringly level, he displayed respect for the honored guests while simultaneously maintaining the dignity befitting his status as the Crown Prince of Pei. Yun Ge, with her hands clasped in a salute, her right in a fist and her left open, lightly resting upon the right, performed a traditional salute commonly seen among martial artists. Her arms were subtly bent, and her body inclined forward slightly, embodying a warmth and naturalness that contrasted with Pei Xian's solemnity. Their respective gestures illustrated a juxtaposition of royal dignity and the spirited freedom of the martial world. "Your Highness, Crown Master Jun, please rise," came the feeble voice of Yun Fei, the ruler of Yun Kingdom, who, after several weak coughs, endeavored to summon them to stand. Jun Ge and Pei Xian exchanged a discreet glance, the resonance of Yun Fei's voice echoing in her mind. She had long heard of his frail health, yet she pondered the current state of his well-being. "It's merely an old ailment. Nothing of great concern," he replied. Jun Ge observed the ruler's countenance from her seat, contemplating why this grand banquet had not been cancelled despite his sudden affliction. Last night, his voice had been robust, yet it now seemed frail. Two contrasting tones emanated from the same individual. Could it be that he was not truly ill? His complexion, though somewhat pallid, lacked the sallow or ashen hues typical of illness. Instead, it bore an unnaturally white sheen, as if he had deliberately applied a layer of powder. While his fingers languidly rested on the armrest, they occasionally trembled subtly, a response uncharacteristic of a patient, suggesting he was suppressing some emotion. His movements, though slow, appeared deliberate rather than laborious, as if he were consciously controlling them to avoid revealing any flaws. Whenever someone offered a toast, he would nod slightly, yet his hand never truly grasped the wine cup. He merely feigned the gesture in the air, prompting a servant to swiftly retract the glass. Jun Ge furrowed her brow, straining to listen with her internal energy. Though his breathing seemed faint, the rhythm was remarkably steady, devoid of the hurried or irregular patterns typical of an ailing person. Despite the fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead, on such a cool autumn night, their presence seemed illogical. His gaze frequently roamed the banquet hall, as if searching for something or remaining vigilant. When his eyes inadvertently met Jun Ji's, she felt a weight of scrutiny, though he quickly averted his gaze as if nothing had transpired. Jun Ge mused to herself. The ruler's demeanor was far too calculated, utterly unlike that of a genuine patient. "I have heard that the Master of Jun bestowed upon the sovereign of the Pei Kingdom a celestial longevity elixir. Might I be so fortunate as to behold it?" Chapter 34. The Fox Goes Wild. Jun Ji's mind was inundated with a torrent of exasperated thoughts. You claim it was a gift, yet you still inquire if you might have the honor of witnessing it? If you wish to see it, you may visit the Imperial Palace of Pei. Why can I ask her? Do you expect her to retrieve the gift she has already given for your viewing pleasure? Has this old man lost his wits? Standing with a forced smile, Jun Ge replied, "Your Majesty jests. This celestial longevity elixir is unique to the Apothecary Valley, and, alas, I cannot produce it at this moment." Yun Fei chuckled weakly. "It matters not. It is merely a regret I harbor." Jun Ge rolled her eyes in silence, wondering what her concern was in his lament. Soon after, she heard Yun Fei say, "Today, the Grand Elder of the Divine Physician Pavilion is also present at the banquet. I wonder if Master Jun would care to make his acquaintance?" Jun Ge smiled gracefully, acknowledging Yun Fei. "I hold great interest in the Divine Physician Pavilion. Grand Elder, As a respected elder, you should engage in a thorough discourse with the younger Master Jun. As Yun Fei's words hung in the air, the Grand Elder rose with a smile. I have long admired your esteemed name, Master Jun. If Jun Ge could not discern the Emperor's intentions at this moment, he would truly be a fool. Grand Elder, it is an honor. From the initial scrutiny to the later probing with the Celestial Longevity Elixir, and now linking the Apothecary Valley with the Divine Physician Pavilion, he had evidently known her identity since last night. What performance was he enacting today? As for how he had come to know she was the head of the Divine Physician Pavilion, Jun Ge regarded the Grand Elder with increased scrutiny. Grand Elder, is it truly you? It seems the rumors were mistaken. It was said that the Apothecary Valley and the Divine Physician Pavilion were rivals, but from my perspective, that does not appear to be the case. I do not share that sentiment. Both the Apothecary Valley and the Divine Physician Pavilion are dedicated to healing and saving lives. How can they be rivals, Your Majesty? Would you not agree? The Crown Prince has arrived. With a resounding announcement, the doors of the Grand Hall slowly opened, and Yunjing swiftly crossed the threshold. Clad in an ornate robe adorned with golden embroidery and wearing a golden crown, he bore a simple jade pendant that seemed mismatched with his attire. His gaze swept the hall before ultimately landing on Jun Ge, only to quickly avert. Yet, this moment did not escape Pei Xian's notice. Jun Ge subtly observed the fleeting chill in Yun Fei's eyes, which was quickly replaced by a fatherly smile. Yun Jing seemed oblivious to this shift in Yun Fei's demeanor, as he commanded the entrance of a fox, its fur a pristine white, appearing docile and charming. Father, I have captured this fox at the hunting grounds today and have come to present it to you. Yun Jing spoke with a respectful and gentle tone, placing the fox's cage in the center of the Grand Hall. Yun Fei nodded with a smile, saying, The Crown Prince is thoughtful. This fox is indeed a rarity. His words were laden with praise, yet Jun Ge could sense the insincerity beneath. The two began to engage in a conversation akin to a game of Tai Chi. The fade of paternal warmth appeared heartwarming, yet upon closer inspection, there was no genuine affection between them. In Yun Fei's gaze, a flicker of vigilance occasionally surfaced, while Yun Jing maintained a posture of constant alertness. Suddenly, a suggestion was put forth. Your Highness, why not release this fox and allow us to observe its true nature? It appears quite docile. Jun Ge discreetly pinched Pei Xian, who was staring intently at her, signaling him to pay attention. The latter silently averted his gaze. The speaker was Mo Wang Yunfeng, the son of the ruler of the Yun Kingdom and the favored concubine, rumored to be quite cherished. Yet, Jun Ge discerned that as soon as this man spoke, a gentleness surfaced in Yun Fei's eyes, suggesting that the palace of the Yun Kingdom harbored numerous secrets. Yun Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, cautioning his younger brother, this fox, when cornered, can indeed bite. Upon hearing this, Yun Feng's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze flitting between Yun Jing and Jun Ge, as if searching for some clue. Brother, if this fox were truly docile, how could it possibly bite? If it indeed possesses a wild nature, then releasing it would allow us to witness its true temperament, would it not? Very well, in this Grand Hall. What sort of decorum is this? Your Highness, since everyone wishes to see, please do release it. A glint of coldness flashed in Yun Jing's eyes, its claws sharp and its eyes filled with bloodshot fury, evidently stimulated by some sort of drug. It lunged straight at Yun Fei with a speed that took everyone by surprise. Jun Ge gasped internally, taken aback by the fox's sudden frenzy. Yun Fei reacted swiftly, dodging the fox's attack and striking away with a powerful blow, showing no signs of weakness. Protect His Majesty. The guards in the hall immediately sprang into action, encircling Yun Fei, while Yun Jing's expression grew exceedingly grim. Your Highness, what is happening? Yun Fei's voice carried a hint of anger, betraying no sign of frailty. Yun Jing remained calm. Father, I'm unaware of why this fox has acted so. I harbor no intent to harm you. A complex emotion flickered in Yun Fei's eyes as he waved his hand for the guards to withdraw. He then fixed a deep gaze upon Yun Jing and declared, Your Highness, you shall withdraw. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but until then, you are to remain confined within the estate. Yun Jing appeared unfazed, unexpectedly accepting this punishment with calm composure. I accept the decree. Junji's gaze followed his departing figure, and an instinctive feeling arose within her. Yunjing seemed to have anticipated this scene all along. Beside her, Pei Xian let out a soft snort. Junge glanced at him, as if inquiring, "What is it now?" Pei Xian concealed the jealousy in his eyes, seizing the moment when a wine cup fell to swiftly whisper, "Mo Wang is leaving." He then rose and departed, and Junge understood that he was going to follow, when suddenly a shadow flashed in the distance, catching her attention. Without hesitation, she followed closely behind. In the surrounding stillness, a stark contrast to the revelry within the banquet hall, Junge felt as though she had stepped into an untouched sanctuary with each step she took. Not far away, a dimly lit pavilion housed a solitary figure seated within. "Have you arrived?" The person's voice was gentle. Junge focused her gaze, a flicker of surprise igniting within her. Junge was not taken aback by his awareness of her identity. She calmly entered the pavilion. "How did you come to know who I am?" she asked straightforwardly. "This evening, I received a confidential letter revealing that the forces behind the Medicine King Valley and the Divine Healeress Pavilion are, in fact, one and the same." Yun Jing replied, his tone equally candid, his gaze clear and evidently truthful. She had no intention of delving into the veracity of his words, for in this intricate web, the truth often lurked beneath the surface. What connection could there possibly be among the elder, the unknown woman, the suddenly appearing old man, and Yun Fei? The two factions, the Medicine King Valley and the Divine Healeress Pavilion, manipulated by an unseen hand. What ulterior motives lay behind this puppeteer? All things in the world, while appearing independent, are intricately intertwined and deeply connected. "Speak, Your Highness, what brings you to guide me here?" Chapter 35. A gentle kiss at the corner of his mouth. Yun Jing's gaze was profound as he looked directly at Junge. A hint of pleading in his tone. "I wish to collaborate with you. Surely, Your Highness understands that the Medicine King Valley has weathered a century of trials without ever becoming embroiled in royal disputes. Will you not inquire what this collaboration entails before firmly rejecting my proposal?" Junge found no curiosity in the collaboration he proposed. She was perceptive to the subtleties of the banquet. Beneath the facade of filial piety, currents of intrigue surged. Yun Fei was clearly no ordinary man. If his ambition were merely for power, it would be manageable, but she was still shrouded in the fog of a bizarre case. Unwilling to be ensnared in the royal power struggle, she had not only to safeguard the Medicine King Valley and the Divine Healeress Pavilion, but also to protect those who stood behind her. She was not alone. "What permits you to collaborate with Pei Xian, yet deny me the same courtesy?" Junji's lips parted slightly, as though she wished to convey something, yet was interrupted by a resolute voice. "There is no such thing as a reason. I only care whether you are willing." Pei Xian stepped beside Junge, his gaze imperiously fixed upon Yun Jing. "Why the need for this?" Yun Jing regarded the two, standing side by side, suddenly breaking into a bittersweet smile. "I understand now. My mother entrusted you with a task. I am willing to wait." He turned and exited the pavilion, his silhouette growing distant and solitary, leaving behind a poignant remark. "This Yun Fei is not the same as that Yun Fei. Tread carefully." Once Yun Jing had departed, Pei Xian gently turned Junge to face him, reaching out to pluck the small flower that had inadvertently clung to her hair. "How did you come to know Yun Jing?" he asked, his tone laced with jealousy. Junge felt the piercing gaze that seemed capable of inflicting harm. Instinctively retracting his neck slightly as he murmured, "This matter is rather lengthy." "Then let us be succinct," came the reply. Junge continued, "So you insist on probing deeply, do you?" 8 months ago, Yun Jing unexpectedly arrived at the Apothecary Valley. However, due to the myriad of mechanisms guarding the valley, outsiders were unable to enter. Coincidentally, there were no guards at the valley entrance that day, and Yun Jing was compelled to call out loudly until someone above could hear him. He did not come alone. He bore the unconscious form of a woman, her complexion pale as if drained of life. His urgent cries echoed through the valley, laced with desperation and helplessness. Eventually, his voice garnered the attention of those within the Apothecary Valley, triggering mechanisms to slowly reveal a path leading to the valley floor. With utmost caution, Yun Jing cradled the woman in his arms. Despite her wan appearance, reminiscent of a blank sheet of paper, her ethereal beauty shone through. The moment she was revealed, Yun Jing fell to his knees, beseeching for her salvation. It is said that a man's knees rest on golden ground. One could surmise that this woman held great significance for him. She vividly recalled the vulnerability and despair reflected in the woman's eyes. A stark contrast to the princely image of Yun Jing she now beheld. Upon examining the woman, she was astonished to discover that she was afflicted by a rare and lethal poison known as the glazed dream's end, originating from the western regions. Its name, while enchanting and ethereal, concealed a deadly essence, derived from a concoction of venom from several rare plants and creatures. The poison was uniquely insidious, gradually corroding the victim's internal organs, leading them into a deep coma unaware, ultimately resulting in a slow demise as bodily functions failed. She had encountered this poison in an ancient medical text, which, however, provided scant details on the antidote's formulation, merely mentioning a few medicinal ingredients. To counteract this toxin, one must procure several essential herbs, among which the ice silkworm's tear and the phoenix's tail feather were the most elusive. Although the apothecary valley housed an abundance of herbs, these two critical components were conspicuously absent. Not only were these herbs rare, but they also required harvesting under specific temporal and environmental conditions to preserve their efficacy as antidotes. The ice silkworm's tear was sourced from the frozen mountains in the far north of the southern lands, perpetually blanketed in snow and beset by frigid weather. The optimal time for collection coincided with the winter solstice, when nights are longest and days shortest. During this period, the ice silkworm secretes a unique liquid to withstand the cold. Moreover, the silkworm only produces this tear when it senses extreme cold and is touched by a pure heart. The gathered tears must be immediately collected in specially crafted ice vials and sealed within an ice cellar to maintain their chilling properties and medicinal potency. Conversely, the phoenix's tail feather is sourced from the Flame Mountain to the west of the Yu Kingdom, where volcanoes erupt continuously and lava flows freely, seldom traversed by humans. The tail feather is shed only during the night of the phoenix's rebirth, which occurs around the summer solstice, when the phoenix is engulfed in flames and is reborn. At this moment, its tail feathers naturally fall away. The tail feathers of the fire phoenix must be preserved in a box crafted from phoenix wood, lined with the feathers of the phoenix itself to contain the fiery essence within. The current strategy is to sustain the life of this woman with medicinal concoctions daily. However, to completely detoxify her, two specific herbs must be procured. Ultimately, Yun Jing implores her to place the woman in the Valley of the Medicine King. And after a moment's contemplation, she agrees, recognizing the convenience of administering daily medication in that locale. 10 days later, she receives the disheartening news that the Empress of the Yun Kingdom has tragically passed away due to poisoning. Reflecting on Yun Jing's earlier actions, she suddenly realizes that this woman was indeed the Empress. Since then, Yun Jing has visited the Valley of the Medicine King each month to check on the comatose Empress. Though she remains unconscious and unable to hear his words, he continues to murmur to her alone, seemingly unaware of to whom he speaks. At times, he mentions the favored son of the imperial concubine, while at other times he discusses the current state of the Yun Kingdom. From these scattered conversations, she learns that his life within the palace is fraught with challenges, as he treads carefully, navigating a treacherous path. She does not eavesdrop intentionally. Rather, she finds herself next door, immersed in her studies, and his visits coincide perfectly with her reading hours, making it difficult to avoid overhearing. Gradually, they become more familiar with one another, and Yun Jing occasionally engages her in discussions about herbal remedies, much to her surprise. She reveals to him that she intends to travel to the Southern Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom at the appropriate time to seek out the two herbs, advising him to patiently await a resolution that may take a year or two, as the poison is not easily remedied. Each time he visits, he brings a different small token, claiming it as a gesture of gratitude. She consistently declines, knowing he will ultimately provide her with silver, yet he insists on gifting her. Alas, she muses, she will not be deprived of her due compensation. Pei Xian's gaze darkens, his voice seemingly forced through clenched teeth. So, you have been meeting in private for 7 months? She sighs softly, recognizing that this man is overly possessive and missing the crux of the matter. Listen carefully. It is once a month, for no more than half an hour each time. Where do you derive 7 months from? Moreover, we are not alone during these encounters. Ultimately, seeing the grievance in his eyes, Jungu resolves to cease her argument. Stealthily, she glances around, rises on her toes, and plants a gentle kiss at the corner of his mouth before swiftly departing from the pavilion. Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. After a considerable while, his contented voice reaches her from behind. Tomorrow, I will arrange to meet him. We can consider a collaboration. Chapter 36. Good. Let's return home. As Jungu and Pei Xian re-enter the banquet, Yin Fei hastily departs, citing ill health as his reason. As Yin Fei passes by, Jungu keenly detects a sharp scent of medicinal powder. Intrigued, she recalls a passage from an ancient text about a powder known as frenzied beast powder. It is said that when mixed with the fragrance of wine, it can unleash the wild instincts of animals, even inciting them to attack the bearer of the powder. Could it be that Yin Fei carries this very substance? Following his departure, the atmosphere in the hall lightens considerably. Yin Feng followed closely behind to depart, yet this time, Pei Xian did not pursue him as he had moments before. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he tilted his head, quietly seated, gazing affectionately at Yunga, who was indulging in the exquisite taste of fine wine. Yunga was acutely aware that her tolerance for alcohol was rather poor. Nevertheless, she persisted in her attempts to savor each sip. After merely 2 cups, a delicate flush graced her cheeks, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, vibrant and alluring. What mischief will you concoct this time, little drunkard? Yun Fei, seated in a palanquin, returned to the side hall of the Hall of Diligent Governance. He commanded all the palace maids and eunuchs to leave, then closed his eyes, reclining quietly on the couch, though his left hand gripped the edge of the bed tightly. Father? Yin Feng cautiously evaded the gaze of others, silently entering the side hall, softly calling out to the closed-eyed Yun Fei. Yun Fei gradually sat up, his expression devoid of any weakness from the banquet, instead revealing a chilling, serpentine demeanor. Without hesitation, he lifted the couch, unveiling a concealed opening. The two exchanged a tacit understanding through their eyes and then leaped downwards. Although the opening was narrow, as they descended, the space gradually expanded. Ultimately, they arrived at a hidden chamber. The chamber's walls were composed of solid stone, and in the center stood a stone table, upon which rested an oil lamp. Its dim light flickering in the air, casting shadows on the ancient murals that adorned the walls, lending an air of mystery. Have you arrived? A raspy female voice echoed from the depths of the chamber. A flicker of malice crossed Yun Fei's face as he shouted at the woman. Do you realize you nearly compromised our position? If I hadn't arranged for a scapegoat, the people from a Medicine King Valley and Divine Healer Pavilion would have discovered you long ago. His voice was laced with sharpness and discontent. The woman's voice came out hollow and feeble as she inquired again, when will you provide the antidote for this month? Yun Fei snorted dismissively, his tone tinged with menace. By the end of the month, the woman's emotions suddenly surged, her voice rising to a frantic shout. Are you insane? The pain from the drug will be unbearable if not consumed by mid-month. This is your punishment, Yun Fei replied, devoid of any sympathy. As long as you obediently complete this task, I will grant you the antidote. However, his voice turned frigid. Should you fail, your beloved shall lose his life. The woman slumped to the ground, her gaze vacant as she watched the father and son depart, an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness enveloping her. Within the resplendent banquet hall, the fragrance of wine wafted through the air, accompanied by melodious music, as guests engaged in lively conversation and laughter. As twilight deepened, guests began to take their leave. Yunga had fallen asleep at the table, her cheeks flushed, and in the gentle movement of her eyes, a hint of innocence emerged. Suddenly, a concubine across the table parted her crimson lips, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. It seems that the esteemed leader of June has indulged in drink. Perhaps my maid could assist her to my palace for a respite. She is none other than the esteemed consort of the Emperor of Yun, Lady Wang. the mother of Prince Wang Yinfeng, adorned in resplendent attire. One might easily mistake her for the empress herself. Clad in a luxurious palace gown, exquisite peonies intricately embroidered with golden threads come to life upon the crimson silk, while pearls and gems shimmer in harmonious brilliance. Her hair is elegantly styled, embellished with golden hairpins and jade ornaments that emit a delightful tinkling sound with every movement. As she gracefully fans herself, her eyes betray a glimmer of scheming intent. Pei Xian's gaze shifted from Jungu to the consort Wang. In his eyes, there was no emotion, only an air of indifference mingled with an imposing presence. "There is no need for your concern, consort. I am here with the leader of Jun." He then gently donned a nearby mink cloak over Jun Ji's shoulders, before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers and the consort Wang's seemingly unsurprised demeanor, Pei Xian strode out of the banquet with purpose. As they exited the palace doors, the night breeze caressed their faces, bringing a hint of chill. The palace grounds were enveloped in an unusual stillness, punctuated only by the distant footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the murmurs of departing officials. Pei Xian remained silent, holding her tightly as they traversed the winding palace paths until they reached the gates. Jiejing stood by the carriage, spotting her master being carried by another, and hurriedly approached with concern. "My lord?" The inebriated Jungu nestled in Pei Xian's embrace, her eyes clouded with confusion as she softly replied, "Him?" Upon realizing her state, Jiejing understood. She was indeed intoxicated. "Your Highness, please allow me to take her," she implored. Pei Xian's expression remained frosty as he replied coolly, "No need. I will carry her." Su Qing swiftly pulled the dazed Jiejing aside and lifted the carriage curtain. Observing the stark contrast of Pei Xian's icy demeanor and the tenderness with which he now draped the cloak around Jungu, Jiejing gently reassured, "Don't worry. We are heading home." Su Qing whispered to Jiejing, "Rest assured, your master is quite safe. She was with His Highness last night." Jiejing harbored suspicions of boasting, but noted that her master seemed willingly engaged. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, Pei Xian once again lifted Jungu, carefully navigating through the courtyard. Passing through the hall, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Pei Chu, whose small frame curled up on a chair appeared particularly fragile. Caught between sleep and wakefulness, surrounding Pei Chu, a few loyal shadow guards stood watch. Seeing this, Su Qing felt a surge of worry and quickly approached, tenderly lifting Pei Chu and cautiously making his way to a side hall. In Su Qing's embrace, Pei Chu drowsily stirred, half-lidded eyes blinking open as he rasped, "Uncle Su Qing, where are father and mother?" A pang of sorrow gripped Su Qing's heart, for he could not bear to reveal the truth, that the prince once again intended to leave him behind. Instead, he lowered his voice to share a secret. "The prince and the crown princess are preparing a surprise for you. They have gone to bring you a little sister." Su Qing found the title of crown princess rolled off his tongue quite smoothly. Pei Chu's eyes widened in delight, his small face aglow with joy, dispelling his earlier sleepiness. "Really?" After Su Qing nodded, Pei Chu covered his mouth with his small hand, laughter spilling through his fingers, brimming with joy. He longed for a sister. Pei Xian gently placed the person on the couch and turned to fetch some water, but his robe was caught. "Where are you going?" "Be good. I'm going to get you some hangover soup." Unexpectedly, Junga not only did not let go, but also tugged at him, causing Pei Xian to stumble and lean over her. Jungu playfully draped her arms around Pei Xian's neck, remarking on how handsome he was. Pei Xian's gaze deepened. "You're drunk, Guer." His voice was hoarse as he struggled to maintain his composure. Yet every movement of Jungu seemed to challenge his self-control. "It's better to be drunk," Jungu murmured softly, her eyes glazed with a hint of intoxicated allure. "Then I can." Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed Pei Xian's breath suddenly shift. At that moment, Pei Xian's self-restraint seemed to reach its limit, and he suddenly leaned down to kiss Jungu, swallowing her unfinished words between their lips. He pried open her mouth, his tongue deftly exploring her, the intoxicating scent of wine enveloping them, their breaths and heartbeats becoming increasingly synchronized. Jungu felt a rush of heat coursing through her body, her hands instinctively gripping Pei Xian's shoulders. her fingers gently caressing the nape of his neck, beginning to reciprocate his kiss, their tongues entwining, breaths merging. Sensing her response, Pei Xian's heart raced even more, his actions growing fervent. His hands began to wander through her hair, tracing a path along her body. His fingertips lightly brushed her neck, sending electric shivers through her with each touch. His lips tenderly glided over hers, then along her delicate chin, slowly exploring downward. Pei Xian gently drew the bed curtains, as if creating a barrier that separated their world from the outside, candlelight filtering through, illuminating their tightly embraced figures. In this tranquil night, only their breaths intertwined in the air, producing a melody that made hearts race and cheeks flush. Chapter 37. The mark of a bite morning sunlight spilled over the surrounding trees, casting mottled shadows on the floor through the gaps. Accompanied by a series of urgent knocks, the entire room seemed to awaken. Bang, bang, bang. Father, mother, it's time to get up. A tender voice called from outside, tinged with impatience and anticipation. Upon hearing this voice, Pei Xian slowly opened his gentle eyes. He leaned down to place a soft kiss on Jun Ji's forehead, carefully moving her arm that draped around his waist, then quietly slipped out of bed. He walked into the outer room, picked up an outer robe, and as he donned it, inadvertently brushed against a certain spot on his body. A vivid bite mark on his Adam's apple was exposed to the air. Through the screen, he lazily glanced at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed. Feng Heng often joked about how tender his wife was, claiming she couldn't handle any force, crying even at the slightest discomfort, making him reluctant to truly exert himself, often feeling unfulfilled and restrained. However, Pei Xian felt no need to hold back. It appeared that the young woman in his household, who was dedicated to martial arts, was indeed exceptional. He resolved to encourage her training more often. This spirited young lady drove him to the brink of madness. Although she would cry and act delicate when hurt, she remained fiercely spirited in the right moments. The most remarkable aspect was her unwavering stamina. With a chuckle, Pei Xian approached the door, only to find the little one eagerly attempting to rush inside. He swiftly caught the child, lifting her into his arms and covering her mouth, before stepping outside and gently closing the door. Sister. The little one struggled in Pei Xian's embrace, mumbling indistinctly. At that moment, Su Qing hurried over, breathless, and stammered an explanation. Your Highness. The little county princess ran out on her own. In a buoyant mood, Pei Xian set the child down, casting a glance at the squirming little one. Your mother hasn't awakened yet. She's exceedingly tired. Father, did you hide my sister? The child inquired curiously. Pei Xian felt overwhelmed by her rapid leaps in thought. He could hardly keep up. Where had this sister come from? He had raised this little one by hand, yet her thoughts seemed to shift daily. Pei Chu was toying with Pei Xian's fingers when she suddenly bit down. Su Qing said last night, Father and mother gave birth to a sister for me. Suing, meeting Pei Xian's dark gaze, felt a tightening in his chest. He instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Highness, the little county princess. You will surely cause trouble for Uncle Su Qing. Let me confide in you secretly. Yet you have betrayed my trust. Pei Xian said nothing, merely shifting his gaze from Su Qing. He leaned down to whisper a few words into Pei Chu's little ear, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. She chirped in enthusiastic agreement. When Jun Gu awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. She rubbed her eyes and stretched her arms, only to find the space beside her had long since grown cold. It seemed someone had risen early. Jun Gu felt she had truly experienced the thrill of the little yellow bike her roommate had often spoken of during her university days. The speed was exhilarating, though at times overwhelming. Not long ago, she had been tipsy, emboldened by the haze of alcohol, daring to do anything. She recalled, rather vividly, having bitten his Adam's apple and then scratching his back, ultimately tearing his night clothes to shreds. In a fit of embarrassment, Jungo pulled the blanket over herself. How barbaric! She had only wished to be a gentlewoman. Yes, it must have been the alcohol that led to such wild behavior. Once she sobered up, she would surely revert to her gentle self. Yet, she seemed unaware that such actions could also serve to alleviate the effects of intoxication. She remembered not having consumed any hangover remedy last night, and miraculously, upon waking, her head felt clear. How extraordinary! June-gu sat up abruptly, relieved to find that he had remembered to dress her in a nightgown. She certainly did not have a habit of sleeping in the nude, especially with a member of the opposite sex in her bed. Clearing her throat, she quickly groomed herself and opened the door, only to find an eerie stillness. In the distance, she could faintly hear Pei Chu's voice reading. A blush crept across Jun-ji's face. That little child had risen earlier than she had. As she walked in that direction, she beheld the little one sitting solemnly on the threshold, shaking his head earnestly and reciting something under his breath. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the eaves, bathing his youthful face and rendering his focused expression even more endearing. Clad in a red garment embroidered with golden threads and adorned with exquisite little boots, despite his tender age, he already exhibited a semblance of the dignified aura characteristic of Pei Xian. She approached quietly, fearful of disturbing him. The little one seemed oblivious, engrossed in his own world. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. While human natures are similar, habits make them different. His voice, tender and clear, articulated each word with earnestness and vigor. Su Qing first acknowledged Jun-gu with a courteous nod, to which Jun-gu responded with a slight inclination of his head. She then leaned closer to Pei Chu, exclaiming, "Ah, wonderful." Pei Chu tossed aside the book and clung to her leg, asking, "Mother, have you risen?" Jun-gu embraced him, sitting on the threshold, and gently caressed his chubby little face. "Indeed, Tuan has been remarkable today." Pei Chu's eyes twinkled with excitement, and then he asked, "Mother, could you grant Tuan a small request?" Jun-gu playfully pinched his little nose and bounced him gently before placing him back on her lap. "What is it? Tuan, let Mother see. Could Mother grant Tuan a little sister?" Su Qing, standing beside the door, beamed with a motherly smile. This little prince was indeed a child worthy of guidance. The little princess is coming soon. It seemed that he needed to take good care of his old bones, so he wouldn't struggle to hold the little princess in the future. As soon as his innocent request fell, Jun-ji's fair face flushed crimson. How could this child even comprehend the notion of a little sister? She cupped his little face, resting her forehead against his. "Mother asks you, who told you to say that? You mustn't deceive Mother, for only puppies tell lies." Upon hearing puppy, Pei Chu shook his head vigorously. "Father said only Mother can give me a little sister." Jun-ji's face darkened, her eyes widening in astonishment. What nonsense was this man uttering in front of child? How should she respond? To directly state that a little sister was not possible seemed inappropriate. Perhaps she could shift the blame onto the child's father. "Well, when your father returns, let him be the one to give you a sister. Your father is quite remarkable." Pei Chu swung his little feet, his bright eyes filled with confusion as he looked toward Su Qing. "Why does Father say Mother can have a sister? But Mother says Father can have one." Just as Pei Xian stepped into Qianwei building, he quietly sneezed. He mused internally that it must be that little lady, having just awakened, cursing him in her heart, and perhaps unable to suppress the urge to strike him. At this thought, a faint smile graced his otherwise impassive face. As he prepared to push open the door to the guest room, his movements paused slightly. He then reached up to adjust his collar, feeling it was insufficient, and tugged it again until it revealed a position that satisfied him. When he forcefully pushed open the grand door, his gaze lifted slightly, though his chin remained lowered, showcasing the jade-like smoothness of his throat. A vivid bite mark stood out prominently, unmistakably visible and suggestive of intimacy. Chapter 38. The solitary wish to become the one who unites the world forever. Yun-jing sat quietly in the guest room, his gaze frequently drifting to the door, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the door creaked open, he could not help but rise to his feet. However, upon recognizing the visitor, his excitement swiftly transformed into disappointment, and he slumped back down. "Why are you here?" he inquired, a hint of displeasure lacing his voice. Pei Xian lowered his eyelids slightly, his profound eyes seemingly harboring endless inquiry. "Who else would it be? Do you think it is Gur?" Upon hearing the name Gur, Yun-jing's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly fixed his gaze on Pei Xian, his attention riveted on the bite mark on his throat, his eyes reddening with jealousy. Ultimately, he was a step too late. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he first encountered Jungo. At that time, he was engulfed in despair and helplessness. Yet when her figure appeared, he felt as though all his darkness was dispelled by her radiance. It was the first time he sought assistance from another, pleading with her to save his mother. Just as his initial impression of her suggested, she was so kind and enchanting, akin to the most luminous star in the sky, illuminating the darkest corners of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand, her gentle touch imbued with warmth and strength, rescuing him from the abyss of despair. It turned out that there truly existed someone who could become the light in his life. Subsequently, he chose to place his mother in a sanctuary, both to shield her from further harm and to keep a closer watch over her. He cherished the sight of her focused demeanor, delighted in her carefree laughter, and adored everything about her. From that moment forth, he understood that she was not merely his savior, but also an invaluable presence he dared not articulate. Her arrival granted him a modicum of solace amidst the court's treachery. The day of each month became his most anticipated occasion, for it was the only time he could shed his fade, return to his true self, and meet her. He confessed to employing a touch of cunning. Upon learning when she would peruse ancient texts, he meticulously timed his appearance. He secretly hoped that by doing so, she might feel a flicker of compassion for him, even if only a little. Yet, what right did he have? He dwelled in the depths of this court, bearing the burden alone. She, with her boundless kindness, how could he bear to drag her into this quagmire? During that night's banquet, a dark thought flickered within him, a desire to ensnare her within his cage, to struggle alongside him. At the moment she rejected him, he felt both disheartened and relieved, thankful she had not acquiesced, grateful he had not harmed her. However, each time he beheld her standing beside that man, jealousy surged within him. In her eyes, there sparkled a brilliance for him that perhaps even she was unaware of. But he saw it clearly. He mused that he still needed to seek the true emperor, to eliminate those who conspired against him, and to await his mother's awakening, reuniting their family. With so many tasks awaiting his completion, how could he possibly become her burden? She deserved far better. Such a splendid woman should be cherished deep within the heart and treated with tenderness. Perhaps from the very beginning, he should not have been her choice. He could have silently guarded her, watching her happiness from afar, and that would have sufficed. Through mountains and rivers, their encounter was fate, and their acquaintance was destiny. He understood that some loves do not require possession. They only need to be silently awaited in the heart. Yun Jing smiled with a sense of relief and solemnly addressed Pei Xian. Please take good care of her. If you dare to harm her in any way, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure she is taken from you. Pei Xian lowered his gaze, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. And when he looked at Yun Jing, there was an added intensity. I will not give you the opportunity, now or ever. Between the two men, the initial tension and hostility had transformed into an open and honest exchange, solely because they shared a common person to protect. With this newfound transparency, Yun Jing felt a sense of liberation in his heart when facing Pei Xian. Even the tone of his speech became more relaxed. You mentioned in your letter a desire to collaborate with me. What does that entail? It is simply as it sounds. Yun Jing continued. Regarding your wish to collaborate with Guer last night, I too am willing to join forces with you. After all, Guer and I are an inseparable whole. Yun Jing couldn't help but begin to wonder whether Junge might choose to leave due to Pei Xian's vexing behavior. However, upon reflection, he considered that if she did leave, it might also be a blessing in disguise. That day, I revealed to you that the Yun Fei in the palace is not my true father. This secret was discovered by me half a month before my last visit to Pei Kingdom for the palace banquet. With your and Jungu's capabilities, it would not be difficult to perceive the unusual relationship between me and the present Yun Fei. He seems resolute in grasping my weaknesses, attempting to usurp my position as the crown prince. The trap set last night was laid by his own hand. I ultimately decided to comply with his plans and temporarily vanish from his sight, allowing him to lower his guard. Yet, I have always struggled to comprehend why Yin Feng, who is also of the royal bloodline, receives such lavish affection from the current Yin Fei. As for the whereabouts of my true father, I have no means of knowing. The entire palace has been turned upside down by me, yet I still have not uncovered any leads. Pei Xian's subsequent words echoed like the morning bell and evening drum, rousing Yun Jing from his reverie. He casually remarked, "Have you ever considered that Yun Feng may not be your father's son? If you pursue this line of inquiry further, you might unveil unexpected truths." The teacup in Yun Jing's hand slipped, shattering to the ground, and in that moment of clarity, he realized he might have overlooked a crucial fact. Yun Feng is merely a year younger than him, if he is not of the royal bloodline. It implies that the connection between the imperial concubine and the current Yun Fei runs far deeper than imagined. Could following this thread reveal the true identity of Yun Fei? Seeing Yun Jing lost in thought, Pei Xian inwardly rejoiced at having found a collaborator who was not dull-witted. "You disguised yourself as an envoy to come to Pei Kingdom a month ago in search of a partner, did you not?" "Indeed. The bizarre case from Yun Kingdom may also be linked to the current Yun Fei." Upon hearing these words, Yun Jing furrowed his brow tightly. He recalled the day when he summoned Lord Zhou of the government office, and he could not shake off the feeling that the man that day was not the true culprit, but rather a scapegoat thrust into the limelight. He intended to continue his investigation, yet it appeared that someone was surreptitiously obstructing his efforts. A profound glimmer passed through Pei Xian's eyes as he leaned back, his tone languid, revealing that he had indeed discovered an excellent breakthrough. The two exchanged glances, and almost in unison, they spoke, "Empress Wang." Half an hour later, Yun Jing gazed at Pei Xian in astonishment, his demeanor devoid of arrogance, leaving Yun Jing incredulous. Throughout this time, they had managed to uncover the intricacies of the Yun Kingdom, perhaps even more comprehensively than he, the Crown Prince of Yun, understood. Yun Jing's expression turned complex as he fixed his gaze upon Pei Xian and said, "Speak. You have assisted me greatly. There must be an ulterior motive." Pei Xian rose slowly and approached the window, casting his gaze towards the bustling streets outside, where the faces of the common folk radiated happiness. With a sense of intrigue, Yun Jing followed him to the window, listening as Pei Xian, with a composed visage, uttered words of great ambition. "The great tide of the world ebbs and flows. Yet I desire to be the one who unites it eternally. I aim to transform this era from mere legend in history books into a reality passed down through the ages. I wish for a world devoid of war and strife, where only peace and prosperity prevail." Chapter 39. The imitated script. After finishing her breakfast, Jungu accompanied Pei Chu to peruse books for a while longer. Noticing Pei Xian's prolonged absence, she resolved to personally visit the Divine Physician Pavilion to investigate further, as there remained many uncertainties with the Grand Elder. Pei Chu, raised with excellent upbringing, understood the busy lives of his father and mother. Therefore, he never caused a fuss, often remaining quietly by their side, occasionally making small requests, such as for some snacks. Jungu felt a bittersweet mix of appreciation and sorrow. She was gratified that Pei Chu, at such a tender age, displayed such understanding. Yet she lamented the 3 years of his growth she had missed. In modern times, Jungu was also raised in an environment of affection. However, her parents were equally occupied, unable to be with her constantly, leading her to live with her grandparents. As described online, she was akin to a left-behind child, albeit fortunate enough to be one in a wealthy environment. Nevertheless, witnessing other children being picked up from school by their parents stirred a tinge of envy within her. Thus, she deeply empathized with the sensation of being without parental companionship. Even having either father or mother present made a significant difference. She planned to take the little one out for a day of exploration in the city once matters in the Yun Kingdom were resolved, before returning to the Medicine King Valley, intending to stay there for a few days. As for Pei Xian, she figured he could promptly return to the Pei Kingdom. Jungu disguised herself to resemble her appearance from her previous visit to the government office. Although she was uncertain whether others in the Yun Kingdom were aware of her identity as the head of the Divine Physician Pavilion, she intended to keep her identity concealed. After all, this might be precisely the scenario some individuals sought to witness. As she entered the Divine Healer Pavilion, as usual, she was surprised to find only a handful of individuals scattered throughout the hall, prompting her to wonder, where had everyone gone? Sisterfu. Junji's gaze fixed on a particular direction, where she spotted Jun Fu crossing the threshold. "Gur, what brings you here today?" Jun Fu inquired, astonished. Junge did not elaborate on her purpose, but instead directly questioned why the pavilion was so desolate. Jun Fu explained that today marked the monthly day when the pavilion offered free medical consultations to the townsfolk, prompting many disciples to venture out. Junge suddenly remembered, having momentarily forgotten this fact. Indeed, the Grand Elder had mentioned it in his letter, though it had only been established 3 years ago, and there had been no such custom prior to that. "Sister Fu, do you have time today? Could you take me to see the new disciples?" Jungu recalled that since their gathering at the tavern, she had yet to visit those children. The 7 or 8-year-olds, orphaned and alone, made her ponder whether the Grand Elder truly intended for them to serve merely as errand runners. Even the people of Tianyin Pavilion were unable to discern his true intentions. Jungu mused that the Grand Elder had always been meticulous in handling affairs at Yaowang Valley, and it seemed that his carefulness had only intensified. Jun Fu affectionately draped an arm around her neck, exuding a camaraderie that suggested she would traverse mountains and seas for her friend, as long as Gur asked. "Stop with the banter," she chided, guiding her towards a secluded corner on the first floor. The deeper they ventured, the more isolated it appeared, resembling a newly expanded area. "This place seems to have been recently developed, yet it feels like it has been here for quite some time," Jungu observed. Jun Fu pointed ahead, saying, "Look, it is right there." Indeed, it was a newly constructed section. Approximately 6 months ago, they acquired the adjacent shop for expansion. About a month prior, their father had brought those children back. A month? ISNT, that precisely when the peculiar deaths of men and the mysterious disappearances of women and children in Yin country occurred. Is there some connection between these events? Jungu scrutinized the new building, noting its exquisite materials and ornate carvings, which contrasted sharply with the ancient layout of the Divine Healer Pavilion. She noticed a narrow corridor connecting the new section to the main building, adorned with several calligraphic artworks. Though not crafted by renowned masters, the brushwork was vigorous and the artistic conception profound. Yet, she pondered why the corridor alone was decorated in such a manner. It seemed somewhat incongruous. Moreover, the scale of the study within the Divine Healer Pavilion appeared excessively grand. What was the necessity for such an expansion? Silently, she followed Jun Fu, her gaze fixed on the children engrossed in reading and writing within the study. The children, either seated or standing, were diligently copying texts, engaging in hushed discussions, or lost in contemplation. They were indeed only around 7 or 8 years old, with no younger or older children in sight, though they appeared somewhat frail. "Sisterfu." A sharp-eyed child in the study spotted Jun Fu and exclaimed excitedly, prompting all the children to turn their heads. Jun Fu led Junge into the study, gently ruffling the hair of several children. "Why haven't I seen the teacher today?" one child asked. "The teacher is out attending to matters," Yun Fu replied, glancing around before suddenly questioning, "Where is Dong Dong?" A seemingly audacious boy raised his hand, and I understood. Dong Dong had left us a note yesterday, stating that he had found his parents and would be returning home. We were all quite upset. He hadn't even bid us farewell. The little boy spoke, his head bowed in evident dejection, while several girls had reddened eyes. Jianfu quickly offered consolation. "Isn't this a good thing? He has found his parents. Perhaps in a few days, he will return with them to visit us." Suddenly, Yunga interjected, "Little friend, could you show me the note Dong Dong left for you? I would like to see how beautifully you write." The boy, blushing as he looked at Yunga crouched before him, replied, "Sister, I'll go get it from where we're staying." With that, he hurried off to retrieve the note and presented it to Yunga. Jianfu, watching from the side, cautiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Yunga did not respond, instead taking the note and scrutinizing the handwriting. The script was hasty and juvenile, seemingly penned by a child. However, a glint of coldness flickered in Yunga's eyes as she noticed subtle inconsistencies. The strokes, though artfully imitated, revealed an adult's steadiness and control in their strength and rhythm. At the beginning of the word return, the ink was slightly darker, indicating a moment's hesitation from the writer. Conversely, the end of the word home showed a sharp taper, conveying a sense of urgency that contradicted the natural flow typical of a child's writing. She paused, a flicker of realization crossing her gaze. These characters appeared more like a deliberate imitation of a child's script. This child must have gone missing, rather than being taken by his parents. A barely perceptible gleam of insight sparkled in Yoonga's eyes as she smiled and gently patted the boy's head, her tone laced with curiosity. "Your writing is truly beautiful. How long did it take you to learn to write so well?" "Only half a month," the boy replied, his voice tinged with pride. Yoonga's heart scoffed coldly. How could a child with no foundation in calligraphy write so fluidly in just half a month? There must be something amiss. She and Juin-Fu exited together, but midway, Yoonga suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot to return this note to the children. Sister Fu, you go ahead. I'll be right back." Juin-Fu shook her head in resignation. "Gout, you go on your own. I must first prepare medicine for father. Time is of the essence. Besides, you are familiar with this place. Is the elder unwell?" "Yes, it came on suddenly yesterday." Yoonga's heart stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to investigate those writings. Juin-Fu's departure provided her with an ideal pretext. She returned to the attic, evading the children's gaze, and stealthily approached the corridor. The only sounds were the children's chatter in the study, and the absence of the teacher deepened her suspicions. She carefully examined the 8 paintings adorning the corridor, for on each side, the narrow passage barely allowing her arms to stretch. She attempted to touch the backs of each painting, yet found nothing. They appear to be mere ordinary landscapes and playful scenes of children. However, when her gaze fell upon one particular painting depicting 2 children holding hands with their palms facing outward, she became aware of something profound. She meticulously scrutinized the other artworks and discerned that they seemed to be interconnected in some manner. An epiphany struck her, and she extended her hands, placing her palms over the 2 paintings flanking her, yet there was no response. A look of bewilderment crossed her face, prompting her to shift her position. Suddenly, the wooden board emitted a faint sound. Junga felt the ground beneath her vanish, and in an instant, she disappeared from her original location. Chapter 40. The disappearance of Junga Jing, having exited the Qianwei Tower in tandem with Pei Xian, returned to the Eastern Palace. He promptly dispatched his shadow guards to investigate the past of the favored concubine, including those associated with her. His father had left him a shadow guard, through which he learned that the individual currently seated on the throne was not his true father. On that day, when he casually mentioned the shadow guards, he was taken aback to find that Longzhou, Yun Fei, was entirely unaware. Considering the recent changes in his demeanor, he realized that this person could not possibly be his father, for his father, who cherished the Empress so deeply, would never resort to violence against her. However, he remained uncertain of his father's fate, hoping only for the best, so that their family might reunite. The words spoken by Pei Xian earlier resonated deeply within him, evoking a sense of profound astonishment. The ambition to unify the realm required immense resolve. Currently, the world was divided into 4 nations, each wielding considerable power. The treaty established a decade ago had ushered in a temporary peace, yet as the decade drew to a close, it was uncertain whether tranquility would endure. Time was now slipping away, with only a year remaining. Pei Country lay at the center, surrounded by capitals to the southeast and northwest, while to the west lay the enigmatic western region. Although the western region was seldom traversed, it was fraught with countless unknown dangers, and to this day, no one dared to venture there. Pei Country resembled an isolated island besieged from all sides. To achieve unification, it must conquer these 4 territories. Should Yin Country be able to resolve the issues lurking behind the scenes, he would willingly offer it up. In truth, he understood that his father's heart was not in this endeavor. He was merely sustaining it for the sake of the common people of Yun Country. And he himself did not aspire to such power. The realm should be entrusted to one who genuinely cherishes the populace and possesses exceptional abilities to govern. His journey to Pei Country was indeed intended to seek a collaborator, and his first choice had been Pei Xian. However, he had not anticipated her presence at the palace banquet. While Pei Xian appeared aloof, her heart was filled with compassion for the people, and he had never heard of the crown prince of Pei Country mistreating the populace. Every initiative she undertook was for their benefit. Perhaps She was indeed the most fitting candidate for unification. Unbeknownst to Pei Xian, who believed she had resolved the most pressing matters, her previous rival held her in such high esteem. Nonetheless, even if she were to discover this, she would likely feel that it was only natural. She was indeed deserving of such regard. Returning to the courtyard with an expression of ease, he surveyed his surroundings, yet the person he sought was nowhere to be found. How peculiar. Could she still be asleep? He then spotted the little one diligently practicing calligraphy with a small brush, the tip of his nose smeared with ink. Resembling a little kitten. For reasons unknown, Pei Xian gazed at the small child she had nurtured, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of disdain. As he was about to head towards the side chamber, he heard Su Qing reminding him from behind, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess mentioned she has gone to the Divine Physician Pavilion." Upon hearing this title, Pei Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Truly, she was a seasoned companion, speaking directly to his heart. Such an address was delightfully soothing, prompting him to consider a reward. He altered his course and approached the little one, asking, "Did she mention when she would return?" Su Qing replied, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess did not specify when she would come back." Pei Xian chose not to press further. Instead, he lifted the little one onto his lap and took a handkerchief to wipe his face. "Look at you all dirty. Be careful. Your mother might not be fond of this." Although his words carried a hint of reproach, his eyes sparkled with amusement. Pei Chu, with an obedient gaze upwards, contentedly said, "Father, you yist. Mother says she loves you the most." After cleaning his face, Pei Xian began to wipe his hands, but suddenly paused, his voice taking on a teasing tone. "Oh, is that so?" Pei Chu, oblivious to the shift in his father-esque expression, eagerly turned to ask, "Father, Mother said you are so capable that you can single-handedly give me a little sister. Is that true?" As daylight faded into a deep blue, enveloped by the night, Su Qing stood at the courtyard entrance, casting glances toward the empty street. A chill reminiscent of winter seeped out from within, nearly freezing him in place. Throughout the afternoon, the Crown Princess had not returned, and the Crown Prince's countenance transformed from initial joy to a frosty demeanor. He shook his head lightly and stepped inside. Pei Chu was curled up in the prince's embrace, drowsy, while the prince gazed at the cold dishes on the table, as if trying to discern something from them. "Your Highness, perhaps you should dine first?" The Crown Princess might have been delayed by some matter. Pei Chu, half awake and dazed, murmured, "Father, I'm hungry. Has Mother returned?" "Go warm up the food. Attend to the little prince's meal first. I will go look for her." Usually, she would inform him if she could not return promptly. But this time she had left without a word, which stirred an ominous premonition within him. He felt a sudden wave of unease. Pei Xian hastily uttered, "I shall go find your mother," and vanished into the night. The Divine Physician Pavilion was situated on a bustling street, alive with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares and the tantalizing aromas of various snacks wafting through the air, enticing passers-by to stop. The shops lining the street were adorned with vibrant signs, some displaying an array of goods at their entrances to capture the attention of potential customers. The facade of the Divine Physician Pavilion was unassuming, marked only by a simple wooden plaque inscribed with the 3 characters for Divine Physician Pavilion. The steps leading to its door bore the marks of many comings and goings. Ever since Pei Xian had spotted her amidst the throng, he had never felt such disquiet. Though his exterior remained composed, the involuntary quickening of his pace beneath his robes betrayed his inner turmoil. He stepped through the doors of the Divine Physician Pavilion, where he was met with the sight of bustling townsfolk and children darting around, gathering herbs. He intended to ascend the stairs directly, but was halted by a guard. "Dear guest, may I inquire if you have a reservation?" The guard asked politely. It was then that Pei Xian realized that his previous unimpeded entry was solely due to her presence. In his flustered state, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Had he slipped in quietly just moments ago, this scene would not have unfolded. What transpired? A melodious voice inquired near his ear. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guard immediately offered a respectful greeting, "Miss Juanfu." Pei Xian, upon hearing this voice, felt a flicker of emotion in his gaze and swiftly approached Juanfu, lowering his voice to say, "I am looking for Gur. What is your relationship with Gur?" Juanfu asked, her tone laced with caution. Pei Xian's eyes scanned the bustling room before he replied, "Might we find a quieter place to converse?" He led her to a secluded corner. Recognizing that the fact she referred to Gur with such familiarity indicated a close bond. If she had come to the Divine Physician Pavilion today, it was possible that she had encountered Gur. Juanfu's gaze was fixed intently on Pei Xian. She sensed the extraordinary aura he exuded. His innate nobility was unparalleled by ordinary folk. His graceful demeanor revealed a lineage of distinction, suggesting that his relationship with Jungu was indeed exceptional. "Miss Yun, I have come in search of Jungu." Pei Xian broke the silence. "Have you seen her today?" Juanfu hesitated momentarily before regaining her composure, nodding gently as she replied, "Gur did indeed come by this morning. I showed her the newly arrived disciples, and then I left alone. Could you take me to the places she visited?" Juanfu hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "What is your purpose in seeking her?" Pei Xian regarded her silently, and after a pause, he spoke. "Gur has not returned today." Juanfu was taken aback, but quickly led him on a search around the loft, though they found nothing. At that moment, the young boy who had previously assisted Gur with a note emerged. Juanfu bent down and softly inquired, "Did the sister who came with Gur return to find you?" "No, she hasn't come back since she left," the boy replied. Juanfu felt perplexed. Gur had explicitly stated she would return to retrieve the note, yet she had not appeared. She recalled descending from the second floor and not having seen Gur, nor had Gur visited her father. Perhaps she has returned to the Hanyun Inn, where she usually resides. Juanfu suggested to Pei Xian. Pei Xian regarded her intently for a moment before turning to leave. It seemed he would have to wait until evening to investigate further. He hurried to the Hanyun Inn, only to encounter the obstruction posed by Jieging. From Jieging, he learned that Gur had not returned there either. Pei Xian realized that the situation might be far more grave than he had anticipated. She was indeed in peril. Chapter 41. The Dragon and Phoenix, Jade, Pendant Jungu pondered silently, fearing that she would inevitably frighten herself to death once more on this land, only to traverse back again. Were these ancient mechanisms designed so intricately to engage in a battle of wits with posterity? She unexpectedly plummeted straight down. Initially, one might consider the fall itself to be unfortunate. Yet little did she know that her plight was exacerbated by the treacherous ground below, which was littered with sharp bamboo spikes. Had she been an unarmed individual, she would surely have been impaled like a hedgehog. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed before her eyes. Jungu felt an overwhelming darkness engulf her, followed by a dizzying whirl. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing upon a colossal circular platform, surrounded by an endless void, with only a faint beam of light descending from above. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that this space was eerily vast, devoid of any objects apart from the platform beneath her feet. However, she soon noticed a faint halo at the edge of the platform, hinting at the presence of some concealed mechanism. Cautiously, Jungu approached the edge, attempting to decipher the mystery of the glowing ring. She extended her hand and gently touched the halo. Suddenly, the entire platform began to tremble, and beams of light radiated from its center, forming an intricate pattern. Within this design, she discerned peculiar symbols and motifs, reminiscent of an ancient script. Although she could not comprehend their meaning, her intuition suggested that these symbols would prove significant in the future. As the lights dissipated, a magnificent three-tiered loft materialized before her eyes, utterly devoid of occupants. Jungu stepped into the loft, her footsteps echoing through the expansive halls. On the first floor, shelves brimmed with countless tomes, and she casually picked one up, its cover inscribed with ancient characters reading 100 herbs. Upon opening it, she discovered detailed accounts of various herbs, their properties, effects, and methods of use. She then reached for another book, titled The Book of Poisons, which elaborated on the toxicity of various substances, their antidotes, and the art of poison crafting. Despite their age, these texts were remarkably well preserved, with legible inscriptions. Continuing her exploration, she found not only the texts on medicine and toxicology, but also an array of knowledge from other domains, including astrology, feng shui, military strategy, and mechanism crafting, many of which had long been lost to the world. Ascending the wooden staircase, Jungu arrived at the second floor. where an assortment of bottles and what appeared to be precious wooden boxes were displayed. Some bottles contained rare medicinal materials, while others held unknown liquids emitting peculiar fragrances. She cautiously opened an unassuming small vial, and a subtle aroma of medicine wafted towards her. The third floor revealed an armory, its walls adorned with a diverse array of weapons, some razor-sharp, others ancient and heavy. Junga picked up a long sword, its blade gleaming coldly. She swung it lightly, and the rush of wind seemed capable of severing anything in its path. Yet, what was the significance of these numerous weapons? Did they imply preparations for battle? Suddenly, a white shadow darted past her, and Jungu reacted swiftly, reaching out to capture a small, fierce-looking white tiger. The little creature appeared startled by her action, letting out a low growl, but soon quieted, gazing at Jungu with its clear, large eyes. Master, astonished, Jungu discovered that the creature before her was a talking white tiger. As she gently caressed its fur, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. How did I arrive here? Does the master possess a jade pendant? The tiger inquired. A jade pendant? Suddenly, Jungu recalled the old man she had encountered on her journey to Yun country, who had gifted her a jade pendant. She instinctively reached into her bosom, only to find it empty. At that moment, a sudden warmth surged around her wrist. Looking down, she noticed a phoenix motif had emerged within the center of the birthmark on her left wrist. The original outline of the mark had been circular, but now the phoenix appeared as if it were perched atop a tree. Yet, why was the phoenix above while the dragon remained unseen? Could the dragon be on Peichu's wrist? Was the jade pendant the reason I was brought here? Indeed, the pendant senses the master's peril and automatically activates. Transporting the master to this location, the tiger explained. Is this space mine? She asked. Yes, but it can also be said it is not entirely yours. This place belongs to the previous master, and you bear their essence. Who was the previous master? I'm unaware of that. Master, this is all I know. Do you have a name? I do not. Then I shall name you by Shao. It was only fitting, given the creature's snow-white fur. However, Jungu was increasingly concerned about how to exit this place. She had lingered too long and feared that those outside might assume she had encountered misfortune. As if sensing her thoughts, Bai Shao spoke up. Master, I advise you to delay your exit. There is danger outside. Danger? With a gentle wave of its paw, a vision materialized, revealing the very spot where she had just fallen. At that moment, two burly men, each wielding a large knife, strode past. They pressed a mechanism against the stone wall, causing the bamboo spikes on the ground to vanish. Once they departed, the spikes reappeared. How should I exit? Yun pondered. Simply concentrate on leaving, and you will, Bai Shao instructed. As she contemplated how to avoid the bamboo spikes after her exit, she recalled the loud noise made by the two men activating the mechanism. Should she press it herself, it would surely alert them. It seemed her only option was to evade it, uncertain if further traps lay in wait. With a single thought, she vacated the space. Upon emerging, she swiftly maneuvered along the wall, her movements agile, akin to a nightingale flitting through the shadows. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the ground ahead, where an ordinary-looking stone slab caught her attention. However, the edges of the slab bore subtle fissures, setting it apart from the surrounding stones. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her internal energy, her body gracefully landing on the edge of the slab. With a delicate touch of her toes, she floated as if weightless in the air. Carefully, she adjusted her center of gravity, ensuring she would not trigger any mechanisms. Just then, she heard a faint cracking sound, the unmistakable sound of a trap being activated. A surge of tension coursed through her, yet her movements remained composed. In a fluid motion, she spun in the air, her toes once again tapping the stone slab. Harnessing the momentum, she leapt, deftly evading a barrage of sharp arrows that shot forth from beneath the slab. Arrows grazed the hem of her garment. Yet there was not a trace of fear upon Junji's countenance. Truly, the ancients possessed remarkable capabilities, far surpassing the intellect of modern individuals. As she pressed onward, Jungu encountered an unassuming wooden door, its perimeter riddled with tiny orifices. Rather than act impulsively, she chose to observe in silence. She discerned that whenever a breeze wafted through, the holes in the door emitted faint sounds, Although the wind within was gentle, it was nonetheless significant. A slight smile graced Junji's lips, for she had formulated a strategy. She picked up a small pebble from the ground and gently flicked it, the stone striking one of the holes with precision. In response, a subtle noise erupted as a flurry of poison needles burst forth from the orifice. Junge had anticipated this outcome. Her figure darted aside like a fleeting shadow, evading the oncoming threat completely. The journey that followed was devoid of incident. As she ventured deeper into the shadowy realm, where a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, suddenly, she noticed a flicker of light ahead. Cautiously, Junge advanced. And at that moment, she overheard a conversation. If the Cloud Kingdom falters, what are the other realms? Chapter 42. Apologies currently. The leader of the Medicine King Valley was in the Cloud Kingdom. Should we act recklessly, and she becomes aware of our plans, all our prior efforts would be in vain. It seems our only recourse is to seek alliances in other kingdoms. As for the matters concerning the Cloud Kingdom, we shall put them on hold until her departure. Are you certain she can perceive our actions? Follow the master's directives without question. As the voices gradually faded, until they vanished entirely, Junge held her breath, attentively sensing the surroundings. She felt the absence of any living presence, and with trepidation, she cautiously peeked out, her heart pounding with anxiety and vigilance. However, as her gaze traversed the tightly shut stone crevice, the sight that met her eyes caused her heart to leap with shock and dread. She hurriedly pushed open the stone door. Inside lay a horrifying scene. The dim chamber was barely illuminated by a few feeble rays of light, casting a chilling tableau. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, narrating the tragedies that had transpired within these walls. The space was vast and silent, yet within this oppressive stillness, rows of enormous barrels stood ominously. To her horror, each barrel contained a child, no older than 7 or 8 years. The children were submerged in a potion, their eyes closed, their faces frozen in expressions of pain and terror. Their bodies were marred with scars, some wounds deep enough to expose bone, others festering and decaying. A surge of uncontrollable anger and sorrow welled up within Junge as she cautiously approached, checking for the breath of each child one by one. No breath. No breath. Her hands trembled, her heart bled. Every child has ceased to breathe. They have all perished. This cruel reality strikes his heart like a heavy hammer. She cannot fathom how these innocent children could endure such brutal treatment. A man meets an inexplicable demise, while women and children vanish mysteriously. 21 children, none alive. And what are those women? Where could they be? Have they also encountered misfortune? To concoct medicine from the deceased, what malevolent act is this? Why do those individuals frequently mention the Valley of Medicinal Kings, whether within the imperial palace of the Cloud Kingdom or among the 2 men from earlier? Who is the master they speak of? Why do they regard the Valley of Medicinal Kings, and even her, with such trepidation? S. hands tremble as her gaze sweeps across these children. Perhaps among them is the orphan mentioned by this morning. In their hearts, they must have believed they had found a safe haven, a shelter from the storm, a place to acquire knowledge, only to discover that it was a cruel trap. Just this morning, they spoke of being reunited with his parents, perhaps bringing them to see the others. But now, she realizes that such hope is lost. The divine healer's pavilion under her command. Eyes glisten with unshed tears as she approaches each child, gently placing a kiss upon their foreheads. I'm so sorry. Truly, I'm deeply sorry. She wishes that the space which had appeared moments ago could take them away, but alas, it remains but a fantasy. Before departing, she retrieves a vial from the space, filled with a potion. She turns back one last time, engraving each child's visage upon her memory, then bows deeply before she turns to leave. Alone, she cannot carry them all to a place of rest. They suffered in life, and now must remain steeped in potion after death. To take them away might alert the unseen puppeteer, raising their vigilance. Wait for my return. Retraces her steps. If that place could descend, it must also ascend. These children were surely brought down from there, having discerned the mechanisms upon her entry. Her exit is now a simple matter. As she steps into that familiar space, only determination fills her eyes. She meticulously examines the surrounding walls and ultimately discovers a mechanism in an unassuming corner. It is a spherical disc with a firm twist. The stone wall behind her slowly shifts aside, revealing a concealed stone door. With a graceful leap, she clears the sharp bamboo spikes and lands securely within the stone doorway. Advancing along the direction of the door, an inexplicable sense of familiarity swells within her heart, until she pushes open a partitioned door, and the sight before her confirms her belief in the council chamber of the Divine Healer's Pavilion. So this is it. The chamber is shrouded in darkness, yet instinctively perceives everything around her. Is this not the very place Pei Xian had investigated that day? She stands transfixed in the shadows, her hand resting on the table, slowly taking a seat. 3 years ago, my father took my mother away from the Valley of the Medicine King. Juanfu once mentioned that the Grand Elder underwent a significant change in temperament 3 years prior. My father prevented her from leaving the valley, and indeed, she has not ventured into the outside world during these 3 years. Could it be that my father foresaw the events of today? Or was he deliberately concealing something? Who is that old man? Why did he give her the dragon and phoenix jade pendant? What connections lie between the Valley of the Medicine King, the Divine Healer Pavilion, the Black King's Valley, the royal family, and the sudden emergence of toxins from the western regions? What secrets are concealed within those potions crafted from the dead? What undisclosed truths lurk behind the sudden appearance of space tonight? What role does she play in all of this? Junge feels an unprecedented sense of helplessness since her arrival here. Why has even the desire to enjoy a peaceful twilight become so elusive? Once upon a time, she aspired to refine her medical skills, hoping that as she grew older, she could become a free-roaming healer, traveling far and wide to save lives. However, the current developments have dealt her a crushing blow. Her initial intention of using medicine to save lives seems to have crumbled in this moment. The Divine Healer Pavilion, which she established with great effort, has transformed from a sanctuary for healing into a tool for harm. Everything has become so murky and indistinct, difficult to discern. Junge buries her head deep in her knees, tears flowing down her cheeks like molten lava. In this dim room, she feels utterly isolated from the world, surrounded only by the memories of the deceased men and children. And that woman, whose fate hangs in the balance, their deaths and disappearances linger, indelible in Junge's mind. All of this appears to be intricately connected to the Divine Healer Pavilion. Even if they are not the true culprits behind the scenes, they surely are the unseen hands driving these events. Junge's heart is filled with anger and confusion. She longs to confront the Grand Elder and uncover the truth. Yet, she knows she cannot. Just then, a slight sound from the window shatters the silence of the room. Junge's response is swift and decisive. She barely has time to wipe away her tears before she strikes out. However, to her surprise, she is met not with the retaliation of an enemy, but with a familiar embrace. It is Gu. His voice is deep and warm, and with just 2 words, he pierces through the gloom enveloping Junge's heart. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she throws herself into his arms, her tears cascading like a torrential flood, soaking his clothing. At this moment, Pei Xian has yet to notice the unusual demeanor of the woman in his embrace. His face is marked by the relief of having survived calamity. Yet his words are suffused with deep concern. Do you know how frightened you made me? I was thinking. Before Pei Xian can finish his sentence, he senses something amiss. The dampness on his collar, the soft sobs at his ear, all remind him that the woman in his arms is not herself. Something is profoundly wrong. Whether in the past or present, she has always been optimistic and resilient, wearing a radiant smile. Yet now, the tears of grievance she sheds are unlike anything he has ever witnessed. Perhaps this evening, events transpired unbeknownst to him. Yet witnessing Junge's vulnerability struck his heart with the force of a hammer, leaving him with an ache of quiet sorrow. Pei Xian ultimately refrained from further words. He merely sighed silently, then raised his hand to gently caress Junge's hair. Cry, he seemed to whisper. From this day forth, a chapter shall be updated at 7 each morning and another at 6 in the afternoon. Chapter 43 is a fault of mine. What transpired this night? Pei Xian sat lightly upon the soft couch, a handkerchief grasped in his hand, meticulously wringing out the excess moisture before tenderly wiping Junji's cheeks. At this moment, Junji's eyes were tightly shut, her head comfortably resting upon Pei Xian's lap, her feet casually draped over the edge of the couch. Having quelled the grievances within the council hall of the divine healers, Jungu realized she had inadvertently dampened Pei Xian's garment. Embarrassment washed over her, especially under Pei Xian's teasing gaze, and she feared that speaking in such a context would draw the attention of others. Ultimately, they returned together to the courtyard where Pei Xian resided. Jungu rehearsed in her mind how to begin, but when the moment arrived, her thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, and she found herself reluctant even to open her eyes. Pei Xian, yes. What kind of Jungu do you prefer? Pei Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently placed the handkerchief down, lowered his head, and leaned closer to Junji's ear, his voice imbued with both tenderness and fervent emotion. My beloved is not cherished for her appearance, but for the essence of who she is, Jungu, unparalleled in this world. Jungu felt an alleviation of her fears. Regardless of what her family had concealed from her, he remained steadfast by her side. If peril lurked, she would forge ahead through thorns. If chaos reigned, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This evening, I discovered a passage beneath the divine healer's hall, leading to a vast hidden chamber filled with the remains of missing children. They were submerged in barrels of medicinal solution, their faces etched with agony and terror. Children no older than 7 or 8. How cruel. One of them might have been a disciple recently reclaimed by the divine healers, named Dong Dong. The other children claimed he had found his parents and left, but that was a lie. I know she is one among the deceased. They had promised he would bring their parents. Pei Xian did not interrupt her, his gaze fixed upon her as she spoke of her harrowing discovery with hollow eyes. Perhaps she was unaware that 2 tears slipped silently down her cheeks, falling gently upon his hand. Ultimately, they dripped to the ground, producing a faint sound. This sound, unbidden, disturbed the hearts of those who heard it. For years ago, she ventured alone to the northwest battlefield. In truth, he had deceived her that day. Their feelings did not blossom slowly after she bore his child. They had been premeditated from the very beginning. The moment he beheld her, he recognized her as the woman destined to be his. At that time, she was tending to a young soldier's wounds in the city. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the air, aimed directly at a child. At this critical juncture, she surged forward like a bolt of lightning, clasping the child tightly in her embrace, shielding him from a fatal blow with her own body. The arrow sank deeply into her arm, yet her visage betrayed not a flicker of pain, nor did her brow furrow even slightly. Swiftly, she seized a bough from the side, knocked an arrow, and with astonishing swiftness, she dispatched the enemy lurking in the shadows of the city wall with a single shot. Though she occasionally appeared delicate, she exhibited no such fragility when tending to the ailing. In public, she consistently displayed decisiveness and sagacity, yet she delighted in indulging in playful whims before familiar elderly women. Despite her aversion to disorder, she would recklessly soil herself in her quest to aid the injured. He could never forget the paradox of her nature, both gentle and willful, composed yet whimsically eccentric. He often pondered how a single woman could embody such multifaceted traits, surpassing even the most capricious of noble women in the capital. Yet, with just one glance, he felt ensnared, as though struck by a lifelong poison, unable to liberate himself or forget her. On that occasion, under the influence of a drug, an overwhelming ecstasy engulfed him like a surging tide, leading him to fantasize about possessing her, as if that would render her his own. Once this thought took root, it burgeoned uncontrollably like bamboo after rain. Ultimately, his desires spiraled like rampant weeds, uncontainable. When she delivered medicine to him, his greed was utterly unleashed. However, in the aftermath, she appeared unfazed, conducting her duties as usual, treating the wounded and engaging in casual conversation, as if that night had been merely a trivial affair. Enraged, he unleashed his fury upon the enemy for an entire month, until he learned of her pregnancy. In that instant, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy, yet anxious that she might reject the child. Ultimately, she chose to keep the baby. Witnessing the tenderness in her eyes, he felt assured she would be a wonderful mother. Naturally, he He resolved to become a commendable father. Each day, they would recline together on the soft couch, reading to their child and singing melodies, which she referred to as fostering familial education. Her mind was ever brimming with novel ideas. She claimed that the fetus could hear the sounds from the outside world. He was willing to believe her. After all, she was the mother of their child. During that time, he began to imagine whether their offspring would lament her incessant chatter upon birth. He silently vowed that if such thoughts did indeed arise, he would discipline the child, ensuring she would not be hurt. Together, they planted flowers and nurtured grasses in a clearing not far from their encampment. As she said, it brought them closer to nature, allowing the child to sense the growth and transformation of life. Although he did not fully comprehend, watching her meticulously select seeds, water, and fertilize, he joined in her labor with enthusiasm, envisioning their child returning to this very spot in the future to see the flowers and grasses planted by his parents. They also crafted tiny garments and shoes, which she called a parent-child activity, fostering bonds between parents and their offspring. Although his hands were clumsy, he endeavored to mimic her precise stitching, captivated by her diligence. Though the garments she crafted were often askew, she consistently beamed with praise for him. Together, they shared countless experiences, and even if she might forget them now, inevitably, she would recall them one day. Those simple moments of daily life, though unremarkable, filled him with a yearning for time to slow its relentless march, for he feared the sudden loss of it all. He watched as she gradually lowered her defenses before him, until she softly confessed, "Xianlang, I believe I have fallen in love with you." No one could fathom the joy that surged within him on that day. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he fought with a smile, so disarming that his foes retreated in fear. She often urged him to smile more, to abandon his stoic facade. Yet she remained unaware that only in her presence did his smile bloom. Perhaps in the future, when he beheld their child, he would smile once more, for the child would surely bear a resemblance to her. However, she vanished without warning, leaving him uncertain whether her departure was premeditated or forced. He preferred to believe the latter, as it allowed him to continue his self-deception. No one knew how he endured the endless nights over the span of 3 years, relentlessly searching for her, longing to keep her close. He had once vowed never to let her shed a single tear, yet now he had broken that promise. Pei Xian's lashes drooped as he gazed at the tears pooling on his hand, his throat constricting slightly. He then bent down to kiss away her tears, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "It is my fault. Thank you, my dear readers. I am profoundly grateful to you all. It is my first attempt at writing a novel, and your encouragement has filled me with motivation. Yesterday, I wrote 10,000 words in one breath, overwhelmed with emotion." Chapter 44. The roar of Junge beyond the chamber. The sweet melodies of birdsong occasionally pierced the air, as if heralding the arrival of a new day. Junge was stirred from her slumber by this delightful symphony, her weary eyes fluttering open, momentarily lost in confusion. As her vision sharpened, she beheld Pei Xian's serene countenance in repose. His brows resembled distant mountain ranges, elongated and tranquil. The contours of his face were softened, stripped of the usual coldness and rigidity. His straight nose and gentle lip line were no longer taut, and in that moment, he appeared more like an ordinary man than the composed prince he typically was. Junge extended her hand, her fingertips gliding gently across Pei Xian's brow, tracing the elegant arch of his eyebrows as they slowly descended. She tenderly brushed along his nose, skimming past his closed eyelids, the lashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light, before continuing down to caress his prominent cheekbones, savoring the firmness of his features. Finally, her fingers rested upon his lips, which were perfectly shaped, thin yet supple. It was these very lips that never failed to make her blush. As she prepared to rise, her ears flushed with warmth. She noticed a man lazily opening his eyes, gently pulling her back into his embrace, burying his face in her neck and inhaling deeply. "Do not move." Pei Xian's voice emerged, husky from sleep, as she felt his breath envelop her neck, sending tingles through her. "We must attend to matters." Pei Xian appeared oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, wholly engrossed in nuzzling her neck, ultimately taking a gentle bite before relenting. Jungu mused that if outsiders were to witness this scene, they would never believe this was the crown prince of the Pei Kingdom. After all, who could imagine that the current display of affection belonged to the heir praised by the common folk? Jungu had never anticipated that standing beneath the plaque of the Divine Physician Pavilion would evoke such complex emotions within her. In her modern life, she began learning traditional Chinese medicine from her grandfather at the tender age of 7. It was the first time he had spoken so sternly to her. Yet those 2 sentences remained etched in her memory for a lifetime. A physician must not be entrusted to a person devoid of compassion. One must possess both wisdom and discernment. Integrity and purity are paramount. To learn medicine to save lives is commendable, but to pursue profit through medicine is unacceptable. Thus, what defines a physician? What is the true purpose of the Divine Physician Pavilion? In that fleeting moment, Junga finally grasped the essence of her grandfather's words. In her previous life, she had failed to honor his earnest teachings, leading to an untimely demise. In this life, however, it was only after endangering the lives of so many that she truly comprehended their significance. Today, she did not disguise her appearance, but chose to present her true self at the Divine Physician Pavilion. Since those shadowy figures had repeatedly mentioned the connection between Yawang Valley and the Divine Physician Pavilion, why not take the opposite approach? Last night, Pei Xian had suggested that instead of worrying about alarming the serpent, it would be wiser to drive it away directly. At the very least, she could no longer allow innocent lives to be ensnared, and addressing the issues surrounding the Divine Physician Pavilion was the first step. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not tolerate anyone using the name of the Divine Physician Pavilion for nefarious purposes. Sister Fu, is the elder up there? Jungu halted Jun Fu, who was about to ascend the stairs. Her countenance no longer bore the usual cheerful smile. Instead, it was replaced by a chilling indifference that emanated authority without anger. This coldness was not directed at Jun Fu, but stemmed from the haunting memories of last night that rendered her unable to smile at the elder any longer. She could distinguish between Sister Fu and the elder, the latter being someone she had once regarded as a father figure. Jun Fu seemed unaware of Jun Ji's emotional shift, continuing to embrace her shoulder affectionately and mischievously inquiring, "Girl, what is your relationship with that young master? He came to see me last night, inquiring about your whereabouts." Her gaze shifted to Pei Xian, whose expression remained calm and detached. "Sister Fu, let us first attend to pressing matters before discussing anything else." Jun Fu released her hold, gently touching her nose, a hint of confusion clouding her features as she circled around Jungu, her heart fluttering with unease. What on earth had transpired? "Father is upstairs." Jungu exchanged a glance with Pei Xian, and without hesitation, they ascended the stairs, with Jun Fu hurrying to follow. Upon reaching the elder's door, Jungu heard muffled groans emanating from within and forcefully kicked the door open, only to see a shadow swiftly escape through the window. As the door slammed open, Jungu and Pei Xian rushed into the room, where they found the elder lying pale on the floor, a ghastly wound on his chest from which blood flowed profusely. Jun Fu's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, "Father!" Jungu approached, kneeling down to assess the elder's injuries. Pei Xian followed closely behind, his gaze sharp as he swiftly scanned the room for potential clues, instructing Su Qing, who had just arrived, to summon the hidden guards to pursue the shadow. Jungu lowered her head, sprinkling the hemostatic powder she carried onto the wound, extending her hand to take his pulse, but he subtly withdrew his hand. A layer of coldness enveloped Junji's eyes as she observed the bleeding cease, and she stood up, looking down at him with a commanding presence. "Elder, have you ever felt regret?" The elder's body froze momentarily, as if ensnared by a binding spell, ultimately closing his eyes, yet the slight quiver of his eyelids betrayed him. Jun Fu, unaware of their exchange, anxiously tugged at Jungu. "Girl, please refrain from speaking for now. Quickly attend to my father's wounds. It is his own wish to perish. I am not remiss in my duty to save him." Jun Fu's legs weakened, nearly unable to support her frame. As she staggered backward, finally collapsing before the elder's bed, tears cascading down like a string of pearls. "Father, it is not like this, is it? You summoned Gur to heal you." The elder slowly opened his murky eyes, revealing a trace of serene acceptance. Yet, Junfu felt that this was the first smile her father had bestowed upon her in 3 years. Father, Fuer, do not speak. Allow your father to converse privately with the Valley Master. Junge turned her back to her, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging in her palms. As if only through such pain could she maintain a semblance of calm. Pei Xian stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, attempting to unfurl her clenched fist. Be gentle, Gu'er. A sudden pang of emotion surged through Junge, and she tightened her grip on Pei Xian's hand instinctively. It has been long since I have called you thus. Do you remember when you were 5, learning martial arts? You told me. In the future, Gu'er will protect the elder. And indeed, you have safeguarded the elder. In the blink of an eye, the once cherubic child who had nestled in his arms had matured into a capable leader. Your father often remarked upon your mischievousness, claiming you were inconsistent. Yet in my eyes, you possess remarkable intelligence. Though it seems at times, your wisdom borders on excess. Enough. Junge suddenly drew her sword from her waist, its tip aimed directly at the elder, her voice nearly a roar. I demand an answer. Will the 21 innocent children, the 9 deceased men, and the women who remain unaccounted for? How utterly unjust their plight. This marked the first time Junge referred to herself as this palace in the presence of her subordinates, a departure from her usual demeanor. The elder strained to prop himself up, sitting upright, the sword's tip unwaveringly pressed against his throat. Junji's hand trembled involuntarily, the blade grazing his throat and leaving a delicate line of crimson. She forced herself to avert her gaze, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke, her voice tinged with disbelief. Why, elder? Why did you do this? A flicker of pain crossed the elder's eyes, only to be replaced by tranquility as he replied softly. The roots of grievances are easily returned, yet the chasms of the human heart are difficult to bridge. Every individual harbors their own selfish desires, and such inclinations often render one's cravings insatiable. Is your selfishness in service of that woman? Pei Xian, standing aside, finally shattered the silence with a tone of unwavering certainty. As anticipated, the Grand Elder's complexion turned even more pallid upon hearing these words, as if all color had drained from his face. Neglecting even the sword poised against his throat, his body involuntarily leaning forward. The sword in Junji's hand clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Silence, she cried. She was forced. It seemed to be the first time Junge witnessed the Grand Elder in such a state of panic. She shouted at him in fury, yet he remained eerily calm. She pointed her sword at him, but his expression did not waver. Now, merely due to Pei Xian's utterance, his visage had grown so ghastly. That blood-stained dress in the partition of the council chamber belongs to her, doesn't it? The belt you wore was embroidered by her own hands, correct? The Grand Elder instinctively trembled as he reached for the belt, but soon regained his composure to explain, It is mine. I injured my leg. Junge let out a cold laugh, uncertain whether she mocked him or herself. You desperately conceal the happenings in Yun country, refraining from informing the Medicine King Valley out of fear that my arrival would expose you. Am I right? Yet, unbeknownst to you, someone has been discreetly relaying messages to me, guiding me to Yun country. The day she first arrived in Yun country, when she headed towards the Divine Physician Pavilion, the Grand Elder experienced a fleeting moment of panic upon seeing her, though he quickly masked it. At that time, she thought little of it. While inspecting the corpses, he deliberately interrupted her line of thought, and at that moment, she harbored no suspicion, merely believing the Grand Elder was exhibiting concern for her. Ultimately, it was not a discovery that aroused her suspicion, but rather the moment the Grand Elder led her to the council chamber. Perhaps even he was unaware that a wounded person lay hidden within. The scent of blood raised her doubts, yet in the next breath, the Grand Elder tore open his nearly healed wound once more to mask that odor. In truth, this was to protect the injured individual concealed within, who he certainly knew. For otherwise, with his character, he would not have harmed himself without reason, despite not having seen the person inside. Subsequently, he repeatedly probed whether she had uncovered anything regarding the corpses, merely fearing that she would ultimately discover the reasons behind their murders, especially since she had already identified the presence of semen. The monthly council meetings at the Divine Physician Pavilion were originally established as a rule. Yet it seemed the council chamber had not been utilized for quite some time, with dust accumulating on the table and the tea in the cups long since gone stale. You must be worried that using the council chamber might reveal the hidden passage within the partition, correct? The Grand Elder's gaze snapped to Jungu, the light in his eyes extinguishing in an instant. Moreover, the clues mentioned by Lord Zhou that day were provided by the Grand Elder, and the Divine Physician Pavilion was the first to arrive and transport the corpses, only to suddenly declare that the murderer had been found. She intimidated the scapegoat, discovering that he was entirely ignorant of the cause of those men's deaths, suspecting instead that someone behind the scenes had merely sought a scapegoat, undoubtedly fearing exposure of their ultimate objectives. However, this scapegoat lacks any credibility, daring to assume such a role without even knowing the causes of those individuals' deaths. An utter farce. On that very day, she sent a message to the Tianyin Pavilion to ascertain the identity of the scapegoat. To her astonishment, this man truly met a deserved fate. His wife and son were victims of his own hand, driven by his infatuation with a beautiful mistress. Furthermore, this mistress had borne child, and in pursuit of monetary gain, he had acquiesced. Ultimately, it was revealed that the man had not been executed but had been rescued, yet the prison reported him deceased. It appeared merely a FAAD to present the case as solved to the outside world. When she sought to inspect the body, she was unable to act directly due to Pei Xian's influence, resulting in no conclusions drawn. Nevertheless, she later stealthily investigated further, discovering seminal fluid beneath the man's thigh, leading her to surmise that the orchestrators sought the man's essence. The connections among the man's essence, women, and children hinted at a gruesome alchemical practice involving the deceased, and she vaguely discerned an ancient formula. Yet, further exploration was necessary to confirm her suspicions. As for those children, they were likely chosen to avoid further exposure, orphans without parents, who would vanish without raising any alarms. After articulating these findings, she took a deep breath before continuing. Upon my second arrival at the council hall, everything appeared remarkably transformed. But what do you believe I am contemplating? The elder, renowned for his meticulous thoughts, should be able to anticipate my intentions. Those seemingly plausible explanations often serve merely as a coarse veil over the truth. True wisdom lies in perceiving the essence beyond the FAAD. These words were imparted to me on my 10th birthday. I now return them to you. I am merely curious. When did you begin to change? 3 years ago? 5 years ago? Or was it from the moment you began to show kindness to me that this transformation commenced? As Jungu uttered the final statement, her voice seemed to drain all her strength, revealing her inner trepidation. She truly dreaded contemplating what might transpire if she were the last. If I were to reveal that my actions stem from a profound necessity, would you believe me? The elder remained silent for an extended moment before finally speaking, his complexion as pale as parchment, his tightly clenched fingers seemingly enduring some hidden torment. I believe you. However, regardless of the reasons, they cannot justify the sacrifice of innocent lives. If you disclose the identity of the orchestrator, I may consider granting you a chance at survival. Suddenly, the elder erupted into a fit of manic laughter, followed by the violent expulsion of blood, droplets splattering forth, with one drop landing upon Jungu's shoe. Futile. I know not who he is. I had no intention, yet I became entangled. If given a choice, I would prefer never to have set foot in the Yaowang Valley. I implore you to spare her and to take good care of Fu Er. I also apologize. He gently retrieved a letter from his bosom, but due to his weakened state, the envelope slipped from his grasp, staining the ground with specks of blood. Jungu stood motionless, witnessing the elder's hand slowly descend. Jun Fu rushed towards him, frantically shaking him, calling out, "Father, wake up!" in a state of sheer panic. She dashed towards Jungu, grasping her shoulders tightly, her nails nearly piercing the flesh. "Hurry! Save my father! Aren't you powerful? Please save him!" Pei Xian stepped forward, gently pulling her away, and with a light strike, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Leaning against Pei Xian, Jungu sat by the edge of the couch, her expression impassive as she mechanically extended her hand to feel his pulse. Even though she had just rescued him, his time was fleeting. Heart-devouring goo. Once again, it was the goo from the western regions. Jungu lowered her gaze to the elder, who would forever remain with eyes closed, and at last, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I have never regretted it, even knowing it was you. Alas, he can hear me no more. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Fire in the attic. Jungu bolted down the stairs, witnessing flames raging in the attic. The children. She leapt into the inferno, with Pei Xian closely behind. They searched the attic thoroughly, yet found no trace of anyone. Finally, Jungu calmly located the secret passage and leaped down. They traversed to the hidden chamber from that fateful day, discovering a group of children bound together. She approached each one to check, realizing they were merely unconscious. Pei Xian, observing the surroundings from behind, suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent smell. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! Chapter 46. Conspiracy for the World. As Jungu gradually regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar space. Not far away, a group of children lay quietly on the ground, seemingly in a deep slumber. Clearly, those children in the barrels were absent. Rubbing her forehead lightly, she surveyed her surroundings but found no sign of Pei Xian. A wave of unease washed over her, prompting her to stand and search frantically. Pei Xian, she called out anxiously. Pei Xian. Suddenly, she felt a familiar warm embrace enveloping her from behind. She swiftly turned around, her hands eagerly reaching out to touch his face. You scare me to death. Pei Xian's lips curled into a deeper smile. Are you that worried about being alone? What do you think? Little Bai scampered from a distance and landed steadily in her arms, his tiny paws flailing in the air. Master, you startled Little Bai. Fortunately, the space sensed your danger and promptly moved you here. However, the children trapped in the barrels cannot enter this place. Although Jungu had anticipated such an outcome, it was a blessing that she could save the living children. She cast a glance at Pei Xian and asked, what about Pei Xian? He can remain here indefinitely and is free to enter and exit the space. Why? I am unsure. I just sense that he can come in. All right, thank you. Little Bai, go play now. After Little Bai departed, Jungu looked up at Pei Xian, inadvertently meeting his gaze, which held a hint of smile. She succinctly recounted the events concerning the old man and the origins of the space, when suddenly a thought struck her. She slowly approached Pei Xian, extending her hand. She meticulously examined his wrist and the nape of his neck, even scrutinizing his entire body, yet found nothing of significance. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the areas of his body concealed by his clothing. Recalling the 8 sculpted abdominal muscles she had seen previously, her cheeks flushed, and she involuntarily swallowed hard. In the hushed atmosphere, that sound seemed particularly pronounced. This caught the man's attention. He glanced down and, with a nonchalant yet suggestive tone, remarked, Have you been thinking? Jungu understood his insinuation and playfully nudged him, inquiring, What are you pondering? Is this what you seek? Jungu turned to see Pei Xian remove his outer robe, revealing a design on his shoulder. It was a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon. Junji's gaze was irresistibly drawn in, her focus gradually drifting away from the present. The man's collarbone was strikingly sensual, its contours smooth and defined. Below that lay his firm pectoral muscles, rising and falling with each breath. Since meeting Pei Xian, Jungu felt herself transforming into a rather lascivious woman. Oh dear, the man's delighted laughter rang out, and then he drawled in an ambiguous tone. So this is the true intention of the esteemed Jun Valley Master. Eventually, Jungu and Pei Xian discreetly placed the children in a hidden corner before feigning their emergence from the ruins. The surrounding area was crowded with onlookers, whispering and speculating about the sudden explosion. Master, notify all elders within the hall. A meeting will convene in an hour. She then instructed a few individuals to retrieve the children from their concealed spot and to clear the surrounding debris. Yungen nodded towards Yinvu, who was hidden among the crowd. He understood her signal and departed. In truth, she had anticipated today's developments. Aware that the Grand Elder would not reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, though she had never intended to take his life. Moreover, who had inflicted the heart-eating curse upon him? The shadow that had departed earlier evidently aimed to silence him. Yet the Grand Elder claimed ignorance regarding the identity of the puppet master. This she believed. However, what was the connection between the Grand Elder and that woman? Remembering the letter, Jungu suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, the letter the Grand Elder gave me. I wonder if it's still in my possession. Beside her, Pei Xian sighed helplessly and produced a letter in front of Jungu, stating, I've kept this for you. Jungu swiftly accepted the letter and rushed toward the council hall, exclaiming, Pei Xian, I adore you. Leaving Pei Xian behind, he appeared expressionless, yet his earlobes slightly reddened. After a moment, he followed her. Jungu led Pei Xian to the council hall. The fire had originated from a loft, but a passage separated the loft from the Divine Physician Pavilion, thus limiting the impact. However, after the secret passage was destroyed, the council hall remained unscathed. Jungu inspected the area and discovered that only the middle section was severed and impassable. If it were cleared, would those children still be found? Yet, given the magnitude of the explosion, perhaps they had already. Jungu opened the letter given to her by the Grand Elder and began to read it slowly. 3 years ago, the Grand Elder unexpectedly found his long-lost wife, who happens to be the mother of Jianfu. However, the letter failed to disclose her name, which likely refers to the woman mentioned by Pei Xian today. Yet, why did the Grand Elder not bring her back? It appears that she has never heard him speak of Jianfu's mother. That year, the woman was suddenly captured by a group of people. In an effort to rescue her, the Grand Elder was forced to endure the torment of a heart-devouring curse. This curse afflicts him monthly, subjecting him to unspeakable agony, as if his heart were being gnawed by countless ants. The only remedy that can alleviate this torment is the legendary Lingxi herb, a rare plant that flourishes only in frigid terrains, often guarded by ferocious beasts, making its harvest exceedingly arduous and rare. To secure the antidote each month, the woman had no choice but to comply with their demands. It was only 6 months ago, when they required her to procure human semen and seek out women and children, that the Grand Elder's adamant opposition sparked her resolve to resist. However, upon witnessing the Grand Elder suffering the excruciating effects of the curse without the antidote, she ultimately chose to submit. To protect her identity, the Grand Elder silently cleaned up the aftermath of her actions, including the injury to his leg, which he sustained while shielding her escape. Not merely a scrape, but a grievous wound. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded. The Grand Elder particularly emphasized that 3 years prior, her father had resolutely forbidden her from leaving the Apothecary Valley. All for her own good, though the reasons remained unspoken. Everything must await her father's return, at which point the truth would be unveiled. Yet, why did her father leave knowing all of this? The Grand Elder also left behind several cryptic remarks that left Jungu deep in contemplation. The royal family and the martial world have never been mortal enemies, yet now it seems shrouded in mystery. The depths of the martial world are fraught with peril. The royal authority conceals deadly traps. The world is a chessboard, with everyone as a piece. Those nearby may be foes or allies. Those behind the scenes plot for dominance over the realm. Every word and action must be approached with caution. To scheme for the world? Such ambitions are not easily realized. Chapter 47. To seek the answer requires sacrifice. The sky was stained a blood-red hue by the setting sun, while the trees flanking the cemetery swayed feebly in the autumn breeze, their fallen leaves akin to forsaken memories, drifting down to blanket the ground. Within the graveyard, an ancient pine stood, emitting a low, mournful wail in the wind. The Grand Elder's letter spoke of a final wish. He did not wish to be interred in the cemetery of the Apothecary Valley. He hoped that they could find a picturesque spot in the Cloud Kingdom as his final resting place. Ultimately, it was Jianfu who proposed a suitable location. She was aware that this place was her father's favorite retreat during his lifetime, where he would often go alone each month, quietly reflecting in silence. She had accompanied him there once, though she did not fully grasp the reasons behind it. Yet, she was certain that her father harbored feelings towards this place that she could not comprehend, perhaps even secrets unknown to her. At a quarter past the hour of the serpent, the members of the Divine Healer Pavilion donned simple garments, their expressions grave. Surrounding them were white chrysanthemums, gently swaying in the autumn breeze, exuding a faint air of sorrow. Junfu stood at the forefront of the gathering, her eyes betraying profound grief. Clutching a white chrysanthemum in her hand, her long hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were swollen and red. On the opposite side stood Junge, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the coffin. Though her face bore little expression, the tightness of her clenched fists revealed the inner turmoil and anguish she felt. Their eyes met briefly, yet words remained unspoken. Nevertheless, complexity filled Junji's gaze as she seemed to hesitate, uncertain of how to confront Junfu. After all, she was indirectly responsible for the demise of the Grand Elder, yet she held no regrets, for she felt compelled to provide closure for the innocents who had perished. However, she had never anticipated the Grand Elder's departure would unfold in such a manner. The atmosphere between them felt as though it had solidified, despite the absence of dialogue. The silence weighed heavier than any utterance. The funeral proceeded, and the elders of the Divine Healer Pavilion began to recite eulogies, their voices echoing across the graveyard. Junfu and Junji's gazes met once more, only to swiftly divert again. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Junfu and Junge remained rooted in place until the last chrysanthemum was swept away by the wind. "I am sorry. I am truly sorry." Junfu felt no bitterness toward Junge. In her heart, she had never anticipated such a transformation in her father's image. To Junfu, her father was a man who empathized with the suffering of the common people, often urging the physicians of the Divine Healer Pavilion to treat the populace free of charge, striving to alleviate their woes. In Junfu's memories, her father led by example, teaching her to be fair and selfless, to understand the importance of gratitude. Although he had not been overly strict with her in the past, she still regarded him as a great father. Yet now, he had become the accomplice in the tragic deaths of 21 children and 9 men, a fact that left Junfu incredulous, but as her father had confessed, she had no choice but to believe. There must be someone orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Her father undoubtedly bore unspoken burdens. Thus, she harbored no resentment towards Junge. "Sister Fu, I promise you, I will uncover the true mastermind behind this," Junge said, her tone steady as she gazed at Junfu. Junfu managed a faint smile, though it was tinged with an unmistakable bitterness. "Gur, I am truly grateful to you." As her words faded, her gaze fell upon the Grand Elder's tombstone, her voice imbued with a distant melancholy. "Gur, I plan to venture out for some time. The affairs of the Divine Healer Pavilion will rest upon your shoulders. I will not return to the Medicine King Valley for the time being." Junge lowered her head, concealing the disappointment in her eyes. Yet when she lifted her gaze again, she had regained her composure, her voice slightly hoarse. "Very well." Junfu offered her a smile before silently departing from the graveyard, leaving no further words behind. Junge stood quietly before the tombstone, her gaze fixed upon it, as if time had frozen in that moment, until the incense had quietly burned down to a single stick. A glimmer of danger suddenly flashed in her eyes. Without lingering, she resolutely turned away, departing from the serene surroundings. As she passed a thicket, Junge swiftly crouched down, her sharp gaze scanning the cemetery ahead. Just then, a pair of warm hands unexpectedly settled on her shoulders. Instinctively, she prepared to retaliate, but the owner of those hands gently drew her into an embrace with his broad palm. A familiar scent wafted toward her, gradually easing her taut nerves. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the man's face, and then she gently pulled him down to the ground beside her, delicately placing a slender finger against her lips. "Hush!" The man's attention was captivated by her full, crimson lips, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he seemed to struggle against a surge of emotion. But soon, he forced himself to avert his gaze, no longer allowing his eyes to linger on her lips. His right hand began to unconsciously play with her palm, the movements tender and rhythmic, as if he sought to calm the turmoil within himself. After Junge departed, a woman appeared. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one noticed her actions. Her steps were somewhat disordered as she hurried toward the grave of the elder. The pallor of her face and her staggered gait suggested an injury. each step appearing exceedingly arduous. Desperately, she knelt before the tombstone, her actions revealing an undeniable urgency. Her brow furrowed, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions, a blend of regret and determination. She extended her hand, tenderly caressing the name of the elder etched upon the stone, and tears silently cascaded down her cheeks as her head gently rested against the grave. As she departed, the woman's gaze was filled with resolute determination, limping away slowly. Feng Yi, instructing someone to follow her, hid behind a tree in the distance, watching his master lying on the ground with a complex expression that was difficult to decipher. Finally, Feng Yi responded in a hushed tone, understood. Junji's eyes suddenly brightened as she stood up, only to be abruptly pulled back by Pei Xian. With a firm tug, she fell into his embrace, inadvertently smudging dirt onto his face. Jungu smiled awkwardly, gently blowing at his face. "It's gone now, is it?" Pei Xian inquired. "Feel for yourself if you don't believe me," she replied. A flicker of tenderness crossed Pei Xian's eyes as he lifted her into the air, then bent down to brush away the debris from her dress. He opened her palm, meticulously wiping away the dirt with a handkerchief, neglecting to clean himself in the process. Initially, Junge felt somewhat uneasy, but ultimately, she allowed Pei Xian to tend to her. Her gaze fixed on his face, and suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated her features. "Was that woman the one you mentioned the other day?" Pei Xian did not respond immediately, instead gazing at his recently cleaned hands. Then, he rubbed his palms together, tucked the handkerchief into his sleeve, and took her right hand in his left, beginning to walk. To know the answer, one must pay a price. Chapter 48. The contest for affection between father and son. It turns out that the woman in question is none other than the long-lost wife mentioned in the elder's letter. During a banquet in the kingdom of Yun, Pei Xian had learned in advance from Fengyun Tower about Yun Feng's recent irregularities and suspected that his sudden departure must conceal some intrigue, prompting him to follow closely behind. To his astonishment, he witnessed Yun Feng conversing with an injured woman in a secluded spot, his tone laced with malice and command, while the woman appeared exceedingly submissive. This woman was, in fact, the same one who had previously appeared at the elder's tomb. As these clues began to intertwine, many truths gradually came to light. However, both Pei Xian and Jungu understood that the true puppeteer behind the scenes would not be the royal family of Yun. They might merely be manipulated pawns. Upon returning to the Divine Physician Pavilion, Jungu left Pei Xian standing alone outside. What on earth was this man thinking? Pei Xian stood at the entrance, a playful smile gracing his lips as he watched Jungu hurriedly depart, as if a fierce tiger were in relentless pursuit behind her. Just as Jungu was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly halted, casting a sharp glare at Pei Xian. In that fleeting moment, her eyes sparkled with an unusual vivacity and playfulness. Truly, when a beauty glares, her charming reproach carries a hint of provocation, akin to peach blossoms blooming in the spring. Pei Xian's gaze deepened, and he could distinctly feel his throat constrict. At that moment, a suppressed chuckle escaped his lips, low and slightly hoarse. As he turned to leave, his expression had already returned to its customary chill, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Draped in a luxurious purple robe adorned with golden embellishments, he exuded an innate regal aura that was all the more dazzling under the sunlight. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was met with the youthful yet conspiratorial voice of Pei Chu. "Uncle Su, when will father go out to work for grandfather like before?" Pei Xian paused at the entrance, his foot retreating, and he lazily leaned against the doorframe. "Little prince, why do you wish for his highness to travel far? If father goes away, then mother will be all mine." The tone of his voice brightened with delight. Yet the next moment, he pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Humph! Father is so wicked. He just wants to monopolize mother. When mother returns, I shall ensure she stays with me. After all, she is clearly mine." Su Qing cast a bemused glance at the little rice dumpling seated on the stool, pondering how this child could lay claim to his mother. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing turned, bowed, and discreetly stepped aside to conceal the mirth in his eyes. Pei Chu widened his eyes and then dashed to embrace his father's leg, lifting his face to reveal two small canine teeth. "Father, you're back." Pei Xian did not pick him up as usual, but instead regarded the suddenly transformed little dumpling with a calm expression, as tranquil as a still lake. He had never known this little creature longed for him to be away. In the past, he could hardly bear to let Pei Chu out of his pocket, taking him wherever he went. Now, however, the child seemed to have decisively cast aside his father. Pei Chu tugged at his garment, only to find that the person remained motionless, his lips sealed, yet his gaze fixed intently upon him. The pampered little one, accustomed to indulgence since childhood, sulkily withdrew his small hand to the back. I, the son, have clearly asserted my claim. Mother Empress belongs to me." Pei Xian's eyes suddenly flared with intensity. "Your Mother Empress is my wife. But Mother Empress can also be my wife. A wife must be sought by oneself. I want Mother Empress. Your Mother Empress is first and foremost my wife, and only then did you come into existence. Do you comprehend?" Pei Chu appeared utterly exasperated, glaring at him with a fierce expression for quite some time, when suddenly an idea struck him, and he pouted, feeling particularly aggrieved, muttering, "But Mother Empress said that she loves me the most." Meanwhile, within the Divine Physician's pavilion, Jungu remained oblivious to the quarrel between the father and son that arose due to her. Even if she were aware, she would merely scoff. How childish! What age are they, still vying for affection with their son? Upon her return to the pavilion, Jungu commanded Yin Wu to meticulously select a few capable administrators from Tianyin Pavilion to oversee the affairs of the Divine Physician's Pavilion, thoroughly cleansing the upper echelons of the establishment. Although she had arranged for individuals from Tianyin Pavilion to join, she did not disclose their true identities, claiming they were directly summoned from Yaowang Valley. Historically, Yaowang Valley had exercised minimal interference in the affairs of the Divine Physician's Pavilion, as they held unwavering trust in the management of the Grand Elder. However, a rather peculiar occurrence had transpired. The tutor responsible for educating the children had vanished without a trace. It was evident that this educator had been discreetly placed there by someone. The newly expanded attic had turned into a ruin, and Jungu dispatched personnel to conduct repeated inspections to ensure no hidden passages were overlooked. To the outside world, she attributed all these events to an unfortunate accident, and fortunately, the common folk exhibited little curiosity. After arranging all matters, Jungu finally exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the final task at hand, her gaze shifted, reminiscent of the first crack in ice thawing, a hint of latent power surfacing amid the cold. "Yin Wu, there is yet another matter that requires your attention. The prince's residence of Yun Kingdom." In the courtyard, Yin Jing stood by the window, his gaze distant as he observed the bustling palace maids and eunuchs outside, dressed in a flowing moon-white robe adorned with golden cloud embroidery. Cinched at the waist with a dark-hued jade belt, embellished with several lustrous night pearls, he presented a striking figure. His handsome countenance bore an innate authority, his straight nose adding to the demeanor of a seasoned general, yet intertwined with the elegance of a scholar. At this moment, his lips were pressed tight, betraying an inner turmoil. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that starkly contrasted with the solemnity of the prince's residence. Yun Jing's expression grew increasingly intricate amidst this aroma. His gaze finally fell upon Kong Yi, who was hurrying from afar, likely having uncovered something significant. Kong Yi had long been a trusted aide, typically composed, yet now he appeared flustered. Yun Jing returned to his desk and took a seat, his heart heavy with sorrow as he thought of his mother, who lay poisoned and unconscious, and his father, who was missing. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions. His parents awaited his return. He could not afford to display any weakness at this critical moment. Upon entering the palace, Kong Yi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and reported, "Your Highness, we have uncovered the truth. It appears that Lady Wang concealed from everyone that she had a long-standing lover prior to entering the palace. This lover possesses no notable status, rumored to have come from a distant land, coincidentally from the western regions. Initially, Prime Minister Wang wielded his power to compel the then Emperor Yun Fei to take Lady Wang as a concubine. Due to the Prime Minister's overwhelming influence in the court, Emperor Yun Fei had no choice but to comply, although he did not favor her. After entering the palace, Lady Wang did not sever ties with her lover audaciously. She appointed him as her personal eunuch, engaging in clandestine affairs under the watchful eyes of the palace maids and eunuchs. This revelation was not easily obtained. It required considerable effort from Kang Yi. As for whether the current emperor is indeed Lady Wang's lover, we must further investigate whether her eunuch has been replaced. After listening, Yun Jing swiftly composed a letter and handed it to Kang Yi, instructing him to deliver it discreetly to the residence of the Crown Prince of Pei, ensuring it reached him personally. As you command, Your Highness. Chapter 49. Let us see if she can endure it. The following morning, Jungu rose early, donning a simple white dress devoid of embellishments, exuding elegance and simplicity. Her long hair was neatly gathered at the back, secured with a wooden hairpin. Upon exiting her chamber, she encountered her sister, Jun Fu, who was similarly attired in a plain dress. Sister Fu? Yun Fu replied, "I shall accompany you." Jungu was not surprised that she was already aware of the situation. She nodded slightly, and the two sisters walked side by side toward their destination. They arrived at a sunlit clearing, where 30 tombstones stood in a harmonious arrangement. Only one bore an inscription, while the remaining 29 were unmarked, uniformly designated by the disciples of the Divine Healer Pavilion. This was the very land that Jungu had instructed Yin Wu to find, a place blessed with sunshine and favorable geomancy. She had no knowledge of the identities of these children in life, nor their surnames or given names. All she knew was that they had been imprisoned in a dark basement, far removed from the light, and they must have felt very cold. She hoped that this warm sunlight might offer them some solace, however minuscule it might be. She prayed that in their next lives, they would be born into families filled with love and tranquility. May their hearts be radiant with sunshine, fearless of darkness. Gur, do you think they will surely be reborn into a good family in their next life? Jun Fu's voice was ethereal, tinged with uncertainty. Her question rendered Jungi momentarily silent. She did not respond immediately, instead gazing up at the sun suspended in the sky. The sunlight cascaded down, enveloping them in warmth. Jungu was uncertain whether they could indeed be reborn into a better existence. Yet, she harbored hope for them. After paying her respects, Jun Fu bid farewell to Jungu, for she was to depart from this place that very day. Today, I shall depart from the Kingdom of Clouds. Jungu, aware of Jun Fu's temperament, refrained from offering counsel or engaging in excessive conversation, simply uttering a single phrase. Take care of yourself out there. I shall await your return. Jun Fu gazed at her intently for a moment, and ultimately embraced her before taking her leave. Over the past few days, Jungu had been exceedingly busy, scarcely managing to carve out time to truly accompany the little one, which left her with a twinge of guilt, uncertain if the child was upset as a result. To make amends, she thoughtfully procured a string of candied hawthorn and hurried to Pei Xin's villa. Upon stepping through the gate, she was immediately struck by an unusual atmosphere that compelled her to pause. She stood still for a while, her eyes darting about. At that moment, Su Qing, with keen eyes, spotted Jungu at the entrance and exclaimed, "You have returned," with a hint of gleeful relief. "Why does your voice sound so exuberant? It's almost haunting," Jungu teased as she lifted her skirt and crossed the threshold, her gaze landing on the father and son seated at a stone table beneath a maple tree not far away. The golden leaves swayed gently in the breeze, as though narrating the passage of seasons. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon them. Two faces, one large and one small, bore striking resemblance. The smaller one rested his chin on his hand, brows furrowed in a sigh, while the larger one appeared serene, eyes closed, sitting quietly. Were it not for Su Qing's composed presence nearby, she might have suspected he was in a state of transcendent meditation akin to characters from immortal novels. At the sound of Su Qing's voice, the movements of the father and son were surprisingly synchronous. The smaller one broke into a sweet smile, eyes wide with anticipation, while the larger one's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, resting his hands on the table, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before slowly drifting away. "Mother, do you love Tuan the most, or father the most?" Pei Chu queried with a grin, as he watched Jungu approach. Since he and father had failed to settle the matter of whom mother favored most, why not simply ask her directly? Mother must surely love me the most. Yet, would father be disappointed? The thought crossed Pei Chu's mind as he cautiously glanced at Pei Xian, his eyes darting about. Never mind. If mother loves me the most, then I shall reluctantly love father as well. That seems fair. Jungu pondered how to respond to this delicate inquiry. Wasn't this a long-standing jest from the internet? If both your mother and I fell into a river simultaneously, whom would you rescue first? She felt she lacked the courage to answer such a question. Setting aside how Pei Chu might persist relentlessly, she focused on the larger figure before her. When their eyes inadvertently met, the threat in his gaze was unmistakable. A shiver ran down her spine. I cannot provoke him. I simply cannot. She settled beside the father and son, first offering the candied hawthorn to Pei Chu. Here, this is for Tuan Tuan. Wow, Pei Chu exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the treat, scampering to Jungu's side, snuggling into her embrace to take a bite, and then squinting his eyes in satisfaction. Jungu lowered her head to look at him, a smile of amusement gracing her face. Since he seemed to be enjoying himself so thoroughly, he must have forgotten the earlier inquiry. Mother, you have yet to answer my previous question. Yun-Ge sighed, realizing she had perhaps rejoiced too soon. Pei Chu inquired, is he the one you cherish the most? The man finally shattered the silence. Yet his words struck Jungu with an impending sense of foreboding. Observing the expressions of the father and son, one exuding an air of triumph, the other stoic, she felt a chill run down her spine. Su Qing had vanished without a trace, leaving only the three of them in the room. With no other option, she offered an awkward laugh, attempting to sidestep the topic, and swiftly averted her gaze. As for any further leads, I have already instructed Tianyin Pavilion to monitor the developments of this matter closely, planning to return to Pei Country tomorrow. Pei Xian noticed her desire to change the subject. He raised his eyelids slightly, choosing not to dwell on the answer to the previous question. Regardless, he would ascertain the outcome through other means. It remained to be seen whether she could withstand the tension. As dawn broke, the bashful moon of the previous night finally withdrew, allowing the sun to unveil its smile in the early morning light. The moment Jungu stepped into the carriage, she succumbed to a deep slumber, unaffected by the jolting journey. Pei Xian carefully lifted her, resting her head upon his lap, then gently draped a nearby cloak over her, tenderly covering her. In her dreams, Jungu instinctively shifted her position, seeking the most comfortable way to continue her slumber. Pei Chu quietly moved the book that had been obscuring his face, revealing his curious eyes. Why is mother so tired? Exhausted? Why so fatigued? Pei Xian exclaimed, oh, I understand. She must be expecting his sister. The carriage continued to jolt forward, making brief stops at renowned cities along the way to admire the scenery. Initially, Jungu had intended to return to the Medicine King Valley, but 5 days prior, Pei Xian received a letter from the crown prince of the Zhao Kingdom, Feng Hang. In the letter, Feng Hang requested Pei Xian to invite a physician from the Medicine King Valley to treat his consort upon their return from the Yun Kingdom. He had planned to invite Jungu to examine the pulse of his consort after the birthday banquet of Pei Zong, but unfortunately, due to the unforeseen incident between Jungu and Pei Xian, she hurriedly returned to the Medicine King Valley the following day. When they eventually arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, they discovered that the occupants had already departed. Feng Hang hoped that she could help restore the health of his consort. A flicker of surprise passed through Junji's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, then let us make the journey. Speaking of the consort, she was indeed a remarkable figure. Lin Mu Yao, the Crown Prince's consort, bathed in the sun and moonlight, adorned with exquisite flora. She had once been a peasant girl, orphaned and alone. During Feng Hang's youthful travels, he was tragically injured, and it was Lin Mu Yao who came to his rescue. As he recuperated, the two grew closer, developing feelings for one another. Feng Hang was captivated by Lin Mu Yao and the thoughts and behaviors of the young ladies in the capital's high society. Conversely, Lin Mu Yao found herself enchanted by his untamed spirit. Their mutual affection ultimately led them to unite. However, Lin Mu Yao had suffered from frail health since childhood. prompting Feng Heng to conclude their travels prematurely and return to the capital in search of renowned physicians for her treatment. Regrettably, none could fully remedy her afflictions. Fortunately, the royal family did not place emphasis on social standing. They warmly embraced Lin Muyao, and the two became a devoted couple. They were blessed with a son, Feng Anyu, affectionately referred to as Brother Yu by Pei Chu. Lin Muyao nearly sacrificed her life to bring forth this child, leaving Feng Heng in tears outside the delivery room, vowing never to have another child and abstaining from taking concubines. In the capital, Feng Heng was regarded by the populace as a tender-hearted young master. Firstly, Pei Xian and Feng Heng shared a bond akin to brothers, their relationship notably close. Secondly, it was evident from Pei Chu's accounts that the Feng family treated him with great care, reflecting the kindness of the royal family. Thirdly, as a healer, it was her sacred duty to save lives. Upon arriving in the capital of Pei Country, Jungu eagerly lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing outside. It was unexpected to set foot on this land once again so soon, and this time she was accompanied by them. The carriage came to a halt at the Hongyun Inn. Pei Chu, previously drowsy within the carriage, jolted awake upon hearing Jungu's words. "Mother, are we not returning to the mansion?" Pei Xian, holding a teacup, paused momentarily, then gently set the cup back on the table. His left hand caressed the beads in silence for a moment before he replied in a low voice, "Very well. I shall return to escort you home in a few days." Pei Xian pondered the news from the mansion, lowering his head to conceal the chill in his gaze. Since they had returned, it was best to address other matters first. Having found her, he was determined to provide her with the finest. In the Defei Palace, within the Buddhist hall, the air was infused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. Several exquisite Buddhist images adorned the walls, and in the center stood a delicate altar housing a statue of Buddha carved from white jade, surrounded by fresh flowers and plates of fruit. In one corner of the hall, an antique wooden table was neatly arranged with scriptures, beside which lay a mat. The windows were half open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft through, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Defei sat quietly on the mat, her figure appearing especially serene amidst the curling incense smoke. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon her, bestowing a soft golden hue upon her unpretentious visage. While her beauty was not of the extraordinary kind, it emanated a transcendent grace, concealing within her eyes boundless wisdom and compassion. Clad in an elegant palace gown of muted moonlight blue, delicately embroidered with exquisite lotus flowers, her attire was neither ostentatious nor monotonous, perfectly complementing her demeanor. Her hairstyle was simple yet dignified, secured with a few jade hairpins, with strands of hair cascading naturally, adding an ethereal touch. "Your Highness!" A gentle call resonated within the Buddhist hall. The gentle hands of the noble consort came together in prayer, her fingertips lightly brushing against the prayer beads, each rotation exuding an air of tranquility as if the soft call could scarcely disturb her. After a stick of incense had burned down, she opened her eyes and, with the aid of the waiting matron, gracefully rose to her feet. Was she still kneeling? After attending to her hands, the matron assisted her towards the outer hall and softly replied, "Yes, Your Highness, the side consort has been kneeling for nearly 2 hours." The noble consort furrowed her brow slightly, her voice laced with a barely perceptible weariness. What purpose does she serve in this? Does she not realize that the matter has already been settled? The matron, aware of the noble consort's gentle heart, offered words of comfort. "Your Highness, perhaps the side consort harbors deep feelings for the crown prince. Yet if this continues, her health may not withstand it." The noble consort sighed, despite her elevated status. The decision regarding the crown prince's harem was the emperor's decree, and as a consort within the palace, how could she intervene in such affairs? She waved her hand lightly. "Very well, I shall go and see." Yin Wanning was kneeling in the center of the grand hall, her complexion pale and her form swaying precariously. It had been over a month since the empress decreed the dissolution of the crown princess harem, and the women of the inner court had departed one by one, leaving only the crown princess and her to bear the burden, hoping to persuade the emperor and empress to retract their orders. However, Pei Zong and the Empress had not rescinded their commands. And even the side consort Tong Qingqing had returned to her family home. With no other recourse, she could only seek assistance from her aunt, the noble consort of the emperor's harem. As the noble consort entered the hall and took her seat, Yin Wanning urgently implored, "Aunt, please help me." The noble consort signaled to the matron, who quickly approached to assist Yin Wanning. "Oh, side consort, please rise." Yet, Yin Wanning pushed aside the matron's hand, fervently crawling towards the noble consort, grasping her leg tightly and pleading, "Aunt, I beg of you." The noble consort, witnessing Yin Wanning's near-desperate state, felt a surge of anger. Her palm struck the table with a sharp sound. "You are truly foolish. The dissolution of the crown prince's harem is the emperor and empress's decree. The officials dare not even discuss it now. What right do I have to persuade them to change their minds?" Yin Wanning wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, the look of disappointment vanishing from her face. "But you're the noble consort." The noble consort replied, "Previously, it was you who requested the emperor to allow me into the crown prince's residence. Now, if you plead with him again, he will surely acquiesce." With a sudden outburst of pent-up fury, the noble consort struck Yin Wanning's face, her hand trembling. Yet her eyes betrayed a deep compassion. "Though I am a noble consort, I am but one of the emperor's concubines. Do you think that your entry into the crown prince's residence was solely due to my word? I urge you once more, it is best to heed the decree and leave the crown prince's residence, while you are still a young lady of noble birth. What fear is there in finding a husband to share your life with? Why must you languish alone in this desolate palace?" Yin Wanning stared blankly at the noble consort, rendered speechless. A proclamation echoed from outside the hall. "Your Highness, the crown prince has returned to the palace." The Defei observed the hasty departure of Yin Wanning, ultimately refraining from intervening, merely letting out a soft sigh. Within these resplendent palace walls, the emperor's affection was as ephemeral as the morning dew, vanishing in an instant. If the emperor was thus, how could the crown prince be any different? If she persisted in this manner, it would ultimately be a fleeting illusion, a mere mirage. Due to a misconfiguration in the automatic chapter release settings, 3 chapters have been updated today. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have consistently corrected my typos and confusions regarding names. You are truly delightful. I have seen numerous posts online lamenting about receiving criticism for daily comments, yet my readers have continuously assisted me with corrections. In comparison, I genuinely find my readers to be exceedingly charming. Thank you all. Chapter 51. Jiang Yao is on the verge of madness. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the crown prince's residence, and Pei Xian swiftly lifted the still aggrieved little one. "It's all right, no one is watching." Pei Chu's small face was somewhat puffed, as if he were biting his teeth in indignation, and he dabbed at the corner of his eye where a tiny pearl threatened to fall. After secretly observing him for a while, he timidly inquired, "When will mother return?" Pei Xian gave him a slight shake, his brow furrowing slightly. "You may cry if you wish." As the father and son made their way inside, they encountered Jiang Yao, whose face betrayed her unmasked delight. "I pay my respects to your highness." Pei Xian patted the somewhat restless Pei Chu, his dark eyes cloaked in a chill. There was no crown princess in the Eastern Palace. With that, he walked past her into the hall, causing a fleeting look of embarrassment to cross Jiang Yao's face. She bit her lip, striving to maintain a facade of calm. She was acutely aware of Pei Xian's coldness, yet she was unwilling to relinquish her aspirations. She followed his footsteps into the grand hall. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Yao's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to sound less flustered. She absolutely could not afford to lose her status as crown princess. Pei Xian halted and turned, his gaze as frigid as ice. "What do you mean, Jiang Yao? Do you truly not understand?" Jiang Yao's complexion paled. She certainly knew his intent. She had once naively believed that by marrying into the crown prince's residence, her beauty and lineage would earn her his affection. However, Pei Xian had never consummated their marriage, nor had he even deigned to converse with her. To him, her existence was merely ornamental. "Your Highness, I have yet to finish my words." Jiang Yao attempted to interject, but Pei Xian interrupted. "No need for further discourse. His voice was devoid of warmth. When you stepped into the Eastern Palace, I made my sentiments abundantly clear. I held no affection for you. Yet, you compelled your father to exert his influence, forcing me to marry you. Now, with the imperial decree issued, you may take your leave. You have sown the seeds and must now reap the consequences. This is the cycle of fate, and cause and effect are inescapable. A flicker of panic flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. She had not anticipated Pei Xian's resoluteness. She had always believed that with patience, she would eventually win his heart. But now, she realized her error. Ha ha! When my father wielded immense power, you all clamored for his favor. Yet now you come to accuse me. Jiang Yao's voice was sharp and frenzied, her eyes ablaze with fury and injustice. You hypocrites, merely obstructing my father's authority, and yet you dare to accuse me? What wrong have I committed? Her voice threatened to rend the very air, each word erupting from the depths of her soul. I merely seek a place that rightfully belongs to me, a position worthy of my identity and power. By what right do you strip me of my entitlements? You petty individuals who conspire in the shadows yet lack the courage to confront my father to his face. Her laughter was laced with sarcasm and disdain, mocking the world's hypocrisy. Now that your imperial power is secure, you presume to kick me aside? Let me make this clear. I, Jiang Yao, am not one to be trifled with. Pei Xian, you think you can rid yourself of me so easily? You are mistaken. Her tone turned icy, each word piercing like an icicle. I will make you realize that without me, Jiang Yao, you are nothing. The servants standing beside Jiang Yao fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Was this princess truly mad? This was the esteemed crown prince. Pei Xian gently covered Pei Chu's ears, shielding him from the absurdity of her words, his expression growing ever more frigid. From the moment you entered this residence, I made it clear, should you choose to enter the Eastern Palace, all consequences shall be yours to bear. As for your reliance on your father's power, I shall not acknowledge it. The Pei Kingdom has never been under your Jiang family's control. Jiang Yao, the Pei Kingdom of today is no longer the Pei Kingdom of the past. With that, Pei Xian turned his back on Jiang Yao, lifting Pei Chu into his arms and departing the main hall. As Jiang Yao regained her senses, memories surged back like a tide, and she became acutely aware of her recent words and actions. Overcome with weakness, she collapsed onto the ground, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that she had irrevocably lost Pei Xian, lost the crown prince's residence. All her efforts had amounted to nothing. As for her father, he would never forgive her. Meanwhile, as the father and son exited the hall, Pei Chu rested his head on Pei Xian's shoulder and murmured, "Father, she won't be in the residence anymore, will she?" "No," came the reply. Pei Chu gazed vacantly at the path leading to the main hall, which seemed to grow more distant. Summoning his courage, he revealed a long-buried secret. Despite his tender age, he was exceptionally perceptive, having always yearned for a mother. Those around him constantly urged him to address the crown princess as mother, yet he had never uttered the term. He knew all too well that she harbored an intense hatred for him. When he was 2, he had hidden in a corner, inadvertently overhearing her scornfully refer to him as a bastard and even instructing some young eunuchs to berate him in his father's absence. He dared not share this with his father, fearing that if his father were to have other children, he would no longer be loved. His former wet nurse had once mentioned that his father would eventually have many children. When the king traveled to Jingzhou, he inadvertently overheard her whispering with the fierce wet nurse, whom he had always found intimidating. He caught fragments of their conversation, where they plotted to deliberately open the window of his chamber at night, hoping it would lead to his illness. This revelation came to him while he was playing hide and seek with Uncle Su. However, he was at a loss as to how to convey this to the king. Pei Xian, cradling Pei Chu, made his way to the study, where he settled down slowly, attentively listening to the little one stumble through his secret. A chill permeated the air, causing Su Qing, who trailed behind the father and son, to shiver uncontrollably, wishing to find a hole to bury himself in. It was all his oversight. How could he allow the young prince to endure such grievances? Though Pei Xian maintained a stoic expression, the veins in his hand, which enveloped Pei Chu's small frame, were prominent. Ultimately, he buried the child's little face in his embrace, uttering a single sentiment. It was the king's fault. Little Pei Chu lifted his small face, pursing his lips and shaking his head. No, it was not the king's fault. Chuer did not blame him. Su Qing hesitated on how to face the consequences when Pei Xian's cold voice pierced the air. To atone for the mistakes, ascertain the truth about those eunuchs and wet nurses, and let the secret guards bear the punishment. Su Qing quickly knelt in respect, expressing gratitude to His Highness and the young prince. He then exited the hall, his expression darkening with resolve as he huffed softly. He was determined to uncover what those eunuchs and wet nurses were scheming behind his back, daring to bully the young prince under his very nose. As for the secret guards, they would each receive a thorough reprimand. Su Qing silently calculated that he must make amends this time. Otherwise, where would he hide his old face? Chapter 52. Greed and Desire Today. Jungu accepted Prince Feng Hang's invitation to the royal palace. Early in the morning, Pei Xian was already waiting with Pei Chu not far from the entrance of the Han Yunin. The November wind, sharp and biting, had stealthily arrived. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had fully dispelled the remnants of night, the streets were already bustling with voices. In a corner to the left front of the inn, an inconspicuous carriage stood quietly. Had it not been for Su Qing standing nearby, she would not have realized that the father and son were inside the carriage. Your servant pays respect to the crown princess. His Highness and the young prince await you in the carriage. Upon hearing this title, some felt joy while others felt dismay. Naturally, the man inside the carriage was among those who felt joy. He secretly planned to reward Su Qing upon his return, for he had been with him for quite some time. Conversely, Junge felt a twinge of worry upon hearing Su Qing's address. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She cast a glance at the immobile carriage, her tone laced with an elusive undertone as she said, "Master Su, please address me as you usually do. After all, I'm not yet married, and your prince is still unmarried." "Yes, crown princess." Junge. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back in the next moment, revealing Pei Chu's small face, which rubbed his sleepy eyes and murmured, "Mother, hurry up." Without waiting for Junji's response, he swiftly let the curtain fall again. It was all the king's fault for having Uncle Su wake him so early. With this thought, his little eyes could not help but glare reproachfully at his father, who was still adjusting his attire. Vain father. Originally, one would expect the little dumpling to wear a radiant smile. However, unexpectedly, he turned his head away and lowered the carriage curtain immediately after speaking. After a brief moment of astonishment, she witnessed the man gracefully lift the fabric that obscured the view within the carriage. His hand was large and powerful, with long fingers and pronounced knuckles, the palm adorned with faint calluses, invoking an inexplicable sense of safety. The contours of his profile were sharply defined, with a high nose and thin lips pressed firmly together, while the strong line of his jaw was accentuated by a slight stubble, adding a touch of mature allure. Regaining her composure, Junge took hold of his hand. Though her movement was somewhat hesitant, she ultimately clasped his hand firmly. Her hand was soft and delicate, her fingertips brushing against the calluses of his palm, causing a ripple of emotions within her. Su Qing hopped on the other side of the driver, instructing him to set off. With a sharp command, the horses sprang into action, and the wheels began to turn slowly, the carriage gliding away from the dust-laden street. In a nearby corner, a veiled woman watched the scene with a gaze rife with resentment, her expression beneath the veil complex and contorted. Those familiar with her would recognize her as Jiang Yao, who had hastily departed from the prince's residence the previous night. Her fingers gripped the railing tightly, knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Her eyes reflected both jealousy and unwillingness, as though she had been betrayed. As the carriage began to move, Jiang Yao's breath quickened. Beside her stood a man clad in white, wearing a mask, who smirked with mockery, saying, "How is it? Am I not correct?" Jiang Yao replied, "Who are you?" The man shook his head, responding, "Who I am matters little. What is significant is that I can assist Miss Jiang in obtaining what you desire, including the power that places one above all others." Jiang Yao felt her breath lighten. How did this man know that she coveted power? No, that couldn't be right. She loved Pei Xian. Jiang Yao exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I know nothing." The man reveled in her conflicting emotions, directly producing a vial of medicine from his cloak and placing it in her hand. As long as Miss Jiang adds this to Chancellor Zhang's meal, all your wishes shall come true. Rest assured, this substance will not poison your father. With a smile, the corners of his mouth concealed by the mask curled into a smirk as he disdainfully turned to leave her behind. Left alone, Jiang Yao swayed unsteadily, her fingers clutching the vial tightly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. In an instant, her expression grew complex, filled with fear, hesitation, and a barely perceptible greed. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, akin to a fierce debate. I cannot do this. He is my father. How could I betray him? Jiang Yao's inner turmoil raged on, for she understood that while the vial would not kill her father, it concealed the potential for endless darkness and evil. Yet, the man's words echoed in her ears, his tempting voice like a devil's whisper, relentlessly eroding her reason. All your wishes shall come true. This sentence resembles a key, unlocking the deepest and most clandestine desires within her soul. Her hands trembled involuntarily, as if the bottle of medicine weighed 1,000 pounds, almost suffocating her. Her gaze began to solidify, yet within that resolve lay a trace of desperation and resignation. If this is the soul method, if it will grant me what I yearn for. Jiang Yao's voice was muted, scarcely audible, yet her tone no longer wavered as it had before. It was merely a matter of making her father take it. He would not perish. Once she stood in that exalted position of maternal authority, her father would surely forgive her. It would be all right just this once. Flustered, Jiang Yao hurried toward the Prime Minister's residence, constantly reassuring herself. This scene went unnoticed by all. Inside the carriage, Junge had long since lost count of the number of glares she had directed at Pei Xian. Truly, this man's inappropriate advances had become increasingly excessive. Pei Xian, temper your behavior. Junge admonished him in a hushed tone. She was still cradling a sleeping Pei Chu in her arms. One could only wonder if he was unwell. Children were at the stage of growth, yet he brought someone along. She seriously questioned whether this man was indeed the biological father of the little bundle. Pai Sun looked at Junge, who was softly humming a tune to lull the child to sleep, and suddenly felt a pang of envy. Why was he not afforded such treatment? Pei Xian, when did you become so tender towards me? Junge, do you wish to be my son? The royal Wang residence certainly lived up to its reputation as a noble estate. It appeared understated, yet exuded an undeniable aura of luxury and prestige. The grand entrance was wide and towering, flanked by two imposing stone lions that stood guard, while the brass studs on the door shimmered in the sunlight, showcasing the owner's power and status. A man stood at the entrance, holding the hand of a little boy, dressed in an exquisite silk robe adorned with golden embroidery that sparkled in the sun. The robe's collar and cuffs were trimmed with delicate fox fur, cinched at the waist with a finely crafted jade belt embellished with gemstones. The man's features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of unrestrained charm. The young boy, still quite small, wore a well-fitted little robe embroidered with intricate patterns, appearing both adorable and regal. His cherubic face was adorned with an innocent smile, his bright eyes sparkling, and his hair styled into two small buns, tied with red ribbons, lending him a lively and endearing appearance. In his hand, he held a delicate wooden sword, standing there with a nascent air of valor. Your Highness, little county king, Miss June, he greeted. Uncle Pei, little Chu, beautiful sister. The two, one large and one small, exchanged greetings, with Pei Chu cheerfully breaking free from Pei Xian's grasp to run straight to the little boy, taking his hand. After a flurry of excited chatter, the two boys joyfully ran off hand in hand, fortunate that servants followed closely behind to ensure their safety. Miss June, may I trouble you to take a trip? You are too courteous, young master. June Gu smiled at Feng Hang. He and Pei Xian were two distinct types of handsome men, one an iceberg, the other a volcano. Pei Xian's demeanor was as frigid as the most unyielding ice of winter, rendering him distant yet irresistibly intriguing, evoking a desire to draw near and uncover the warmth that might lie beneath the surface. In contrast, Feng Hang radiated an unquenchable flame, his fervor and vitality seemingly capable of igniting those around him. Pei Xian noted her gaze fixated unwaveringly upon Feng Hang, and an immediate darkness clouded his expression. Before Feng Hang, he grasped her hand directly, giving it a gentle squeeze. Witnessing this, Feng Hang smiled knowingly and politely remarked, "Please, both of you." As they traversed through the grand entrance, they encountered an elongated stone pathway flanked by verdant cypress trees. At the path's conclusion stood a magnificent main hall, its roof adorned with glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly beneath the sun's rays. Beneath the eaves of the hall hung delicate wind chimes, producing melodious sounds with each gentle breeze. The estate's rear courtyard unveiled a meticulously crafted garden, complete with artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and winding paths that led to secluded corners. The trio gradually approached Lin Mu Yao's residence, where Pei Xian halted before the side hall. After all, he felt it inappropriate to intrude upon another's backyard as a gentleman. "I shall wait here for you," he stated. As Jungu entered the sleeping chamber alongside Feng Hang, her gaze fell upon a woman reclining languidly upon a soft couch, her eyes half closed. Upon seeing her face, Jungu couldn't help but gasp in admiration. What an exquisite beauty she was. In Chapter 53, Phantom Illness, the lines read, "Her delicate visage marred by tears. The beauty in sickness is even more poignant. A sheer veil partially covers her hibiscus-like face. Dreams linger still, akin to the springtime pear blossoms. Her complexion was pale, yet exquisite, reminiscent of finely sculpted jade, exuding a fragile and ethereal beauty. Her brows arched like distant mountains, slightly furrowed, while her long, thick lashes gently brushed her lower eyelids, trembling ever so slightly with each breath, akin to the flutter of butterfly wings. Although her lips bore a faint pallor, they maintained a soft, graceful curve. Her long, raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the couch, a few strands delicately brushing against her cheek, adding an air of languid charm to her presence. The veil that partially concealed her face lent her an enigmatic beauty, reminiscent of pear blossoms ready to bloom in spring. Even in her ailment, she retained an aura of refreshing elegance. No wonder the young master cherished her so deeply. Jungu mused that if she were Feng Hang, she too would be enamored by such a beauty. Enough. I must not dwell on this. In modern times, she had delighted in the sight of beautiful women, and it seemed that proclivity had not waned. What is a handsome man compared to a beautiful woman? Perhaps sensing Jun Ji's fervent gaze, the beauty on the couch slowly opened her eyes, clear as autumn waters, imbued with a hint of languor and an untouched purity. She parted her rosy lips, her voice as crisp and melodious as a spring brook. "Ah Hang, you have noble guests today and did not think to inform me?" With that brief utterance, an itch in her throat compelled her to cough. Feng Hang's expression shifted, and he stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, gently pressing her back against the couch. His tone bore a hint of reproach. "Enough now. I have invited Lord Jun from the Apothecary Valley to come and examine you today." The latter reclined gracefully on the couch, her gaze resting upon Jungu, a smile gracing her lips, albeit somewhat misplaced, causing the Lord of Jun Valley to chuckle. Jungu shook her head gently, assuring that there was no cause for concern, before approaching with earnestness. "Might I trouble you, esteemed lady, to extend your hand? I shall take your pulse." The attentive maidservant, standing by the soft couch, promptly brought forth a chair. Jungu seated herself softly, her eyes focused and tranquil, her hands delicately resting upon Lin Mu Yao's wrist. A sense of heaviness enveloped Junji's heart as she discerned the pulse. The illusory void syndrome. This affliction was something she had learned of through her extensive readings in the repository of knowledge. No wonder ordinary physicians could not ascertain the cause, attributing it merely to a state of physical weakness. "Lord of Jun Valley, what is the diagnosis? Is there a way to treat it?" Feng Hung inquired. Jungu withdrew her hands and placed them upon the chair's back, not addressing his question directly, but instead turning to Lin Mu Yao. "How long has the esteemed lady been experiencing these symptoms?" Lin Mu Yao pursed her lips and replied softly, "Since the moment I was born." A chill ran through Junji's heart. May I also take the pulse of your young master? Upon hearing this, both husband and wife were taken aback. Feng Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he rose abruptly, while Lin Muyao, struggling against her discomfort, straightened her posture with great effort. The maidservant nearby swiftly placed a cushion for her support. Feng Heng commanded a servant to fetch Feng Anyu. Father, mother, brother. The foreheads of the two young boys were beaded with sweat, and the matrons and maidservants trailing behind them exhibited signs of anxiety. It was evident that these two little rascals had been up to mischief. A perceptive matron promptly stepped forward to gently wipe the sweat from the foreheads of the two young masters, and, upon completing her task, withdrew from the room. Junge first feigned a pulse examination on Pei Chu, claiming it was to check if he had caught a chill, and then proceeded to check Feng Anyu's pulse. Though the children were still young, their keen intellect would undoubtedly lead them to inquire further. She shook her head at Feng Heng and his wife, eliciting a sigh of relief from them. Junge crouched down to meet Pei Chu's gaze, speaking softly. Would you help your mother with a task? Please fetch her book from your father. Pei Chu nodded and dashed off, with Feng Anyu trailing closely behind. Only 3 remained in the room. Lord of June Valley. What is truly wrong with Yaoer? This condition is not an ordinary ailment. It is caused by the illusory void syndrome. This curse is exceedingly rare and cannot be cured by contemporary means. The lady was previously frail due to her congenital condition, but I suspect she must have felt a sudden exacerbation of her symptoms prior to this. Lin Muyao coughed a few times, weakly explaining, what you say is accurate. Not long after I gave birth to Anyu, the symptoms worsened. Junge responded, indeed, I initially examined the young master to ascertain whether he too bore this curse. The illusory void syndrome is hereditary. The lady must have been cursed during her confinement, hence the young master's condition appears stable. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng furrowed his brow in concern and urgently asked, is there a remedy? Junge pondered for a moment before responding slowly to dispel this curse. A rare herb known as the illusory spirit grass is required. This herb flourishes in extremely shadowy regions and is exceedingly difficult to locate. Until we procure the illusory spirit grass, I can only prepare medicinal meals to aid the lady's recovery, and we may hope to eliminate the curse thereafter. A glimmer of hope flashed in Feng Heng's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by concern. The illusory spirit herb is so elusive. Where should one seek it? Junge offered a faint smile, a spark of brilliance flickering in her gaze. Fear not, the time is not yet ripe. Coincidentally, I must journey to the southern lands in midwinter. I can procure it for the young lady of the house of Feng then. Feng Heng bowed respectfully. The profound kindness of Master Jun is etched in my heart. Should you require anything, please command me, and I shall exert myself to the utmost. Junge lightly waved her hand, adopting a tone of mild severity. I do indeed have a matter in which I seek the young lord's assistance. What is it? Feng Heng inquired, curiosity piqued. The illusory worm poison is a rare elixir from the western regions. Is there anyone from those lands in the company of the young lady? Lin Muyao furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. There has been none. Just then, a maid entered, cradling a pot emitting a rich, creamy aroma. She respectfully greeted the 3 before saying, this servant brings tea for the esteemed masters. Lin Muyao then smiled and introduced the maid to Junge. This is my little maid, Xilian. The milk tea she carries is her own concoction. A flicker of surprise crossed Junji's eyes as she glanced at the bowing Xilian, quickly regaining her composure. Ming Dea. Master Jun should certainly indulge, she encouraged. Xilian is quite adept. She always manages to create delightful treats. Junge nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude as she took a sip. The taste revealed a depth that momentarily captivated her. Excellent. After departing from the royal residence, Junge remained lost in thought even while seated in the carriage, while Pei Chu had long since tired himself out and fallen asleep within the palace. Jiao Jiao, a melodious voice, rich and soothing, wafted into her ears, carrying a hint of tenderness. It took Junge a moment to react. You called me? Pei Xian. Is there anyone else in the carriage? Yunge blinks, her gaze slowly settling on the small figure sleeping soundly on Pei Xian's lap. For a fleeting moment, She felt that her behavior resembled a nervous twitch, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. Pei Xian broke the silence, his tone contemplative. Is this ailment particularly troublesome? You mentioned that the poison afflicting the young lady and that which afflicted the Empress Yunjing both originated from the western regions. Could there be a connection? Jungu regarded him with skepticism. What does that signify? A secret. However, she also discovered something intriguing. The flavors of the dishes at the royal residence during their meal felt oddly familiar. Could it be that this maid is? Chapter 54. The Prince and the Palace Maid's Secret Affair. This is not the way back to the inn, Jungu remarked, lifting the curtain of the carriage in puzzlement. Yet, the route appeared rather familiar. The more she looked, the more recognizable it became. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Are we heading to the palace? Pei Xian reclined against the carriage wall, eyes closed, his hand gently patting Pei Chu's back in a leisurely manner, merely uttering a soft hum. He appeared quite the doting father. She too wished to hold her own child. Nevertheless, he had only spoken a couple of words. He has grown chubby. You must be careful not to tire yourself. Jungu found solace in Pei Chu's slumber. Thankfully, he had not heard those words, or else it would surely have caused a ruckus. A child being a bit plump is quite endearing. She relished pinching the chubby cheeks. With a flick of her wrist, her hand bounced back like jelly. Coughing lightly, she distanced herself. Let me down ahead. I shall return to the inn first. Pei Xian remained silent. Mischievously, she gently pinched his arm, feeling guilty as she subtly shifted away, only to be caught by his grip. Do you wish to be punished? Yungi nodded slightly, then abruptly shook her head. It was an accident. Yet internally she added, it was intentional. Pei Xian observed her eyes darting about and knew her words were but a fa-ade, while her thoughts likely meandered elsewhere. Though his expression remained impassive, a fleeting smile flickered in his eyes. This was the first time in a while he had witnessed her playful spirit, a return to their previous rapport. However, it seemed she had forgotten the pain of past wounds. The Empress had sent word, expressing a desire to meet her. Upon returning to the Pei Kingdom the previous day, Pei Xian had visited the palace, where, during his respectful greeting at Fengyi Palace, the clever Pei Chu had inadvertently revealed the details of the situation. The Empress had thus learned of everything and mentioned her wish to meet. What? Regardless of Junji's inner turmoil, the carriage arrived at the palace. There was no escaping, so she chose to face it head-on. After all, a bride must eventually meet her in-laws, right? Ugh, how could she be considered an unattractive bride? No, she hadn't even married yet. Where did the in-laws come from? In Fengyi Palace. The Empress was not donned in her formal regal attire, but rather adorned in a flowing water-blue dress embellished with floral patterns. Reclining on a beautifully crafted rosewood chaise, she delicately held an exquisite silk fan embroidered with butterflies, gently waving it. The fragrant smoke wafting from the intricately carved incense burner nearby floated through the air like gossamer. They're here, they're here. A young eunuch rushed in, flustered. Lin Mama shot him a disapproving glance. How dare you disturb Her Majesty? Your Highness, they have arrived. The Empress sprang upright from her lounging position, abandoning her regal demeanor. What? Hurry, prepare me. This troublesome son of hers never informed her in advance. Indeed, sons could be such a nuisance. It was the daughter-in-law who brought joy. Upon seeing the Empress, Jungu felt a twinge of anxiety. The first encounter had been at a palace banquet, where she had been merely an outsider. This time felt decidedly different. This humble woman greets Your Majesty, wishing you health and happiness. No need for formalities. The Empress cheerfully called out, shifting her position on the throne to make room. Yungi froze momentarily, then gradually retreated to her original stance, hands primly folded over her knees, a hint of an awkward smile gracing her face. I heard that Miss June is visiting the Pei Kingdom. During the banquet, I sense an immediate rapport with you, so I asked the Crown Prince to invite you to the palace. Jungu cast a sidelong glance at Pei Xian, who stood nearby. He had failed to mention that it was the Empress who had extended the invitation, leaving her to assume otherwise. Never mind. Your Majesty seems even more youthful today. Your complexion. They say 3 women make a play. In this moment, the 2 women were engrossed in their conversation. completely oblivious to the presence of the tall and small figures standing nearby. Even the affectionate calls of my precious directed at Pei Chu had lost their charm. Within the span of a single tea session, the Empress beamed with delight, her hand firmly clasped around Junji's, until the announcement of the arrival of His Majesty interrupted them. Junge couldn't shake off the feeling that she had glimpsed a flicker of disdain in the Empress's eyes, a fleeting expression that vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a radiant smile. Surely, she must have been mistaken. How could the Empress harbor any contempt for the Emperor? The room erupted into a flurry of bows as Pei Zong strode in, brimming with confidence, and headed straight for the Empress. He helped her up before settling into the very spot Junge had occupied. The Empress, upon noticing Junge standing there, looked curiously at her and exclaimed, "Ah, Junge Master is also present." The courtiers and eunuchs shared glances, bemused by their emperor's apparent folly and blindness. "Grandfather, have you been fatigued by reviewing memorials?" Pei Chu inquired, perched on a small stool crafted by the palace carpenters, tilting his head towards the elevated Pei Zong. "Your obedient grandson knows how to care for you, grandfather, unlike your own son." Pei Zong's expression darkened. "Hey, you little sly one." The Empress, with a subtle favoritism, interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. You are far too old for such trivialities." Observing the expressions and glances exchanged between Pei Zong and Pei Xian, Junge sensed that they likely had private matters to discuss and decided to be discreet. "I have long wished to explore the palace. There is no time like the present. I shall take my leave now," she stated. The Empress replied, "That is no trouble at all. Allow my personal maid, Lan Xian, to accompany you." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Junge said, nodding at Pei Xian before taking the hand of the mischievous little one, who insisted on following her. As they proceeded with Lan Xian toward the palace exit, Pei Xian's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on her, filled with endless tenderness and affection, reminiscent of pearls glowing with brilliance. He had once declared that she belonged to royalty to him. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was noted by the Emperor and Empress, who exchanged knowing glances, a shared understanding of familial pride blossoming within them, as if to say, at last, our dear child has matured. Pei Chu yearned to fly a kite, and Junge could only accompany him in the imperial garden. His laughter rang like the tinkling of bells, filling her heart with contentment. A line from a poem sprang to mind. Amidst the fleeting moments of life, the purest joy lies in simple pleasures. Life, indeed, is best enjoyed in its tranquil simplicity, for those seemingly mundane moments can bring the greatest solace to the heart. "Mother, the kite has broken," came Pei Chu's disappointed voice. Junge looked up to see the kite drifting away, landing gently in the distance. With a smile, she knelt before him, saying, "I will fetch it for you." Then, turning to the astonished Lan Xian, she instructed, "Please keep an eye on Chu for me. I shall return shortly." She was aware of the astonishment of the palace maid, yet chose not to elaborate. Before entering the palace, she had instructed her son on how to address her. She could not bear to have her child refrain from calling her mother Empress. She had not forgotten the earlier conversation where she told him that she was not his mother. The child had been hurt once. She could not allow him to suffer again. In any case, she was indifferent to the gaze of the world. As she walked along the path, she noticed it becoming increasingly desolate, pondering whether she had taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence ahead. "My lord, this humble servant has long harbored affection for you. I beseech you to take me as your concubine." Was it not so? Had she just witnessed a confession? Was it a tale of a palace maid and the prince? Would she be silenced forever? Just as she contemplated retreating, she was taken aback as the man approached, reprimanding the maid. "How audacious! You are Meyer's personal attendant, and dare to behave so recklessly." Yet the maid retorted, "But that night, my lord, we were on the couch." Silence. The man's voice dropped to a wary whisper as he scanned the surroundings. Junge quickly concealed herself behind a thicket of trees, just in time to shield herself from view. However, from this vantage point, she could distinctly observe the silhouettes of the man and woman before the rockery. With no chance of escape now, the man's voice resonated again, albeit subdued. "I know you have feelings for me. Once our affair is consummated, I shall grant you a proper status." The woman, elated, embraced him, exclaiming, "I knew you held feelings for me." They exchanged tender affections, oblivious to their secluded surroundings, which were seldom traversed by others. The boldness of the maid was evident, as the man leaned against the stones of the rockery, allowing her to remove her garments. As their intentions escalated, a hand, hot as boiling water and rough to the touch, covered her eyes. A voice, laced with a whisper, brushed against her earlobe. "Close your eyes." Chapter 55. A feast of hot pot. Though her eyes were obscured, her hearing was heightened, particularly to the enticing sounds that made her want to cover her ears. She was astonished by the audacity of the couple, unafraid of being discovered in broad daylight, who claimed that ancient people were reserved. Look at their boldness. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded Jungu's mind. Suddenly, she felt a dampness on her lips. Even with her eyes covered, her eyelashes fluttered involuntarily, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Pei Xian dared to kiss her, unable to suppress her instinct to retreat. She inadvertently nestled into his embrace. He encircled her waist, his hand still shielding her eyes. Initially, his kisses were gentle and tentative, but soon they intensified with an urgency akin to a tempest. It became impossible to discern whose breaths were mingling in the air. Embarrassment washed over her as she began to struggle lightly, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Yet, Pei Xian's arms tightened around her like iron bands, leaving her with no avenue of escape. His kiss deepened, as if he sought to uncover every secret hidden within her. A wave of dizziness enveloped her. Her legs weakened. She lost track of how long they had been entwined in this embrace. Not far away, the soft rustle of clothing and murmurs of conversation reached their ears. "This matter must not be made public. It is imperative to exercise caution." "Rest assured, Your Highness." The two hurriedly departed from the scene of the incident, leaving behind a voyeur concealed behind the thicket, reveling in the spectacle. After their departure, Pei Xian's kiss grew tender, as if soothing a startled fawn. His hand glided away from her eyes, gently caressing her cheek. "It is all right." His voice was laden with restraint and huskiness, revealing the nature of their actions. Jungu slowly opened her eyes, meeting Pei Xian's deep crimson gaze. Startled, she averted her eyes and quickly pushed him away, standing upright. "Do you know who they are?" A faint smile graced Pei Xian's lips. "They are the personal maidservants of the virtuous prince and the late virtuous princess." She was taken aback, her eyes widening and her mouth slightly agape. "The virtuous prince? Goodness, this man is indeed no good." On her return, Jungu did not forget to retrieve the kite, for Tuan was still waiting. "Whoa, have you finally remembered him?" The two returned to the Imperial Garden, spending a leisurely tea hour with Pei Chu. Lan Xin watched in astonishment as this family of three interacted. Can it be that His Highness the Crown Prince possesses such a side? A palace maid approached to announce that lunch was prepared. Pei Chu, brimming with excitement, rushed between the two, pulling their hands with exuberance. "Let us go. Lunch is hot pot." The Empress expressed her desire to have it yesterday, and the Emperor promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare it for today. With the weather turning cool, it is indeed a delightful choice. The hot pot bore a striking resemblance to its modern counterpart, albeit crafted from copper, its surface glimmering faintly. A chimney in the center held charcoal, allowing flames to dance beneath the pot. The enticing aroma wafting through the air nearly made Jungu salivate. It was said that the broth was meticulously simmered, made from premium beef and chicken bones, yielding a tempting milky white hue and a fragrant bouquet after hours of slow cooking. Come quickly, taste this hot pot." Indeed, the Empress called for her with familiarity. As Jungu entered the hall, she released Pei Chu's hand. Casting a low voice, "Let us keep this a secret for now." Little did she know that Pei Xian had already informed the Empress, though Pei Zong remained oblivious. Pei Xian silently turned, taking Pei Chu's hand as they entered the hall. Jungu sighed in resignation, stepping inside to see the Empress waving at her, reminiscent of a youthful maiden in her prime. The dining table was laden with an abundance of ingredients: cabbage, spinach, enoki mushrooms, slices of beef, and lamb, all present in splendid variety. Once seated, Pei Zong raised his wine cup towards Jungu. It is a rare occasion for the esteemed Jungu master to visit the palace. It brings me great comfort. A palace maid poured wine into Junji's cup, her eyes brightening. In the next moment, a hand snatched the cup away from her, replacing it with a cup of tea. What is this situation? Pei Zong exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications. I understand now. Laughter echoed as they dined on vegetables. Yet the dining table fell into a profound silence. After leaving the palace, Jungu exhaled a sigh of relief. But gazing at Pei Xian, who remained indifferent to her presence, her heart remained in turmoil. Well, perhaps waiting a little longer would suffice. The sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to descend quietly. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, some wielding oiled paper umbrellas, others donning wide-brimmed hats, their footsteps splashing water on the cobblestones. Beneath the eaves, droplets cascaded like a curtain of pearls, striking the stone steps with a crisp sound. Inside the house, the fire blazed warmly. How long could a Ming stay in the capital this time? The man speaking was clad in vibrant red attire, languidly seated on an intricately carved wooden chair, exuding an air of nonchalance in his posture. His eyes bore a hint of roguishness, and a half-smile graced his lips, embodying a carefree demeanor. He incessantly opened and closed a folding fan, the motion repetitive. This man was none other than Jiang Lin, the heir of the northern marquis residence, embodying a proud and unruly disposition that rendered him ungovernable. The man he referred to as a Ming was the loyal and valiant General He Ming, whose muscular physique was partially concealed beneath black garb, his slightly tanned skin hinting at his service on the border. Beside them, Feng Hang voiced his impatience. "Can you not keep that fan still for a moment?" Jiang Lin retorted, "I dare not speak." He closed the fan and carefully tucked it away. Meanwhile, Qian Shuyuan silently sipped his tea. Feng Hang turned his gaze towards Pei Xian, who was lost in contemplation. Xian? Pei Xian looked up, responding softly with a gentle The others sensed something amiss. His demeanor had changed. Their bond with Pei Xian was profound, and the Pei Xian of old would never be so absent-minded. Could it be that he is thinking of a lady? Jiang Lin teased, his tone laced with ambiguity, his expressions exaggerated. Feng Hang shot him a warning glance. Indeed, the next moment, Jiang Lin sat upright, adopting a serious demeanor. Xian, the matter of Yaoer being poisoned by a curse ultimately points to Pei Ci. After Jun Ge confirmed that Lin Mu Yao had been cursed, she took steps to investigate. Before Pei Xian could speak, Jiang Lin's chatter resumed, his simple mind and physical prowess rendering him lacking in courage. Meanwhile, Pei Ci, laboring diligently within the residence, was oblivious to their discourse. Pei Xian tapped the table, asserting it is not him. Only those two would go to such lengths. A fox will eventually reveal its tail. The usually silent Qian Shuyuan poured tea for everyone. The virtuous king will soon marry the daughter of the left deputy minister, he announced. Feng Hang remarked. His intentions are quite evident. Qian Shuyuan inquired, "What does a Xian think?" Pei Xian raised his teacup, drinking deeply, his gaze drifting to the rain outside. His hopes seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 56. A visit to the brothel. Intoxicated days slipped by swiftly. Since that meal in the palace, Jun Ge had not encountered Pei Xian again. Only the usual Su Qing would escort Pei Chu to the inn, making excuses that Pei Xian had been busy lately, only to come and retrieve him in the evening. Pei Xianling left without uttering a single word to her. At that moment, Jun Ge had just escorted Pei Chu to the entrance of the inn. Su Qing stepped forward to take the drowsy little one into her arms. As the wind blew, the curtains of the carriage fluttered open, faintly revealing the outline of a man's face within. Jun Ge felt a flutter of joy in her heart, but it was quickly subdued, for the man did not cast a glance outside. He merely rested with his eyes closed, indifferent even to her presence. "Apologies for the trouble. Su Gonggong," she murmured. Su Qing adjusted the little one's cloak and hesitated briefly before reminding her, "Your Highness have been in low spirits these days." Jun Ge was taken aback, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions, and expressed her gratitude for the information. Su Qing sighed softly, turning to carry the little one towards the spot where the carriage was parked. It was not until the carriage slowly vanished around the corner that Jungu turned and entered the inn. As night fell, the lights of Smoke and Joy Lane gradually illuminated the surroundings, with the most prominent being the three characters of Smoke Joy Building, shining brilliantly under the lantern's glow. The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments drifted out incessantly, enticing passers-by to step into this enchanting establishment. A saying circulated throughout the capital: do not provoke anyone, but especially do not provoke Smoke Joy Building. This place held considerable influence. The ladies within were unlike those in other brothels of the capital. They offered their talents, not their bodies. Yet, there were always those who dared to challenge fate, brazenly attempting to harass the ladies of the building. Little did they know, the following day would find them missing a limb. Some even tried to incite a riot, only to find themselves lacking an arm or a leg the next day. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble at Smoke Joy Building. However, the allure of the beautiful ladies continued to draw visitors, for their beauty was unparalleled. Though one could not partake in their services, they were a feast for the eyes. They were not only stunning but also skilled, effortlessly singing and dancing, and exuding a grace that surpassed even the fiercest of homebound tigers. Dressed in male attire, Jungu strode confidently into Smoke Joy Building. She had made up her mind. Tonight, she would indulge in wine to drown her sorrows. Men. Upon entering, she was immediately surrounded by the ladies. "Sir, would you like to sing? Sir, would you care for a dance?" The scene was nothing short of lively. It was not until she ascended to the second floor and entered a room that the ladies withdrew. From behind a screen, two figures emerged. "We pay our respects to our master." Indeed, Smoke Joy Building was under Jun Ji's command. The two individuals were the matron of the establishment, Madame Lu, and the beautiful courtesan, Yao Qin. However, apart from Jungu, no one knew that Yao Qin was Madame Lu's biological daughter. "Madame Lu, Sister Yao, please rise." Speaking of this mother-daughter duo, they were indeed pitiable. 2 years ago, during a mission, Inwu had rescued them, and, after consulting with Jungu, they had been allowed to stay. They were later arranged to work at Smoke Joy Building in Pei Country, a request they had fervently made, wishing to remain in Pei Country. Madame Lu had a husband and a son, both of whom had perished. Whenever the subject arose, a look of hatred would darken her features, leading one to speculate that she must have enemies in Pei Country. Who they were remained an enigma. Jungu chose not to pry. As long as there were no troubles, it was sufficient. Recently, how have Mother Lu and Sister Yao been? Mother Lu gazed kindly at Jungu, expressing her gratitude for the master's concern. All is well. To encounter such a master is indeed a blessing that Mother Lu and her daughter have earned over a lifetime. Were it not for their master, they might have long perished under the blade of that man. Having lurked here for many years, aside from repaying their master's kindness, their mission has been to avenge their husband and son. The three conversed within the room about the recent happenings in the capital. After Mother Lu departed, only Jungu and Yao Qin remained. Jungu, with a melancholic expression, rested her chin in her hand and suggested, "Sister Yao, shall we indulge in some wine?" Yao Qin, sensing her master's current discontent, hesitated, pondering whether to offer the drink, aware of her master's poor tolerance for alcohol. Ultimately, she reluctantly instructed a maid to bring forth the wine. In another room, Pei Xian and Feng Heng, both masked, sat upon chairs, accompanied by a woman standing nearby. Han Yen, having recognized the two guests, inquired about their desires. Feng Heng flicked off some rouge from his attire, having accidentally soiled himself upon entry. "It must be removed. Otherwise, I might find myself unable to retire to bed tonight." They requested her assistance in investigating the frequent visits of the virtuous king to the Yinyu Tower. Upon hearing the title of the virtuous king, Han Yin remained unperturbed, calmly replying, "Guests ought to be aware of our rules." Feng Heng produced a stack of silver notes, placing them on the table, indicating his understanding. 3 days hence, the guests may come and go at will. The Yinyu Tower also engaged in another enterprise, gathering intelligence. However, most of the information pertains to the courtiers, as the clientele primarily consists of the affluent and powerful. Yet, very few dare to spend such sums for news. A single piece of information costs a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. To acquire further intelligence, sufficient funds are essential. No one knows how they procure their information, and they abide by a principle. Those who exploit the common folk and engage in corrupt practices are barred from purchasing news here. Pei Xian and his companion had no desire to enter this establishment, for one had a beloved wife at home, while the other had a mistress outside. Though the women here offered their talents without surrendering their bodies, it did not prevent the spread of rumors. Their connections did not extend to this venue. As if some unseen barrier held them at bay, time was slipping away. Han Yin escorted the two men from the room, following closely behind. As they passed another chamber, Pei Xian heard a voice that was all too familiar. "Sister Yao, how beautiful you are." "Akish." He kicked open the door, dressed in male garments. Jungu appeared flushed, her eyes hazy, as she leaned towards Yao Qin in a playful manner. Yao Qin, feeling utterly helpless, instinctively shielded Jungu as the sound of the door being kicked reverberated. In a swift motion, Han Yin entered to block Pei Xian. "Disruptions are not permitted within Yin Yu Tower. I implore the guests to maintain decorum." Pei Xian, observing the oblivious young woman, found himself both furious and amused, his veins throbbing at his temples. Feng Heng, sensing the situation was amiss and noticing Jun Ji's attire, hurried to explain to Yao Qin, "Miss, we are acquainted with Miss Jun." Yao Qin, with a hint of skepticism, lowered her guard. "What is the reason for your intrusion, esteemed guest?" Feng Heng glanced at the taciturn Pei Xian, realizing that his brother's happiness rested upon their shoulders. In recent days, the circumstances surrounding Pei Xian have become rather clear. It is merely a matter of a trivial quarrel between the two. A simple argument in bed would suffice. Approaching Yao Qin, I leaned in to explain. She remained silent for a moment before departing with her entourage. The room was suddenly left with only Jungu and Pei Xian. "You seem to be enjoying your drink quite well," I remarked, to which only the sound of a woman pouring wine responded. Unable to endure any longer, I boldly approached, seizing her and carrying her towards the bed behind the screen. "Let me go," she protested. "Wait, did I just see that scoundrel Pei Xian?" I grasped the man's face tightly. "You scoundrel." The man, who had been fuming moments ago, suddenly brightened. "How am I a scoundrel?" he questioned. He is ignoring me." Observing the grievance on her face, Pei Xian's heart skipped a beat. He could not bear to see her distressed. He had thought that he was the only one suffering in silence these past few days, but unexpectedly, her melodious laughter filled the air. The little drunkard, pinned beneath him, glared. "What are you laughing at?" Pei Xian inquired. "Why are you here?" "Because this is mine." Surprised? Taken aback? Pei Xian, gauging her inebriation, cautiously asked, "Why did you let go of my hand that day?" The little drunkard looked at him with a puzzled expression, leading one to believe she was indeed intoxicated. In the next moment, she tilted her head in grievance, pouting. "Why? Because I have so many things to do. Why have I lost my memory? What do those people want? So many things. Once married, there is no freedom. You men do not cherish what you have." As she spoke, she raised her delicate fist to strike his chest. However, to Pei Xian, it felt as gentle as a tickle. He buried his head in her neck, his voice soft and laced with a suppressed chuckle. "All right, I will wait for you to marry me." Chapter 57. Attending the prince's wedding banquet. Waking early in the morning, I squinted at the familiar surroundings. Jungu rubbed her aching head. A knock sounded at the door. "Miss, your maid is here to assist you with your morning routine." "Come in," I replied. Rising from the bed, I surveyed the decor around me. This was indeed the same place where I had once been with Pei Xian. So, I was in the prince's residence. How had I ended up here? "Miss." The gentle call of the maid drew my attention. She appeared quite pleasant and familiar, her round face endearing. "Do you know who brought me here?" "It was His Highness the Prince," the maid replied. I recalled that last night I had been drinking with Yao Qin at the Yin Yu Tower. It seemed I had inadvertently overindulged. Did someone kick down the door? And had I actually struck someone? Had I hit Pei Xian? My face flushed with embarrassment at the thought. How had I ended up in such a situation? Oh dear, what a mess I've made. But how did Pei Xian end up at the Yin Yu Tower? Where is Pei Xian? As the maid finished fastening my waistband, she smiled and replied, "His Highness has already left for court at the early hour." I nodded, stretching lazily. How could he have risen so early for court? The early hour corresponds to the modern time of 5 to 7 o'clock. The roosters had not even crowed yet, and yet people were already awake. In my university days, the earliest classes commenced at 8 in the morning. How exhausting it must have been for those of antiquity. Mother, as soon as I stepped out of the courtyard, I heard the little one's exclamation from afar. Mother is here. At that moment, Su Qing was trailing behind Pei Chu, who was growing increasingly adept at running. Alas, my old bones can hardly keep up. Once I caught up, I saw the little prince holding Jun Ji's hand, excitedly chattering about the little birds he had spotted that morning. He was so animated that he nearly stumbled. Miss, you are awake. Breakfast is ready. Please follow this old servant. Junge was pleasantly surprised to hear Su Qing address her as Mississippi. However, she preferred the title used by those in the crown prince's residence over that of the crown princess. Thank you, Su Gonggong. After finishing breakfast, Pei Xian had yet to return. Junge, feeling rather bored, entertained herself with games alongside Pei Chu. Time passed slowly until someone from the palace informed them that Pei Xian was having lunch within the palace. Very well, we must continue to wait. At last, as the sun set beyond the mountains, Pei Xian wearily entered the residence. Upon seeing the mother and son waiting for him at the dining table, a certain softness enveloped his heart. This was the life he yearned for with her presence. You're back. Jun Ji's eyes sparkled upon seeing Pei Xian. She quickly approached to relieve him of his cloak and handed it to Su Qing. Noticing the fatigue etched on his face, she urged him to sit at the dining table. Please sit down and have some hot soup. Observing Jun Ji's eager attentiveness, akin to a diligent little bee, Pei Xian maintained a calm demeanor, yet the subtle curve of his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. Flattery without cause is suspect, either treachery or theft. Neither applied here. The only plausible reason was to atone for some misdeed. Su Qing, prepare the chambers in the side hall of the Chang'an Palace. I shall reside there tonight. Su Qing, suppressing his surprise, stepped back. The main chambers of the Chang'an Palace were traditionally where the prince stayed. Last night, he had allowed Miss Jun to stay there, and he had instructed the servants to be more vigilant upon waking. Henceforth, she would be addressed as Miss Jun. This led him to wonder if the prince intended to forsake her, yet his observations suggested otherwise. Why the sudden need for caution? Yunge, equally positive, glanced at him, clearly unaware of his reasoning for such instructions to Su Qing. Noticing her confusion, Pei Xian placed a 4-happiness meatball into her bowl. From now on, you shall reside in the chambers you occupied last night. Junge was momentarily taken aback and hastily declined. I can stay at an inn, as I have commanded, he replied firmly. If she were to reside elsewhere, he would inevitably lose face again. If she could entertain herself at the brothel yesterday, might she not seek out a few young men today? He chose to stay in the side hall to avoid any misunderstandings. Since she was not yet inclined to marry him, he would wait. After all, she was destined to be his eventually. Days swiftly passed, and the Xian Wang's residence buzzed with excitement today. The Xian Wang was remarrying, taking as his bride the cherished daughter of the left deputy minister of revenue. The residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating a festive atmosphere. Bright red lanterns hung high, stretching from the entrance to the inner courtyard, resembling a crimson dragon that embellished the entire estate with joy. Even the stone lions at the entrance were draped in red satin. The guests arrived in a steady stream, and the servants within the estate busily navigated between them, serving tea and water. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. The guests promptly bowed in respect. Junge lagged a few paces behind Pei Xian. Yesterday, she was perplexed as to why the noble Wang family had suddenly sent an invitation for her to attend the wedding banquet. Her visit to the Pei Kingdom had been discreet. Aside from dining in the palace, she had concealed her identity. Since she had been invited, she deemed it appropriate to attend. Today, Pei Xian donned a splendid red ceremonial attire. Though he was the groom, his demeanor appeared rather glum. Crown Prince, royal brother. Pei Xian inclined his head slightly, signaling for Su Qing to present the gift. After Pei Xian accepted it from Sheng'en, he clasped his hands to express gratitude, saying, "Brother, I thank you." "Oh, the Crown Prince certainly has a plethora of matters to attend to. This congratulations comes rather late. One might mistakenly assume you were the groom." The Prince of Shen approached, holding a glass of wine, his words laced with mockery directed at Pei Xian. The atmosphere grew tense as guests paused to witness the unfolding drama. Such rivalries were commonplace within royal families, with sibling conflicts often leading to bitter strife. Indeed, it is the younger brother who is at fault for the tardiness of his congratulations. Please excuse him for the oversight, dear third royal brother. A voice broke the silence as the Prince of Qi burst in, carrying gifts with great fervor. Surely, third royal brother will not hold it against me. The Prince of Xian, with a facade of smile, replied, My younger brother, you are too courteous. How could I possibly blame you? The Prince of Qi chuckled but remained silent, then turned to greet Pei Xian with a playful demeanor. Crown Prince. Junge noted a slight thaw in Pei Xian's usually frosty expression as he regarded the Prince of Qi, indicating a measure of tolerance towards this sibling. Observing the camaraderie between the two brothers, the Prince of Shun snorted derisively, yet refrained from losing face. He then redirected his gaze to the groom. I hear that the father-in-law of the third royal brother was recently reprimanded by the emperor. This remark elicited thoughts among the guests, speculating whether the Prince of Shun had come to offer congratulations or to undermine the occasion. All officials were aware that the vice minister had recently faced severe rebuke from the emperor, and astute minds recognized the implications. Understanding the situation, the Prince of Xian forced a smile. Elder brother, you jest. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Junge, his eyes flickering momentarily before a smile graced his lips. Yungu Master. Junge mirrored his smile, wishing the Prince of Xian happiness in his marriage and prosperity in offspring. The Prince of Xian thought to himself that if he did not know of their lack of animosity, he might have believed this was a veiled jab at him. Within the prince's residence, there truly were no noble offspring. The guests coming and going were either royal nobles or high-ranking officials. To Junge, this banquet was exceedingly dull. She decided to retreat to a corner for a moment of respite. Yet, an unwelcome interruption soon approached. I wish to know, Junge Master, what is your relationship with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince? Chapter 58. Eating from a bowl while watching the Potapon arriving at the Prince of Xian's residence. Before she could pay her respects, she recognized the Prince of Xian, who had previously acted wantonly in a secluded corner of the palace. It is worth noting that the Emperor of the Pei Kingdom had 5 sons. She seems to be acquainted only with Pei Xian, having never encountered anyone else. What brings the Prince of Virtue, clad in crimson garments, to this corner instead of the bridal chamber? How absurd! She fears that this may lead to complications. Prince, this matter likely does not concern you, does it? Observing her without even a glance in his direction, her tone remained completely unperturbed. The prince's calm eyes revealed an unusual emotion. Realizing he had been presumptuous, he bowed slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, What manner of man does the esteemed leader of June prefer? Junge raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes sparkling before settling her gaze upon his face. One cannot deny that the emperor's sons are all handsome in their own right, each possessing a unique charm, yet she remained indifferent. She was not foolish. It was clear he sought her out with intent. Thus, with a slight smirk, she candidly replied, The man I admire must possess integrity and a deep sense of national loyalty. The implication was clear. He lacked the nobility and broader vision she sought. The prince discerned the sharpness in her words, his expression shifting as he gazed at her intently for a moment. Drawing a deep breath, he laughed heartily. It appears that the man who could win the favor of the esteemed leader of June is not an ordinary individual. She lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at him before turning her attention elsewhere. Did that solitary figure not realize the connection between the third prince and her? Junji's gaze suddenly fell upon Pei Xian, who stood nearby, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the prince. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. A chilling voice echoed, Third prince, your sister-in-law awaits you in the bridal chamber. The prince's complexion flickered between shades of green and white as he looked at Junge, wishing to say something but ultimately lowering his head under Pei Xian's increasingly frosty gaze. Thank you for the information, my royal brother, he managed to say. In that pavilion, only Junge and Pei Xian remained. Junge lifted the corners of her mouth, caressing the flower she had just plucked, and with a flattering tone remarked, He came along with me. The man pressed his fingers against his forehead, seemingly agitated, and let out a cold snort. You are more alluring than this flower. Return home. With that, he grasped her hand, leading her away, momentarily releasing her grip in the presence of others. Jungo lowered her head, stifling a giggle. Why was this man so awkward? While she felt elated, the Prince of Virtue trudged toward the sleeping quarters as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Each step more laborious than the last. He was well aware of the closeness between her and Pei Xian. It was common knowledge. He was unwilling to concede. Why did fate favor Pei Xian so? Why did all good things seem to belong to him? Was it a crime to desire a noble bride? Just as he prepared for his grand wedding, his father had rebuked his father-in-law. The day of joyous celebration was marred when the Prince of Prudence mentioned this affront publicly, leaving him utterly humiliated. This frustration had festered within him, refusing to dissipate. Finally arriving at the sleeping quarters, he gazed at the servants bustling about, all wearing expressions of joy amidst the vibrant decorations. The irony was not lost on him. With a forceful push, he opened the palace doors, revealing the waiting matchmaker and attendants kneeling on the ground. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your wedding to the princess." The wise king, with an expression devoid of joy, uttered a simple command to rise, before proceeding into the chamber amidst the palpable anxiety of the attendants. "You may all leave," he instructed. The matchmaker hesitated. It was swiftly ushered away by Shang'an. In an instant, the room was devoid of people. The wise king lifted the ceremonial scale, unveiling the bride beneath her red veil. In the flickering candlelight, her features appeared ethereal, her complexion radiant yet bashful. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Though Niamei hailed from humble beginnings, her enchanting visage was undeniable. Yet, this young lady could merely be regarded as a modest beauty. Moreover, he had recently encountered a woman of unparalleled allure. As such, his frustration swelled within him. "Proceed with the arrangements," he commanded. Outside the hall, the crowd remained hushed, their heads bowed in trepidation, none daring to utter a word. Having resided in the Crown Prince's manor for over half a month, the little one clamored for a stroll today. After getting ready, Jungo led him outside. The Crown Prince's residence was situated at the heart of a bustling market. Upon stepping out, the child tugged her toward the jewelry shop. "What do you wish to purchase?" she inquired, but the little one merely shook his head, withholding the reason. Reluctantly, she allowed herself to be pulled into the store. Once inside, he strutted about the shop, hands clasped behind his back. Jungo observed him with amusement from the side. Suddenly, he pointed at the topmost hairpin adorned with pearls. "Fetch that for me," he commanded. A shop assistant promptly retrieved the pearl hairpin. The merchants, astute in their trade, recognized the significance of the child's presence alongside Jungo. With an elder to foot the bill, this child was free to explore whatever caught his fancy. Given their attire, it was clear they belonged to a wealthy family, possibly a major patron. "Young master possesses exquisite taste. This hairpin is the pride of our establishment," the assistant said, carefully placing the hairpin on the velvet cloth before Pei Chu, while enthusiastically sharing its details. "This piece is named Phoenix Dancing in the Sky, crafted by the most renowned artisans from Jiangnan. Each pearl has been meticulously selected for its luster and perfection." The little one beamed with pride, eagerly waving his hand. "Mother, come see if you like it." "Oh, is it for her?" Jungo mused. It must be said, this child had an eye for fine things. She herself found the hairpin quite appealing, though she could not resist teasing him. "Do you have the funds for such a purchase?" The little one patted his chest, nodding vigorously. The assistant, displaying keen insight, addressed Pei Chu, "Young master. This hairpin is priced at 800 taels. Before Jungo could respond, she witnessed Pei Chu produce a silver note from his chest. "My, you truly have wealth." Jungi exclaimed, "Ja, so pies evident. Where did you acquire such money?" Pei Chu gestured for her to lean closer, whispering, "Father gave it to me." Turning, he promptly handed the silver note to the assistant. "I'll buy it." "Wait. I, miss, will purchase this hairpin for 1,000 taels." Came a boisterous voice. Jungo squinted towards the source, discovering a young woman clad in opulent silks, adorned with a golden hairpin, standing amidst the crowd, her demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Pei Chu observed as the newcomer seized the hairpin, tugging at Jungo and whispering, "She is my father's former concubine." The visitor was none other than Yan Wanning. Today, she was in a foul mood, for her father had insisted that she remarry, this time to the crown prince. On the very day the crown prince returned from Yun country to Pei country, she had harbored hopes that he would revoke his decision to disperse the harem. Instead, she received two terse commands. First, to pack her belongings and depart. Second, to henceforth embrace solitude with only a dim lantern for company. With her pride shattered, she reluctantly chose the former option. She vowed to find a way back to the crown prince's residence. The Linglang Pavilion was truly extravagant today. Oh, you illegitimate child dare to purchase this hairpin? Chapter 59. The Ethereal Man Approaches. Quickly, bring it to me. Yan Wanning shouted fiercely at Pei Chu. The little one, frightened, turned pale and clung to Jun Ji's leg. Mother! Yan Wanning lunged forward in an attempt to snatch it away. Just as she was about to touch Pei Chu, Jun Ge seized her wrist and with a swift motion sent her stumbling back. Yan Wanning nearly lost her balance, her expression shifting from shock to fury. Do you dare to lay hands on me? She hissed through gritted teeth, disbelief lacing her voice. Jun Ge regarded her coldly, devoid of warmth in her gaze. If you dare to harm him again, do not blame me for being unkind. The little one clutched Jun Ji's garment tightly, his eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Witnessing this, Yan Wanning's rage intensified. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yin family. How dare you treat me this way? Capture her at once. With a command, for servants from the Yin household swiftly surrounded them, their faces fierce and ready to subdue Jun Ge. A glint of determination flashed in Jun Ji's eyes as she gently shielded Pei Chu behind her. In an instant, she moved like a specter among the servants, and before long, they lay sprawled on the ground, lamenting in defeat. Yan Wanning's face grew darker. She had not anticipated Jun Ji's remarkable prowess. You useless lot. You cannot even handle one person. Frustrated, she seized Pei Chu, having taken advantage of Jun Ji's distraction with the servants. You little wretch. How dare you compete with me for possessions? I've heard the prince has found a new favorite. Soon, you shall lose favor. With a resounding thud, Yan Wanning was hurled to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. I warned you. If you harm him again, I shall not hold back. A crowd of onlookers gathered, while the innkeeper rushed in, alarmed at the chaos. Oh dear. Guests, please be careful. Jun Ge tossed a pouch to him. The innkeeper, feeling the weight of the pouch, immediately broke into a smile. This is worth it. Yun Ge anxiously ticked Pai Tu for yours. Her heart sinking at the sight of the red, swollen marks on his arm. She had not wished to harm the little one in the slightest. She felt as if she were holding something precious in her mouth, afraid it would dissolve, and cradling it in her hands, fearful it might shatter. The mere thought of these things caused her countenance to change abruptly, anger flaring in her brow as she exclaimed, You shall pay for this. After being kicked and spitting blood, Yan Wanning propped herself up, gazing at the intimate scene between the two. With a scornful expression and venomous words, she pointed accusatory fingers at Jun Ge, declaring, So, it is you, this vixen, who has seduced His Highness. I knew it all along. It is said that the people of the Pain Nation are paragons of simplicity, but today, I have witnessed that the rumors are naught but folly. I am fortunate today to witness such blatant bullying of the weak. It truly opens one's eyes. A melodious voice emerged, soothing and delightful to the ears. The surrounding crowd parted, revealing a young man. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with eyes as clear as a pristine spring, clad in garments of pure white, cinched at the waist with a silver-gray belt adorned with an exquisite jade ornament. His elongated eyes sparkled like flowing spring water, exuding warmth akin to a gentle breeze. What a remarkably handsome gentleman. Might he be available for marriage? Yan Wanning turned to behold the ethereal figure of the man, her voice unconsciously softening. Who might you be? My lady, he replied with a slight smile, his tone gentle. In this vast world, is there not a realm of righteousness, even upon the king's land? Though I am but a scholar, I understand that power is not to be wielded for oppression, but to safeguard the people and uphold the nation. As a member of a noble house, you should comprehend that power is not a means of tyranny. Yan Wanning's expression shifted slightly. Unwilling to lose face before the crowd, she retorted, I am indeed aware of such principles. Yet today's events were provoked by this lowly individual's disrespectful actions. I merely administered a slight reprimand. The young man shook his head gently. Your words are misguided. My lady, if there was indeed a transgression, it should be resolved by the authorities, not through your personal retribution. Furthermore, acquiring wealth through coercion is akin to robbery. Such actions are unbecoming of one from a noble lineage. Yin Wanning's countenance darkened further. She had not anticipated this scholar would dare to publicly counter her. Anger surged within her, yet she recognized her own shortcomings, momentarily at a loss for a response. She feared her father would punish her upon learning of this incident. The young man, perceiving her distress, refrained from pressing his advantage and instead addressed the gathered crowd. Esteemed villagers, today's events are witnessed by all. Though I am merely a scholar, I understand that justice knows no favoritism and should prevail. If today's matter is distorted by power, then where lies the fairness in this world? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, clearly resonating with his words. Yin Wanning felt the weight of pressure. She understood that prolonging her stance would likely escalate the situation. Very well. Today's affair was indeed my recklessness. At that moment, her maid rushed in, witnessing the scene and hurriedly assisting her. Miss, what has happened to you? Were you not merely fetching some silver? With feigned bravado, she shouted to the crowd. Who dares harm our lady? Be wary, or you shall face dire consequences. The crowd displayed mixed reactions, some indifferent, others fearful, for the authority of the officials loomed large. Yin Wanning urgently gestured for her maid to leave. Shui Yun, let us depart. Not so fast. Jun Ji's cold voice interjected, halting them. Yin Wanning, what more do you want? Apologize. Yin Wanning's expression darkened. She had never bowed her head to anyone, much less apologized in front of so many people. Her pride forbade such an act, yet Junji's icy gaze suggested he would not relent until he achieved his goal. Why should I apologize? A hint of trepidation laced Yin Wanning's voice, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. Jungu scoffed, pointing at Pei Chu's arm. You just heard him. The surrounding shop was in disarray. He then gestured at the chaos around them, indicating that your reckless actions have caused significant losses to this establishment. Should you not be held accountable for this? Yin Wanning surveyed her surroundings, her heart swelling with regret at the sight of shattered porcelain and toppled shelves. Yet her pride swiftly obscured it. It's merely a trivial matter. I shall compensate for it. Yin Wanning attempted to resolve the issue with money, retrieving a stack of silver notes from her sleeve and tossing them to the shopkeeper. This should suffice, right? The shopkeeper accepted the notes, counted them, and upon noticing Junji's insinuation, feigned a troubled expression. Miss, while this sum is considerable, it may not be enough to cover the full extent of the damages. I shall send someone with more later. I kindly ask you to draft an acknowledgement. Filled with indignation, Yin Wanning drafted the acknowledgement, but was stopped as she attempted to leave. Compensation is one matter. An apology is another. Junji's voice allowed for no compromise. Yin Wanning's maid, Shui Yun, attempted to interject, but Yin Wanning restrained her, gritting her teeth and bowing slightly. I apologize. Ultimately, she covered her face and fled the shop. The onlookers dispersed as well. The shopkeeper approached Jungu, returning the pouch. Esteemed guest, this is your pouch. The compensation from that young lady has more than sufficed. Jungu shook his head, offering half back to him. I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired in your establishment today. You are too kind, esteemed guest. Once the crowd had thinned, Jungu took Pei Chu's small hand, smiling warmly at the young boy. Thank you. The boy's eyes mirrored a hint of amusement, his slightly parted lips betraying a touch of subtle tenderness. Junior sister, it has been a long time since we last met. Chapter 60. A quiet conversation between father and son encountering Jun Yanqing in the Pei Kingdom was an unexpected surprise for Jungu. Yun Yanqing, the son of the second elder of the Medicine King Valley, had grown up alongside Jungu. 3 years prior, he had embarked on a journey across the Four Kingdoms. To find him here today was beyond expectation. The two had not seen each other for 3 years and quickly decided to catch up at a nearby tea house. However, before heading to the tea house, Jungu first stopped by a pharmacy to procure some medicine. She had left in haste today and had not brought her usual supplies. She cannot openly retrieve medication from her spatial storage. Upon entering the tea house, Jungu lifted Pei Chu on her lap, rolling up the sleeve of his little robe. The swollen area had turned purple. "Mama, it doesn't hurt anymore." Jungu noticed that today the little rascal was particularly fond of calling her mama. She indulged him, obediently leaning closer to the injury and gently blowing on it before carefully applying the medicine. She resolved that upon returning home, she would certainly lodge a complaint. It truly vexed her. "Mother," she said, as she let go of his sleeve. The small hand retrieved the ornate phoenix dance hairpin, freshly purchased from the Ling Lang Pavilion. Jungu felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Their time of recognition as mother and child had been brief, yet this little one showed no signs of resentment. Instead, drawing closer to her. Could this be the bond of a mother and child? She wondered if Pei Xian had ever received a gift from this little one. If not, what would become of it? Would he feel jealous? Far away in the imperial palace Yangxin Hall, Pei Xian, buried in the arduous task of reviewing memorials, suddenly sneezed. "Your Highness, is it too cold in the hall? Have you caught a chill?" Su Qing inquired. Pei Xian's eyes remained fixed on the documents. "It's warm," he replied curtly. Jungu, with a playful demeanor, lowered her head, allowing Pei Chu to reach her. "Mother would love this. Should we adorn her with it?" Pei Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes," he exclaimed, tightly gripping the hairpin. He then stood on tiptoe, attempting to insert the pin into Jun Ji's hair. Though his small hands lacked steadiness, they were filled with earnestness and concentration. Jungu slightly bent down to assist him, her eyes brimming with tenderness and mirth. "Is it beautiful? Mother is the most beautiful." Pei Chu finally secured the hairpin, stepping back to clap his hands in delight. Jungu playfully tapped his little nose. "Our Chu has a discerning eye." Across from them, Jun Yanqing observed the interaction, his gaze lowering, a complex emotion swirling within his eyes. When he raised his gaze again, it softened, and he gently arranged the tea set on the table, producing a delicate chime. "I remember my junior sister's fondness for Phoenix Dan Song tea." Just then, a servant entered with a freshly brewed pot of Phoenix Dan Song, the steam rising as the tea danced within the pot, releasing a faint, fragrant aroma. He carefully placed the teapot on the table and stepped aside. "Your tea, esteemed guest," he announced. Yun Yanqing smiled gently, gracefully pouring tea into Jun Ji's cup with practiced elegance. His eyes briefly swept across Pei Chu's face before resting on Jun Ji's. "Junior sister, do taste this tea and see if it suits your palate." Jungu first offered Pei Chu a small pastry for him to nibble on before turning her attention to Jun Yanqing. She delicately lifted the teacup and took a small sip. The tea swirled on her tongue, revealing an initial crispness, followed by subtle sweetness, culminating in a lingering aftertaste that beckoned her for another sip. Her eyes narrowed slightly, clearly pleased with the flavor. To her surprise, her senior brother remembered her taste. This Phoenix Dansong was her favorite tea in the modern world, and even in this new reality, her preference remained unchanged. The tea leaves were tightly curled and dark, unfurling into a vibrant green upon brewing, reminiscent of a phoenix spreading its wings, offering a visual feast. Each infusion presented a different character. The first was refreshing, the second rich, and the third sweet. Jun Yanqing's lips curled upward slightly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "As long as your taste remains unchanged, I still remember this preference of yours, junior sister." Jun Yanqing spoke while pouring a cup of tea for Jungu, casting a discreet glance at Pei Chu, who was engrossed in nibbling on a date cake. "Who is this?" Jungu lifted the teacup to take a delicate sip and smiled leisurely. "This is my uncle." Before Jungu could elaborate, Pei Chu interjected, "I call my mother, so I must be her beloved son." "How foolish," Jun Yanqing remarked. "He doesn't appear to be of such age, does he? Moreover, it seems he has been slighted by a little brat." Jungu responded, "Goodness, one cannot help but admire such formidable genes." While explanations were due, she couldn't resist praising herself, even while finding fault with others. She awkwardly chuckled a few times, gently ruffling Pei Chu's little head. Tuan, you mustn't call others foolish." Pei Chu stuck out his tongue. "All right." He then turned to apologize to Jun Yanqing. "I'm sorry, uncle." Jungu further clarified, "Senior brother, I apologize. This is my son. Jun Yanqing, with a smile still gracing his face, reassured her that it was of no consequence, though his hands were clenched tightly within his sleeves, his heart in turmoil. What did she have a son? He had received no word from Yaolong Valley. Why was she already married? As a stick of incense quietly burned away, Jun Yanqing watched the figures of varying heights recede into the distance, feeling increasingly uneasy. Once they were completely out of sight, the tenderness on his face vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Investigate, he commanded quietly. A voice from the shadows responded affirmatively. Upon returning to the estate, they fortuitously encountered Pei Xian, who was returning from the palace with a small, exquisite sandalwood box in hand. A cold smile graced his lips as he softly inquired, "Have you been overworked?" "Father." Pei Chu scampered over to embrace his leg, his face alight with admiration. Pei Xian tossed the box to Su Qing and lifted the little one in his arms. "You certainly know how to evade work." He then walked alongside Junge, and the three of them entered the estate together. Meanwhile, Suin stood forlornly. Before reaching the front courtyard, Junge pondered how best to lodge her complaint. Should she be direct or more subtle? Turning her head, she realized the father and son duo had vanished. She quickly discovered they had stopped about 10 meters away, with Su Qing looking innocent beside them. The little one clung to his father's neck, whispering something in his ear, while Pei Xian's gaze transitioned from calm to increasingly profound, fixed intently upon her. His eyes were rather intimidating, sending a chill down her spine, as if they were discussing her in hushed tones behind her back. "What secret conversation are you two having without me?" Chapter 61. The Phoenix Dan song available anywhere. Junge found it exceedingly strange. Previously, the little one would cling to her and Pei Xian. Yet today he unusually allowed Su Qing to take him to the small study early to practice calligraphy. Something was amiss. Reflecting on Pei Xian, he instructed his subordinates to place a book beside the sandalwood box. He picked up the book and pushed the box in front of Junge. "What is this?" Casting a fleeting glance at the man whose expression remained obscured, she curiously lifted the box and opened it. The lid creaked open slowly, revealing the exquisite hairpin nestled within. The pin, crafted entirely from pure gold, was adorned with resplendent gemstones. At its apex, a vividly carved phoenix spread its wings, seemingly poised to soar into the sky at any moment. The creature's eyes, inlaid with 2 rubies, appear to be its soulful gaze, bestowing upon the entire piece an air of life and nobility. As he idly flipped through the pages of a book, he spoke in a leisurely manner. "Mother has entrusted this to you." He too was taken aback, astonished that the Empress had so swiftly gifted this item to Junge. This hairpin belonged to the Emperor's biological mother, the former Empress, and had been given to the Empress on the day of her wedding to the Emperor. Even the former Empress had never possessed such a treasure. Junge, having seen her fair share of the world, recognized that this hairpin was no ordinary item. Hesitantly, she returned the pin to the box and pushed it toward Pei Xian, declaring it far too precious. Pei Xian raised his gaze and fixed his eyes upon her, the box sliding back toward Junge as he calmly remarked, "This is destined to be yours." In that single statement, she discerned the purpose of the hairpin. Just as she was about to inquire further, she caught sight of Pei Xian's frigid stare directed at her, causing her to swallow the words that were on the verge of escaping her lips. "What is it? Why do you look at me so? I heard that you encountered your senior brother today." "Ah, so that was the matter." She was startled. "Indeed, I haven't seen my senior brother in 3 years." With a sharp sound, she turned her head. The book that had once rested in the man's hands now lay silently on the table. "This book is for you," he declared. "Read it daily. I shall conduct a surprise inspection." Junge gazed at the man's chilly silhouette, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she focused on the book. The tender gentleman had ensnared her in a ruse. What on earth is this? Today, a significant event was unfolding in the court. The Empress Dowager had returned to the palace. The current Empress Dowager was not the mother of the Emperor, but rather his legitimate mother. She was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Lord of the Lu Mansion, closely related to the former Empress as her maternal aunt. 5 years prior, the Empress Dowager had journeyed to the Guo Temple to pray for the nation's welfare. Now, After 5 long years, her return to the court was a momentous occasion. Both the former and current courts were bustling with activity in anticipation of this event. The emperor had appointed the crown prince to oversee all matters related to the Empress Dowageress return. After 5 days of fervent preparations, the time had finally arrived. On that early morning, the palace was already abuzz with voices, as maids and eunuchs busily prepared for the Empress Dowager's grand welcome. Pei Xian had roused Pei Chu from his slumber at the crack of dawn. With the Empress Dowager returning, all royal relatives, civil and military officials, and palace concubines were required to gather at the palace gates to extend their greetings. Even the 3-year-old Pei Chu was no exception. Jungu hurried to see the father and son off, deciding not to partake in the commotion. "You must listen to your father. Do you understand?" Still in a daze, Pei Chu nodded and leaned against Pei Xian's shoulder. "Off you go." After bidding farewell to the two, she found herself surprisingly alert. Stifling a yawn, she returned to the Chang'an Hall and entered the study. This study is where Pei Xian practices his calligraphy on ordinary days. Matters concerning the court are handled within the Chang'an Hall. Since Jungu took residence in the main hall, she has also made use of the study. She instructed the servants to brew a pot of tea. It is unknown when the tea throughout the prince's residence was replaced with phoenix dancing. It can be found wherever one goes. How peculiar. After ensuring that no one was around, she retrieved a collection of ancient texts from her spatial pouch. She has already gained a faint understanding of the murder case in the Yun Kingdom, but it requires a thorough examination of ancient literature. If it truly is that prescription, those women should still be alive. The Tian'an Pavilion has yet to send any news. It seems they have been unable to uncover any information, not even the location of the so-called Black King Valley. However, she recalled the words heard in the basement. If the Yun Kingdom cannot succeed, then what are the other nations? Since they are so wary of the Medicine King Valley, they would certainly avoid Pei Country. As the Medicine King Valley is situated in Pei Country, they would not act there. Which of the southern or Yu kingdoms would they choose? It appears necessary to pay a visit to these two nations, coincidentally seeking the medicinal herbs to cure the poison afflicting the queen of Yun Kingdom and the prince consort. At the palace gate, Pei Xian, clad in court attire, stood with the civil and military officials, awaiting the Empress Dowager's arrival. As the sky grew brighter, distant sounds of drums and the horns of the ceremonial procession echoed, and the Empress Dowager's carriage approached slowly, the palace gates gradually opening. The carriage came to a halt before the palace gates, and Pei Xian, with an impassive expression, stepped forward to pay his respects. "We welcome the Empress Dowager back to the palace," he proclaimed. "We await your return, your majesty." However, after a long moment, no one emerged from the carriage, and the officials began to murmur among themselves, their faces reflecting confusion. Pei Xian seemed to anticipate this situation. His countenance remained as tranquil as water as he subtly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Time passed. The wind grew stronger, yet everyone maintained their respectful posture, showing no signs of impatience. Finally, the curtains of the carriage were gently lifted, revealing only the profile of its occupant. "You have worked hard, Crown Prince. I have caught a slight chill today and am unwell. It is not suitable for me to stand in the wind for long." The voice of the Empress Dowager emerged from the carriage, sounding devoid of any weakness, easily discernible as her polite refusal. According to protocol, the Empress Dowager should descend from the carriage and proceed to the front courtyard of the Xianhua Palace, where the Emperor, Empress, and concubines would be waiting. Only the Emperor's carriage would be permitted to proceed directly into the inner palace. Pei Xian slightly lowered his head. "Your Majesty's health is a blessing for the nation. It is only right for us to wait here." The Empress Dowager's voice rang out again, this time laced with a barely perceptible insistence. The Crown Prince's filial piety is well understood. "However, I am truly unwell today and cannot linger at the palace gates. If you have no other matters, please return to the front courtyard. I shall arrive shortly." A glint of understanding flickered in Pei Xian's eyes. He recognized the Empress Dowager's attempt to assert her authority, yet his expression remained unyielding. "As you wish, we take our leave." He turned, leading the group of silent civil and military officials, along with the carriage, towards the Xianhua Palace. The palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the phoenix carriage exchanged glances, uncertain whether they should proceed. It was not until a voice emanated from within the carriage, laden with an indistinguishable blend of emotions, that they were urged to continue. The carriage slowly resumed its journey. Granny Lou knelt within the sedan chair, her hands gently massaging the legs of the noblewoman reclining on the soft couch, her eyelids delicately half-closed. Truly, the Empress was remarkably wise. Upon closer inspection, the Empress Dowager displayed no signs of illness. Rather, her complexion appeared rosy and radiant. With her eyes still closed, she reached up to caress her temples, speaking with a hint of profound meaning. This humble one has indeed caught a chill. How dare the crown prince compel me? Would that not invite scorn from all under heaven for such an act of filial disrespect? I am the most esteemed woman in this realm. Who possesses the right to coerce me? Chapter 62. When the Empress Dowager is treated as heir, the crowd in the front courtyard of the Xianhua Palace beheld the empty sedan chair with a mix of confusion, astonishment, and calm demeanor. Certainly, the expressions of the Emperor and Empress were genuinely tranquil, as if they were entirely unconcerned. The noble concubine stood beside the Emperor, her brows furrowed, her tone reflecting evident dissatisfaction and provocation, as if questioning the crown prince. Did he not go to fetch the Empress Dowager? Why had she not accompanied him? Pei Xian merely cast her a cursory glance, seemingly indifferent to her insinuations, offering no response. Suing, with a thoughtful turn of his head, respectfully replied, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has caught a slight chill and, fearing it may worsen, deemed it unwise to venture out into the wind. Thus, she instructed the crown prince to return first. The Empress Dowager will come in due time. I implore you to remain patient." Ah, His Highness truly could not be bothered to utter a single word. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager showed him no deference, directly undermining his authority before the civil and military officials. Did she presume to be someone of significance? The sovereign of this realm is His Highness's own father. What tempest could a dowager, who is not close to the emperor, possibly stir? His Highness remained utterly unconcerned. The noble concubine, taken aback by the situation, awkwardly retreated under Pei Zong's disdainful gaze, realizing the circumstances. The Empress, meanwhile, discreetly rolled her eyes in disbelief. Perhaps the dowager had aged and lost her sharpness. Truly, she was as foolish as her niece, waiting and waiting still. Finally, the long-anticipated Phoenix carriage came into view. As the vehicle came to a gentle halt, Granny Lou swiftly and respectfully disembarked, proceeding to perform the appropriate rites before turning to steadily assist the Empress Dowager as she gracefully stepped down. Clad in a dark green palace gown adorned with golden threaded phoenixes poised to take flight at the hem, her noble status was unmistakable. The sleeves were ample, her hair styled high and secured with a jade hairpin from which delicate tassels cascaded. A golden crown, encrusted with jewels, sat firmly atop her coif, with two slender golden chains draping from either side, each terminating in a luminous night pearl. Though in her 60s, she retained a vibrant glow, reminiscent of a woman in the prime of her life. If Junge were here, he would undoubtedly marvel at the ancient practices of nurturing oneself. The crowd bowed in unison, yet Pei Zong merely inclined his body slightly. He approached with a composed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with polite formality. "Your Majesty, you have worked diligently." The Empress Dowager's gaze swept over the kneeling assembly, ultimately resting upon Pei Zong. She nodded slightly, her smile imbued with a hint of customary warmth, responding, "It is my duty to pray for the nation. There is no labor to speak of. It is the Emperor, burdened with state affairs, who truly bears the weight of hardship." "Your Majesty is too modest," the Emperor replied, his voice calm yet tinged with an imperceptible distance, maintaining a facade of respect. "Ruling the country is my responsibility. I dare not speak of suffering." He then shifted his gaze, a flicker of inscrutable depth within his eyes, his tone a blend of concern and subtle probing. "I have heard that the Empress Dowager has been unwell of late, and I am quite troubled. If your discomfort arises from your prayers for the nation, it weighs heavily on my heart." The Empress Dowager gently covered her face, seemingly concealing a slight cough. her voice bearing a trace of frailty. Your Majesty worries too much. I merely caught a chill and am not in serious trouble. As for you, with the nation's affairs demanding your attention, do take care of your health. Her gaze moved across the crowd, as if only then realizing they remained kneeling. A flicker of apology crossing her features. Oh dear, I became so engrossed in conversation with the Emperor that I forgot to allow you all to rise. Please do stand. The weather is frigid, and I would not want you to catch cold. Thank you, Empress Dowager, the crowd responded in unison, rising collectively. Pei Zong extended a hand to assist the Empress, who discreetly pinched his arm, causing a fleeting change in his expression, though he quickly regained his composure. This subtle exchange did not escape the notice of the Empress Dowager. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes. I see that the Emperor and Empress share a profound bond. Their harmony is indeed a great fortune for the nation. Pei Zong inclined his head slightly, his voice tinged with an imperceptible chill. Your Majesty overstates. The Emperor and Empress ought to regard each other with respect. The corners of the Empress Dowager's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she had anticipated Pei Zong's response. Her gaze gradually shifted, ultimately settling on Pei Chu, who was dozing beside Pei Xian. I have heard that His Highness the Crown Prince has welcomed a legitimate son. Is this child he? Pei Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, tenderly stroking Pei Chu's head. In that moment, the child's slumber was dispelled, and he looked up at Pei Xian with confusion, his eyes seeming to inquire. Father, why have you awakened me? A fleeting smile passed through Pei Xian's eyes, but as he turned to the Empress Dowager, that warmth was swiftly overshadowed by a veneer of indifference. Indeed, this is my legitimate son, Pei Chu. The Empress Dowager appeared to continue casually. I have heard that this child was brought back by His Highness from the battlefield. According to tradition, a legitimate son should be born of the Crown Princess. The royal lineage cannot be treated lightly. I recall that the Crown Princess has yet to bear any offspring. Beside her, the concubine Ru could no longer contain her impatience. She gracefully stepped forward, carefully taking the Empress Dowager's arm from Nurse Lu. Aunt, you may not be aware, but the Crown Prince currently has no wives or concubines in his household. Pei Zong's expression gradually revealed his impatience as he coldly interjected. All right, let us proceed to the palace. The wind outside is quite fierce. The Empress Dowager smiled gently as she patted the hand of noble consort Ru, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. You've certainly endured much, my dear. Noble consort Ru's response subtly conveyed her reliance on the Empress Dowager and a veiled provocation towards the Empress. The two appeared to converse deliberately as they walked, with noble consort Ru's demeanor suggesting that she considered herself the rightful Empress. Even the Emperor and Empress were momentarily overlooked by the Dowager. After all, noble consort Ru was her own niece. A throng of people hurried into the hall. Once seated, the Empress Dowager fixed her gaze upon everyone, her voice imbued with authority. Can anyone provide insight into the matters concerning the Crown Prince's harem? Pei Zong soothingly patted the Empress's hand, subtly shaking his head in silence. Pei Xian instructed Su Qing to bring a new hand warmer for Pei Chun, whose small hands were reddened from the cold. Each person was preoccupied with their own affairs. The civil and military officials, along with the palace concubines, bowed their heads in silence. Who among them was unaware of the discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? One was the Emperor, a sovereign with the power of life and death, and the other was the Dowager, the late Emperor's legitimate wife. One of the most esteemed women in the harem. They were not to be trifled with. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened as her eyes fixed on the Empress, her tone accusatory. As the mother of the Crown Prince, how do you address this matter? As the heir apparent, the harem was a place for procreation. Currently, the Crown Prince had only one son. The flourishing of descendants was a matter of national significance and should not be taken lightly. Pei Zong nodded slightly, signaling for Su Shi to take note. Su Shi immediately understood, feigning urgency as he spoke with deliberate tension in his voice. Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. Pei Zong swiftly stood, his face reflecting anxious seriousness. The Crown Prince shall accompany me to address this. The Empress Dowager and the other concubines may converse among themselves. I shall discuss matters with the Empress Dowager again during tonight's banquet. Just as he took a few steps, Pei Zong pulled the empress back. I require your counsel on certain issues. All ministers, follow me to the Yangxin Palace. The crowd dispersed, leaving the grand hall abruptly empty and desolate. Only the palace concubines and the imperial heirs remained. Their gazes collectively fell upon the pale-faced Empress Dowager, all too cautious to utter a sound, as if even their breaths had become tentative. Though the Empress Dowager was not physically ill, her temper might soon lead to distress. Chapter 63. Appeasing the Empress Dowager Pei Zong, accompanied by the civil and military officials, along with Pei Xian and the Empress, exited the Xianhua Hall. As he stepped outside, he paused, surveying his surroundings with a look of confusion. Where is the Chancellor? Su Shi bowed and whispered, Your Majesty, the Chancellor has taken leave today due to illness. Pei Zong lightly tapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. I had completely forgotten about that matter. In that case, my esteemed ministers, you may return to your residences. The ministers exchanged glances, harboring doubts. The urgent news mentioned before the Empress Dowager seemed merely an excuse. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. We take our leave, they replied in unison. Pei Zong waved his hand casually, then took the Empress's hand and departed. Pei Xian and Pei Chun. Pei Xian returned to his residence. Inquired from others, it was learned that Junge had remained in the Changyin Palace after finishing her breakfast. Pei Chu, exhausted, had long since fallen asleep. After a brief pause, unable to find anyone in the front hall, it was presumed they were in the study. Indeed, upon entering the study, he spotted her figure sprawled over the desk. Pei Xian stealthily approached the table, his gaze resting upon Junji's face. For some unknown reason, her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had encountered something displeasing in her dreams. The sight of her frown appeared particularly striking to him. Pei Xian extended his hand, gently smoothing the creases between her brows. He bent down, intending to lift Junge delicately. However, just as his fingertips grazed her shoulder, Junji's eyes slowly opened, her dazed gaze gradually sharpening, ultimately settling upon him. You're back. Her voice, laced with the rasp of awakening, prompted her to sit upright and rub her sleepy eyes. Before she could finish her words, he embraced her from across the chair, the warmth of his breath encircling her neck. Instantly, a tickling sensation overcame her, compelling her to instinctively lean back. The weight of his breath grew heavier by her ear. Unconsciously, she turned her head, but the words left unspoken were swallowed in her throat. The sudden kiss took her by surprise, as if a tempest had struck. While she remained momentarily stunned, he seized her hand, drawing it around his neck, intensifying the kiss and skillfully prying open her lips. On one side, spring's warmth burst forth, while on the other, a tense atmosphere lingered. The Shu Fei subtly cast a glance at the Empress Dowager, seemingly indifferent as she spoke. Your Majesty, regarding the reason for the dismissal of the noble ladies from the Crown Prince's courtyard, we are not entirely informed. It is merely known that the Empress's decree was directly issued to the Crown Prince's residence. On the surface, her words appeared ignorant, yet they were imbued with deeper significance. Slyly shifting the blame onto the Empress while discreetly sowing discord before the Empress Dowager. Her intention was clear, to divert the Dowager's ire towards the Empress. Within the harem, none harbored more animosity towards the Empress than the Dowager herself. During Pei Zong's time as Crown Prince, the Dowager had sought to marry her niece to him, only to see Pei Zong favor the youthful Empress. Since then, the Dowager had nursed a grudge against her. Following Pei Zong's ascension, the Dowager frequently suppressed the Empress in the name of filial piety, even attempting to control the power within the harem. What she did not expect was that the Empress, far from yearning for the coveted power that everyone else desired, willingly relinquished it to the likes of Gu Fei, rather than lament the loss of her authority. The Empress thrived, her complexion radiant, living a life more comfortable than anyone else. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, who had assumed power, grew increasingly haggard. What an absurd situation. This was the proverbial case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. The Dowager scrutinized Shu Fei several times, her tightly knitted brows remaining unrelaxed. It has been 5 years since I last saw you, Shu Fei. I have missed you dearly. Shu Fei appeared more gentle than the Empress. It was only that little wretch who remained so infatuated. The gentle visage of the consort was adorned with a serene smile. To earn the favor of the Empress Dowager was indeed a blessing for her. She turned her gaze towards the virtuous prince, exclaiming, "Siener, do come and pay your respects to your imperial grandmother." Although the emperor was not particularly close to the dowager, he would not easily defy her will. Gaining her support would surely be advantageous. Upon hearing her words, the virtuous prince approached the dowager with a demeanor of warmth and respect, performing a proper bow. "Imperial grandmother, your grandson pays his respects." The dowager's brow relaxed slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features as she scrutinized the virtuous prince. Finding him more pleasing to the eye than the emperor's son, she noted his aloof expression today, reminiscent of the haughty demeanor of that insufferable woman. "Dear aunt, you have yet to properly admire my child," the noble consort interjected, her heart filled with discontent as the consort always seemed to outshine her. Despite this, the noble consort had a knack for ingratiating herself, as her bond with the dowager was indeed the closest. She boldly drew the Shun prince to stand in front of the consort, seemingly innocently nudging her shoulder. The consort, unfazed by the slight, responded with a gracious smile and stepped aside willingly. The dowager nodded in approval, yet her expression turned reproachful as she gazed at the noble consort with affectionate admonishment. "You, my dear girl, are no longer a child. Must you act so recklessly?" The noble consort giggled as she nestled against the dowager's side, playfully asserting, "I have missed you dearly, aunt." The lower-ranking concubines, lacking the privilege to approach the dowager so closely, could only cast envious glances at the two as they conversed, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. After all, the noble consort hailed from a distinguished lineage. Her brother was a formidable general, and her aunt was the reigning Empress Dowager. In the palace, none dared to confront her openly. With a smile, the dowager inquired about the affairs of the palace, then turned her attention to the Shun prince and others, her tone laced with a warning. "You must not allow your courtyards to mirror that of the crown prince. Should any similar incidents occur again, I shall not be lenient." The virtuous prince appeared hesitant, stammering, "Imperial grandmother, the crown prince." The dowager's expression darkened as she commanded sternly, "What is it that the virtuous prince wishes to convey?" The virtuous prince shook his head, lowering his gaze in silence. Unable to restrain himself, the Shun prince interjected, "Why must the third prince shield the crown prince? The rumors have long since spread throughout the realm." The dowager raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Shun prince spoke candidly, "Imperial grandmother, it is rumored that the crown prince is impotent." With a loud thud, the dowager slammed her hand down in anger, rebuking, "Preposterous." The assembly fell to their knees in fear, exclaiming in unison, "Imperial dowager, please quell your anger." The gong prince bowed his head, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, while the virtuous prince's earlier hesitation vanished. The dowager concealed her amusement at the scandalous gossip, reproaching, "Such rumors are but a distortion of the truth. They must not circulate within the harem." After issuing further instructions, she prepared to return to Sinang Palace, stating, "I am weary and shall return to Sinang Palace now. You may take your leave as well." "Farewell, your majesty," they chorused as the dowager's retinue gradually departed from Xianhua Hall. The dowager, resting her hand upon her forehead, closed her eyes slightly in contemplation. Lady Lu hesitantly spoke. "My lady, do you truly believe what the Shun princess said?" After a prolonged silence, the empress, seated in her palanquin, slowly spoke. "I have previously mentioned that this is mere gossip, but whether it holds any truth depends on others' perceptions. After all, a prince with scarce offspring cannot securely occupy the throne." Chapter 64. Administering medicine to one's father at the Prime Minister's residence. A sudden scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Concerned that calamity had befallen, the crowd hurried towards the source of the sound. This evening, the empress had returned to court, and the emperor had hosted a banquet. However, Prime Minister Jiang, feeling unwell, was unable to attend the royal feast. Consequently, he had retreated to the chambers of his most cherished concubine, Lady Gua. For the past 2 days, he had experienced a sense of malaise. Despite consulting a physician who assured him of his overall health, he remained restless and uneasy. Tonight, he had hoped to enjoy a peaceful evening with his beautiful companion. After freshening up, he picked up a book and reclined on the favored couch. Lady Gua, having bathed and donned a delicate sheer garment that subtly accentuated her well-maintained figure, approached him. Leaning against him, she nestled close, whispering softly in his ear, her breath warm against his skin, while her slender hand caressed her chest. Master, startled, Prime Minister Jiang shifted his gaze from the book, inadvertently catching sight of her exposed shoulder, his desires unabashedly evident. He swiftly gathered her in his arms and carried her towards the bed. Such a temptress you are. Do you think your lord does not enjoy this? His response came in the form of hearty laughter. Just as passion was about to ignite, it faltered unexpectedly. With a sudden loss of vigor, he struggled to maintain composure. Unbeknownst to him, a drop of blood fell onto Lady Gua's exposed skin, prompting her piercing scream. At that moment, the door was flung open. Startled, Lady Gua instinctively recoiled towards Jiang. Poor Prime Minister Jiang, who felt a sharp pain where the blood had dripped, was drenched in cold sweat. As Lady Gua leaned closer, the pain elicited a sharp cry from him. But such was the nature of his beloved concubine. He hastily pulled the quilt over their exposed bodies, gritting his teeth as he reprimanded the intruders at the door. Leave. Among those who had rushed in were not only the household servants, but also his wife, Madame Jiang, who glared furiously at Lady Gua on the bed. Meanwhile, her husband, despite his pain, gently consoled his pitiful concubine. Vixen, by the steward, summoned the physician. In a matter of moments, the courtyard became crowded with onlookers. Legitimate children, concubines, and illegitimate offspring. Prime Minister Jiang's countenance darkened noticeably. Madam and Ear may remain, all others depart. Ear, Lady Gua, nestled beside Jiang, her face etched with concern. Unbeknownst to the gathering, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Yao's face as she hurriedly exited the courtyard. Her steps unsteady. Physician, what has happened to my husband? Madame Jiang had rushed over upon hearing the scream. Had she not known that Prime Minister Jiang had eagerly come to the concubine's quarters that evening, she would not have bothered to intervene. A concubine, in truth, should not occupy her thoughts. Prime Minister Jiang, having risen from humble beginnings, relied on the wealth of the Jiang family to gradually forge connections, allowing him to ascend to the heights of power. The Jiang family, originating from the merchant class of Jiangnan, had no apprehensions regarding riches. Yet once he grasped power, Prime Minister Jiang turned his back on those who aided him. Among the gentry, merchants are deemed the lowest. It seems he has forgotten that it was the Jiang family who paved his path to success with their gold. Now, he has begun to disdain her. He has taken one concubine after another, fathering numerous illegitimate sons and daughters. Fortunately, they were soon forgotten, along with their progeny, who received little favor. Only after taking in concubine Gu did the situation settle. However, he lavished affection upon concubine Gu, a devotion that has persisted for decades. What reassures her is that concubine Gu, having suffered in her youth, is unable to bear children. Were it not for this, the Jiang family would never tolerate her existence. After all, the favored illegitimate children are wholly incomparable to those who are not. She cannot allow anyone to threaten the position of her beloved son, the legitimate heir. Crash! The exquisite blue and white porcelain tea set was swept to the floor in a frenzy. Her anger subsided only upon witnessing the disbelief in the eyes of the Jiang family and the concern reflected in concubine Gu's gaze. Doctor, this matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, I understand, the physician replied. Prime Minister Jiang, after soothing his beloved, left the courtyard with a stormy countenance. He did not perceive the physician as deceitful. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. He was indeed unable to rise. Yet, this ailment had manifested in the presence of his most cherished beauty. Throughout his life, he had taken pride in his vitality, even as he approached his 50s. Now, he felt reduced to a limp figure. How could a man accept such a fate? The only course of action remaining was to secretly seek a remedy from an external physician. A month prior, Jiang Yao stealthily returned to her chamber with a vial of medicine. She was unaware of the identity of the individual who provided it. Yet she was not devoid of reason. If that person claimed it was harmless, then it must be so. Surely, He sought her father's assistance and would not harm him. After reassuring herself, she ventured to the kitchen, where, with the cook's help, she prepared a bowl of white fungus soup. Butler by, is father in the study? Observing the time, she noted that her father should typically be there at this hour. Ever since her return from the prince's estate, her father had shown her disdain, believing her presence to be a source of shame. Miss, the master is currently practicing calligraphy in the study. He has instructed that no one must disturb him during this time. However, this devoted daughter, with a heart full of filial piety, persisted in her efforts. Before she could finish her thought, a fit of laughter echoed from the study. Recognizing the sound, she knew it was concubine Gu, her father's favored companion. Yet, the medicine had already been administered, and she could only compel her father to drink it now. Butler by wore a look of discomfort. Her father should have been more discreet, for it was ill-fated that the young lady had overheard. After a while, Butler by emerged from the study. Miss, the master requests your presence. He gestured for her to enter with a bowl of white fungus soup in hand. Holding it for so long has become quite exhausting. I dare not let others take it. She holds it, and her filial piety will surely touch her father, allowing him to savor this delicate soup. The daughter has seen her father coming to the study to inquire about his affairs. Prime Minister Jiang sits in his purple sandalwood chair, while concubine Gua stands behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Upon her entrance, he does not even acknowledge her with a greeting. Concubine Gua has always been indulged by him, and all formalities have been dispensed with for her. Aside from her alluring beauty, she cannot fathom why her father dotes on this concubine so excessively. This chair was a gift from concubine Gua on the occasion of his birthday, although it was purchased with his own money. Nevertheless, it brought him great joy. Ever since, he has placed the chair in the study. Father, this is a bowl of silver fungus soup that I have personally prepared for you. Please do taste it. She places the bowl, brimming with her filial affection, on the table, her face alight with anticipation. Prime Minister Jiang is well aware of his legitimate daughter's temperament. She has been spoiled throughout her upbringing. While outsiders may extol the gentle nature of the crown princess, he knows his daughter all too well. Today, however, she has shown a rare display of filial devotion. For this, he offers her the first smile he has bestowed upon her since her return home. It is indeed a rare, heartwarming gesture, my dear Yao. I shall taste it. Dear sir, I too wish to sample the culinary skills of the eldest miss. Concubine Gua interjects with her charming voice, causing Prime Minister Jiang to nearly drop his spoon in surprise. Clearing his throat, he admonishes, nonsense. Yet, he cannot help but feel a twinge of compassion as he glances at Jiang Yao. I shall let you have a taste. Father, this was personally made for you by your daughter. If concubine Gua wishes to try it, I can prepare another batch. Jiang Yao is taken aback. She is unaware of the nature of the medicine, and while someone suggested her father drink it, she cannot ascertain the effects it might have on concubine Gua. Thus, she intervenes. Then it shall be at your service. Mississippi Prime Minister Jiang nods in satisfaction, remarking on her newfound maturity. After your marriage, you have become more sensible and have shown filial affection. If you do not wed, you may remain in the household. Observing her father finish the bowl entirely, Jiang Yao breathes a sigh of relief, unable to discern any adverse effects from him. I shall take my leave now. Father, please take care of your health. Prime Minister Jiang waves his hand dismissively, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Eldest miss, do not forget about my soup. Concubine Gua reminds her as Jiang Yao turns to leave. Jiang Yao's back is filled with resentment. She clenches her fist but ultimately relaxes. Concubine Gua, however, remains unperturbed. Chapter 65. Prime Minister Jiang's Impotence. After the palace banquet, snow begins to fall outside. The palace walls, glazed tiles, and elegantly curved eaves are cloaked in a thin veil of white. Snowflakes drift into the corridors, landing on the stone steps, only to be crushed by the footsteps of passers-by, turning into puddles. Pei Xian dons the dark jade purple fox fur cloak handed to him by Su Qing and strides confidently towards the palace gates. Your Highness, please wait. The banquet tonight was ostensibly held to celebrate the Empress Dowager's return to the palace. Although peace reigns temporarily, the issue of the people's sustenance remains far from resolved. Looking around, many still suffer from hunger. The preparations for the imperial banquet were rather unceremonious, and the Empress Dowager's countenance bore an unmistakable displeasure this evening. She seemed to believe that the Emperor and Empress had deliberately orchestrated this slight. Thus she began to scrutinize every detail on the spot. It was truly laughable. She incessantly proclaimed her visit to the Gua temple was for the nation's blessings, yet her own life remained one of extravagant indulgence. She frequently uttered, "The Buddha says, all beings are equal, and compassion should dwell within." This was merely a fade, a performance put on for the sake of public perception. Sushi moved swiftly, as if his feet were greased, approaching Pei Xian and bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence at the Yangxin Palace." Once the banquet concluded, the Emperor would return to the Yangxin Palace, having initially intended to visit the Fengyi Palace. But it appeared the Empress was in a fit of anger. Consequently, the Emperor could only retreat to the Yangxin Palace in a state of dismay. Coincidentally, the matter the Emperor had commissioned for investigation had yielded results, prompting him to summon the Crown Prince. Pei Xian fiddled with the jade pendant hanging from his belt and addressed Su Qing. "You may return home first." He turned and retraced his steps. Su Qing gently brushed the snowflakes from his shoulders and hurriedly made his way towards the palace gate. His Highness had instructed him to advance ahead and convey the message of his delayed return to Miss June. In just a brief moment of snowfall, a delicate blanket of snow had covered the ground, leaving behind a trail of varying footprints. However, these impressions were soon concealed by the newly fallen snowflakes. Vanishing without a trace, Pei Xian inadvertently glanced towards the center of the courtyard, where a frail eunuch was pinned to a wooden board. Two other eunuchs wielding rods were meting out punishment, striking his backside. Retrieving his gaze, he handed his cloak to a nearby attendant and entered the hall with composure. "You have arrived?" Pei Zong, holding a memorial, displayed a troubled expression, and upon seeing Pei Xian, handed it to him. "Take a look." Pei Xian received the memorial. His brow furrowed, his eyes swiftly scanning the lines. "Urgent report from Juzhou City. A sudden snow disaster has displaced the populace, with ensuing epidemic spreading. The physicians within the city are at a loss and urgently require imperial assistance. Juzhou City, adjacent to the southern kingdom, which lies atop the snow-capped mountains and is perpetually blanketed in snow, was undoubtedly affected by its influence. While snow had only just begun to fall in the capital this evening, Juzhou City was already suffering from snow disaster." Pei Zong sighed as he elaborated. "This memorial was delivered at great speed today, highlighting the urgency of the situation." "Father, I request permission to journey to Juzhou City," Pei Xian implored. The signs of the snow disaster and the emerging ailments must have been evident much earlier, yet they were only reported at this critical juncture. Which part of this process has concealed the truth remains unknown. Pei Zong fixed his gaze upon him, ultimately gesturing with his hand. "Go, and take your fifth younger brother with you. Juzhou City is his fief. As a prince, he knows little about his own domain. It is time for him to learn responsibility and grow." Pei Xian exited the hall, his gaze once more landing upon the eunuch. He would not survive. The hand that held the binding rope faltered. "What transpired?" "Suanfeng Kuwayev. This scoundrel has betrayed us, spying on the emperor." Once again, he lowered his voice to remind. The rumors about his highness in the marketplace were spread by this fellow. Pei Xian withdrew his gaze, opened his umbrella, and stepped outside. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he noticed Su Qing standing at the entrance. "Where is she?" he inquired. Returning to his highness, "Miss June is in the study," Su Qing replied. "Prepare hot water," Pei Xian instructed. Inside the study, June Gu donned a simple dress, cluttered with an array of jars and bottles on the table. After a day spent poring over ancient texts, she felt nearly certain of her findings. Only one last step remained for confirmation. "What are you busy with?" After their intimate moments in the study that morning, she had pushed him out, remaining there even after he entered the palace. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Their time together was scant, and the hours they spent were eclipsed by the time she dedicated to her son. Without lifting her head, June Gu replied, "Has the palace banquet concluded?" Pei Xian chuckled softly, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in his deep-set eyes. "Yes." He sealed the last lid and locked the box, unable to store it away for the time being. He reached for the teapot to pour himself a cup, but it was taken from him. The water has cooled. He called to the servants outside for a fresh pot. He personally poured her a cup, watching her finish before filling it again. Calmly, "We shall depart for Jeojo City tomorrow," he stated. Jungu drank another cup, having been so preoccupied all day that she had neglected her own tea. Savoring the taste, she thought, this phoenix dancing suits her palate perfectly. Why the haste to Jeojo City? Snow disaster, epidemic, Pei Xian replied. Jungu paused, her hand gripping the teacup momentarily before she set it down, her expression turning serious. Epidemic? Indeed, Pei Xian affirmed. Jungu fixed her gaze on him for a moment before declaring, "I will accompany you." No wonder his mood was amiss tonight. As the crown prince, he bore the weight of the people's suffering, and she understood him well. How could he find joy amidst the tribulations of the populace? With this thought, she continued, "Coincidentally, I have some knowledge regarding this epidemic and might be of assistance. The snow disaster will eventually pass." She meticulously outlined her plans, unaware of the deepening shadows in the man's eyes. He gathered her into his embrace, his tall frame bending slightly, his chin resting in the crook of her neck. His voice, tinged with a husky timbre, murmured, "Very well, I shall heed your words." Jungu smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently patting him, as if soothing Pei Chu to sleep. "I believe in you." At the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Jiang returned to his study after leaving Gua Yinyang's courtyard. Feeling far from sleepy, he paced anxiously within the confines of the study. How could he have suddenly fallen ill? What would be the cause? He resolved to enter the palace the next day, discreetly seeking the imperial physician. After all, what dignity would he have left? Suddenly, a masked man emerged from behind the bookshelf, his voice laced with seduction. "Prime Minister Jiang, how delightful to see you well." Chapter 66. Journey to Jeojo City for disaster relief the following morning. As the snow fell increasingly heavy, the ancient plum tree in the Chang'an Palace courtyard became enveloped in a thick layer of white, with the plum blossoms appearing particularly vibrant against the snowy backdrop. During the morning court session, Pei Zong subtly signaled to Su Shi. Clearing his throat, Su Shi unfurled the imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have heard of the rampant plague in Jeojo City, causing great suffering among the populace, which weighs heavily on my heart. I hereby appoint Crown Prince Pei Xian to personally travel to Jeojo City to provide disaster relief and comfort the people, alleviating their dire plight. Prince Qi, Pei Qi, shall assist the Crown Prince in this noble endeavor. You must diligently fulfill your duties, empathize with the people's suffering, and ensure the containment of the plague, granting peace to the afflicted. Any wrongdoers who disrupt the relief efforts will face severe punishment. I hope you will not betray my trust, but act swiftly to soothe my concerns." Upon the conclusion of the edict, Pei Xian and Pei Qi responded in unison, "We, your sons, accept the decree and shall not fail your grace." After the court adjourned, Pei Xian immediately convened the accompanying officials to deliberate on the relief efforts. Meanwhile, Pei Qi began preparations for provisions, medicines, and other necessities to be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. The virtuous king and the honorable king descended from the court together. Inside a private chamber, the virtuous king's gaze briefly swept over the curtain behind which a songstress played the pipa, a hint of displeasure flickering across his brow. He spoke, "Fourth brother, the crown prince's journey to Jeojo City has both advantages and disadvantages." The honorable king casually rested his elbow on the table, idly toying with his wine cup, seemingly captivated by the songstress as he slowly brought the cup to his lips. "Ah, my third brother truly lacks an appreciation for beauty." He chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The melodious pipa and the beauty akin to jade, are they not one of life's greatest pleasures? The virtuous king furrowed his brow, his thoughts far removed from the songstress, yet seeing the honorable king's demeanor brought him a measure of relief, despite his discontent. It appeared that his brother indeed held no interest in that position. He cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "Fourth brother, we both know that should the crown prince succeed in this endeavor, his standing in the hearts of the people will be further solidified, making the position of heir apparent even more unassailable for us. The honorable king set down his cup and finally redirected his attention from the songstress to the virtuous king. What does my third brother propose? A flicker of hesitation crossed the virtuous king's face, as if he had been troubled for quite some time. Do you have any strategies? Fourth brother? Though he was a man of indulgence, his brother had no intention of pursuing that position. Whether or not he was sincere in his cooperation would depend on his willingness to serve as a tool in the virtuous king's hand. The honorable king poured himself another glass of wine, a playful smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Third brother, you are aware that the plague has been rampant in Jojo City of late, causing the people immense suffering. If the crown prince achieves something noteworthy here, it would indeed be a monumental merit. However, should he falter and contract the disease, it would simply be fate's cruel jest. He spoke with a casualness that belied the gravity of his words, his gaze inscrutable. The virtuous king raised an eyebrow, fully discerning the implications of his words, yet refraining from directly confronting them. He cleared his throat and replied, "What you say is indeed true, fourth brother. I have heard as much. However, the crown prince is the heir to the nation. Can he risk everything for a minor gain?" Prince Gong gently swirled his wine glass, a hint of indifference gracing his lips. Elder brother, have you forgotten the ancient adage that when heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their will and strengthen their physique? If the crown prince were to personally experience the hardships of the common folk, would he not garner their hearts more effectively? As for the matter of the epidemic, it is a decree of fate beyond our control. Prince Yen's heart stirred. He understood that Prince Gong was subtly implying that if the crown prince were to unfortunately fall ill, it would be providence and not their concern. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your words hold merit, fourth brother. I shall ponder this carefully. However, such matters require deliberation over time, and we must not act in haste. I look forward to your assistance when the time comes." Prince Gong nodded, refraining from further comment, and drained his glass, a flicker of somberness passing through his gaze. He recognized that his words had taken root in his elder brother's mind. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. The two raised their glasses in mutual respect before departing in succession. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, a woman quietly emerged from beneath the table where they had just sat. She gazed at the closed door and waved to the singing courtesan who played the pipa. In the Zhonghua Palace, a woman sat at a dining table, partaking in breakfast. Her features were delicate, not particularly striking amid the throng of beauties in the harem. Yet her serene demeanor possessed a unique allure. "Your Highness, the Emperor has dispatched His Highness, Prince Qi, to Jojo City to provide disaster relief." Lu Mama, a woman in her 60s, rushed in, her worried wrinkles deepening with urgency. The woman was Consort Zhuang, the mother of Prince Pei Qi. Originally a princess of the Yun Kingdom, she was not of royal descent, but had been selected from the daughters of noble officials to be conferred as a princess. After marrying into the Pei Kingdom, she severed ties with her kin in Yun. Consort Zhuang chewed her food leisurely, pausing to set down her chopsticks, her gaze tranquil as still water, seemingly unfazed by the news. She took a handkerchief and delicately wiped her mouth before instructing her maid. "Tao Yu, inform the kitchen that this stir-fried sandong needs a touch of chili. The flavor is too bland. And the gurin tofu should be a bit lighter, as it is too salty." Lu Mama stamped her foot in exasperation, exclaiming, "Oh dear! Truly, while the consort remains unperturbed, I am the one who is anxious." Tao Yu stifled a giggle nearby, clearly entertained by the consort's playful teasing of Lu Mama. Consort Zhuang, donning her flower-pot soled shoes, gracefully approached the Gui Fei chair and sat down with elegance, chuckling softly. "As the Mama has said, I am not anxious, so there is no need for you to be so. One must learn to bask in the sun like a cat, languidly rolling about, rather than scurrying like an ant on a hot stove, frantic and restless." With calmness and poise, Consort Zhuang extended her hand toward the brazier for warmth, inadvertently drying the meticulously applied rouge on her fingers. Observing Lu Mama's anxiety akin to the burning coals, Tao Yu could no longer contain herself and urged, "Your Highness, please refrain from teasing Lu Mama. She is nearly at her wit's end." Consort Zhuang gently twirled her hand, smiling. Very well, very well. I shall cease my jesting. Lu Mama furrowed her brow, her face etched with concern. Your Highness, I have heard that Jiuzhou City is currently beset by calamity, and the people are suffering from a devastating plague. What shall we do? As she spoke, she instinctively patted her thigh. The prince, with his innocent disposition and having been cherished since childhood, is ill-equipped to endure such hardship. Zhuang Fei replied, he is a prince, and Jiuzhou City is the fief bestowed upon him by the emperor. It is his duty to protect it. Should he fail to act, the censors will undoubtedly seek grounds to impeach him. Yet, Lu Mama remained anxious. But Zhuang Fei interrupted her, her tone laden with significance. With the crown prince present, he shall never encounter misfortune. Outside the city, Pei Xian had arranged matters in the capital and escorted Pei Chu to Foamy Palace before setting off for Jiuzhou City with his entourage. Due to the urgency, they traveled on horseback. As they passed a winding river, Jun Ji's gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure in the distance. Just as her mount was about to cross that area, she swiftly and decisively tightened the reins. Whoa! She softly exclaimed, bringing the horse to a halt. With her actions, the entire party ceased their advance. Jun Gu smiled brightly, enthusiastically waving at the person. However, she remained oblivious to the flicker of vigilance and danger reflected in the eyes of the man beside her. Brother, what brings you here? Chapter 67, Three's Company. One's a light bulb 2 days slipped away in an instant. As they drew closer to Jiuzhou City, the snowfall intensified. Many villages along the way had transformed into a blanket of white, with homes succumbing to the weight of the heavy snow and roads inundated by melting snow, making progress exceedingly arduous. Both carriages and pedestrians had to navigate cautiously through the snow. Particularly outside Jiuzhou City, the severity of the disaster became increasingly apparent. Once fertile farmlands lay buried beneath ice and snow, with crops suffering no reprieve. In some villages, one could see the townsfolk huddled around fires in a desperate attempt to warm themselves, though the flames provided little solace against the biting cold. Along the roadside, the sight of frozen livestock was not uncommon, their bodies concealed beneath the snow, save for their stiff limbs. Rivers and lakes had succumbed to frost, their surfaces cloaked in thick ice, while some fishermen attempted to break the ice for a catch, yet their efforts yielded scant rewards. In certain areas, makeshift shelters had been erected, crowded with homeless victims of the disaster, where the cries of children intertwined with the coughs of the elderly. By the time they arrived at Jiuzhou City, it was already afternoon. The city gates appeared unusually desolate, with scarcely a guard in sight. The group slowly entered the city. Jungu inadvertently stumbled over an unseen object hidden within the snow, losing her balance. Just as she teetered on the brink of falling, hands reached out from either side, steadying her with a firm grip. Be careful. The two voices echoed simultaneously. In that moment, the gazes of the two men converged. One's eyes were soft and gentle, like water, while the other's were cold and frosty. Yet, when these two sets of eyes met, it was as if a volcano collided with water, erupting in a fierce spark. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for an instant, charged with the intensity of this stark contrast. In a moment of tranquility, Jungu settled her body and softly uttered, "It's nothing." Instantly, the air regained its serenity. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Pei Xian. Noticing this subconscious action, Jun Yanqing almost instinctively loosened his grip on Jun Ji's arm. "Thank you, senior brother," she murmured. Jun Yanqing nodded slightly, a trace of barely perceptible melancholy flickering in his eyes before he lowered his head, concealing the disappointment beneath. The involvement of Jun Yanqing traced back to 2 days prior. On that day, they unexpectedly encountered each other outside the city, where Jungu curiously inquired about his presence in such a locale. "Junior sister, I have heard of the rampant plague in Jiuzhou City, and as I have some knowledge of epidemics, I wish to accompany you," he replied, urgency evident in his tone. In truth, he had awaited this moment solely to journey alongside her. Jun Ji's astonishment was palpable, for she had not anticipated that, after years of separation, Jun Yanqing's medical skills had advanced so remarkably. "Senior brother, There's no need, she began, but Pei Xian interrupted her, dismounting from his horse to stand beside Junge. Clad in identical azure garments, they appeared particularly harmonious together. However, to an observer, this scene seemed strikingly discordant. Jun Yanqing maintained his calm demeanor, preserving his usual gentle smile. I have heard the common folk praise His Highness the Crown Prince for his benevolence towards his people. As fellow disciples, having one more person along strengthens our resolve. Surrounded by numerous talented individuals, there is no need to trouble young Master Jun, Pei Xian retorted coldly, reaching out to gently clasp Jun Ji's hand, his gaze seemingly brushing past Jun Yanqing with a hint of provocation. Jun Ge found herself at a loss, sensing an animosity akin to that of adversaries meeting. It was no wonder, for in her modern life, she had been a single mother, perpetually inept in matters of affection. Her feelings for Pei Xian seemed to stem from fate itself. There always exists that one individual who unexpectedly intrudes upon your life, altering your world irrevocably. For her, Pei Xian embodied such a presence. Liking someone appeared devoid of reason. Ultimately, it was Jun Yanqing who severed the undercurrents of tension between them with a simple declaration. Before the common folk, nothing else matters. Pei Xian's gaze shifted to him, his expression darkening slightly as he silently guided Jun Ge back onto the horse. Thus, they formed an unanticipated company. Returning to the present, a few individuals, clad in thin garments, stumbled towards them from a distance, perhaps hindered by the obscured objects beneath the heavy snow. They approached Pei Xian's party and bowed. This humble official greets His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Qi. In an unprecedented act, Pei Xian personally assisted the fallen individual to rise, astonishing all present, save for Junge. In their eyes, while the Crown Prince was often seen as cold and impassive, accustomed to orchestrating strategies for the nation and its people, they never envisioned him offering a hand in such a manner. It seemed the rumored compassion of the Crown Prince was indeed genuine. Lord Wei, please rise, he urged. The man, referred to as Lord Wei, exhibited a fleeting expression of excitement on his gaunt face. Given that the calamity in Jiuzhou City was more severe than in previous years, compounded by the outbreak of disease, he lamented, I have failed in my governance, and I beseech your highness for forgiveness. Pei Xianwei subtly shifted aside as Lord Wei first distributed the supplies brought by the soldiers to the citizens for warmth, deferring other matters for later discussion. Yes, I understand, he replied. In this calamity, most of the common people's homes had collapsed, forcing many to erect tents temporarily both inside and outside the city. Each day, they must clear away the snow, otherwise the tents would be crushed. Currently, the sick were concentrated in one area, and the daily death toll continued to rise, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Several individuals made their way into a tent, which contained a table, 2 chairs, and a rickety bed with only a thin blanket. This brought to mind Lord Wei's recently donned cloak. He was indeed a benevolent official for the people. Lord Wei, this is Jun Ge, the leader of Yaowang Valley who has accompanied me. He formally introduced, deliberately omitting the gentle figure of Jun Yanqing, who still wore a warm smile within the tent. Thank you, Jun Valley Master, for coming to assist us. I have long heard of your exceptional medical skills, and with your aid, we will surely overcome our current difficulties. In fact, he had previously sent someone to Yaowang Valley to request help, but had received no response until today. Jun Ge returned a courteous bow. Lord Wei is too kind. It is only natural for a physician to save lives, and it is my honor to assist. Lord Wei nodded, his gaze suddenly landing on Jun Yanqing, his expression filled with confusion. Who is this? Jun Ge glanced at Pei Xianwei, whose face had turned dark, then replied, Oh, this is my senior brother, who has come along to help treat the patients. Pei Xianwei clicked his tongue lightly, shifting his gaze elsewhere, out of sight, out of mind. Lord Wei, unaware of Pei Xianwei's demeanor, scratched his head and adjusted his newly donned warm cloak. It is indeed quite warm. Suddenly, a flustered figure burst into the tent, kneeling before Lord Wei. Sir, while we were clearing the heavy snow, we discovered 10 unusual male corpses. Chapter 68. The bodies buried beneath the snow. The weather is truly frigid, with snowflakes dancing through the air, turning black hair to white. The group hastily followed the messenger to a secluded area less populated by disaster victims. This place appeared particularly hidden, seldom visited. Had it not been for Lord Wei's order this morning to clear the road, no one would have ventured here. Before the snow disaster, the road had been sparse with houses, always seeming desolate and lonely. As the snow was cleared, an open space emerged, perfectly suitable for erecting tents. When the soldier hurriedly relayed his message, Junge instinctively locked eyes with Pei Xianwei, both sharing a fleeting glimpse of mutual understanding. This scene felt all too familiar. Upon arrival, the 10 corpses were lined up neatly, all male, their bodies already stiffened. It was uncertain how long they had been buried beneath the snow. Junge frowned slightly, unconcerned as he knelt to examine the bodies. In front of Pei Xianwei, Jun Yanqing also gravitated closer to Junge. Remarkably, the latter leaned in even closer, absorbed in his examination of the corpses, oblivious to the unfolding scene. A man's eyes darkened increasingly as another drew nearer. "Sister, have you discovered anything?" A gentle voice unexpectedly resonated in her ear. Jun Ji's hand trembled slightly, clutching the silver needle. She steadied her mind and put away the needle. "Did you find something, brother?" she replied with a smile, addressing Jun Yanqing, who was squatting beside her. The corpse had already stiffened. It had been dead for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Jun Yanqing brushed away the snowflakes clinging to his robe and reached out to help Junge, only to be halted by her instinctive flinch. Her gaze flickered momentarily before she composed herself, standing up nonchalantly. This corpse appeared to have been buried here due to a snow disaster, yet some bruises were still faintly visible, particularly in the lower region, hinting at hidden, fragmented words. The individuals present were rather timid, with the exception of Pei Xian and his companions. Junge felt a sense of relief upon hearing Jun Yanqing's words. Her vigilance dissipated, replaced by a look of agreement. The earlier scene bore a resemblance to how the Grand Elder had interrupted her thoughts, suggesting that she had overreacted. How could her gentle and courteous brother be connected to such matters? Not to mention, he had accurately described the symptoms. A twinge of guilt arose within her as she smiled warmly at him. "You speak truly, brother." Turning to Lord Wei, she inquired, "My lord, is there a record of the deceased citizens in Jiuzhou City?" Jiuzhou City borders the realm of the Southern Kingdom, and this area sees few visitors. Lord Wei's gaze drifted towards Pei Xian. Noting the absence of any objection on his face, he clasped his hands and replied, "Master Jun may not be aware, but since the onset of the disaster, I have been conducting daily statistics. Jiuzhou City had a population of 168,231, and now only 126,591 remain. Each deceased citizen has been duly recorded, and to prevent the spread of the disease, the bodies have been cremated." As he spoke, a look of hesitation crossed his face. "As for these 10 corpses, I must thoroughly investigate to ensure no records were overlooked." Junge nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Pei Xian seized the moment to speak, his dark eyes heavily scrutinizing the frozen, indistinct faces of the corpses. His voice carried a somber tone. "They should be cremated." The group hurried back, with Jun Yanqing trailing behind, casting a glance at the neatly arranged corpses now displayed by the officials, his expression reflecting a deep solemnity. Upon returning to the tent, it was evident that no patients had been seen along the way, indicating effective management of the situation. Lord Wei informed Junge and the others that the afflicted individuals had been isolated, yet the number of patients continued to rise daily, leaving the city's physicians at a loss. "Lord Wei, I wish to visit the isolation area," Junge said, her brows furrowed. She needed to see the patient's symptoms firsthand. Lord Wei hesitated to agree outright, for he had eagerly anticipated the arrival of the divine healer from Yaowang Valley. However, he had just observed the close relationship between Master Jun and the Crown Prince, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. After all, the sudden onset of the illness had claimed many lives, including several physicians. His concerns were palpable. Yet, the very next moment, Pei Xian's words eased his apprehension. "Lord Wei, please arrange for someone to escort the esteemed Lord Jun." As Pei Xian's words faded, Junge took a small bundle from Zhu Ji's hands and extracted a variety of colorful, indistinct items, distributing them among the gathered individuals. She also produced a sheet of paper filled with intricate writings. This is a small mask I devised prior to our arrival in Jojo City. This mask can mitigate the contagion of the epidemic. However, due to time constraints, I could only produce this quantity. Lord Wei, this paper contains the method for crafting these masks, and the materials are readily available. Please have someone follow this procedure to produce more for the populace. After demonstrating how to wear the mask, she recalled the novel she had read, where even the slightest ailment could prove fatal in ancient times. Given the highly contagious nature of this disease, it was indeed terrifying. Lord Wei, visibly moved, nearly shed tears. One could hardly associate a man's tears with masculinity. Yet here he was, overwhelmed with gratitude. Once everything is arranged, Junge nodded at Pei Xian and turned to leave the tent. A warm hand grasped her icy fingers. Her hands were perpetually cold, even in the sweltering summer, and she found herself momentarily enchanted by the warmth enveloping her. She turned and was met by the depth of emotions in Pei Xian's eyes, emotions she could not decipher. The mask obscured half of her face, leaving her eyes as the most prominent feature. The man lowered his gaze, gently took the mask from her hands, and, with deft fingers, raised it to her face. In front of everyone, he carefully placed the mask upon her, his brow furrowed with concern and regret. His eyes were filled with love and apprehension. Junge noticed the teasing expressions of those around her, causing her face to flush beneath the mask. How inappropriate, she thought, yet she understood his worry. She responded with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, reassuring him. Beside her, Zhu Ge was wide-eyed with astonishment. My lord and his highness the crown prince. In that instant, her heart blossomed with happiness. Finally, her master had found a suitor. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner, the icy demeanor of Jun Yanqing gradually unfurled. After departing the tent, Junge made her way to the isolation area. In Pei Xian's piercing gaze, Jun Yanqing followed closely behind. Being men, they could easily discern each other's expressions, and it was rare for Pei Xian to maintain his composure. Upon arriving at the isolation zone, Junge was met with tattered tents, anguished groans, and pale faces. Only a sparse few healthy individuals stood among the afflicted. Those were the physicians and officials. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a particular direction, her expression one of shock. Mad old man. Chapter 69, astonishing. It turns out he could be gentle too. Realizing she had mistaken him, she recalled the mad old man's chaotic speech. Yet, the figure before her was pale, gaunt, and plagued with constant coughing. How could she describe him? Elegant. Yes, that was the word. Elegant, despite his illness, clad in tattered garments, lying in a decrepit tent. Yet she remained poised and graceful, akin to the luminous moonlight filtering through the pines. A fleeting remark emerged amidst her frailty. The contrast between the two was evident. They were not the same individual. However, in this setting, she had no desire to inquire further into his relationship with the old man. When Junge arrived in this isolation zone, the officials handed her over to the physician and departed. Junge, it is rather presumptuous of me. The physicians here are all seasoned middle-aged individuals. This rendered her and Jun Yanqing conspicuously youthful. Clearing her throat, she felt compelled to speak. Greeting, esteemed Signor. I am here to assist in the treatment of patients. A profound silence ensued. The officials had merely abandoned them here without any introduction. She felt it inappropriate to introduce herself. What if authority were wielded against her later? Yet, Junge remained unperturbed, observing them as they prescribed remedies. After a while, she shook her head and turned to crouch beside a patient, examining their pupils. Among the elderly men who had previously dismissed her, one flashed a look of disdain, his lips curling in derision. What can this little girl possibly contribute? His voice was neither loud nor soft, but practitioners of martial arts possess keen hearing. Junge refrained from retorting. Upon hearing the old physician's disparaging remarks about Junge, Jun Yanqing's previously gentle expression vanished. A piercing gaze settled upon the elder physician. How dare he speak of her in such a manner? Shifting her gaze to Junge, who was crouched beside the patient, she then addressed the old physician with a measured tone. Esteemed senior, your words seem somewhat biased. One must acknowledge that the new waves of the Yangtze River surge forth to push the older ones aside. Though Jungu Master is youthful, she has inherited the true teachings of the former master of Yaowang Valley, possessing extraordinary medical skills that should not be underestimated. Jun Yanqing's voice was gentle, reminiscent of a spring breeze, yet it carried an undeniable edge. Yaowang Valley? The old physician's eyes flickered with surprise, evidently familiar with the name. Jun Yanqing nodded slightly and crouched beside Jungu to assist her. The other elder physicians exchanged glances, and one by one, they set down their tasks. Sheepishly approaching Jungu, the elder who had mocked her youth clasped his hands in apology, admitting, "I was blind. Esteemed Jungu Master, please forgive me." The others echoed his sentiments, lamenting, "It is entirely the fault of the officials for failing to introduce us. What if we offend someone from the illustrious Yaowang Valley?" Jungu systematically examined the symptoms of 3 patients, exchanging a knowing glance with Jun Yanqing before nodding. Standing up, she smiled at the physicians. "Esteemed Signor, you are too kind to me. Our shared goal is to save lives, and such matters are relevant." Observing the selfishness and sycophancy in their eyes, along with the prescriptions they had written, she discerned their mediocre skills. Ha! How magnanimous of Jungu Master. Truly a prodigy at such a young age. She had not come here to bask in their flattery. Silently mocking them, she cheerfully shifted the subject. "Might I request to review the prescriptions you previously wrote?" As soon as the words left her lips, the flattery ceased abruptly, replaced by awkward laughter. Meanwhile, on another front, Pei Xian was also quite occupied. Even the usually carefree Qi Wang had shed his nonchalant demeanor. The voice had risen 8-fold, and the tone had shifted drastically. "What did you say?" Lord Wei instinctively stepped back a few paces, intimidated by the fearsome visage of Prince Qi, before collapsing to his knees. "Is he too fierce?" Prince Qi cautiously glanced at the impassive face of his elder brother, the Crown Prince. Well, indeed, he was rather intimidating. Clearing his throat, he commanded rise. Mimicking the calm demeanor of his elder brother, he seated himself to the side. Yet, could Lord Wei dare to rise? The answer was a resounding no. One was the future emperor, while the other was his superior in charge of the city. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. What I say is the truth. As early as a fortnight ago, I expedited the message back to the capital, but 3 consecutive times no one was dispatched from the capital. Until this final occasion. Prince Qi's face was one of astonishment, though he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. It was not his fault, with his simple-mindedness. How could he be expected to be astute? He could only place his hopes on his elder brother, the Crown Prince. Alas, it seemed he was destined to be nothing more than a freeloader. He gazed longingly at Pei Xian, pitifully voicing, "Brother." Lord Wei's knees buckled. Why is he so effeminate? Pei Xian cast a sidelong glance at the pitiful Prince Qi, then furrowed his brow, his fingers gently tapping the table. The rhythmic sound echoed in the spacious tent. Lord Wei's heart raced, wishing he could retract his head like a turtle. At last, a voice called from above, "Lord Wei, please rise. I would trouble you to summon the messenger from that time." Lord Wei rose as if granted amnesty, trembling as he hurried outside. Yes, I shall summon him at once." Just as he reached the tent's entrance, he collided with an officer rushing in, resulting in a loud thud as he fell onto his backside. "Oh dear, what is this? Not good, someone has died." The newcomer was a young officer. Panic etched across his face. When Pei Xian's piercing gaze fell upon him, he instinctively swallowed his words, kneeling to pay his respects. Pei Xian ceased his tapping. His voice cold. "Who has died?" "The messenger." The officer's eyes widened as he continued. "All of them are dead. 3 in total, except for the last one." At that moment, Lord Wei could no longer care about his aching rear. He hastily knelt, stammering, "Your Highness, this." However, what awaited him was a flurry of robes. As he looked up, only to find the crown prince had vanished. All that remained was the frantic voice of Prince Qi. "Brother, wait for me." Lord Wei mused, the capital of Pei Country. 5 days had passed since Jungu and Pei Xian set forth for Jiuzhou City. Throughout these days, one couldn't fathom how many sighs had escaped from the child. Alas! Look, another one is coming. Pei Chu rested his chin on his hand. his round eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the tent. "Little Pei Chu," a shrill voice called from the entrance, nearly shattering eardrums. Pei Chu turned his head away, his small voice uttering two words, "boring." Standing nearby, Su Qing said, "Your Highness, with your departure, I am left to care for this little ancestor. I am nearly at my wit's end and wonder if I can manage until the little princess is born." As Pei Shouting entered, he noticed a small figure wearing an expression of grievance. An idea sparked in his mind, and he lowered his voice, speaking quietly amidst the disdainful glances. After a brief moment, a luxurious carriage slowly emerged from the palace gates. Just as it passed Qian Shuyuan, who was walking towards the entrance, it came to a halt with a soft sigh. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a pair of heads, one large and charming, the other small and adorable. "Shuyuan Ye." Qian Shuyuan paused, and as he turned, the coldness on his face vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth. He cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Fourth princess." In the carriage, Qian Shuyuan watched the playful antics of the two, a smile illuminating his eyes. The young lady's gaze was clear and bright, her laughter creating crescent-shaped eyes. Perhaps it was the warmth of the carriage that flushed her cheeks. She was truly an innocent young girl. "Where are the fourth princess and the little prince headed?" Pei Shouting asked, his playful spirit evident as he lifted the curtain and exclaimed, "We plan to sneak out to play, primarily for Xiao Pei Chu's amusement." Qian Shuyuan's dark eyes glimmered as he observed Pei Shouting peering outside, his brows arching in delight. "I happen to know of a delightful place." Pei Shouting's eyes lit up with surprise, and even Pei Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" After Qian Shuyuan nodded, the two clapped their hands in joy. At last, they had found a fun place. They didn't question why they believed him. It was simply a secret. Engrossed in their excitement, they failed to notice the cunning glint in Qian Shuyuan's eyes as he looked down. It was a rare opportunity indeed. Jungu had never placed her hopes on those physicians. After 2 consecutive days of research, combined with her previous studies on epidemics and the assistance of Jun Yanqing, it must be said that her senior's medical skills were on par with hers. Having such a capable ally was immensely comforting, though she chose to ignore the incessant questions around her. "Jun Valley Master, what is the purpose of this medicine?" Here it came again, the endless inquiries. If one did not understand, why ask again? Must every single herb be questioned? Jun Yanqing seriously suspected that the others being referred to were indeed him. He might as well take it as a compliment. Suppressing her irritation, Jungu replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "The addition of 3 qian of forsythia and 3 qian of reed root is intended to clear heat and detoxify, while also enhancing the formula's ability to dispel heat and alleviate symptoms. Forsythia has properties that clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling, while reed root can cool and generate fluids, promoting urination and quenching thirst. When used together, they effectively eliminate internal heat toxins, making them highly effective for treating high fevers and sore throats in patients." The physician nodded, seemingly understanding, yet not fully grasping the explanation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned away, his face a mix of confusion and humility, leaving Jungu with her unwavering smile. Jun Yanqing chuckled softly, his bright laughter met with a glare from Jungu. "Senior brother." The former quickly composed himself, performing a gesture as if to zip his lips. This elicited a smile from Jungu, who was taken aback to see her usually refined senior brother display such a playful action. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother has changed so much." Jun Yanqing's fingertips fluttered slightly, his expression unchanged. "Junior sister, you have changed quite a bit as well." Suddenly, a thought struck him. When had his junior sister married? She even had a child, and he was completely unaware of it. Junge's fingers trembled slightly, nearly dropping the medicinal herbs she held. Goodness, what a sudden question. It felt akin to a modern-day teenager being interrogated by their parents about their first love. The fear of a love affair being thwarted loomed, though she reassured herself that her senior brother would not do such a thing. Turning away, she smiled and replied, "That's a long story. I will share it with you another time." With her back to Jungu, Jun Yanqing lowered his gaze, closing his weary eyes for a brief moment before softly stating, "Senior brother will wait." The sudden death of the courier had become a perplexing mystery. Whether the missive had reached the capital was uncertain, Was it a problem with the courier or had someone intercepted it within the city? According to the courier's report upon his return, the missive had indeed reached the capital. However, this did not preclude the possibility of deceit. Now, with the man deceased, the trail had gone cold. It seemed this matter required discreet investigation. Over the course of several days, the affairs within the city were meticulously reviewed. Prince Qi trailed behind Pei Xian, claiming it was for observation. Pei Xian, however, had little interest in his companion, fully aware of his brother's lackadaisical nature. Otherwise, he would not have been so late to learn of the troubles plaguing Jiuzhou City. Royal brother, who do you think is behind this? This question had been gnawing at him incessantly. Let him not discover who it is, or else I shall not hesitate to take decisive action. Pei Xian lifted his gaze from a pile of memorials, staring at the dimming sky for a moment before remarking, "The heavens are changing." This cryptic statement left Prince Qi utterly bewildered. What do you mean the heavens are changing? He turned to look outside. Oh, it's getting a bit dark. So that was his meaning. It was merely the encroaching night. No, royal brother, I'm asking you a question. Pei Xian waved his hand dismissively, feigning ignorance as he rose and donned a mask before heading outside. In recent days, Minister Wei had arranged for masks to be produced. Although it was not feasible to provide one for every citizen, it would nonetheless help reduce the risk of infection for some. Prince Qi huffed and puffed as he chased after Pei Xian. Royal brother, where are you going in such haste? His hurried steps resembled that of a man fleeing from a tiger. Prince Qi, affectionately dubbed Tiger King, could only grumble as he followed along. They arrived at the quarantine area where Prince Qi finally caught up. The sight of the densely packed patients rendered him unusually silent. After several days of being by his royal brother's side, assisting in the restoration of the city, arranging food supplies, warm clothing, and various other necessities, he had witnessed firsthand the efforts his brother had personally undertaken. Though he had never aspired to that position, these past few days had made him acutely aware of the disparity between himself and his royal brother. In the future, my elder brother shall undoubtedly become a sagacious ruler, one who cherishes his subjects. In the past, he feigned nonchalance to avoid suspicion, fully aware of the thoughts harbored by our other siblings. Yet, he has always stood firmly by the side of our elder brother, the crown prince. Whenever his elder brother requires assistance, he is ever willing to lend a hand. However, this time he has come to a realization. His cities and his people are enduring such calamities, and he remains powerless, which fills him with shame. He is uncertain of how others perceive him, yet he finds himself reviling his own shortcomings, wishing he could strike himself across the face. Contemplating this, he acted accordingly. Before a gathering of patients, he slapped himself soundly. Pei Xian paused, a flicker of concealed amusement passing through his eyes. It seems his younger brother possesses a keen intellect. Indeed, if Prince Qi were to learn that his elder brother praised him for the first time, would he not be moved to tears? Prince Qi would surely exclaim, "I must thank you." Pei Xian cast his gaze around and spotted Jungu in a corner, with Jun Yanqing crouched beside her. The two were engrossed in discussion. A few elderly women nearby observed them with smiles, their complexions less pallid, their eyes radiating warmth akin to watching their own children. How it evokes a sense of having one's home invaded. He approached them with a measured pace. Jungu was deliberating on the prescriptions to be administered to the patients. Over the past few days, they had tailored remedies for each ailment, and today many patients showed signs of improvement. However, new symptoms emerged this morning. Patients exhibited a condition characterized by initial bowel movements followed by blood. The bleeding originating from the small intestine, a region distant from the anus, a consequence of post-illness weakness in the spleen and stomach. Simultaneously, there were indications of a potential relapse, with symptoms such as abdominal pain, urgency, and impeded circulation of qi and blood. The symptoms were in constant flux, necessitating considerable deliberation regarding the medication. After squatting for too long, his legs tingled as he stood, and each arm was suddenly grasped by a hand. Jungu implored for updates, comments, and likes, beseeching her beloved readers to shower her with affection. Chapter 71. A certain man becomes jealous. This is rather alarming. Ultimately, it was Jun Yanqing who conceded first, unperturbed as he released his hold. Be cautious, junior sister. Jungu's face bore traces of fatigue. After days of researching medications, the dark circles under her eyes were nearly impossible to conceal. Observing Jun Yanqing's perpetually gentle demeanor, she thought little of it. Thank you, senior brother. She then turned, astonished, to Pei Xian. Have you finished your tasks? Her voice held a slight, enticing lilt. Over the past few days, she had scarcely seen Pei Xian, as their duties diverged, each engrossed in their own responsibilities. Pei Xian grasped her arm, tightening his hold, then shifted to clasp her hand, all in the presence of those elderly women. Well, that has settled. He discreetly cast a glance at Jun Yanqing, whose head was bowed, obscuring his expression, and scoffed inwardly. Who doesn't recognize the hidden intentions of that pretentious facade? He appeared so refined, yet harbored designs on his How absurd. The gentleman speaks rather than acts. What is he truly moving? Is he merely attempting to vocalize his melodies while still priding himself on being a gentleman? Perhaps sensing Pei Xian's gaze, Jun Yanqing abruptly lifted his head. The two men's eyes met, igniting a fierce spark. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed from not far away. Your Highness, the Crown Prince? At the utterance of these words, the imminent clash dissipated into fragments. Pei Xian observed the newcomer with a fleeting expression of astonishment, which quickly transformed into calmness. His robe, sullied and stained, bore the marks of mud and herbal juices. Despite the wintry snowfall, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, with strands of hair clinging to his skin from the moisture. Jungu was taken aback to realize that Pei Xian was acquainted with this physician. Speaking of this physician, he was indeed a remarkable talent, possessing superior medical skills compared to the previous practitioners. At that time, he had not been present. He arrived later with the medicinal supplies. During their conversation, it became evident that the physician harbored many unique insights. As for the other practitioners, they had been dispatched to gather herbs like little piglets, so as not to be an eyesore. It was unexpected for a commoner to meet the Crown Prince again. He had thought he would never see his life-saving benefactor again. Yet here they were. Pei Xian nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating further. This physician was none other than Li Changsheng, whom he had previously instructed Su Qing to rescue. It was quite surprising to find him in Jiuzhou City. To elaborate, Li Changsheng and his family, having narrowly escaped death, had chosen to settle in Jiuzhou City under Pei Xian's arrangement, as it was the hometown of his wife. Upon arriving, he fulfilled his promise, offering his medical services to the people without charge, swiftly gaining widespread renown. Naturally, this attracted the jealousy of unscrupulous peers who resented him for obstructing their paths to wealth. Fortunately, he persevered, but lacking power and wealth, he could not compete with others. This explains why Jungu had not seen him upon his arrival. The older physicians marginalized him, dismissing his prescriptions, adhering to the majority's will. Ultimately, he was relegated to fetching medicinal herbs. Desperate, as his wife and daughter were also afflicted by the plague, Li Changsheng placed the herbs he carried onto the ground and stepped forward to kneel. Pei Xian stopped him, saying, Dr. Li, there is no need for such formalities. The surrounding 6 citizens then realized that it was their crown prince who had come to their aid. Alas, his frail body permitted him only to salute with words. Pei Xian tightened his grip on Junji's hand, his tone unwavering. He urged everyone to take care of their health, assuring them that he would work alongside the physician to ensure their recovery. In the coming days, any medicinal herbs that Jiuzhou City lacked would be urgently sourced from neighboring cities that had not suffered from the snow disaster. Pei Xian behaved just like an ordinary person, assisting with unloading supplies, constructing tents, and distributing resources. This was evident to all. Many citizens were unaware of his royal status. After placing the next batch of herbs into the pot for boiling, he felt hunger pangs. Gulu, Jungu awkwardly clutched her persistently growling stomach. She was hungry. Pei Xian's eyes sparkled with amusement. Let us go eat. Jungu hesitated, glancing at the roaring fire, wishing to wait until the current batch was finished. Pei Xian gently pinched the flesh of her hand and subtly tucked her hand into his fur coat for warmth. I'll keep you company. Yun Yanqing Sotni Tsyokov. Junior sister, you go ahead and dine. I am not hungry at the moment. I'll just watch. Li Changsheng quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, Miss June, please eat first. I shall stay here with young Master June ultimately. Jungu had no choice but to eat first. She had assumed Pei Xian would take her back to the tent to dine, but to her surprise, he led her to a shop in the city that had resumed a bit of business. After half a month, the snowfall had lessened considerably, seemingly on the verge of stopping. Many old shops in the city had collapsed, yet a few were gradually reopening, all managed by the government's arrangements. They entered a noodle shop where the workers were ordinary folk. The establishment was rather desolate, with only a meager selection of 3 dishes displayed on the sign. Due to the recent snow disaster, many houses had collapsed, and food supplies were critically low. Even money had vanished for some. Pei Xian guided Jungu to a table and ordered 2 bowls of meat noodles, one without green onions, as she preferred. The waiter, delighted to finally have customers, responded, Certainly, please wait a moment. Since opening, only a handful of patrons had visited the shop. Although the government covered the initial costs, any profit thereafter belonged to the owners. Finally, someone had come in. The moment Jungu sat down, she felt utterly exhausted. She had been under constant strain during this period, and now that the patient's conditions had improved, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Consequently, her head tilted, and a round little ball nestled against Pei Xian's shoulder, her hands burrowing into the warmth of his fur coat. Wow, so warm. Pei Xian indulgently allowed her to fidget, like dough, permitting her to knead him as she pleased. Here comes the noodles. The waiter arrived with 2 steaming bowls. Enjoy your meal. As soon as the noodles were set down, everything else became insignificant. In mere seconds, her head was bent over the bowl before her. Pei Xian tilted his head and smiled at her, pushing the bowl without green onions towards her. Eat. Jungu responded with an eager and without hesitation. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed, Delicious. Pei Xian transferred all the meat from his bowl into Jungu's. Aware that resources were scarce and transportation required time, the supplies had yet to return to their previous state, and this meat was all they had. Yungi, Posil asked, Why are you giving me the meat? Pei Xian lowered his head, stirred the noodles lightly, and replied nonchalantly, I don't like it. After finishing their meal, the two continued to stroll hand in hand outside to digest. At this hour, the streets were sparsely populated, illuminated by a few intact lanterns. Suddenly, Pei Xian swept Jungu into his embrace and leaped 3 meters away. It turned out that a glaring arrow had been embedded in the very spot they had just vacated. The flickering lights on the street cast a dim golden glow, dancing with the night breeze. Pei Xian and Jungu stood back to back, surveying every shadowy corner around them. The dark-clad figures surged forth like specters from the obscurity, their movements swift and silent, their blades glinting coldly in the feeble light. Without uttering a word, the assailants lunged forward to engage in combat. Trusting in one another, the duo split apart and swiftly dispatched one of the attackers, seizing a sword in the process. Within a short span of time, the ground was strewn with the fallen foes, lifeless in their defeat. Junji's attention was drawn to an object on one of the black-clad figures, prompting her to abandon her sword. Pei Xian followed suit, approaching her side. As they crouched down, Pei Xian unexpectedly pushed Jungu forward. In a moment of shock, she turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Pei Xian, Chapter 72. Do not consume this porridge. Those who do shall lose their lives. Do not cry. A hoarse voice emerged, laced with a hint of frail comfort. Jungu, with reddened eyes, struggled to open the medical kit, her hands trembling, her usual composure vanished. As the saying goes, the more one is consumed by urgency, the more difficult it becomes to achieve success. Indeed, the medical kit proved unyielding. It was ultimately Prince Qi who, unable to bear the anxious sight, stepped forward to assist in opening it. With a decisive snap, he retrieved the essential supplies. Observing the worry etched on her face, Pei Xian, suppressing his pain, spoke calmly, It doesn't hurt. Jungu shouted, Be quiet. Startled, Prince Qi shivered at her outburst. Goodness, he mused, I never imagined that the usually gentle and smiling Miss June could exhibit such ferocity. His gaze then drifted to his injured elder brother. Despite being hurt and rebuked, displayed no anger. Instead, he remained focused, his eyes fixed on the woman tending to his wounds, smiling with utter tenderness. As if the injury were trivial, an instinct warned him. This place was not suitable for lingering. Quietly, he slipped out of the tent. Reflecting on the moment when Jungu had supported the injured Pei Xian back, he felt a pang of relief. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. Otherwise, he would be held accountable. If his brother was injured, what would become of him? Just stepping out for a meal. And who could have anticipated such misfortune? Once Prince Qi departed, only two remained in the tent. Jungu sat in silence, her voice lost. Pei Xian, clad in a white undergarment, revealed his bare torso, showcasing a grievous wound on his shoulder. Below the injury lay a broad chest, defined muscle lines, and perfectly sculpted abdominals, rising and falling gently with his breath, exuding a raw, untamed beauty. Though the wound was on his shoulder, he had discarded all upper garments, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. Yet, the woman was too preoccupied to appreciate the sight, and even had she wished to, the moment was ill-suited. Moreover, it was not as though she had not touched him before. The man's gaze lingered on her, as she wrapped his wound with a bit more force than necessary. But he did not flinch. The recollection of the earlier scene filled him with trepidation, especially after he had so forcefully pushed her away. In the fleeting moment of turning her head, she found herself face to face with a cloaked figure, the blade mere inches from Pei Xian. After pushing Jungu aside, she shifted her position, yet still sustained a wound to her shoulder. Seizing the sword from the ground, she executed a swift strike aimed at the intruder's throat. Her heart raced, teetering on the brink of escape as anxiety and dread engulfed her, nearly suffocating her. When the dark-clad figure fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by their hurried breaths. Blood steadily oozed from Pei Xian's shoulder, staining his garments crimson. It was only then that Jungu emerged from her stupor, rushing forward with trembling hands to apply pressure to his wound, desperately attempting to stem the flow of blood. "Are you all right?" Her voice quivered, laden with concern and fear. Pei Xian managed a faint smile, though the pain etched deep lines on his brow. He endeavored to reassure Jungu, "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." His gaze shifted to the fallen figure, a glimmer of caution flickering in his eyes. "Let us head back." After Jungu had bandaged his wound and draped a coat over his shoulders, she remarked, "There's a brazier in the tent, but it's no match for the palace. It's still a bit chilly." Once everything was in order, she began to scold him. "What were you thinking? Trying to show off? I could have avoided that. Look where your bravado has gotten you, injured." Before she could finish her tirade, he silenced her with a kiss. Pei Xian grasped the back of her neck with one hand while encircling her waist with the other, pressing his lips against her incessant chatter. Their four luscious lips melded together, leaving the tent resonating with soft sounds of their intimacy, accompanied by the crackling of the fire. Yun Yanqing, amidst the idle chatter of the officials, caught wind of the news. The crown prince and that young lady had sustained injuries. In the midst of Li Changxing's shouts, he hurriedly departed from the quarantine zone, eventually locating the tent where Jungu was. A gust of wind parted the fabric slightly, and, upon glimpsing the scene within, he halted, his eyes widening at the passionate entanglement of the two. Suddenly, he found himself ensnared by a deep, penetrating gaze that seemed to declare, "You have lost." The man, who had incited his jealousy, relentlessly drew her closer, pressing her body against him while fervently claiming her lips, producing soft, audible sounds of desire. Only after the figure at the entrance had departed did he reluctantly release the now pliant woman, her lips a vivid shade of crimson, breaths coming in hurried gasps. Pei Xian's soft chuckle shattered the moment's tranquility, his eyes glinting with mischief as his thumb caressed her lips, savoring their softness. "Are you still afraid?" His voice was low and magnetic, laced with playful teasing as he held her gaze captive. After calming herself, Jungu shot him a glare, her attention suddenly drawn to his shoulder, where pristine bandages had begun to seep with blood. Unable to restrain herself, she slapped his forehead lightly. Pei Xian. The following morning, Yunga returned from the quarantine zone, one hand holding a bowl of plain rice porridge and the other cradling a bowl of medicinal soup as she stepped into the tent. Last night, Upon her return to the quarantine area, she noticed her senior brother's gaze upon her was rather peculiar, evoking an indescribable sensation that she ultimately dismissed. Early this morning, brimming with enthusiasm, she had prepared a pot of porridge. Although the end result was not particularly impressive, it appeared visually appealing. "Time for medicine," she exclaimed upon entering. Noticing Pei Xian changing his clothes, she made no attempt to be discreet, placing the porridge and soup directly on the table. Propping her chin on her hand, she admired the handsome man as he dressed, seemingly indifferent as he leisurely put on his attire. Once he fastened his belt, he caught sight of the glimmer in her eyes and snapped back to reality. Little flirt, Yunga thought, shaking her head as she pushed the bowl towards him. "Here, this is what I made myself." She emphasized the words "made myself," as if concerned that the man might overlook this fact. Important matters should be reiterated thrice. "I made it myself. I made it myself. I made it myself." A flicker of interest appeared in Pei Xian's eyes. She made herself? Quite a feat, he mused. Under her expectant gaze, he took a leisurely sip. Salty, exceedingly salty. After swallowing the porridge, he calmly finished the rest. "Not bad, quite delicious," he complimented. Hearing his praise, Yunga clapped her hands, feeling quite successful with her first attempt. "I'll go fetch you another bowl," she declared, whisking the bowl away and darting out of the tent. She had known it would be tasty. The previous comments from Tugging and the others must have been mere deception. "Oomph." Pei Xian watched her gleeful retreat, refraining from voicing his objections and shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, I'll indulge her. When we return, I'll have her prepare some for our son." Unbeknownst to Yunga, Pei Xian harbored his own thoughts. She hurried towards her destination, eager to prepare 2 more bowls for Pei Xian as a token of gratitude. Upon arrival, she was met with a cacophony of exclamations. "Wow, who made this porridge? It's so salty. Are they trying to poison me?" Yunga thought to herself. Surely it couldn't be her, but as she approached, she realized the porridge in question was indeed her own concoction. The Chi Wang, seeing Yunga with a bowl, pulled her aside, distancing her from the cauldron of porridge. There was a puddle of porridge he had spat out on the ground. "Yunga, Chi Wang, don't eat this pot of porridge. Whoever does will lose their life." Yunga, Chapter 73. Her little heart thumped furiously due to her injuries. She had completed all necessary tasks and given all necessary instructions. Pei Xian, rarely having the luxury of leisure, lay back, awaiting the delightful porridge. Upon hearing a sound, he looked up and saw Yunga's dejected expression. His brow furrowed slightly. When she sat beside him, his gaze fell upon the empty bowl. He discreetly shifted his focus. "What's wrong?" he asked, and to his surprise, Yunga gazed at him with an air of melancholy. "Pei Xian, is the porridge good?" she inquired. She was a quintessential kitchen disaster. In modern times, her mere presence in the kitchen sent her family into a state of panic. The reason being, on her first foray into the kitchen, she had managed to blow it up. Cooking rice was a perpetual struggle. It never seemed to cook properly. While others effortlessly prepare a dish that is delicious and eagerly sought after by everyone, she finds herself facing disdain even from dogs. Arriving here, she believed her culinary skills could never match the modern standards. In the eager gaze of Jige and her companions, she attempted to create a dish. The result was a remark. "My lady, perhaps you should refrain from entering the kitchen." She thought making a simple bowl of rice porridge should be manageable. Washing the rice, adding water, a pinch of sugar, and letting it simmer, it should turn out quite palatable. Under her melancholic eyes, Pei Xian gently nodded and affirmed, "It's good." "Then I shall cook, and you shall drink," she quipped. The dogman. "How delightful." "All right," she added, "Pei Chu may have some too." Unyielding, Jungu inquired once more, "Is it truly delicious?" She had just tasted it, and it was indeed rather salty, almost to the point of being able to cure fish. Pei Xian nodded with certainty. "It's good." Jungu felt a sense of relief. It seemed his palate leaned towards the savory side. Henceforth, she resolved to make it a touch saltier and omit the sugar entirely. Unbeknownst to Pei Xian, who was unaware of Junji's little scheme, he would have to endure this overly salty congee for quite some time, consuming bowl after bowl under the watchful gaze of Chi Wang. But that is a tale for another time. One day, after Jungu had just changed Pei Xian's bandages, a panicked voice called from outside the tent. "Miss June, there has been an incident with the patient." Upon hearing this, she hastily gathered her belongings, leaving only a swift remark, "I'll check it out," as she departed. Pei Xian beckoned the newcomer inside. What has transpired? The official, trembling, recounted the events verbatim. A flicker of menace passed through Pei Xian's eyes as he replied in a low, unyielding voice, "Let us go." By the time Jungu arrived, Jun Yanqing was already diagnosing the patient. The air was filled with groans of pain. Upon seeing Jungu, he immediately conveyed his findings. After consuming the medicine that morning, within moments, the patients exhibited symptoms of abdominal pain and vomiting. Abdominal pain? Vomiting? How could these symptoms arise? Squatting down, she examined the pupils of the writhing patients and assessed their tongues. Approaching the area where the medicine was prepared, she reviewed the prescription and the remaining herbs. The mixture contained yellow earth, poria, charcoal of rhizoma atractilitis, charcoal of hawthorn, cooked aconite, red plum, charcoal of citrus peel, rorimania, and charcoal of scutellaria. This prescription is fictional. Everything matched perfectly. But where was the issue? Without understanding the cause, she could not prescribe the correct remedy. Before administering the medication, those willing to try would sample it first, only proceeding if there were no issues. The trial participants experienced no adverse effects and even showed improvement. How could the same prescription yield different results now? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the bowl of leftover medicinal soup on the stove. Frowning, she picked it up and inhaled deeply. Her frown deepened. The taste was off. Jun Yanqing observed her actions and strode forward. Jungu handed him the medicine. He performed the same actions. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow. The taste was indeed not right. How could his sister, with her unique palate, not detect this? Jungu nodded, yet he could not ascertain what herbs were mingled within the flavor. The only recourse was to locate the remnants of the medicine. Where are the dregs from this morning's decoction? Li Changsheng pointed to a nearby corner, but upon following his gaze, they discovered it utterly vacant. Li Changsheng appeared bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. It was clearly placed there. Jun Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at Jungu and tactfully suggested, "Could have been disposed of in the cleaning process?" At that moment, an officer ushered a frail man forward, commanding him to kneel. Pei Xian followed closely behind, holding a bag that he placed on the ground and opened. However, the contents were perplexing. Jungu stepped forward, taking a handful to scent, and soon identified a particular herb, giant purple gentian. Bitter and cold in nature, it serves to alleviate pain, calm the mind, and combat infections. Yet, within a morning's prescription lay another ingredient, poria. Poria itself possesses the ability to strengthen the spleen and stomach, promoting water circulation, which stands in stark contrast to the effects of giant purple gentian. Their combined use not only diminishes the efficacy of the remedy, but could also induce abdominal pain in the patient due to the cold nature of giant purple gentian. The issue had been identified. A solution to the prescription swiftly formed in Junji's mind. Once she observed the patients returning to normalcy, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, allowing her the energy to address this scoundrel. The group escorted the man to the tent. "Speak." She loathed nothing more than those who toyed with the lives of the patients. One could hurl insults, employ ruthless measures, or engage in a brawl. But one must never turn the lives of others into a mere jest during her healing endeavors. The officer who had previously apprehended the man stepped forward to explain, "Miss June, not long after the Crown Prince and I exited the tent, we spotted this man fleeing with a bag. Sensing something amiss, we seized him. Only then did Jungu scrutinize the man closely. A familiar fuss. This individual had been summoned for his diligent nature to assist with the overwhelming number of patients. The tasks of brewing and distributing medicine required reliable townsfolk, and yet she had misjudged him. The man's name was Erhu. Trembling under the dual icy gazes of Jungu and Pei Xian, he stammered, "Your Honor, I am wronged." "Wronged? You have yet to utter a word before claiming innocence." Pei Xian retorted. Erhu, being merely an ordinary citizen, could not conceal the panic etched across his face. "I am but a commoner, merely instructed to dispose of these useless dregs. Beyond that, I know nothing." Casting a glance at the silent Jungu, he continued, I am merely a helper who was told to discard the dregs. Pei Xian interjected, who instructed you to throw them away? I cannot recall, Your Honor. There were many people present, and I do not know who gave the order, Erhu stammered. Oh, under Pei Xian's piercing gaze, Erhu felt a chill wash over him. I implore the Crown Prince to see the truth. I have dependents, both elderly and young. Please, let me go and clarify this matter. Immediately, 2 officers approached, ready to escort him away. At this juncture, Jun Yanqing, who had remained silent, finally spoke, Crown Prince. It seems premature to detain someone without fully understanding the situation. Chapter 74. The Silent Emperor. Oh, might young Master Jun be privy to this secret? Pei Xian observed Jun Yanqing with a smile that seemed to conceal a deeper amusement, pondering how it was that he appeared to be at the center of every affair. Your Highness, Yuyist, how could I possibly be informed? I merely believe it prudent to ascertain the truth before drawing any conclusions. Should this information circulate, the common folk would undoubtedly accuse you of acting hastily and unfairly. Jun Yanqing replied with a calm demeanor. Jun Ge gazed at Jun Yanqing with a look of perplexity. It was peculiar. Her senior brother had never shown interest in such trivial matters. What had changed today? Moreover, why did it seem as if these two were ready to explode in conflict? After a moment's contemplation, she offered an explanation. This man must be speaking falsehoods. The potent scent of giant purple gold was unmistakable on him, and given the rarity of this herb in the concoction, the only plausible explanation was that he had personally handled the giant purple gold. If he were to confess the truth, he might yet spare his life. She had just detected the same scent on Eru, which was quite overwhelming. Her nose was quite discerning. Did she possess a nose like a doggess? Nonsense. How could she ever be compared to a dog? Eru, overhearing her thoughts, flinched slightly. Suddenly, he turned towards Jun Yanqing, breaking free from the grasp of the officials, and hurled himself against the corner of a nearby table. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jun Yanqing's eyes flickered as he leaned in to check the man's breath. Shaking his head, he noted the situation. Junge was furious, exceedingly so. He had taken his own life. This man was clearly not the mastermind behind everything. Where did he acquire the giant purple gold? How did he know it clashed with a specific ingredient in the formula? This individual must possess both medical expertise and knowledge of the prescription. Could it be that her senior brother had knowledge of the prescription? No, that was implausible. It could only be those physicians. It seemed further investigation was warranted. The assassination attempt had not yet passed, and now another instance of poisoning had arisen. It remained uncertain whom it targeted. Pei Xian observed Jun Ji's contemplative expression, gently squeezing her fingers. Upon sensing her slight tremor, he placed his other hand on his belt, assuring her, "Leave this matter to me." Seeing that no one was paying attention, Junge widened her eyes at him, as if to say, "Behave yourself." Her mind drifted back to the information she had gathered the previous night, and she lowered her voice to inform him, "In a few days, I shall present you with a surprise." Humph. Those who dared to harm her would soon regret it. Pei Xian turned his head towards her. His eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. He was curious about the nature of her surprise. Yet whatever it may be, he would cherish it simply because it was from her. In the Fengyi Palace, the Empress lounged on a soft couch, engrossed in a novel. Just as she reached the satisfying moment where the treacherous man met his demise at the hands of a mob, she was interrupted by 2 distinct sighs. What were these 2 up to? She narrowed her eyes, fully aware of their intentions. Not a chance. You 2, stop lingering here with your lamentations. Your sighs have nearly turned this palace into a den of misfortune, she exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively as if shooing away 2 pesky flies. If you do not cease your antics, I shall compel you to sigh amidst the flowers and greenery of the imperial garden, allowing them to experience the essence of your spring-like exuberance. Has it only been a few days of confinement, and already you yearn to venture forth? Alas, what misfortune to bear such a son. Having nurtured him to adulthood, I now find myself tasked with overseeing his progeny. Indeed, I cherish my adorable grandson, but love can be a fickle sentiment. Who could have foreseen the boundless energy of this child? Sigh, Perhaps it is best that I indulge in my own tranquility. Caring for children is not suited to me." The two individuals mentioned exchanged glances, their lips twitching involuntarily. Oh, the unreliable Empress Dowager. Was it merely a clandestine escapade outside the palace? Caught in the act, and now they face confinement. Such injustice. Should not children be allowed their play? The tale begins with their secretive departure from the palace. The day was bright and clear, devoid of snow, though the air remained brisk. A chill swept through as the wind blew. Qian Shuyuan took them to a most delightful place. The crux of the matter lies in the sheer enjoyment they experienced. They completely lost track of time. Praying and hoping, they returned to the palace, only to find the consequences looming closer. What a tumultuous situation. Collaborating with palace maids and eunuchs to deceive me, did they? As if by merely placing a cushion on the bed, I would be oblivious to their ruse. Such vexation. Upon their return, they were summoned to the main hall, where the throne reserved for the empress no longer held the usual gentle demeanor. A fleeting thought of danger crossed my mind. It is over. The emperor is arriving. Suddenly, the announcement echoed outside. Pei Zongjing strode in leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, resembling an old man meandering without a care, utterly devoid of imperial authority. Observing the indignant expression of his beloved, he swiftly approached, causing the empress to shift from her original position. What transpires? Why such ire? Who has wronged you? The empress initially appeared perplexed, and upon noticing Pei Zongjing's proximity, she elegantly rolled her eyes. Subsequently, she subtly shifted her body, nearly brushing against the edge. Granny Lin observed their subtle movements, slightly bowing her head to conceal her amusement, and calmly remarked, "The empress is angry due to the fourth princess and the young prince's secret departure from the palace a few days prior." Pei Zongjing paused, glancing at the empress, who had turned her gaze elsewhere. Clearing his throat, he steeled himself, and with a resounding clap on the armrest declared, "Outrageous! Ouch! That truly hurt." He discreetly turned his hand behind his back. The empress rolled her eyes again, exasperated by his ineptitude. Pei Xiaoning's knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt down, tugging at Pei Chu. "Pei Zongjing, the empress. Are you quite surprised?" "Ahem, empress, it seems the children have recognized their mistakes." "Why not?" The empress shot a glare at Pei Zongjing, prompting him to quickly amend his proposal. Perhaps a few extra days of confinement would be in order. "Pei Xiaoning, Pei Chu, how dull. In the Xinang Palace. Has the emperor visited the Fengyi Palace again today?" Madame Lu entered with a teacup in hand. Immediately hearing the Empress Dowager's inquiry, her tone imbued with certainty. At that moment, the Empress Dowager reclined on a narrow couch made of golden silk nanmu, propping her right temple with one hand, her eyes half closed. Beside her sat a delicate young eunuch, diligently massaging her legs. Madame Lu cast a glance at the young eunuch and placed the teacup on the small table, signaling for him to leave. Once he exited, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes, letting out a contented hum as she straightened her posture. In response to the Empress Dowager's question, she confirmed that the emperor had indeed gone to Fengyi Palace. The Empress Dowager slowly set down her teacup, the lid gently landing on the cup with a crisp sound. "Umph. Truly, he is the spawn of that wretched woman, only understanding the trivialities of love and affection. Just like her." Madame Lu stepped forward to massage her shoulders, reminding her that the empress was the legal wife of the late emperor, while that individual was merely a concubine, unworthy of comparison. What if her son became the ruler of the nation? In the end, he would still be unable to enjoy any blessings. "Indeed, you speak the truth." Suddenly, the head eunuch, Guo Gonggong, rushed into the room, his face alight with joy. Breathless as he exclaimed, "Empress Dowager, he has returned. He has returned." Chapter 75. The Prince of Determination pressured into marriage upon witnessing Guo Gonggong's flustered demeanor. The Empress Dowager felt a tinge of irritation. He was a veteran of the palace, after all. What a lack of decorum. If outsiders were to see this, they might think she was incapable of managing her court. Guo Gonggong hurriedly knelt, his forehead touching the ground, his voice trembling. "Empress Dowager, please quell your anger. I have urgent matters to report." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, gesturing for him to rise. Once standing, Guo Gonggong, his face beaming with delight, announced, His Highness the Prince of Determination has returned. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression shifted, soon transforming into one of joy. Yuan has returned? Where is he now? Guogonggong replied. His Highness has already returned to the palace and is currently reminiscing with the Emperor in Yangxin Palace. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of anxiety. Reminiscing was fine, but he must first pay his respects to the Emperor. She promptly commanded, "Quickly have the kitchen prepare Yuan's favorite dishes. He will surely be hungry upon his arrival." Guogonggong acknowledged the order and was about to withdraw when the Empress Dowager added, "Send someone discreetly to Yangxin Palace to inquire about any news." Guogonggong departed as instructed, leaving the Empress Dowager deep in thought. Madame Lu, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, "Your Majesty, the return of His Highness is a positive event, yet you seem troubled." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes, her smile somewhat strained. The Emperor and Yuan had never been particularly close. Now that Yuan had suddenly returned, even the Empress Dowager had not been notified. She could not fathom his intentions, leaving her heart uneasy. In the past, Yuan was the legitimate son of the primary consort, the most authentic heir to the throne. Yet, it was the son of a concubine who ultimately ascended the throne, resulting in a prolonged separation from her. Her heart was filled with resentment toward the late emperor, resentment toward that wretched woman, and resentment toward the offspring of that wretched woman. How unfair fate is. In Yangxin Palace, Pei Zong squinted at the smiling young man below. His pair of phoenix eyes added a touch of allure, yet the youthful charm he exuded was undeniable. Every gesture was elegant and effortless. It was the Prince of Determination. Pei Yuan, the youngest son of the late emperor. He is approximately 5 years younger than Pei Zong. To this day, he remains unmarried, living a solitary life. Today, the royal brother has unexpectedly returned without prior notice to me. Yet, what occupies my mind is, what does it matter to me when you return? Pei Yuan's eyes glimmered slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips. I have long missed my royal brother and the Empress Mother, and, coincidentally, there is a shipment destined for the Pei Kingdom that has reached our doorstep. I ought to return for a visit and seek your understanding, royal brother. It is well known that the Duke of Ding, Pei Yuan, has always cherished his travels and holds little regard for power, wealth, or even the exalted position of the sovereign. However, whether he truly harbors such sentiments remains a mystery. In recent years, the Duke has distanced himself from the Pei Kingdom, forming a trading caravan to engage in commerce among the 4 kingdoms. He generously contributes 30% of his earnings to the national treasury, earning praise from both officials and common folk alike for his competence and virtue. Since the royal brother has returned, it will be fitting to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager, for she has missed you dearly. I shall comply with your command and make my way to Xinang Palace, he replied. Pei Zong merely nodded and waved his hand, lowering his head to continue reviewing memorials. He mused how this conversation wasted his time. Had he spent it on official matters, he could have processed several more memorials. He was also contemplating a visit to the Empress for lunch. What a nuisance. As Pei Yuan exited the Yangxin Hall, Sushi bowed respectfully, his face adorned with a smile, though his tone betrayed no emotion. Your Highness, it has been quite some time since you returned to the palace. Many areas within have been renovated in recent years. His Majesty has instructed me to arrange for someone to escort you to Xinang Palace. Pei Yuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied nonchalantly, I appreciate your trouble, eunuch. Sushi quietly instructed Xiao Anzi to lead the prince to Xinang Palace and to serve him well, lest His Majesty's displeasure falls upon them. Rest assured, master. Before departing, Pei Yuan's gaze lingered on Su Shi for a fleeting moment before he turned to leave. With Xiao Anzi hastening to catch up, silence enveloped them as they made their way to Xinang Palace, passing through the imperial garden. As they approached a pavilion within the garden, Pei Yuan's attention was drawn to a flash of vibrant color. He paused momentarily, glancing at Xiao Anzi. I shall greet the Empress. With that, he strode towards the pavilion. The Empress, feeling rather bored after spending her days in Fengyi Palace with the 2 young ones, had grown weary of their company. Having promised a half-month confinement, she felt compelled to break her word and release them early. Not wishing to contradict her promise of remaining in Fengyi Palace with them, she quietly took a personal maid and ventured into the imperial garden, having heard that the plum blossoms were in bloom. At this moment, the empress stood beside a column, lightly touching the delicate petals of a vibrant red plum blossom. After a moment's thought, she decided to pluck a few branches to alleviate her ennui. Sister-in-law, a sudden voice startled her, causing her to turn and see Pei Yuan standing a short distance away. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Duke, Pei Yuan took a step forward. Sister-in-law, you seem to be in high spirits today, admiring the blossoms here. His voice was gentle, laced with an imperceptible hint of amusement. The queen offered a faint smile as she gently set down the red plum blossom in her hand and replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely seek a bit of amusement. Pei Yuan lightly shook his folding fan, casting his gaze upon the blooming plum blossoms, and slowly recited. The sparse shadows stretch across the shallow waters, with a subtle fragrance wafting in the twilight. Does not the queen's act of plucking the blossoms echo Lin Bu's verse? In this winter, the elegance and resilience of the plum blossoms truly complement the queen's own grace. The queen remained silent upon hearing this. At an opportune moment, Xiao Anzi interjected, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager may be waiting anxiously. Pei Yuan's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, acknowledging, It is my fault. I shall take my leave. The queen nodded slightly, concealing the darkness in her eyes. You may attend to your duties. I must join His Majesty for lunch. With a smile, she took Lan Xian's hand and departed without looking back, leaving Pei Yuan lost in thought as he gazed at the plum tree, now missing several branches of red blossoms. Your Highness? Pei Yuan retracted his gaze. Let us go. Once Xiao Anzi escorted Pei Yuan to the Sinang Palace. He bowed and took his leave. Your Highness, I take my leave. Thank you for your trouble, master. A eunuch waiting at the palace gate hurried inside upon spotting Pei Yuan. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a joyous voice greeted him. Yuan, your mother has missed you dearly. After a warm embrace, he assisted the Empress Dowager to her seat, lamenting, I am unfilial, unable to be by your side. The Empress Dowager looked at Pei Yuan with kindness, patting the back of his hand. Do not speak like that. My son is the most dutiful child in the world. After the palace maids served tea, the other attendees had long retired, leaving the mother and son to reminisce. My child, during this visit, I have been considering a suitable princess for you. You are no longer a child, and I wish to hold my grandchild. Mother, I have already set my sights on someone. There is no need for you to worry. Pei Yuan, seated beside the Empress Dowager, gently massaged her shoulders while explaining with a smile, though a hint of darkness flickered in his eyes. The Empress Dowager was taken aback and quickly turned. Which noble lady is it? I shall issue a decree forthwith. Mother, there is no need to rush. I will tell you in detail later. However, Pei Yuan swiftly redirected the conversation. Mother, do you not wish to inquire how I have fared these past few years? Then do tell me at once. Xiao Anzi hastened back to Yangxin Palace, where Su Shi lifted his eyelids upon his return. What news? Xiao Anzi approached Su Shi's side, whispering a few words before standing with his head bowed. Su Shi, pleased, patted his shoulder. Well done. I am greatly comforted. He then gently pushed open the doors of Yangxin Palace, carefully entering with freshly brewed tea. Pei Zong had penned the words, I grant it, on a memorial, setting down his brush. At last, I may partake in lunch. He lifted the tea to his lips, sighing softly. Ah, today's tea suits my palate well. It shall be rewarded. After a long pause, he inquired, Has the Duke of Ding arrived at Sinang Palace? Your Majesty, he has already arrived. Arrange for someone to escort the Duke back to his residence before locking the palace gates. As you command. Cautiously glancing at the expression on Pei Zong's face, I hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty. The Duke encountered Her Majesty the Empress in the Imperial Garden. In an instant, Pei Zong's visage darkened, and he let out a disdainful snort. He then took another sip of tea, slamming the teacup down onto the table with a resounding thud. A hint of anger flickered between his brows as he exclaimed, What kind of tea is this? It tastes utterly dreadful. Do not serve it again. We shall proceed to the Phoenix Ritual Palace. In Jiuzhou City, Crown Prince, it is time for your medicine. Pei Xian raised his head, only to find not Jungu, but rather a stranger entering with the medicine, his brow furrowing in confusion. Who sent you with that? The man hurriedly responded. It was Miss June who instructed me to bring it to His Highness. She had urgent matters to attend to and asked me to deliver it. Pei Xian waved his hand dismissively, leaning back as he spoke in a neutral tone. Just place it there. I shall drink it later. The man appeared anxious, instinctively stepping forward. Your Highness, Miss June said this medicine must be consumed while hot. You wouldn't want to miss it, would you? Pei Xian fixed his gaze on the man, commanding, bring it here. A fleeting glimmer of excitement crossed the man's face, so swift it was almost imperceptible. Yet Pei Xian noticed. Accepting the medicine, he tilted the bowl. The man saw Pei Xian lift the bowl and promptly exited. Pei Xian softly instructed, follow him. The disguised shadow guard trailed behind. At the hour of shun, Pei Xian suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout his body. When Jungu received the news, she found it momentarily absurd. It wasn't until she laid eyes on Pei Xian that she realized the gravity of the situation. What misfortune had befallen the Crown Prince today? Had he contracted an illness? Given his usual precautions, the likelihood of contagion seemed minimal. Moreover, during his pulse diagnosis that morning, there had been no signs of irregularity. How could such a transformation occur within half a day? At that moment, Prince Qi burst into the room. What has happened to my elder brother? Is it serious? Lord Wei followed him, visibly anxious. Is my fault. Should anything happen to the Crown Prince, I would be unable to absolve myself of the blame. Jun Ji's lips twitched slightly. Have you all forgotten about her? Do not overlook those in the quarantine area. They're nearly recovered. A mere newly infected individual cannot be saved. Pei Xian opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he commanded, all of you leave. Prince Qi knelt at his bedside, urging, let me take care of my elder brother. Pei Xian retorted, indeed, having a brother is nothing but a burden. Jungu pushed the two of them out. Do not worry. With me here, you'll be fine. Please step outside. After much effort to persuade them to leave, Jungu took Pei Xian's pulse. His hand was scorching. The longer she examined him, the more she sensed something amiss. This pulse was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, meeting Pei Xian's gaze, filled with mirth, she exclaimed, what is this? Pei Xian gestured to the shadow guard, who moved to a concealed corner, dragging out an unconscious man with a single hand, roughly pinching his philtrum. The man slowly regained consciousness, and the shadow guard, concerned about him speaking too much, kindly stuffed a piece of rag into his mouth. The man looked around in horror, shaking his head repeatedly. Pei Xian ordered the shadow guard, stand guard outside. Do not let anyone near the tent. Understood. Jungu cast a glance at the bound man, then turned to Pei Xian, perplexed. What was happening? Someone intended to offer a bowl to the patient afflicted with the disease. Jungu exclaimed, who, observing the man's peculiar demeanor, she feigned preparation to take the medicine, initially suspecting poison. However, upon noticing the bowl's rim was sullied, she deduced the truth. Jungu sprang to her feet, exclaiming in disbelief, and with a fierce glare at the man, she approached and delivered a punch. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you swap my bowl? Unable to contain her anger, she followed with 2 more punches and finally delivered a kick, rendering him unconscious. Pei Xian's brow twitched slightly. Jungu was oblivious to her ferocity, resembling a mother tiger ready to devour. She wiped the blood from her hand onto the man's clothing and kicked him once more before returning to Pei Xian's side. Surely, the mastermind behind this would not be unaware that the plague was nearly resolved. I have already developed the antidote. Why resort to such tactics to harm you? Pei Xian reached out to tidy the disheveled strands of hair that had fallen during her assault on the man. Jungu suspected as much within Jiuzhou City. Only their own knew of the plague's resolution, while others were kept in the dark. She had not reported to the capital either, and with nearly a month elapsed, they must believe her powerless. Ha! That fool probably has no idea I'm here. Indeed, our Jungu is here. There is surely nothing we cannot resolve. Jungu playfully flicked his muscular arm. Tell me, do you think these incidents were orchestrated by your dear brothers in the capital? Pei Xian gently ruffled her hair. What makes you think it's them? This is the surprise I was telling you about. They must surely be involved, if not as the main culprits, then as accomplices. What do you plan to do? Pei Xian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. We shall turn the tables on them. Jungu responded with an appreciative "oh." Her expression adorably animated. Days later, Within the court, the atmosphere was tense as the ministers stood solemnly, awaiting the latest edict. Suddenly, a hurried messenger burst into the grand hall, shattering the silence. His voice was urgent and clear, akin to a thunderclap on a winter's day. "I bring news." The messenger knelt, breathless, having evidently rushed in. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, all eyes fixed upon him, anticipating his next words. "His Highness the Crown Prince has unfortunately contracted the plague and may not have much time left." As the messenger's words fell, the court was engulfed in a profound silence. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Pezong, seated at the head, instantly turned pale, gripping the armrests of the dragon throne, his fingers whitening from exertion. Chapter 77, Author's Musings. Dear readers, as I type today, I find I have many thoughts to share. There are numerous sentiments to express, though they may seem trivial. I am a student, now in my 4th year, approaching graduation next year. This book began on September 19th, 2024, with a simple intention. As a science student, I have an extraordinary fondness for literary pursuits. In my high school years, I found immense joy in composing short essays. However, my writing skills were rather limited, so I hope for your understanding. I wrote without much contemplation, driven solely by the desire to express myself. Inspired by the remarkable works of accomplished authors, I often found myself bursting with ideas. Eventually, I resolved to embark on this journey myself. After all, action speaks louder than words. In the midst of my busy life, I seize moments to diligently pen my thoughts. Yet, writing a novel proved to be far more challenging than I had anticipated. On September 25th, I officially signed the contract for this book. During the week that followed, I managed to produce merely over 2,000 words each day for 7 consecutive days. I encountered various hurdles, such as writer's block, struggling to expand my plot, and finding my narrative to be overly verbose. Subsequently, I took a hiatus for half a month, primarily to stockpile my manuscript and allocate time for exam preparations. Finally, on October 20th, I resumed my updates, though still limited to 2,000 words. However, beginning October 21st, I achieved a remarkable milestone of over 4,000 words daily. While I do not wish to comment on the quality of my work, I have undeniably conquered my previous limitations in terms of word count. Concerning plot development and writing style, I find myself grappling with significant challenges. Perusing various online posts, I realized that proficiency often comes with practice. This thought brought me a sense of comfort, especially as I reflected on the brilliance of others' debut works, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. I often wondered if anyone would read my novel. On October 26th, after finally reaching 80,000 words, I nervously clicked the verification button at midnight. That day, the back end was eerily silent. No requests for updates, no comments. I gauged interest solely through the back end metrics, which left me feeling quite disheartened. However, when the data was released the following afternoon, I breathed a sigh of relief. Although I was not as popular as others, I felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that my novel had readers. From that day forth, I was filled with motivation. I began preparing the chapters for the next day the night before. During the day, I focused on my studies, and in the evenings, I relaxed by writing. From the verification period to my debut, even though my readership was modest, I felt genuinely fulfilled. Each day brought new requests for updates and comments. I must admit, I had a certain trepidation regarding those comments. When there were none, I felt a sense of disappointment. Yet when they appeared, I felt anxious. Indeed, I am an eccentric novice author. However, I am also someone who cannot resist the temptation to click on each comment. Fortunately, they were not criticisms directed at me. As time went on, comments began to multiply, and my readers turned out to be delightful individuals, contrary to what I had read online about authors facing harsh criticism. They were truly adorable. They even pointed out typos and instances where character names were reversed, as well as some awkward phrases. I found their suggestions to be incredibly valuable. Surprisingly, what I looked forward to each day was not the financial gain, but rather the knowledge that someone was reading my novel. I eagerly awaited my readers' feedback on what could be improved and their better suggestions. Some may find my sentiments somewhat pretentious, yet I cannot ascertain whether my initial intentions will remain unchanged in the future. Nevertheless, at this moment, my thoughts align in this manner. I do not intend to treat this as my primary vocation. For now, it is merely an exploration, perhaps evolving into a side endeavor that may yield a modest profit for indulgences such as tea. Geoffrey Chaucer once wisely remarked that criticism is the gift of the wise, while the foolish perceive it as an insult. I have always believed that a relationship exists between readers and authors that is twofold. One aspect is a symbiotic connection. Readers glean knowledge and entertainment from the author's work, while authors grow and evolve through the feedback provided by their readers. This dynamic resembles an invisible contract, with both parties playing vital roles. The other facet resembles a teacher-student relationship, where the reader assumes the role of the teacher and the author that of the student. It is akin to composing a brief essay, which the teacher then evaluates. My novel is akin to my offspring, into which I have poured countless hours of labor and emotion. Whenever I encounter readers' comments, be they praise or criticism, I engage with them earnestly, reflecting deeply. I am not a flawless author. I recognize my shortcomings. However, I yearn for growth, to express myself through writing, and to influence others through my craft. Each time I learn that readers have engaged with my novel, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and pride envelopes me. It grants me the boldness to declare to my friends, I have written a novel. This is what my initial aspiration embodies. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my readers. It is you who have continually fueled my motivation. When I see that someone has read my work, a blush of humility washes over me, prompting a thought. Perhaps my writing is not so inadequate after all. At the very least, someone is willing to read it. In summary, I am immensely grateful. Should any readers have suggestions or notice errors, I welcome your comments. As I diligently review them each day, I cherish you all. Apologies for taking up your time. Chapter 78. The couple becomes dramatic in recent days. The vicinity surrounding Pei Xian's tent has become unusually lively, with shadowy figures lurking about, their movements shrouded in mystery. Their gazes resemble those of predators concealed in the darkness, covetously and subtly scrutinizing every action within the tent, as if desiring to unveil Pei Xian and his companions in their entirety, stripped of all pretense. Yet, Pei Xian and Jungu appear oblivious to this spectacle, feigning indifference. As noon approaches, the sky is draped in heavy, leaden clouds that loom low, imparting an oppressive atmosphere, accompanied by a cold front sweeping through. At this juncture, a man enters, following closely behind a shadow guard, carrying a bowl of medicine. His steps are light, his eyes flickering with mischief, and upon entering, he exudes an air of ill intent, his gaze greedily scanning the interior of the tent until it settles upon Pei Xian, who lies upon the bed. Pei Xian lay upon the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, eyes tightly shut, and breath faint, appearing as though the grasp of death could seize him at any moment. Jungu, wearing an expression of deep sorrow, accepted the medicinal bowl from the man who had bowed his head, and before him began to administer the medicine to Pei Xian. As a healer, it was a trivial matter to feign a patient's condition. This concoction was merely an ordinary remedy for clearing heat and detoxifying. With a playful smile, she scooped up the dark medicinal liquid with a spoon, carefully bringing it to Pei Xian's thin lips. However, the liquid failed to flow smoothly into his mouth, instead pausing at the corners and gradually trickling down the curve of his neck, leaving a moist trail behind. In an instant, Junji's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she clutched a handkerchief to wipe away the spilled medicine. Xianlang, please do not frighten me. The man, oblivious to Junji's true identity, merely assumed she was Pei Xian's beloved concubine and, feigning compassion, reassured her, Madam, do not worry. His Highness the Crown Prince cares for the people, and those blessed by the heavens will surely be safe. Jungu lifted her gaze to him, her heart filled with unspoken curses. Yet her countenance remained ashen as she replied, Thank you. Let us hope. The man glanced up at Jungu, momentarily taken aback as he finally beheld her face. Having initially overlooked her when he entered with the medicine, she stood turned away, her skin smooth and delicate, lips lush and red, and cheeks rosy and tender. The crown prince, oh no, this nearly deceased nobleman, was accompanied by such a beautiful maiden while confronting calamity. It was truly a source of envy and jealousy. Instinctively, He felt his throat swallow audibly, the sound resonating louder than usual, akin to the thrum of a palace drum, stirring an urge to sway in rhythm. At that moment, he sensed a gaze so frigid it could freeze time, as piercing as the Arctic winds, causing his blood to nearly congeal and his heart to falter. He looked around, only to find that chilling stare had vanished like a wraith. How curious, he thought. Where has it gone? He couldn't help but steal furtive glances at June-gu, secretly reveling in the thought. It seemed this enchanting woman was not entirely devoted to his highness after all. Her husband was on the brink of death. Yet she appeared so spirited. A spark ignited within him, contemplating how he might plead with his master for this lovely maiden as a reward after the crown prince's demise. His eyes glimmered with ulterior motives, envisioning a future filled with bliss. As he prepared to exit the tent, he cast a greedy glance at June-gu, even winking at her, his expression reminiscent of a jester, utterly ludicrous. June-gu regarded him with disgust, internally rolling her eyes at his audacity. When the shadowy guard stepped outside, June-gu irritably patted the nearly lifeless Pei Xian on the bed. Awake, she brushed away a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Acting truly is exhausting. In the modern era, her exceptional acting prowess undoubtedly positions her as the focal point of attention, a regular on the red carpet. It would be utterly remiss not to award her an Oscar. She envisions herself standing on the grand podium of the Academy Awards, clutching the coveted statuette amidst a flurry of flashing lights and thunderous applause. A soft, somewhat lewd chuckle resonates in Pei Xian's ear, stirring him from his reverie. As he opens his eyes, he finds the small woman gazing at him dreamily, her smile radiating brilliance. Pei Xian muses, that's rather presumptuous. The songstress certainly knows how to attract attention with her alluring charm. Her voice possesses a raspy quality that sends shivers down one's spine. This delicate creature, recently brimming with a multitude of whimsical thoughts akin to a bustling marketplace, leaves him bewildered, unable to discern where her mind has wandered. Each time she speaks, it is as if she unlocks a portal to another realm, perpetually leaving him guessing which peculiar corner she will unveil next. Reflecting on a recent scene, his smile fades abruptly, akin to a light bulb losing power. The lady's allure draws too many unwelcome gazes, a source of considerable distress. He must not be overwhelmed. Upon hearing the chuckle, June-gu's ears perk up as if struck by an electric current, instantly banishing her chaotic musings, sitting up straight like a student called upon by a teacher. Emitting a puzzled, what does he mean by attracting attention? She wonders, finding the metaphor rather trite. Goodness, is he referring to that nauseating individual from earlier? That person, with a face reminiscent of a monkey that has just escaped from the zoo, dares to seek her notice. She is, after all, a staunch admirer of beauty, holding nearly stringent standards. For her, physical attractiveness reigns supreme. Her aesthetic sensibilities are akin to a sharp pair of scissors, mercilessly snipping away any flowers that do not meet her criteria. If Pei Xian were not handsome, there would be no what if. He is undeniably striking. Yet that unsightly character from earlier, ugh. She shakes her head vehemently, thinking, do not dare to associate me with that revolting individual. He is unworthy. Is that so? He sits up, surreptitiously grasping her hand. She certainly doesn't attract just one suitor. However, seeing her expression of righteous indignation, he concedes she remains blissfully unaware. As long as he occupies her thoughts, he lifts his other hand to caress her flushed cheeks, recalling her recent performance, his fingertips gliding over the back of her hand. Who would have thought this delicate one possessed such talent? Even he, the solitary one, felt a pang of heartache at her tears. June-gu, upon hearing his words, adopts a proud demeanor, inching closer to him. That's not it, but do you think they would believe it? Guess. Suddenly, Pei Xian pulls her sharply, and before she knows it, she finds herself seated on his lap, her hands instinctively clutching his neck in nervousness, a playful glare directed at him. What are you doing? He remained silent, suddenly pressing a kiss upon her cheek. After stepping away, he cast a lingering glance at her rosy lips, unable to resist, leaning down to kiss her once more. For a fleeting moment, she felt a wave of shyness, knowing the shadow guard was outside. Tightly grasping his collar and shoulder, her delicate brows furrowed, she turned her head, only to be gently repositioned by him, his lips capturing hers in a tender embrace. The kiss was soft, imbued with a faint hint of mint. He kissed her gently, parting her lips and intertwining their tongues. Moments later, Jungu, breathless, buried her head in Pei Xian's shoulder, the undeniable warmth causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, and she felt an urge to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Pei Xian leaned closer to her ear, softly exhaling warm breath, watching as her earlobe reddened further under his breath. He chuckled lightly and whispered, "Await my good news." Chapter 79. Oh dear. The Emperor has been struck. Today, it seems the heavens have indulged in some mischief. With his countenance shifting faster than that of the Monkey King, turning hostile in an instant. The weather has become more dramatic than any script, catching one off guard. Recently, there had been no snowfall, leading to a sigh of relief as winter's tranquility appeared within reach. Yet, the chill of winter stubbornly lingered like an unwelcome guest, clinging on with tenacity. Wrapping her coat tighter around herself, she mused, "This cold is more frigid than an ex-lover's heart." Suddenly, the sky seemed to fast forward, dark clouds converging like a swarm. Raindrops fell unceremoniously, as if the heavens were testing one's ability to catch these unexpected gifts. Plum blossoms swayed in the tempest, struggling against the rain. Winter despises rain, for it is both cold and damp, making clothes difficult to wash and dry. The weather evokes both love and loathing. Su Shi gazed forlornly at the Emperor, who sat motionless on his throne, lost in thought after reviewing memorials. Sigh. The Emperor's heart is heavy, he understands. Since the news of the Crown Prince's illness reached him, the Emperor has seemed cursed, turned into a wooden figure. Each night, he remains nailed to the dragon throne, staring blankly as if competing with the moon for roundness. Dinner? The Emperor scarcely even glances at it, even when he occasionally picks up his chopsticks. It is merely a token gesture, as if counting stars. The Emperor's sorrow runs deeper than bitter melon. In the court, officials engaged in a relay of words, each urging the Emperor to name a new crown prince, as if they were more anxious than he. Behind the scenes, the Emperor dispatched people to gather information, yet they seemed to have fallen into an abyss, returning no echoes. As for the Empress, the Emperor likely no longer knows how to approach her. This matter has stirred much gossip in both the imperial court and the inner palace. The Empress must have heard, yet neither party is willing to make the first move. He worries that the hard-won warmth in their relationship will revert to ice due to this situation. Yet, the Emperor refuses to believe such news. He simply cannot bring himself